Star Odyssey Chapter 647 to Chapter 697. Luin was speechless. He wanted to leave, but he wasn't confident that he could break through the palace's seal. This was a manifestation of White Knight's 10 innate gifts combined into one, and it could even clash with Blood Luni's Blood Lotus, Corpse Dragon, and Xianxia's White Sun. Even though White Knight was heavily injured, she should have recovered somewhat in the past 3 days, so Luin wasn't confident that he could deal with her. If he'd known earlier, he would have left before she woke up. Why had he waited until now? With his back to the 10 arbiters, Luin was still very apprehensive. He immediately activated his Sirius to prevent himself from being ambushed. White Knight saw that Luin had turned around, but he didn't release his domain. Instead, she exhaled, causing the star energy around her body to boil as she peeled off the armor on her body. The armor on her arms, chest, and head fell off easily, but the armor on her legs and back felt like a layer of skin when she peeled them off. Xianxia's power lay in disintegration, and that white sun had caused great damage to her. The skin on her back and thighs had been disintegrated, and parts of her flesh had stuck to her armor. The pain was intense. White Knight grunted and panted heavily as she slowly peeled off the armor on her legs. Luin had a strange expression on his face. What was she doing? Her panting and grunting reminded him of a certain scene. He wanted to turn around, but he didn't dare to. White Knight's pained cries grew louder as she peeled off the armor on her back. She looked up at Luin, but he didn't turn around. She gritted her teeth and used her star energy to peel off the last piece of armor. Fresh blood flowed down her back and onto the ground, dyeing the ground red as it flowed along the river. White Knight waved her hand, and the Scarlet River flowed back onto the shore. Their location could be considered hidden, and no one would be able to find them just because of the blood in the river. At this moment, White Knight only had a mask on her face. The rest of her armor had been completely peeled off, leaving her with only a thin layer of gauze and large patches of torn flesh on her back and legs. She took out some medicinal powder from her armor and sprinkled it on her leg. However, it was ineffective. The moment the medicinal powder came into contact with her flesh, it dissolved. White Knight sighed inwardly. As expected, this was Xianxia's power. If she did not deal with this power, she would not be able to heal her injury. After her battle with Blood Luni and Xianxia, she did not have much star energy left in her body, and she could not rely on absorbing the star energy in the air to expel Xianxia's power. There was only one way to do so, and that was through Luin. He had an abundance of star energy, and he was also a lockbreaker, which was why she had left him behind. Yes, it's done, White Knight said softly. Her voice was weak. Luin impatiently turned around and looked over. What he saw was no longer the awe-inspiring White Knight in her armor, but rather a severely injured and weak girl. Although she still had a mask on her face, it did not hinder her weak beauty. At this moment, White Knight no White Knight no longer had her cold aura. Instead, she had the gentleness of a woman. Her blood-stained gauze covered her body, and large patches of wounds were exposed on her snow-white thighs and back. There was even blood flowing from them. Her white feet stepped on the pebbles, and her 5 translucent toes reflected the blood on the ground. It was a dazzling sight, and all of this created an extremely impactful image of a heavily injured beauty. Luin was stunned, as he had never seen such a scene before. If she had taken off her mask, it would have been even more perfect. Take off your mask, Luin subconsciously said. White Knight's gaze turned cold, and she picked up a pebble to throw at him. He tilted his head and dodged it. Again, coughing awkwardly. Why did you leave me behind? White Knight's expression turned ugly, and she lowered her head weakly. Xianxia's power still lingers on my wounds. I want you to use your lock-breaking techniques to neutralize it. Luin approached her and smelled the pungent stench of blood. However, there was also a strange fragrance that assailed his nostrils. This woman clearly did not wear perfume or makeup, as this fragrance was her body's fragrance. Lu Yin's first kiss had been with Ming Yan, and he had almost no experience with relationships. Thus, he was often teased by Madame Naylan. Now that he was facing a half-naked woman, his movements could not help but become a little stiff. How exactly should I do it? You're a lockbreaker, yet you're asking me? White Knight angrily rebuked. Being so close to a man, and in such a state at that, left her at a loss. She was angry at herself for failing to live up to expectations, but she was also angry at this man for spouting so much nonsense. Her mind was in a mess, and she did not know what to think. This man's aura made her even more flustered. Ever since she was young, she had always been the pride of the heavens. Not to mention serious injuries, even light injuries were rare. Her strength was destined to be matched by only a few people in her generation. And because those people were wary of each other, they had never fully fought. This was the first time she had been so seriously injured. It was also the first time she had been so close to a man. It was so close that she subconsciously wanted to slap him to death. Luin did not know what White Knight was thinking, or he would not have approached her at all. His current actions were equivalent to walking the line between life and death. For a woman whose thoughts were in a mess, logic was not required, as even she did not know what to do. He squatted down beside White Knight and stared at her thighs. They were so white and tender. White Knight grew anxious. "Hurry up." Luin gravely replied, "This is Xianxia's power. Even if I can dispel it with my lock-breaking abilities, it won't be that easy. Bear with it." White Knight looked to the side, a strand of hair falling down her face, but she did not reply. Luin thought for a moment, raised his hand, and pressed it against White Knight's thigh. It was cool and smooth to the touch, and White Knight was startled. She slapped at him, but Luin was already prepared. He activated the serious art and easily dodged White Knight's attack. The wind from the palm swept through the void and slammed into the opposite mountain wall, leaving a deep imprint. "Are you crazy? I'm trying to save you." Luin growled. White Knight glared at him. "Don't touch me. How can I save you if I don't touch you? You're trying to unlock me? You're courting death. This is Xianxia's power. I told you, it's not that easy to unlock." White Knight and Luin stared at each other fiercely. Finally, White Knight snorted and turned to look in another direction, but this time, her face was slightly flushed. Luin sighed in relief. "You're really helping a tigress." White Knight's eyes narrowed, but she did not speak or look at him. Xianxia's remaining power was not much, so Luin released his domain and combined it with the serious art. His star energy slowly came into contact with White Knight's power, and as soon as it came into contact, his star energy began to disintegrate. Luin was shocked. What a tyrannical disintegration ability! As expected of a realmling who could fight against the 10 arbiters. Luin treated Xianxia's remaining power as an opportunity to unlock his serious art and slowly whittled it down. Even if Xianxia was much stronger than Luin, it was still just a remnant of his power. An hour later, all of the remaining power had been disintegrated and disappeared. Luin sighed in relief. It was done, and he reluctantly lifted his hand. The smoothness of White Knight's thigh made him reluctant to part with it. This was his first time touching a woman's thigh, and it felt so good. "Your back," White Knight said coldly. Luin raised a brow and walked over to her back. Compared to her thigh, the wound on her back was much larger, and almost half of it had been disintegrated. She had been able to endure the pain for so long, but the pain was still disintegrating. Luin did not hesitate and pressed his hands on her back, which was also very smooth. The moment they touched, White Knight felt a warmth pass through Luin's hands. The masculine aura caused her to panic, and she let out a long breath. She took out some medicinal powder and sprinkled it on her thigh. This time, the powder took effect, and the wound quickly healed. The treatment on her back lasted for nearly 3 hours, and only when the sky darkened did Luin withdraw his hands. "All right, I'll help you apply the medicine." "No need," White Knight retorted coldly, her tone rather unfriendly. Luin was displeased. "I saved you again. Can't you be nicer to me?" White Knight indifferently replied, "It's not done yet." "What?" Luin was puzzled. White Knight lifted her left leg and revealed the other side of her foot. There was also a wound there, and although it was not large, it still contained traces of Xianxia's power. Luin naturally reached out and grabbed her slender, snow-white calf while his other hand grabbed her foot. He then began to unlock his serious art. White Knight's face turned even redder. Today, half of her body had been touched by this person. In less than half an hour, the remnants of Shangrong's power disappeared from White Knight's foot. Luin let go and glanced at her foot again. He had to admit that this woman's foot was so small that he could hold it with one hand. Go away and turn around, White Knight growled as she glared at Luin. Lu Yin's mouth twitched. This was a classic example of kicking someone to the curb after they'd outlived their usefulness. Seventh bro, I sympathize with you, the ghost monkey snickered. Luin ignored him. When the sky turned completely dark, White Knight's voice traveled over. How's the outerverse? Luin turned around and saw that White Knight had donned all of her armor, making her look like a real knight. He was a little disappointed. The astral beast domain invaded Ironblood Weave, and many people died in battle. Luin told her about some of the major events that had occurred in the outerverse after the innerverse and outerverse had been separated. White Knight listened quietly, occasionally asking a question or two. Most of the time, Luin was the one talking while she listened. Where did Wendy learn that secret technique? White Knight asked curiously. Luin looked at her. I don't know. White Knight indifferently replied, everyone has their own opportunities. With that secret technique, she can definitely try to enter the top 10 of the top 100 rankings. In the future, she might even have a chance to enter this place. She then looked at Luin strangely. How did you get your futon? Coincidence, Luin answered. White Knight did not pursue the matter. How's the innerverse? Luin asked. White Knight was cold and taciturn. It's been invaded, and war has begun. What's the details? Luin pressed. White Knight ignored him. Luin felt helpless, the 10 arbiters were really arrogant. Where's the invasion site? The Starfall Sea. The Starfall Sea? Luin was stunned. The Starfall Sea is connected to the 6th mainland, White Knight said again. No matter what Luin asked, she did not say anything about the invasion. As for the information about his friends, it was pointless to ask. His friends were not at White Knight's level. Right, why did you bring Wendy to Myriad Swords Peak? Luin was very curious. If White Knight had been a man who liked Wendy, it would have been normal for her to do so. However, she was a woman, so it was strange. It's none of your business, White Knight coldly replied. Luin was dissatisfied. I'll answer whatever you ask me, but you won't answer whatever I ask you. That's too much. White Knight was cold and arrogant. Did you answer? I don't know. It's just a coincidence. Is that your answer any different from not answering at all? Luin rolled his eyes. It's better for women to be cute. There was a thump as a rock smashed into the mountain wall. Luin was furious, and he glared at White Knight. Woman, don't think that I won't retaliate. What are you trying to do? White Knight coldly replied, forget everything that happened today, and forget everything about me. Also, I told you not to call me that. Luin snorted. I'll be crushed to death if I stay with you. Goodbye. No, never. He then turned to leave. You're not allowed to. Leave. Why? That's an order. Luin was so angry that he laughed. I told you that no one can order me around. I can order anyone who belongs to the 10 Arbiters Council, the Council of Astral Academy, or the Outerverse Youth Council. You are no exception, White Knight said indifferently. Lu Yin's face twitched. Why did these words sound so familiar? She must have said them before. In the end, Luin was unable to leave. In White Knight's words, if a realmling came, then he could be considered a good scapegoat and could be used to buy some time. Luin wanted to resist, but he thought about it and decided against it. He didn't dare to do so, as that palace could directly crush him. Even if he used the U-Secret Art and the Dream Finger, he would only be able to unleash a single attack at most. However, that would be an all-out attack. They were not mortal enemies, and they could be considered comrades, so there was no need for him to risk his life. This place was so secretive that he planned to wait until the time was right before leaving. He would never interact with this woman again, which was a little unreasonable. On the Shenwu continent, ever since Ming Xiaoshu had replaced Ming Zhaotian as the emperor, things had not been going well for him. He was constantly busy with government affairs, and he had to think of ways to help his own people ascend the throne. He had to deal with Ming Zhaotian's people, and there were occasional rebellions in various places. Coupled with the fact that the continent's commoners already hated the outsiders, the Shenwu continent was in chaos. Ming Zhaoshu had long since thought of this. The solution was simple: completely merge with the outer realm and shift the conflict. During this period of time, he had suffered a total of 126 assassination attempts. Although they were all like moths to a flame, it still showed that many people wanted to kill him. Especially in the past few days, there had been rebellious armies raising the flag of the former crown prince Ming Hao. Ming Hao was already dead, and these people were obviously fake. But fake was fake, and ordinary people did not know about it, so it attracted a large number of people to join. The Shenwu Empire's army continued to suppress the rebellion. In Shanghai City, the reverend king's residence had already been expanded. Before the Mingdu Imperial Palace was restored, this place would be the core of the entire Shenwu Empire. In the study of the reverend king's residence, Ming Zhaoshu put down some memorials and rubbed his aching head. There was a pile of memorials on the table, all of which were reports on the rebel armies in various regions. Even the isolated islands overseas refused to acknowledge his rule and wanted to divide their territories. Right now, Ming Zhaoshu urgently needed help from the outside world. The best way to resolve the internal conflicts was to form the Great Eastern Alliance. Soon. Ming Yan had already packed up and was ready to leave for the Great Yu Empire. As long as they formed a complete alliance with the Great Yu Empire and brought in some technological products from the universe, they would be able to effectively alleviate the rebellion. The cultural impact was far more invasive than a violent regime. Suddenly, Ming Zhaoshu spat out a mouthful of blood that stained the table and the floor. This blood had come out of nowhere, and even he did not know why. What's going on? Ming Zhaoshu clutched his chest. There was nothing wrong with his body, and he had not been injured. There were no signs of poisoning either, so why had he spat out blood? Someone, summon an imperial physician. Ming Zhaoshu shouted. Not long after, an old man entered the study. Your subject greets your majesty. Take my pulse, Ming Zhaoshu said. The blood in the study had already been cleaned, and aside from the smell of blood in the air, there was nothing else out of the ordinary. The imperial physician raised his hand, but his pupils shrank the moment he saw Ming Zhaoshu. Why, your majesty, what happened to you? Ming Zhaoshu's heart sank when he saw the imperial physician's frightened expression. He looked at the mirror, but what appeared in it was not the majestic and high-spirited emperor of the Shenwu Empire. Instead, it was an old man with white hair and withered skin. Ming Zhaoshu could vaguely tell that it was Ming Zhaoshu himself. Ming Zhaoshu's expression changed. How can this be? How can this be? The imperial physician trembled in fear and stood in place, not daring to move. Ming Zhaoshu looked at himself in the mirror in disbelief. How had he become like this? This is fake. He casually shattered the mirror and took out another one. It still looked the same, but he had changed. In just a short moment, he had become an old man with one foot in the grave. Your Majesty, please allow me to take a look at you, the imperial physician said in fear. Ming Zhaoshu sat in his chair and clenched his fists, still in disbelief. The imperial physician approached Ming Zhaoshu in fear and placed a hand on his wrist. He frowned, and after a while, he said, How can this be? Strange. What's wrong? Ming Zhaoshu asked in a low voice. Your Majesty, your body is fine, but your life force is constantly slipping away. It's as if something is stealing your life force, the imperial physician said. Ming Zhaoshu's eyes narrowed. Are you saying that I've been poisoned? The imperial physician nodded. It should be. This subject has never heard of such a poison. It can steal life force without harming the body. How can such a poison exist? Ming Zhaoshu lowered his head so that the imperial physician could not see the madness in his eyes. Is there any way to treat it? The imperial physician replied, with the conditions of the empire, we can only use some medicine that can replenish life force to delay the loss of life force. Your Majesty, please ask the outsiders to think of a way. Perhaps they can treat it. Ming Zhaoshu grunted. I understand. You may leave. The imperial physician sighed. This subject will take his leave. He then walked out of the room. Suddenly, a pressure descended and crushed the imperial physician into a puddle of blood. Ming Xiaoshu's cold gaze was in the background. How could he let anyone know about his situation? His life force was slipping away, and he had been poisoned. Who had poisoned him? It could not have been someone from the Shenwu continent, as this continent did not have such a terrifying poison that could rob a martial sovereign of his life force. Even the outsiders should not be able to treat him, let alone the Shenwu continent. Ming Xiaoshu's understanding of the universe was no less than that of the trial takers. At that moment, Tang Xi's voice rang out from outside the study. Your Majesty, the princess requests an audience. Have her wait for me in the courtyard, Ming Xiaoshu said. Yes. Ming Xiaoshu looked at his old self in the mirror with a sorrowful gaze. He had exhausted his entire life to obtain everything that he wanted, but was this the end? No, he could not give up. The universe was too big. Perhaps there was a way to treat him, perhaps there was. What he knew was just the tip of the iceberg. Yes, perhaps there was a way, no, there was definitely a way, and there had to be one. He had a crazed look in his eyes. He had just enjoyed everything, and he did not want to die yet. He still did not have an heir. Back then, in order to avoid suspicion, he had not even had a son and had only given birth to a daughter. Now, he wanted a son to inherit the throne, and he could not die before that. In the courtyard of the reverend king's residence, Ming Yan was looking at the river from a pavilion. Her gaze was filled with both apprehension and anticipation, as well as a trace of longing for the future. In the river, fish continuously leaped out of the water before falling back down, causing droplets of water to fall into the pavilion. Do you guys want to leave this lake as well? Ming Yan squatted down and muttered to herself as she looked at the fish. Yan, what are you looking at? Ming Xiaoshu asked as he arrived outside the pavilion. He had used his star energy to change his appearance so that he no longer looked old. Ming Yan was startled, and she quickly stood up. When she saw that it was Ming Xiaoshu, she shyly whispered, I am looking at the fish. Ming Xiaoshu nodded and sat down. Are you ready? Ming Yan knew what her father was asking, so she lowered her head and whispered, I'm ready. Tell father the truth. Do you want to leave? Ming Xiaoshu looked at his daughter with a complicated gaze, and his tone was somewhat gloomy. Ming Yan did not notice her father's tone, and after a moment of hesitation, she said, I want to go out and take a look. Look at the universe outside, or look at Luyin? Ming Xiaoshu asked. Ming Yan's face turned red, and she thought that her father was teasing her. She lowered her head and shyly said, Father, don't say that. I'm just. Ming Xiaoshu sighed when he saw how flustered his daughter was. I'm sorry, but you can't leave for now. Ming Yan looked up in surprise. Why, father? Ming Xiaoshu fell silent. He could not tell her that his life was about to end. Even though he still had hope that there would be a cure in the universe, his hopes were not high. Once he died, the entire empire would have to be handed over to Ming Yan, so she could not leave until he was certain that there was a cure. He had to be prepared for the worst. Father will explain the situation to the people of the Great Yu Empire. You can stay here for now, Ming Xiaoshu said as he stood up. He then left without looking back, clearly in a bad mood. Ming Yan was confused. Going to the Great Yu Empire had been arranged by her father, and he wanted her to be with Luyin more than anyone else. Why had he suddenly changed his mind? Right, from tomorrow onwards, you will learn how to handle government affairs from your father, Ming Xiaoshu said as he walked out of the pavilion. Ming Yan was puzzled. Handle government affairs? But I've never come into contact with that before, and I don't have any thoughts about it. Ming Xiaoshu was in a bad mood, and he frowned. There's no need to say anything else. Come to my study in the morning. He then left, leaving behind a confused Ming Yan. Within a valley in the ruins of the Daosor sect, White Knight rested for an entire day before opening her eyes. Luyin calculated that there were still 2 or 3 days before he had to leave. Let's go. White Knight stood up and moved her body. Although she was still in pain, she had recovered quite a bit, and her strength was gradually recovering as well. Luyin was puzzled. Where? To the place where I descend, White Knight replied coldly. Luyin did not understand. What place were you to send? If I tell you to go, then go. Follow me. Go out? There's probably chaos outside right now, and as soon as we leave, we might run into one of the 10 arbiters or a realmling. You won't be able to protect yourself against anyone. With you here. You think too highly of me. I'm saying that you can help me buy some time to escape, White Knight said coldly. Luine was speechless. If you want to go, then go. In any case, I don't want to leave. I'm planning to stay here until my time is up. White Knight frowned and looked at Luine. Luine glared back at her, unwilling to be outdone. He had already made up his mind not to leave, and he would have to wait for a period of time the next time he came. This was probably the most intense period of fighting. White Knight retracted her gaze, lifted her foot, and stomped on the ground, causing ripples to spread out. Lu Yin's brows rose, as he had a bad premonition. The next moment, the valleys on both sides crumbled, and a huge explosion shook the space around them. What are you doing? Luine grew anxious. White Knight coldly replied, leave it up to you. She then leaped up and flew off in a certain direction. Luine had no choice but to follow her. Such a huge commotion might attract powerhouses, as the 6th mainland definitely had experts who could rival the top 10 of the top 100 rankings besides the realmlings. Those people would most likely participate in this battle, and it would be easy to bump into them. If they did, then it would be troublesome. This woman was certain that Luine would not dare to stay behind. What did you mean by the place you can descend? Luine asked. The Daosor sect's futon is not limited to the outside of the sect. The Mountain Sea is an independent entity, and as long as you pass the test, you can descend at the Mountain Sea, White Knight replied. Mountain Sea? Luine found the name familiar, as if someone had mentioned it before. White Knight did not explain, and she simply led Luine in a certain direction. Outside the valley ruins, in another direction, Nong Zitian was so scared that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. He had been lucky enough to escape a calamity and had almost died at Shangrong's hands. He had been buried in the ground for a few days, and when he had finally awoken, he had found a very secluded valley to hide in for a few days until the time limit was up. However, he had not expected that. The valley would collapse just as he had approached it. That flash of star energy had caused his heart to tremble, and he had fled on his hoe. He stroked his hoe angrily, as that bastard had actually stolen his other hoe. Bastard, bastard. During the few days that White Knight had been unconscious, a few more battles had occurred in the Daosor sect. The Blood Homage Realm's realmling, Nan Yanfei, had encountered one of the 5th mainland's 10 undying birds. The battle had ended in a draw, and both sides had avoided each other. The Bloodburn Realm's realmling, DFA, had encountered a blind man from the 5th mainland's 10 arbiters. He had been heavily injured and forced to flee, but that blind man had slaughtered no less than 36th mainland cultivators. The War Martial Realm's realmling, a tool master from a forging family, had encountered one of the 10 arbiters, Wang Xingkai. The battle had been earth-shattering, and no one knew the final outcome, and no one had seen the two's figures. Besides the battle between the realmlings and the 10 arbiters, many descendants of cosmic imprinter families had also appeared in the 6th mainland, as well as powerhouses like Butcher, who was second only to the realmlings. The battle in the Daosor sect's ruins was becoming more and more intense, and there were rumors that the secret progenitor realm's realmlings were about to enter. If these realmlings were unable to suppress the 10 arbiters, then the various great families might even invite the Daosor's 3 skies over. In the scripture pavilion, Autumn Frost Qing opened his eyes and looked at Yan Xiaojing. The last time Yan Xiaojing entered the scripture pavilion, she seemed to have gained some insights. This time, she still had to go to the scripture pavilion. To Autumn Frost Qing, it would be beneficial for him if Yan Xiaojing could comprehend something. After all, this woman definitely belonged to him. However, the time was almost up, and Yan Xiaojing still hadn't comprehended anything. He was a little disappointed. He raised his head and looked around. There were no less than 100 cultivators gathered in the Sutra Depository. Most of these people were not originally in the Sutra Depository, but because there was too much killing in the outside world, they had no choice but to hide in the Sutra Depository, causing the number of people in the Sutra Depository to increase. The Sutra Depository was not a good place to fight, as the fluctuations of star energy could easily cause the ancient runes to mutate. Thus, as long as one hid in the sutra depository, they would be safe. When he thought about the war in the outside world, Autumn Frost Qing felt a little apprehensive. Another world imprinter's descendant had died just the day before, and Autumn Frost Qing had only heard about it from others. The descendant had died at the hands of a blind 10 arbiter without even being able to resist. Autumn Frost Qing knew that his strength was about the same as that person's, and if he had been present at that time, then he probably would not have survived either. He decided to avoid coming to the Daosor sect as much as possible during this period of time. Otherwise, if one of the 10 arbiters foolishly gambled on the Futon Plaza, then everything would be over. Suddenly, another person appeared on the ancient rune that Autumn Frost Qing was in, and it was a young man. Autumn Frost Qing instinctively wanted to attack, but this person was too close to him. Wait, too close? How could he not have noticed him at such a close distance? It was only when he was close enough that he realized that something was wrong. Sorry for disturbing you. The young man smiled at Autumn Frost Qing and then leapt out of the scripture pavilion. Autumn Frost Qing nodded but did not say anything. He watched as the young man walked out of the scripture pavilion, and then he looked towards the depths of the pavilion. That young man had walked out from there. The deeper one went into the scripture pavilion, the more ancient runes one would encounter, and the greater the danger. Very few people were able to safely walk out of the scripture pavilion's depths, but that person had managed to do so. This was because there had been no one in front of him, which could only mean that that person had been in the depths of the scripture pavilion. An unfamiliar powerhouse had been able to enter the scripture pavilion and had approached Autumn Frost Qing without him noticing. This person's strength was second only to a realmling, and that person might have the strength of a realmling. Autumn Frost Qing had seen the appearances of the 3 progenitors and the 9 realms, but he had not seen such a person. This meant that that person was very likely one of the 5th mainland's 10 arbiters. When he thought about this, Autumn Frost Qing felt a chill run down his spine. He had actually brushed shoulders with one of the 5th mainland's 10 arbiters, and he had even been so close to that person. Brother Autumn Frost, what's wrong? Not too far away, Yan Xiaojing gently looked at Autumn Frost Qing and asked with concern. Autumn Frost Qing forced out a smile. It's nothing. Xiaojing, did you comprehend it? Yan Xiaojing shook her head. I'm sorry, Brother Autumn Frost. I've wasted your time. Autumn Frost Qing rejoiced, as if she had truly comprehended it, that arbiter would have definitely attacked her. It's fine. If it didn't work this time, then we'll try again next time. Yan Xiaojing pursed her lips and then nodded. She smiled. Brother Autumn Frost, you're the best. Autumn Frost Qing smiled. He was a little anxious, and he hoped that time would pass quickly so that they could leave. White Knight led him through 3 pillars of light, and they did not encounter anyone along the way. Finally, they arrived at the foot of a faintly discernible mountain. The peak of the mountain in front of them could not be seen, and it was surrounded by fog that would appear and disappear from time to time. He turned around and looked behind him. Beyond the pillars of light was an ocean, and the sound of crashing waves filled his ears. This was the mountains and seas. Luin recalled that Mr. Bai had mentioned the 9 mountains and 8 seas before, and this should be one of them. According to Mr. Bai, only progenitors could split open the mountains and open the seas. The 9 mountains and 8 seas represented 9 progenitors, and they represented the Daosor sect's greatest inheritance grounds. Luin naturally did not believe that the Daosor sect had 9 progenitors, as they would not have been defeated by the 6th mainland otherwise. However, there should still be 1 or 2, and within this mountain, there might really be a progenitor's inheritance. White Knight walked in front. Luin hurried to catch up. I heard that the mountains and seas have a progenitor's inheritance. Are you that confident in bringing me here? Anyone can come, and it doesn't matter if I bring you or not. With your strength, you don't have the ability to snatch the inheritance from me, White Knight said bluntly. Luin was unconvinced. That's true for now, but that might not be the case in the future. White Knight stopped and looked at Luin. She seriously said, when the time comes, I'll kill you. Luin did not speak, as he could tell that this woman was serious. After all, this involved a top-notch inheritance. 7th bro, is there really a progenitor's inheritance here? I don't believe that it's that easy to see it. Even to this day, no one knows where progenitor Wushang's inheritance is, and just one look at progenitor Wushang's hide makes me dizzy, the monkey said. Indeed, progenitor Wushang's inheritance was more reliable, but this was the ancient Daosor sect, so there might really be a progenitor's inheritance here. There was a cracking sound as the bones on the ground were crushed. The Daosor sect had experienced an ancient war, and there were bones everywhere. However, these bones had not been corroded by the passage of time, which proved that these people had all been powerhouses when they had been alive. Luin was very curious about how many powerhouses the Daosor sect had been at its peak, and how glorious it had been. It was impossible to see how large the mountain was, or how tall it was. Even with his vision as a cultivator, he could not see it. In any case, it was like a heavenly pillar that supported the space. The closer Luin got, the clearer he could see it. He did not know how high it was above his head, but there were several pieces of land floating in the sky. Because he did not know how high they were, he could not determine their sizes, and the land above them was hidden by fog. The most spectacular sight in front of him was a crack that split the entire mountain in two, and it looked like a thin line of the sky. White Knight suddenly stopped and pointed at the sky. "Do you see that piece of land?" Luin looked up and followed the direction that White Knight was pointing. "Are you talking about the land closest to the mountain? Fly up. There's also a futon plaza there. As long as you can enter it, you can directly go there the next time you appear," White Knight said. "You descended here?" Luin was astonished. "Fly up. If you can't, I'll kill you," White Knight said indifferently. "Why must I descend here?" "That's an order. You don't have the right to order me around. Everything belongs to the 10 Arbiters Council, the Council of Astral Academy, and the Outerverse Youth Council." Alright, I got it. I've already said it 3 times. Aren't you tired?" Luin was speechless as he interrupted her. Luin could clearly sense that she was a little annoyed at being interrupted, and he really wanted to know what kind of expression was on her cute little face under the mask. Luin rubbed his nose and looked up at the pieces of land. "From your tone, it sounds like it won't be easy to ascend to that land." "I'm not confident." He then leaped up and flew into the sky. White Knight's eyes flickered. She had brought this person here because it would be very difficult for her to obtain a progenitor's inheritance on her own, so she needed a helper. She was not at ease with the other 10 arbiters, but she had Wendy Yushan as a link to this person. Furthermore, this person had experienced life and death situations before, so she was barely at ease. She only hoped that this person would be able to ascend to the land. During the battle with Blood Looney, this person had been able to resist the spiritual force suppression, so he should be able to ascend. The progenitor realm represented the pinnacle of cultivation, and to everyone, the word progenitor was equivalent to the heavens. Progenitors could change the heavens, and they themselves represented the heavens. Regardless of whether the rumors in the Daosor sect's 9 mountains and 8 seas were true, this mountain in front of Luin was a progenitor's training ground that had been established by a progenitor. Ascending to the heavens was equivalent to ascending to the heavens, and ascending to the heavens meant that one would have to face the heavens' suppression. Luin could feel the suppression at this moment, and the higher he flew, the greater the pressure. This was a suppression on one's spiritual force and even one's physical body, as well as a suppression on one's entire life force. To be honest, Luin was not unfamiliar with this kind of suppression, as he had experienced it more than once. The one that had left the deepest impression on him was when he had climbed the mountain in the space with the Golden Ocean. He had also climbed a mountain, and he had met Mr. Mu at that time, who had allowed him to transform his physical body as a Lameter and become an unequaled Lameter. This time, he was facing the suppression of the heavens. If he had been able to continue ascending like this in ancient times, then he might have been able to see a progenitor who represented the heavens. But now, all he could see was empty land. White Knight's confidence in Luin stemmed from the fact that Luin had withstood the pressure from the Palace Phantom and the Blood Lotus. In reality, Luin could indeed reach that piece of land. Even though he was very close to the land and his spiritual force was about to collapse, he had still managed to reach that piece of land by reciting the Stonewall scriptures. The land was vast and empty, with an area roughly equivalent to 10 sandios. He panted heavily, and his hands and feet felt numb. Looking down from the ground, he saw a boundless mountain range and a boundless ocean in the distance. This space was very similar to the space with the Golden Sea. They both had mountains and seas. The only difference was the color of the sea. White Knight's eyes flashed when she saw Luin step onto the ground. She leapt up in a much more relaxed manner than Luin and quickly reached the surface. "You're more useful than I thought," White Knight said calmly. "Actually, it's fine if you don't say anything," Luin grumbled. White Knight looked at the ground seriously and narrowed her eyes. Luin looked over, and his expression changed. "Someone's been here." There were 3 different sets of footprints on the ground. His, White Knight's, and someone else's. "This space is easy to find." "There's nothing to be surprised about," White Knight said calmly. Luin frowned. Wasn't he surprised? Ever since he had obtained the Stonewall Scriptures, he had frequently recited them, and his spiritual force had long since surpassed his peers by leaps and bounds. He had even surpassed the average hunter. There were many people in the younger generation who surpassed him in terms of strength, such as the top 10 of the top 100 rankings or the 6th Mainland's experts who were second only to the Realmlings. However, when it came to spiritual force resistance, Luin dared to compete with even the 10 arbiters. Even so, he still had to memorize the Stonewall Scriptures in order to reach this continent. If anyone else wanted to reach this continent, they would definitely be at the level of the 10 arbiters or Realmlings. With the appearance of such an expert, it would be a lie to say that he was not worried. Luin released his domain and gradually enveloped the entire continent, but aside from himself and White Knight, there was no one else present. "There's no need to look for him. He's gone," White Knight said. "Aren't you worried about running into a Realmling? If you run into them, just kill them." Luin was speechless. "You sure are confident. How many more days until you arrive?" White Knight asked. Luin shook his head. "I don't know. This is my first time here." White Knight looked at him. "I don't believe you." "Then I can't do anything about it," Luin casually replied. White Knight turned around. "You've been here for at least 25 days. How long have you been here?" "About 20 days, Luin replied. "There are still a few days left, so it's best if you stay here and don't go out. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you if you die. Also..." She paused and stared at him. "Do you want to obtain a progenitor's inheritance?" "No." Lu Yin's reply was so straightforward that White Knight thought she had misheard him. "What did you say? You don't?" "Yes, I don't." "Not at all." Luin was very certain. White Knight was silent. The words she wanted to say were all disrupted. She did not know what to say for a moment. Luin snickered inwardly. This brat wanted to use a progenitor's inheritance to tempt him, but it was likely that she would not be able to obtain the progenitor's inheritance on her own. This also proved that it was very dangerous, and he did not want to become a scapegoat for this brat to obtain the inheritance. White Knight was a little annoyed, and she glared at Luin. Who wouldn't want to obtain a progenitor's inheritance? This was illogical. The ultimate goal of a cultivator was the ancestor realm. Now that the ancestor realm inheritance was right in front of his eyes, this fellow was actually not moved? That shouldn't be the case. Only progenitors in the Daosor sect can split mountains and open seas. "There really is a progenitor's inheritance here," White Knight said indifferently. Luin casually strolled around the continent and leisurely replied, "It has nothing to do with me. In any case, I don't want any progenitor's inheritance. I'm cultivating, and I don't want to walk the path of others." White Knight frowned, as these words were very imposing, but what did they have to do with a progenitor's inheritance? A progenitor's inheritance includes battle techniques, secret techniques, and power vessels. "I don't want it," Luin replied. White Knight fell silent once more, as she did not know what to say. She simply stopped talking and leaped towards another continent. "It's best if you don't go out and seek death." Seventh bro, that woman was so angry that she left. You don't play by the rules. Who in the 5th and 6th mainlands can resist the temptation of a progenitor's inheritance? Many people still charge in even if they know that there is no chance of survival. Your reply was so straightforward that I'm guessing that she's already doubting her own life, haha. The monkey cackled. Luine smiled. I have a clear understanding of myself. Let alone a progenitor's inheritance, even an emissary's inheritance would be too risky for the current me. I'll take it slow, and there's no need to seek death. That's right, that's what I admire about you. The monkey was delighted, as he felt that Luine had become enlightened and would no longer seek death. Luine could give up on a progenitor's inheritance because it was too far away, but he could not give up on the 9 cauldrons battle techniques. He could clearly comprehend them, and this made his heart itch. He would wait for a while longer, and when the battles were no longer as intense as they were now, he would go out. Over the next few days, Luine remained on the continent. He was very curious about that mountain, but he did not go there. Even White Knight, one of the 10 arbiters, had teamed up with him, and he did not want to die alone. 3 days later, the scenery changed, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw a secret room in King Xianxia's palace. He was finally back, and he felt much more at ease after returning to King Xianxia's palace. He did not plan on going to the Daosor sect's ruins for the next 2 months, as the battles would probably slow down during that time. That would be the time for him to go to the 9 cauldron space to comprehend the battle techniques, so he could not rush it. After returning, Luine immediately went to the princess residence to look for Wendy Yushan, as he was afraid that something had happened to her in the Daosor sect's ruins. Fortunately, Wendy Yushan had returned a long time ago. I stayed in the Daosor sect for 9 days, Wendy Yushan said. Luine was stunned. Only 9 days? Wendy Yushan nodded and then asked curiously, how long did you stay? 23 days, Luine replied. Wendy Yushan fell into deep thought, as this gap was quite large. Luine found it inconceivable, as even the fatty had been able to stay for about 15 days. Furthermore, they had said that a normal person could stay for about 15 days, so why had Wendy Yushan only been able to stay for 9 days? The length of one's stay depended on the connection between their spiritual force and their futon. Could it be that the fatty's spiritual force surpassed Wendy Yushan's? With Wendy Yushan's current strength, even without the secret art, she could easily enter the top 25 of the top 100 rankings, which far surpassed the fatties. However, was her spiritual force lower than the average level of the 6th mainland's cultivators? Perhaps it had something to do with the 6th mainland's cultivation methods, as Luine remembered that they did not care much about domains or battle force. Instead, they focused on imprints and bloodlines, which was the fundamental difference between the 5th mainland and the 6th mainland's cultivation methods. How was it in the Daosor sect? Did you encounter any danger? Luine asked. Wendy Yushan solemnly replied, I met someone, a realmling. A realmling? Luine was stunned. Are you all right? Wendy Yushan shook her head. That person claimed to be a realmling from the war martial realm. He came from an aristocratic family of blacksmiths, and he was a tool wielder. He was very powerful, and I couldn't even hold my sword properly against him. And then? Luine hurriedly asked. Wendy Yushan saw the concern in Luyin's eyes, and her heart warmed. Don't worry, he didn't do anything to me. He even took me to the scripture pavilion, but I left when my time was up. Luine relaxed. That's good. Remember, don't go to the Daosor sect during this time. That place has already become a battlefield. Wendy Yushan nodded. I heard about it while I was in the scripture pavilion. The 10 arbiters and the realmlings have appeared, so I can't go to the Daosor sect. You can't go there either. Luine smiled. I know. Right, did something happen to you? Wendy Yushan asked curiously. Luine did not tell her about his encounter with White Knight, as he was afraid that Wendy Yushan would want to enter the Daosor sect to look for White Knight. He only briefly explained the situation in Heaven's Pit and the 9 cauldron space. The length of time one can stay in the Daosor sect should be related to one's spiritual force. Do you have any methods to strengthen it? Luine asked. Wendy Yushan shook her head. There are very few descriptions of spiritual force in the universe, and it seems to have been intentionally hidden. The Day-Night clan is the best at this. Luine asked, then forget about it. Do you have enough resources? Wendy Yushan nodded. Yes. Not long after, Luine left the princess's residence. He had a method to strengthen spiritual force, and that was the Stonewall Scriptures. However, he could not even memorize the entire scriptures, let alone teach them to Wendy Yushan. It seemed that he would have to have a chat with the Day-Night clan. There were many inheritances and opportunities within the Daosor sect, and he hoped that Wendy Yushan could obtain them as well. After being together for so long, Wendy Yushan had treated him as her only family member, and she had even handed the Great Yu Empire to him. How could he not treat her as family? When he returned to King Zishan's palace, Enya was already waiting for him. "Greetings, Your Highness. How are things going on the Shenwu continent?" Luin asked with an expectant gaze. Enya took out a letter and handed it to Luin. "This is a letter from the Shenwu Emperor, Ming Jiaoshu, to Your Highness." Luin frowned, opened the letter, and read it. His expression changed. Ming Jiaoshu had been poisoned? And he did not have long to live? In the letter, Ming Jiaoshu requested that Luin help him find a cure. Ming Yan could not leave the Shenwu continent before she fully recovered, as this was to prevent the Shenwu Empire from being left without a successor. He had not expected such an accident to occur. "Did our envoy in the Shenwu Empire see Ming Jiaoshu?" Luin asked. Enya replied, "Yes, but only once." Luin muttered to himself. Ming Jiaoshu had to be cured, or else Ming Yan would become the Shenwu Empire's Shenwu Empress, which would be troublesome. He could not allow the Shenwu Empress to work in the Great Yu Empire, which would make it difficult for them to meet in the future. According to Ming Jiaoshu's letter, there were no symptoms of the poison, and it only caused his life force to rapidly drain away. Luin had Enya leave and summoned the Great Yu Empire's imperial physician. "Life force drain? Your Highness, there are countless poisons in the universe, but I have never seen a poison that can so tyrannically drain one's life force without warning, and I have no way to treat it," the imperial physician respectfully reported. Luin waved a hand to dismiss the physician, and he immediately contacted the bespectacled mist child. "A poison that can directly drain one's life force? Where can I find it?" The bespectacled mist child's eyes lit up. Luin asked, "Let me ask you, is there any way to cure this poison?" "Your Highness, is this really poison?" the bespectacled female mist child asked. Luin shook his head. It wasn't just him, even Ming Jiaoshu himself wasn't sure. However, Ming Jiaoshu's life force had been drained without any warning, and he hadn't been injured. The only possibility was that he had been poisoned. If it's poison, there's no way to cure it unless it's a natural treasure that can directly replenish one's life force, the bespectacled female mist child said confidently. Luin frowned. "No solution?" The bespectacled mist child nodded. "Some people have been poisoned and have fainted. The poison damages the brain, so we only need to find medicine that can treat the brain. Some people have been poisoned and their bodies have rotted away, so we only need to find medicine that can treat the body. In that case, the life force that has been drained from the poison can only be replenished. There has to be something stealing life, right?" Luin asked. The bespectacled mist child adjusted her glasses. "If we can find it, then we'll be able to find the right medicine. However, His Highness just said that there were no signs at all." Luin muttered to himself. "Your Highness, this kind of poison that can drain one's life force is very tyrannical, so it's naturally very precious. Even an enlighter might not be able to cure it." "Who's been poisoned?" The bespectacled mist child was curious. Why had Ming Jiaoshu been poisoned? According to the bespectacled mist child, such a precious poison should not exist on the Shenwu continent. Could it have come from outside the realm? The Day-Night clan? No, the Day-Night clan would rather use this poison on him than use it on Ming Jiaoshu. To them, Ming Jiaoshu was nothing more than an ant, so who else was there? Neo-Human Alliance? Luin suddenly thought of a possibility. The Shenwu continent was not as simple as it seemed. Luin, Ming Jiaoshu, and the Neo-Human Alliance all knew about this, and the only group that could possibly use such a precious poison to harm Ming Jiaoshu was the Neo-Human Alliance. They were willing to pay any price to cause chaos in the Shenwu continent. After the battle in Radiant City, there were definitely people from the Neo-Human Alliance who had escaped. Luin tapped a finger on the table. The Neo-Human Alliance's people were still on Shenwu continent, which meant that the continent was definitely not safe. If Ming Jiaoshu died, then Ming Yan would be next. Ming Jiaoshu could not die. Luin clenched his fists. Men! Your Highness! Kays appeared. Spread the news that King Xianxia's palace is looking for natural treasures and will offer generous rewards. Yes, Your Highness. Kays was quite efficient, and he had been brought into the first squadron by Luin. Within a few hours, he had spread the news throughout the entire Great Yu Empire, including Grand Top Weave and Lars Weave. For the Great Yu Empire, all of the movements of King Xianxia's palace were necessary. That night, Luin received dozens of different types of natural treasures, and one of them was even a purple star. Lu had Luin T des Lu T their SD test bin T S people, Luin T Wees SS's. S fit. It. Everyone in the Innerverse and Outerverse had heard of Shamrock Enterprises, and even the average person had heard of the company's influence. On the other hand, the Great Yu Empire, the Frostwave Weave, was a name that the vast majority of the Innerverse people had never heard of. Even some of the Weaves in the Outerverse had never heard of it. If it was just their reputation, then it would have been fine. More importantly, Shamrock Enterprises searched the entire universe for seedlings, and the seedlings they found could easily enter the Astral Combat Academy. Dark Void was one of Shamrock Enterprises' seedlings, and there were countless people like him. After countless years, these seedlings had matured, and once their hidden strength was exposed, it would shake the heavens. Luin fell into deep thought as he looked at the purple star in his hand. Shamrock Enterprises needed a natural treasure like the purple star as a primer for many medicines, so why would they give it to him? To them, this purple star might not be too important, but it was an indication of their attitude, a friendly attitude. Regardless, Luin paid for the purple star and entered the secret room. He blocked the monkey and raised his hand, causing the die to appear. After 20 days, he could finally roll it. He watched the die slowly spin until it finally stopped at 4 pips. Time stop space. After entering the space, Luin was sure that he could roll 3 pips. He extended the time limit to 100 days, and on his third roll, he rolled 3 pips. He placed the purple star on the screen. He remembered that he had once upgraded Undying Yushan's purple star with 150,000 star crystals, but it had only decreased by half. That purple star had been even smaller than this one, so he threw 10 star essence, which was equivalent to 1,000,000 star crystals. The purple star immediately fell to the next level, and its color completely changed from purple to blue. This was a billowing star, an upgraded version of the purple star. Half of the star essence had been used, which meant that 5 star essences were enough for one upgrade. Luin took out the billowing star and threw it onto the upper screen. This time, however, the star had only decreased by less than half. He took out another 10 star essences, and the billowing star fell to the ground. This time, the surface of the billowing star was almost completely blue. This still wasn't enough. He needed to upgrade it to the point where it could avoid danger, just like the fruit that had healed Shuodai Knight. Only a natural treasure of this level could replenish Ming Xiaoshu's life force. With a whoosh, the glowing billowing star suddenly flew up, as if it wanted to escape from this space. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he grabbed it. He had used up nearly 100 star essence to upgrade this item to the point where it could avoid danger. He remembered that the white fruit had also used up nearly 100 star essence. Should he upgrade it again? Luin thought about it and decided to continue upgrading it. Since it had already been upgraded to this level, he might as well upgrade it all at once. He refused to believe that he wouldn't be able to replenish Ming Xiaoshu's life force. However, his thinking was too simple. If he wanted to upgrade it, the item that was being upgraded had to have room for improvement. The billowing star's ability to avoid danger had already reached its limit, and it was like a normal weapon that could only be upgraded a few times at most. It was impossible to upgrade it any further because of the quality of the material. The die's 3 pips could only upgrade a material, not create one out of nothing. Luin put the billowing star away and then took out a few other natural treasures that could replenish life force. He used up some star essence to upgrade them to the point where they could avoid danger. This was the only thing he could do, as it would be useless unless he found a more valuable natural treasure. It was a pity that Bush Tree Planet had many natural treasures, but he couldn't bring them out. He could only use them on that planet. After upgrading his natural treasures, he still had 70 or so days left in this space. Luin took out a large amount of star essence and started absorbing it while activating the serious art. By the time he left the time-stop space, he had already activated 36 stars, which meant that his star energy absorption rate had increased by 4 times compared to when he had only activated 9 stars. Previously, he had needed 100 years to complete a cycle, but now, he only needed 25 years. However, this was not the end. His current serious art allowed him to activate 99 stars, which was 11 times faster than before. It would take him less than 10 years to complete a cycle, which slightly surpassed some ordinary explorers. He was satisfied for now. Luin summoned Xianxia and had her personally bring the cosmic ring containing the natural treasures to Shenwu continent to Ming Jiaoshu. He also wanted her to check on Ming Jiaoshu's situation. After Xianxia left, Luin took out the hoe, which he had brought with him when he left the Daosaur sect. Although it did not look good, it was very useful, and Luin wanted to see if he could control it. 2 days later, in the Reverend King's residence on Shenwu continent, Ming Yan was absent-mindedly looking at the memorial in her hands in her study. Ming Jiaoshu's sharp gaze swept over, causing Ming Yan to panic and drop the memorial. "I'm sorry, father," Ming Yan apologized softly and picked up the memorial. Ming Jiaoshu's gaze softened, and he looked a little apologetic. He sighed. "Yan, do you hate dealing with government affairs?" Ming Yan lowered her head and did not reply. Although there were cases of women in power, they were extremely rare. Generally speaking, very few women were willing to deal with such matters, and Ming Yan was no exception. She had a gentle personality, and even in peaceful times, she would not be a qualified ruler, let alone now that the Shenwu continent was in chaos. Ming Jiaoshu handed the memorial to her. "Take a look at how to deal with it." Ming Yan looked at it. Kong Island's rebellion has been suppressed, and the family of the rebel leader has been detained. Your subject requests that your majesty execute all 320 members of the rebel family. This is a memorial submitted by Kong Island's military. How do you think we should deal with it? Ming Jiaoshu asked Ming Yan softly. Ming Yan pursed her lips. The rebellion stems from the people's distrust of the empire. Killing will only increase the conflict, and it cannot be stopped. State your decision, Ming Jiaoshu said. Ming Yan thought for a moment. Execute the rebel leader, and detain the rest until release. Ming Jiaoshu slammed his hand on the desk with a thump. Detain? Only execute the leader? Do you know what kind of situation the empire is facing right now? Do you know what this leader has done? He found someone to impersonate Ming Hao and tried to capture me. This person is extremely ambitious, and he obtained the support of his entire family's resources to rebel against the empire. You actually want to execute only one person and release the entire family? Ming Yan lowered her head, her eyes red. I don't know. If you don't know, then ask and investigate. Some things can't be seen from the memorial, and if you don't know how to deal with it, Ming Jiaoshu said sternly. He took the memorial and made a symbol. The meaning of this symbol was simple: agree. This symbol determined the fate of all 320 members of the rebel leader's family. Take a look at this. Ming Jiaoshu threw another memorial to Ming Yan. Ming Yan took it nervously. Liuzhou's deputy colluded with the Bank of Wuyun to embezzle military funds. The embezzlement amount is 1,000 martial crystals. What do you see? Ming Jiaoshu asked. Ming Yan whispered, this deputy embezzled military funds. He deserves to be killed. Ming Jiaoshu shook his head. Did you notice the amount? Ming Yan nodded. 1,000 martial crystals. Is that a lot? Ming Jiaoshu asked. Not much, but embezzling military funds is a heinous crime. Ming Yan whispered back. Thank you for your support, brothers. Update at 3 p.m. Thank you. Seeing Ming Yan lower her head, Ming Jiaoshu said in a low voice, Lu province was originally one of the main continents that suppressed the rebellion of the Reverent Kingdom's 12 continents. This deputy had once spoken to the previous emperor and had a very good relationship with the previous crown prince, Ming Hao. Now that I have ascended to the throne, he was afraid that I would punish him later, so he purposely exposed his crime of embezzling military funds. He wasn't really asking for punishment, but rather wanted to give me something to use against him so that I could execute him at any time. There's nothing to worry about when it comes to someone who can be executed at any time. That's also why the amount isn't large. Otherwise, even I wouldn't be able to protect him if the amount was too large. Do you understand? Ming Yan suddenly looked up at Ming Zhaoshu, her eyes red. Father, I don't understand why you're forcing me to learn all this. I don't want to deal with government affairs, and I don't want to come into contact with these things. Why must you force me? Ming Zhaoshu clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwillingness. You're still young, and you have the ability to give birth to another son for him to succeed the throne. I don't want to participate in government affairs, so please let me go. I want to go to the Great Yu Empire, Ming Yan pleaded softly, her tears dripping onto the ground. She had had enough over the past few days, and she had experienced a level of pressure that she had never experienced before. The situation just now happened every day, and she really didn't know how to deal with it, nor did she want to know. Her thoughts were pure, and she only wanted to go to the Great Yu Empire to see that person. The past few days of suppression had made her miss that person very much, and she missed his embrace. Ming Zhaoshu didn't say anything, as no one could understand his unwillingness. If possible, he also wanted his daughter to live a carefree life. He also wanted to enjoy the fruits of his victory. He had endured for so many years, not even daring to have a son, just for this day, but now things had turned out this way. You can leave for now, Ming Zhaoshu said in a low voice. Ming Yan stood up, bowed to Ming Zhaoshu, and then left the study. Not long after, Tang Xi's voice rang out, Your Majesty, Envoy Xianxia from the Great Yu Empire requests an audience. Ming Zhaoshu's eyes lit up. Invite her in. In the guest hall of the Reverend King's residence, Xianxia saw Ming Zhaoshu and slowly bowed. Xianxia greets King Shenwu. Ming Zhaoshu smiled. Miss Xianxia, please have a seat. Xianxia took out Lu Yin's letter and handed it to Ming Zhaoshu, along with a cosmic ring. His Highness, please take a look. Ming Zhaoshu eagerly opened the letter. Xianxia kept looking at Ming Zhaoshu and felt that it was a little strange. This person gave her the feeling that he was very weak, which shouldn't be the case. It was rumored that Ming Zhaoshu was an innate genius who had comprehended a force field. As a cruiser, he had been able to contend against the hunter Ming Zhaotian. After patiently waiting for so many years, he had succeeded in one fell swoop, so he should be in high spirits. However, at this moment, Ming Zhaoshu gave off the feeling that he had aged. His Highness had repeatedly instructed him to observe Ming Zhaoshu. Could it be that there was something wrong with Ming Zhaoshu's body? Ming Zhaoshu put down the letter and glanced at his cosmic ring expectantly. He then looked at Xianxia and said, The royal regent has already listed what he wants to say in the letter. Miss Xianxia, I will have someone take you away to rest. If there's anything else, we can discuss it tomorrow. How about it? Xianxia nodded and stood up. If that's the case, I'll seek an audience with His Majesty tomorrow. Ming Zhaoshu impatiently asked Tang Xi to take Xianxia away. He then returned to his private room, took out the billowing star from his cosmic ring, and held it tightly. It really does have a mind of its own. It can actually escape. He then swallowed the billowing star. A normal billowing star had been able to completely heal Undying Yushan's injuries. Thus, from his perspective, a billowing star that had been upgraded to the point where it could avoid danger should have been able to cure Ming Zhaoshu's poison. However, it had still failed in the end. Ming Zhaoshu looked at himself in the mirror. After recovering his original appearance, he had not dared to look at his old face. Now, after absorbing the billowing star, although he looked younger, he was still old. Furthermore, he could feel that his life force was still flowing away. The billowing star could only replenish a portion of his life force, but it was not enough to detoxify him. Who had poisoned him? Why had such a tyrannical poison been used on him? Ming Zhaoshu roared in grief and indignation. He took out other natural treasures and swallowed them all. His appearance recovered slightly, but he could not stop his life force from flowing away. There was a loud boom as Ming Zhaoshu's rage shattered the ground, causing all of Shanghai City to shake. Tang Xi and the others were so frightened that they hurriedly rushed into the private room. I'm fine. I'm just cultivating, Ming Zhaoshu said in a low voice. Only then did Tang Xi and the others feel reassured and leave. Ming Xiaoshu was very intelligent, but it was precisely because of this intelligence that he could see many things clearly. For example, Lu Yin. He was certain that Lu Yin wanted to cure him, and as long as he existed, Ming Yan would be able to go to the Great Yu Empire with peace of mind. The Shenwu Empire was a stable corner of the Great Eastern Alliance. Under such circumstances, Lu Yin could not cure Ming Xiaoshu's poison. Even with Lu Yin's current status and ability in the Outerverse, he could not cure Ming Xiaoshu's poison. This meant that Ming Xiaoshu was done for unless the person who had poisoned him appeared. However, Ming Xiaoshu had no clue who the culprit was. He guessed that it might be the Neo-Human Alliance, and he even considered agreeing to any conditions as long as the Neo-Human Alliance was willing to cure him. However, no one from the Neo-Human Alliance had appeared yet. Through the outsiders, Ming Xiaoshu understood the goals of this organization and how vicious they were. He also understood the universe's attitude towards this organization. No matter which path he took, he would not have a good ending. Ming Xiaoshu stayed in the secret room for 2 whole days, and he did not even attend the meeting with Enya. On the 3rd day, he called Ming Yan over from his study. "You've always wanted to know why father forced you. Today, father will tell you." Ming Xiaoshu then returned to his original appearance. His aged white hair fell, and the person in front of Ming Yan was not the wise and mighty father that she remembered. Instead, he was a dying old man. Ming Yan's pupils shrank, and her face turned pale as she covered her mouth. She stared at the scene in front of her in disbelief. Ming Xiaoshu bitterly said, "Father has been poisoned. No one can cure this poison, and I don't have much time left. Now, do you know why father wants you to handle government affairs? It's because you want to inherit the Shenwu Empire." Ming Yan shook her head as tears streamed down her cheeks. She slowly walked over to Ming Xiaoshu's side. "Father, why did this happen? Who poisoned you?" Ming Xiaoshu closed his eyes. Success or failure is determined by the heavens. Life is not in the hands of others. Yan'er, father does not have much time left. The Shenwu Empire cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. You are the true successor. I don't want to inherit the empire. I want you to live well, father." Ming Yan shouted. Ming Xiaoshu sighed. "Silly child. No one wants to die if they can." Enya once again visited the Reverend King's residence to seek an audience with Ming Xiaoshu, but Tang Xi's answer disappointed her. "His Majesty is handling government affairs. Miss Enya, you can go back and rest while you wait for his summons." Enya frowned, and her tone turned cold. His Majesty seems to dislike the Great Yu Empire. Is he trying to break his promise? Tang Xi hurriedly replied, "Miss Enya, you're overthinking things. His Majesty's health is poor, and there are too many government affairs to handle. Even the princess is helping His Majesty in his study. He really doesn't have the time. Even Princess Ming Yan is there?" Enya was shocked. In the courtyard of the Reverend King's residence, Ming Yan supported Ming Xiaoshu as they walked around. Ming Xiaoshu shook his head. "Yan'er, father is fine. Let go." Ming Yan was sad. "I'm sorry, father. I've always disappointed you." Ming Xiaoshu looked at the 5 ceiling planets in the sky. The universe is vast and boundless. "Yan'er, do you want to go out?" Ming Yan shook her head. "I don't want to. I just want to accompany you." Ming Xiaoshu muttered, "You don't want to go out, but someone else wants to come in." Ming Yan's body trembled, and she looked up at the 5 ceiling planets with a complicated expression. People from the outside world have always coveted Shenwu continent. Even if we have the 5 ceiling planets, it doesn't mean that we're safe. Shenwu continent needs to unite in order to resist these foreign enemies, and the Shenwu Empire cannot fall into chaos. Internally, we need stability. Externally, we need support, and this support is the Great Yu Empire, which is Lu Yin. Lu Yin likes you, and you like him as well. I won't stop the two of you from being together, but you have to remember that you can't completely rely on others. If I'm here, I can support you, but if I'm not, you have to support yourself. Even if you want to marry Lu Yin, you can't marry him as a princess. You have to marry him as King Shenwu of the Shenwu Empire." Ming Yan looked at Ming Xiaoshu, her eyes filled with confusion about the future. "King Shenwu?" Ming Xiaoshu patted her head and said, "You have to inherit the empire. Don't think that you can have him just because he likes you. That's not realistic. The universe is too big, and his future is immeasurable. There will be many women by his side, and each of them will have their own background and abilities. If you're just a pretty face, you'll eventually be replaced, whether it's for yourself or for the empire. You have to inherit the position of King Shenwu. You have to inherit the throne." Ming Yan's gaze was complicated, and her thoughts were in chaos. "I can't give you much time. Before that, I'll do my best to help you resolve the problems, but you'll still have to rely on yourself for the future." "I can't accompany you," Ming Xiaoshu said in a low voice. Ming Yan's fingers clutched Ming Xiaoshu's sleeves, and she lowered her head as her body trembled. In the Great Yu Empire, the imperial court meeting had ended, and only Luing Zishan remained behind. "Your Highness, Darkstar Gorge's Duke Jadestone wishes to speak with you," Luing Zishan said respectfully. "Duke Jadestone? Is he the one who betrayed Darkstar Gorge and caused it to suffer such heavy losses? Even Puyu's parents died?" Luing asked. Luing Zishan replied, "That's him. The Empire wants to pull Adonis Weave into the Great Eastern Alliance, and Darkstar Gorge is Adonis Weave's strongest power. This person is the key to opening Darkstar Gorge." "What does he want to talk to me about?" Luing was curious. Luing Zishan replied, "He says that he has information that he wants to use in exchange for his freedom." "Freedom? He doesn't want to help us convince Darkstar Gorge?" Luing was dissatisfied. Luing Zishan did not answer. Anya had drawn up the Great Eastern Alliance's treaty and had used mafioso planet secrets to coerce the various powers into helping her. She had only been the one who had drawn up the treaty, and the ones who had actually carried it out were the 13 Imperial squadrons. For example, the 5th Imperial Squadron had been responsible for dealing with the six-fingered tribe in Lars Weave, while the 13th Imperial Squadron had been responsible for dealing with Adonis Weave. "Alright, let's talk," Luing said casually. Luing Zishan activated her gadget, and an old man with a weathered face appeared on the screen. When he saw Luing, fear flashed through his eyes, and he hurriedly bowed. "Darkstar Gorge's Duke Jadestone greets the Royal Regent. You're not from the Great Yu Empire, so there's no need for you to bow to me. It's only right that your Highness oppresses the Outerverse." Duke Jadestone was trying to curry favor with Luing, but his old face disgusted Luing. Lu Yin's lips curled upwards. "Should I? But I heard that you don't want to work with me." Duke Jadestone's face was pale as he hurriedly said, "Your Highness, you've misunderstood. It's not that I don't want to cooperate, but that I'm unable to. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Elder Wu died at your hands, and Darkstar Gorge has suffered heavy losses at your hands. Furthermore, Puyu and the others are firmly opposed to joining the Great Eastern Alliance. Darkstar Gorge will never agree to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Even if this old man agrees, it would be useless. So you don't want me to force you?" Duke Jadestone bowed and said respectfully, "It is this old man's honor to be able to serve your Highness, but this old man has no other choice. Please forgive me, Your Highness." "Tell me about it," Luing said casually as he sat in his chair. Duke Jadestar gulped and said carefully, "Your Highness, do you remember when we were pursued on Shida Planet? The pursuers came from Darkstar Gorge." Luing looked up at Duke Jadestone and narrowed his eyes. "At that time, Darkstar Gorge was already aware of how your Highness had killed the Enlighter, so the people chasing after you were already on guard." "Your Highness probably doesn't know who leaked the information," Duke Jadeite said. She carefully looked at Luing and then fearfully said, "The person who leaked the information came from the Tribanner Federation." Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. "Tribanner Federation?" "Yes, it's the Tribanner Federation. Darkstar Gorge has investigated this matter, and although this person is from the Tribanner Federation, the mastermind behind this is an expert from the Northline Flow Zone," Duke Jadeite said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as anger welled up in his heart. It really was Granny Chan. Aside from her, no one else knew about his methods. "How am I supposed to trust you?" Luing asked coldly. Duke Jadestone hurriedly said, "The person who leaked the information from the Tribanner Federation has already been captured. Your Highness, you can ask someone to personally interrogate him. This old man would definitely not dare to deceive your Highness." Luing waved a hand, and Luing Zishan turned off the screen and stood to the side. Luing sat down and pondered for a moment before asking, "Who's handling the Tri-Banner Federation?" 6th Imperial Squadron, Peach, Luing Zishan replied. "They've already made contact?" "Not yet. Flaxen Weave has been occupied by people from Northline Flow Zone, and Northline Flow Zone has an enlighter. Granny Xianxia told Peach not to act rashly for the time being, and she's only arranged for people to stay hidden." Luing nodded. "Tell Peach not to act rashly. I'll personally take care of Flaxen Weave's matters." "Yes, Your Highness." "How should we deal with this Duke Lulu?" Luing Zishan asked. "Don't worry about him, and don't come into contact with him in the future," Luing said. "Yes." After watching Luing Zishan leave, Luing walked out of the palace and looked up at the sky. Sure enough, there were no eternal friends in the universe. There were only eternal benefits, rotten systems, and so-called dignity. There had been no conflict between Northline Flow Zone and Northline Flow Zone, and they had even helped each other, but they had still been plotted against. Luing believed that Granny Chan had not plotted against him for the sake of the Great Yu Empire, but rather for the so-called dignity of an enlighter. These people would not allow a puny Lemiter to challenge an enlighter's dignity, and they would not allow a Lemiter to have the power to threaten them. Thus, they had not hesitated to act. It was no wonder why Granny Chan had refused to accompany him to Shida Planet. But this was also good, as there was no need for him to have any misgivings. Vast Earth Weave was located to the east of Dark Mist Weave and Grand Top Weave. In the eastern weaves, Vast Earth Weave could be considered the strongest since it had given birth to 2 enlighters. One was Elder Xue, who had been born on an ordinary planet and had never received any guidance from a famous teacher. However, his cultivation path had been exceptionally smooth, and he had managed to reach the enlighter realm. Some time ago, he had been summoned to Iron Blood Weave, and he was currently participating in the construction of Iron Blood Weave with Night Queen Chuyu and the others. The other was Vast Earth Weave's leader, Elder Mengqing of the Vast Earth Sect. With 2 enlighters, the Vast Earth Sect had once dominated the Eastern Weaves 1,000 years ago. Even Adonis Weave and Dark Mist Weave had been suppressed by the Vast Earth Sect. Unfortunately, ever since Mengqing had gone into seclusion, Vast Earth Weave had become much more low-key. Now, Elder Xue had been summoned to Iron Blood Weave, which meant that Vast Earth Weave did not have a single enlighter. This was the biggest headache for the Vast Earth Sect's sect master, Meng Tianlong. They were facing the pressure of the Great Yu Empire, or to put it bluntly, Luing. The Great Yu Empire had proposed the formation of the Great Eastern Alliance, and the Vast Earth Sect had been discussing it for many days, but there had been no conclusion. The Vast Earth Sect had also contacted Elder Xue, who was currently in Iron Blood Weave, but they had not received a reply. Now, the Vast Earth Sect was on the verge of falling apart because of this matter. "Qingyan, why are you so protective of the Great Yu Empire? Are you plotting something with them?" an elder shouted. Qingyan angrily rebuked, "Hua, I just don't want to be bullied by the Innerverse anymore. Who hasn't been bullied by the Astral River Arc before? Even a puny cultivator on the Arc dares to make things difficult for you and me. I don't want to experience that kind of humiliation again. The Innerverse and Outerverse have already been separated. Sooner or later, we'll be connected again. You've definitely been bribed by the Great Yu Empire. What proof do you have? If I've been bribed by the Great Yu Empire, then may the heavens strike me down." "Alright, stop arguing." Meng Tianlong frowned and looked at the elders in front of him. Lars Weave's 6-fingered tribe and Dark Mist Weave's Shenwu continent have both joined the Great Eastern Alliance. "Have you all seen the alliance agreement?" Qingyan loudly replied, "Sect Master, I've seen it before. The alliance agreement is beneficial to all the powers that have joined the alliance. The Great Yu Empire's royal regent, Luing, also wishes for the Outerverse to unite. This isn't just his idea, but also the Hall of Honors." When the Hall of Honor was mentioned, everyone fell silent. They could deny Luing, but they didn't dare to deny the Hall of Honor. It was the ruler of the human domain, an invisible behemoth that ruled over all living beings. The Hall of Honor had summoned even an enlighter like Elder Xue to Iron Blood Weave, which showed how influential the Hall of Honor was. Luing is Luing, and the Hall of Honor is the Hall of Honor. "Luing, since when can you represent the Hall of Honor?" A voice rang out, and everyone turned to look behind Elder Hua. Qingyan slammed the table. How dare you? Who allowed you to speak? How impudent. Elder Hua, that's one of your people. Elder Hua did not turn around, but the person standing behind him smirked and looked up. His appearance changed along with his hair, which had originally been short and black, becoming black and white. Everyone was shocked when they saw the black and white hair. The Day-Night clan? The person beamed at the crowd. Everyone, when has the Innerverse ever bullied you? I'm Yang Day-Night, and I'm from the Day-Night clan. Qingyan and the rest looked at Yang Day-Night in shock. The sudden arrival of a Day-Night clan member was unexpected, and it gave them a bad premonition. Meng Tianlong's face darkened as he stared at Elder Hua. Give me an explanation. Elder Hua did not speak, so Yang Day-Night continued, Sect Master, there's no need to blame Elder Hua. Someone wants to harm the Vast Earth sect, and Elder Hua just wants to eradicate the evil. My Day-Night clan is willing to help. He then spread out his hands. Everyone can take a look at your gadgets. There's something you're interested in. Everyone looked at their gadgets, puzzled. Qingyan looked over, and his expression changed. He leaped out, but Yang Day-Night had already expected this. He punched out, and black and white intersected. A terrifying tremor caused the Vast Earth sect to rumble. A strange fluctuation swept across the area, and Qingyan's eyes went slack as he fell to the ground. Yang Day-Night walked over to Qingyan's side and stepped on his body. He then looked at Meng Tianlong. Sect Master Meng, I won't trouble you with how to deal with this. Meng Tianlong's face was gloomy. Yang Day-Night had sent them a message about how Qingyan had killed his eldest son, Meng Guang. The information was exactly the same as what Lu Yin had received from Mafioso Planet. Qingyan's back was in intense pain, and his mind was in a mess. He had been severely injured by Yang Day-Night's punch. Everyone else was bewildered by this scene. Meng Tianlong walked over to Qingyan and squatted down, staring at him coldly. No wonder the entire sect couldn't find out about little Guang's death. You were the one who was covering up the truth. Qingyan's mouth was bleeding, and he looked at Meng Tianlong pleadingly. I didn't, Sect Master. I was framed. Yang Day-Night sneered. Since you were framed, why were you in such a hurry to escape? Why did you agree to work for the Great Yu Empire? Qingyan was furious, and he glared at Yang Day-Night viciously. Nonsense. I didn't contact the Great Yu Empire at all. We'll find out once we investigate. Elder Qing, you're still a hunter, and you should be able to oversee a region. There's no need to throw away your dignity before you die, Yang Day-Night said disdainfully. Meng Tianlong pressed a hand against Qingyan's back, and with a thump, Qingyan held in pain as all of his meridians were shattered. Take him away and lock him up. Elder Angio sighed, not because of Qingyan, but because of the exchange just now. Qingyan was an elder of the Vast Earth sect and had a power level of 150,000. Yang Day-Night's power level was similar to his, but he had still been defeated with a single punch. The difference between the two was too great, and this was the difference between the Innerverse and the Outerverse. Elder Angio looked at Yang Day-Night's arrogant expression, and he suddenly felt that an alliance between the Outerverse and the Great Yu Empire was not necessarily a bad thing. However, they definitely could not ally with the Great Yu Empire. The Great Yu Empire's ambitions were too great, or rather, Lu Yin's. Even an enlighter would not be able to stop him. Working with someone like that would easily lead to being eaten alive. Meng Tianlong's thoughts were complicated, and he said to Yang Day-Night, many thanks to the Day-Night clan for your assistance, but the sect has some important matters to attend to at the moment. Please forgive us for our lack of hospitality. Yang Day-Night did not care about the Vast Earth sect's attitude. He had already achieved his goal, so he left without looking back. As a Day-Night clan expert, he did not need to care about these Outerverse sections. Sect Master, I'm sorry. I brought someone in without the sect's permission. I'm willing to accept your punishment, Elder Angio said in a low voice. Meng Tianlong waved a hand. Let's not talk about this for now. Now that Qingyan is dead, the Great Yu Empire won't let this matter rest. What do you think? Elder Angio frowned. The Great Yu Empire doesn't care about Qingyan, he was just a messenger. Now that he's dead, they'll definitely send someone important to negotiate with us. At the very least, it'll be a hunter. Will Luin come? Meng Tianlong asked worriedly. He wasn't the only one worried, everyone, including Elder Angio, was worried. Luin was too overbearing, and he wouldn't leave easily once he showed up. The vast Earth sect might not be able to give him the results he wanted, and when the time came, blood would flow like rivers. I never thought that the child who entered the Astral Combat Academy at the same time as my son would be able to make my vast Earth sect helpless, Meng Tianlong sighed. Not long after, Meng Tianlong appeared alone at the foot of a barren mountain in the vast Earth sect. He bowed and said, Meng Tianlong requests an audience with the elder. There was no response. Meng Tianlong shouted again, but there was still no response. He sighed helplessly. The sect is in danger, and this junior requests the elder to help us survive this crisis. However, there was still no response, so Meng Tianlong helplessly left. This was where the vast Earth sect's elder, Meng Qing, had gone into seclusion. He had not appeared since 1,000 years ago, and Meng Tianlong had only tried to call out to him, but the results were disappointing. News of Qingyan's death quickly reached Lu Yin's ears, and he also learned the details. Qingyan wasn't the only person from the Great Yu Empire in the vast Earth sect, there were also others who had been bribed with money or other methods. He immediately tried to contact the Mist Child, but she couldn't be reached. It was only a few hours later that she sent a message. Your Highness, you were looking for me? The Mist Child appeared on the screen. She looked exhausted, and there was still a trace of killing intent in her eyes. It was obvious that she had just completed a mission. Who else knows about those secrets besides me? Luin asked directly. The Mist Child was puzzled. Why do you ask, Your Highness? Haven't you received the news? Qingyan is dead, and his secrets have been exposed, Luin said as he stared at her. The bespectacled Mist Child was shocked, and she hurriedly lowered her head to look at something. Her expression constantly changed, and she finally looked at Luin and apprehensively said, I'm sorry, Your Highness. Someone from Mafioso Planet betrayed us and took away those secrets in the form of a rubbing. To whom? Lu Yin's tone turned cold. The bespectacled Mist Child shook her head. I'm not sure. The traitor is a Hunter Realm assassin, and he's second only to the original Hunter Mist Child. I don't know much about this person. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Has Mafioso Planet made any contact with the Day-Night clan recently? The Mist Child replied, No, but I just received a mission. The one who issued it has a certain connection to the Day-Night clan. Luin retracted his gaze. If he hadn't guessed wrong, then she had been purposely transferred away so that the Hunter Realm assassin could steal her secrets. Of course, there was also another possibility, which was that this woman was trying to do business with both parties. She had sold the secrets to both Luin and the Day-Night clan. Your Highness, you're not doubting me, are you? The bespectacled Mist Child looked at Luin with an aggrieved expression. Luin did not reply and immediately cut off the call. He then contacted another person, Phantom Sting, who was a hunter from Mafioso Planet, Mist Child. On Mafioso Planet, who has access to the core secrets? Luin asked Phantom Sting on his screen. Phantom Sting answered in a low voice, a Mist Child is a symbol of status on Mafioso Planet. Even a Sentinel Mist Child has access to more information than an ordinary Explorer Realm assassin. No matter how strong an assassin is, they're still an assassin. Mist Children are an exception. I know that Mafioso Planet has a habit of recording the client's secrets on metal plates. Who has access to them? Luin asked again. Phantom Sting fell silent for a moment. Mist Children. Can a Hunter Realm assassin have access to them? Luin asked. Unless they avoid the Mist Children, they can't. Luin muttered to himself. The bespectacled Mist Child was the only Mist Child left on Mafioso Planet. The others had either been killed or transferred away, such as Top Mist. As an Enlighter Mist Child, he was one of the top powerhouses on Mafioso Planet, and he was currently an Iron Blood Weave. Without the Mist Children around, the hunters were the strongest, and they might be able to steal the secrets. After ending his conversation with Phantom Sting, the bespectacled Mist Child contacted him again. Luin did not pick up, which showed that he did not trust her. He was not angry, as the bespectacled Mistchild was not his subordinate. Even if she had sold the goods, it could not be considered a betrayal. He had only done so to show his attitude and pressure her, which would make things easier for him in the future. Right now, he wanted to contact Madame Mylan, as he wanted to know what the Day-Night clan was planning. "Student Liu, I've been waiting for you." Madame Mylan appeared on his screen and beamed at him. Luin smiled. "In that case, Madame should know what I'm trying to do." Madame Mylan nodded. "You should be looking for the Sun family." The Sun family? Luin was truly surprised, as he did not know where they had come from. "The Sun family contacted Elder Chiryu, and he asked us to cooperate with them to deal with you." "Why would the Sun family want to deal with me?" Luin was curious. Madame Mylan shook her head. "I'm not sure. The current leader of the Sun family in the Outerverse is an elder called Xianxia. He was left behind in the Outerverse because of the struggle for Pyrolite." "Right, Xianxia has a granddaughter called Sun Marin. You should have met her before." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "She died at the hands of a corpse king in Mingdu." "It has nothing to do with me." "But you were the one who initiated the attack on Mingdu, and you were also the one who forced Sun Marin, Night King Changfeng, and the others to gather. To the Day-Night clan, the death of any Night King is a huge matter. Night King Changfeng's death is directly related to you, and Sun Marin is also involved. Elder Chiryu asked us to cooperate with the Sun family to deal with you because of this." Luin was puzzled. "Madam, aren't you afraid that Elder Chiryu will find out that you're telling me this?" Madame Mylan smiled. "The Day-Night clan can't wait for us to do all the tyrannical things in the universe. So what if I tell you? I just want you to die with a clear understanding. This is what most people in the Day-Night clan think." "Student Liu, how do you plan to deal with this?" "Madam, you don't seem to have much enmity towards me." Madame Mylan smiled. "You should be clear about the internal relationships of the Day-Night clan, so why ask so many questions? However, I can't help you. Is the Sun family really targeting me just because of Sun Marin?" Luin asked. He did not believe it. The Sun family was able to occupy a flow zone in the Innerverse, even if it was just a small flow zone. The Sun family's boldness was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Furthermore, they were a semi-hidden family, so why would they target him just because of a junior? Lu Yin's battle record was something that even enlighters would not dare to provoke. "Student Liu, if you don't believe me, you can contact the Sun family yourself." "However, I'm not sure if you'll be able to contact them," Madame Mylan said before giving Luin a contact number. Luin bid farewell to Madame Mylan and ended the call. He then contacted the Sun family. The call was successfully connected, and an old man appeared on the screen. The moment he saw Luin, he immediately ended the call. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. It seemed that the Sun family was determined to become his enemy. Was it worth it for Sun Marin? Furthermore, Sun Marin had died at the hands of a corpse king, which seemed a little far-fetched to him. But if it wasn't for Sun Marin, then why would the Sun family oppose him? Even the Day-Night clan had endured for the time being, but the Sun family had jumped out and attacked without holding back. They definitely had something to back them up, but where did their confidence come from? Luin calculated the number of enemies that could threaten him. Night Queen Chiryu, Huahui, and Granny Chan were all three enlighters. The Sun family had already contacted Night Queen Chiryu and received the support of the Day-Night clan. Perhaps they might have contacted Huahui or Granny Chan as well. Given the style of a semi-hidden family, they definitely had full confidence in taking action. This was evident from the fact that they had immediately ended the call without saying a single word. How had he offended the Sun family to the point that they had to take action? Luin suddenly recalled his conflict with Sun Jiong in the Starfall Sea. That shouldn't have been the case, as it had only been a small conflict. Regardless of why the Sun family wanted to become his enemy, what he needed to do now was to limit his losses. Luin stopped all activities related to forming an alliance. As long as he did not expose those secrets, the Sun family would not take the initiative to do so. He needed to minimize his losses as much as possible. That night, news spread that a huge change had occurred in the Six-Fingered tribe in Lars Weave. Luke Xianxia's secret had been exposed, and the current leader of the six-fingered tribe, Bok Xianxia, was actually Luke Xianxia's son. Luke Xianxia had even assassinated the previous leader. This secret shook the entire Lars Weave, and the six-fingered tribe was furious. Everyone demanded an explanation from Luke Xianxia, and even Bok Xianxia's position as leader was questioned. A few hours after the news broke, Luke Xianxia committed suicide. He admitted that he had assassinated the previous leader, but he firmly denied that he had anything to do with Bok Xianxia. His death temporarily quelled the rumors. Along with this scandal, Luke Xianxia's deal with the Great Yu Empire was also exposed. This caused the six-fingered tribe to be filled with suspicion and resentment towards the Great Yu Empire. Many of the tribe members believed that Luke Xianxia had betrayed the Great Yu Empire, and he had even handed over the inheritance of the tribe's sacrificial grounds to Luin. This was something that the six-fingered tribe could not accept. Fortunately, Bok Xianxia had been in power for many years and had some prestige, so he was able to temporarily suppress this matter. Otherwise, not only would the alliance have collapsed, but it might have even caused a war. By the time Luin received the news, it was already too late, and he could not deal with it in time. Although he was furious, it was not visible on his face. The Sun family had given him a huge gift, and he would remember it. However, this was not the greatest gift that the Sun family had given Luin. The next day, Luin saw Elder Lohar's image appear on a screen in front of him, and he knew that the biggest problem had arrived. He had used the Hall of Honor's name to form the Great Eastern Alliance, and if no one revealed this to the public, Elder Lohar would not care too much about it. After all, forming the Great Eastern Alliance would benefit the Outerverse. However, if someone exposed this matter, then it would not be easy to deal with. The Hall of Honor's name was not something that could be casually used, and this was the Sun family's greatest weapon against Luin. "Greetings, Elder Lohar." Lu Yin's tone was respectful. Elder Lohar looked at Luin and sighed. "I've met countless youths, but of all of them, you're the most courageous. You made an enemy of the Day-Night clan, killed an Enlighter, contributed to Iron Blood Weave, and traveled among the various great powers. Any one of these things is enough to shake the Innerverse and Outerverse, and I admire you." "Thank you, Elder," Luin hurriedly replied. "Because of your contributions, I've even given you some pointers and felt sorry for you. However, admiration is one thing. There are some things you've done that have crossed the line." Elder Lohar's face sank. Luin fell silent and did not speak. The Hall of Honor is the supreme ruler of the human domain. Even if you haven't been to the Neoverse, you should understand the meaning of these 4 symbols. With your 6 honor points, it's understandable for you to occasionally borrow their name. However, using the Hall of Honor's name to establish the Great Eastern Alliance is a little presumptuous. It's understandable for youths to be a little impulsive, but there should be a bottom line. Elder Lohar's tone was stern as he stared at Luin. When he heard Elder Lohar's reprimand, Luin was not afraid. Instead, he relaxed a little, as being reprimanded meant that there was still room for negotiation. "Elder is right. This junior won't dare to do it again," Luin respectfully replied. Elder Lohar grunted. "Someone came to me and complained about you. Actually, this isn't a big deal, but since someone brought it up, you should be punished. The Hall of Honor dominates the human domain not only because of their strength, but also because of their fairness. Do you understand?" "This junior understands," Luin replied. "Using the Hall of Honor's name to establish the Great Eastern Alliance is a great crime. However, since you've made great contributions to Iron Blood Weave and the original intention of establishing the Great Eastern Alliance was to help the Outerverse resist the Astral Beast domain, the punishment will be light. 2 honor points will be deducted as a warning. Do you accept this?" Elder Lohar asked solemnly. Luin bowed. "This junior understands. Thank you for your light punishment, Elder." Luin could still accept the deduction of just 2 honor points, as he knew that this was indeed a light punishment. Anyone could tell that the Great Eastern Alliance was established to help the Outerverse resist foreign enemies, but it was also established for Lu Yin's own personal benefit. However, Elder Lohar had avoided this point and emphasized that Luin had established the Great Eastern Alliance for the sake of the Outerverse resistance against the Astral Beast domain. This matter ends here. However, there's another matter that you handled too carelessly. Elder Lohar's tone changed, and Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. Not good, there's still a backup plan. The Sun family has more than one complaint. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of something and his face paled. I've heard that there's a place in the dark mist. We've called Shenwu Continent, and the ruler of that place is colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance. You're the one who's handling this matter, right? Elder Lohar's tone was cold, and it was completely different from before. This time, the Neo-Human Alliance was involved. The Hall of Honor knew more about the three Dark Hands than anyone else. Because of this, whenever the three Dark Hands were involved, the problem would be more serious. The Sun family's greatest backup plan against Lu Yin was here. Lu Yin hurriedly said, Elder, the one who colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance was the Shenwu Empire's previous Shenwu Emperor, Ming Zhaotian. This junior has already eliminated Ming Zhaotian, and I've also eliminated the Neo-Human Alliance on Shenwu Continent. Eliminated? What arrogance! Elder Lohar barked. Any place where a Neo-Human Alliance Corps king that's stronger than an explorer appears must be completely eliminated. Planets and continents are no exception. What do you think the Neo-Human Alliance is? They represent darkness, an endless darkness. Even I don't dare to say that I can eliminate all of the Neo-Human Alliance's remnants in a place, let alone you. Elder, there were many experts from other powers who acted with this junior, including the Day-Night clan. Those people can testify that the Neo-Human Alliance has already disappeared from Shenwu Continent, Lu Yin said anxiously. Elder Lohar snorted. Lu Yin, I'll overlook your selfishness towards Shenwu Continent on account of your extreme innate gift and your contributions to Ironblood Weave. You handled this matter very carelessly, and Shenwu Continent must be completely wiped out. I will personally take action, and none of the living beings will be able to survive. This is the safest method. As for you, remember this lesson. In the future, any place where a Neo-Human Alliance Corps king that's stronger than an explorer appears must be completely wiped out. If there's a next time, I'll deduct all of your honor points. That's all. Elder Lohar was about to end the call. Lu Yin's face paled. Wipe out Shenwu Continent? That was an entire continent with hundreds of millions of humans. If they all died, not a single one would survive. Ming Yan would also die. No, absolutely not. Lu Yin suddenly looked up. Hold on, Elder. Elder Lohar stared at Lu Yin with a dignified gaze. You want to defy the Hall of Honor's orders? Lu Yin let out a long breath and smiled bitterly. Defying the Hall of Honor was the Sun family's plan. They knew that Lu Yin had a relationship with Ming Yan, and it was very likely that Lu Yin would prevent Elder Lohar from wiping out Shenwu Continent. Thus, they had exposed this matter one after another. The Sun family's people were very smart. But no matter how smart they would never have thought that Lu Yin would not dare to go against the Hall of Honor. Would he be punished for going against the Hall of Honor? Not necessarily. Elder, have you heard of the Daosor sect? Lu Yin slowly asked as he looked at Elder Lohar. When he heard the words Daosor sect, Elder Lohar's expression changed. Where did you hear that from? I didn't hear it. Lu Yin then took out his futon. My master gave this to me. When Elder Lohar saw the futon, he could not hide the shock in his eyes. A futon? You actually have a futon? Who's your master? Lu Yin put the futon away. Master told me not to reveal his name. Elder Lohar looked at Lu Yin in bewilderment, and his brows furrowed as he pondered. Lu Yin did not say anything, and he simply waited. Kid, do you still remember what I told you back in Ironblood Weave? Elder Lohar asked. Lu Yin nodded. Elder, you told me not to use any external forces. Not that. I once said that if the innerverse and outerverse were not separated, I could help you fight for a spot. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Elder, are you talking about a spot to enter the Daosor sect's ruins? Elder Lohar nodded. At present, only the 10 arbiters from the 5th mainland can enter the Daosor sect's ruins, and the requirement to use a futon to enter the Daosor sect's ruins is for youths with a skeletal age of less than 40 years. Some of the 10 arbiters are about to surpass the age limit, and Elder wants to help me fight for a spot. Elder Lohar was shocked. You know quite a bit. What else do you know? Have you already been to the Daosor sect? Have you come into contact with anyone? Luin looked at Elder Lohar. I've been there twice, and I've come into contact with people from the sixth mainland. I know about imprints, bloodlines, and the 3 progenitors. Elder Lohar sighed. It seems like you really do know everything. Elder, does the 10 Arbiters' great authority have anything to do with entering the Dausor Sex ruins? Luin asked. Elder Lohar looked at Luin with a meaningful gaze. What are you trying to say? Luin hurriedly bowed. I'm just curious. Elder Lohar thought about it for a long time before nodding. Kid, you're smart, really smart. However, there are some things that the Hall of Honor has a bottom line. Even if you have a way to enter the Dausor sect, you cannot cross this bottom line. The Neo-Human Alliance is the bottom line. Junior can guarantee that nothing will happen to Shenwu continent. You don't even know the extent of the disaster that the Neo-Human Alliance can bring to the human domain. Junior understands, and I hope that Elder can give me a chance to resolve this issue with Shenwu continent. If I can't, then it won't be too late for Elder to take action. Shenwu continent has been sealed off by the 5 sealing planets, and Senior should know that I have the ability to see through the dangers of sourceboxes. The 5 sealing planets used sourceboxes to seal off Shenwu continent, and this method is something that even multiple enlighters cannot break through. Even if there are remnants of the Neo-Human Alliance on Shenwu continent, they will not be able to break through the 5 sealing planets. Senior, please be at ease, Luin said respectfully. Elder Lohar frowned at Luin. Why are you so concerned about Shenwu continent? Luin did not answer, and he only bowed deeply. Elder Lohar sighed. Alright, I can give you a chance. For now, I won't touch Shenwu continent, but I will send someone to monitor it closely. If I discover that the situation is out of control, I will personally take action. At that time, don't blame me for being ruthless. Luin was delighted. Thank you, Elder. Elder Lohar grunted and sized Luin up. He then praised, Kid, what do you think of the 6th mainland's cultivators? Luin was about to say that their average power level was very high, but then he suddenly recalled what White Knight had said to Blood Looney in the cauldron. Junior encountered no less than 106th mainland's cultivators in the Dausor Sex ruins, and the weakest one was able to unleash an imprint, but his power level was comparable to an expert on the top 100 rankings. Their average power level far surpasses that of our 5th mainlands. However, their cultivation system is too rigid, and it's as if they want to become stronger for the sake of becoming stronger. It has nothing to do with cultivation, and the path of cultivation is filled with unknown variables. It's like fighting against the heavens. On the other hand, they have always walked the path of their predecessors and even borrowed their strength. They might become very strong in the future, but their path is becoming narrower and narrower, and there is less of a possibility. Well said. Elder Lohar was delighted, and he looked at Luin with an unprecedented admiration. I never thought that you would be able to see this point at such a young age. Not bad at all. I was worried that you would be attracted to the 6th mainland's cultivation system and suffer a setback, but since you can see it so clearly, I don't need to say more, haha. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Thank you for your praise, Elder. Kid, work hard on your cultivation. Your innate talent is top-notch, and you have foresight. You are intelligent, and you also have many opportunities. In the future, your achievements will definitely not be any lower than the 10 Arbiters. I have high hopes for you, Elder Lohar praised. Luin hurriedly agreed. Right, if you encounter the 10 Arbiters in the Dausor Sex ruins, ask about the situation in the Innerverse. Elder Lohar suddenly changed the topic, but then he muttered to himself, but you might not be able to meet them. Not to mention that they have already come into contact with their own inheritances, they might not even have the time to enter the Dausor sect. Sigh. Luin did not mention that the Dausor Sex ruins had already become a battlefield, as he was worried that Elder Lohar would force him to participate and become cannon fodder for the 10 Arbiters. Thank you. The Mountain Breeze thank you all for your support. Third update, thank you. Little brat, does your master really not want to reveal his name? Elder Lohar asked. Luin was put in a difficult position. Master did not tell me his name, so even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to. Elder Lohar fell into deep thought. There were only 10 futons in the fifth mainland, and now that there was an additional one, where had he come from? The sixth mainland had many futons, but the people of the fifth mainland would not go to the sixth mainland to steal them. Could his master have come from the sixth mainland? That was impossible, as no one from the sixth mainland would accept someone from the fifth mainland as a disciple. Or was this Luin from the sixth mainland? Elder Lohar quickly shook his head and rejected this idea, as there was no need for the sixth mainland to arrange for such a talented youth to come here. Furthermore, if he really was from the sixth mainland, then he would not have revealed his futon. Could the fifth mainland have other futons? After a while, Elder Lohar spoke to Luin. Little brat, you used the Hall of Honor's name to establish the Great Eastern Alliance, and I represent the Hall of Honor in deducting 2 honor points from you. However, since you have entered the Daosor sect's ruins with your futon, this is a great merit, and you have the possibility of obtaining the ancient Daosor sect's inheritance. I represent the Hall of Honor in awarding you 7 honor points. From now on, your total number of honor points has increased to 11. Lu Yin's heart trembled, as entering the Daosor sect was more important than he had imagined. It had actually increased his honor points to 11, which was another level. With 11 honor points, his death would be investigated by the Hall of Honor, and if he died due to revenge, the Hall of Honor would seek revenge. Having 11 honor points was equivalent to having a golden ticket to avoid death. In the human domain, which was controlled by the Hall of Honor, as long as he revealed 11 honor points, even the Day-Night clan would not dare to kill him. This was an absolute privilege. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. Thank you, Elder. Elder Lohar grunted in acknowledgement. Little brat, be careful in the Daosor sect's ruins. Do not reveal your identity, and before you reach the strength of the 10 arbiters, do not come into too much conflict with the sixth mainland's cultivators. Although their cultivation system is rigid, the increase in strength from their imprints is considerable. For now, focus on preserving your life. Yes, Elder, Lu Yin answered. Very quickly, Elder Lohar's image disappeared, and Lu Yin could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. The Sun family had wanted to use the incident at Shenwu continent to cause Lu Yin to offend the Hall of Honor, but the Sun family had never dreamed that Lu Yin would be able to make a comeback. The reason why the 10 arbiters had been able to retain their authority was because they could enter the ruins of the Daosor sect and obtain the inheritance of the ancient Daosor sect for the people of the fifth mainland. Their status had been bestowed upon them by the Hall of Honor, and now, Lu Yin's status was no less than that of the 10 arbiters. It could even be said that Lu Yin was the only 10 arbiters in the Outerverse. There were gains and losses in exposing his futon. From now on, his status would be completely different, but at the same time, he would have to bear a heavy burden that no one could imagine. The Hall of Honor was not a charity organization. The privileges they gave him now would definitely be returned in the future. Fortunately, the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated. Although the Hall of Honor's influence had decreased, the pressure that Lu Yin had placed on him had also decreased. Now, he could freely enjoy the privileges that the Hall of Honor had bestowed upon him, and he could openly use the Hall of Honor to establish the Great Eastern Alliance. Men! Lu Yin shouted. Kaze entered. Your Highness. Inform everyone that there will be a court meeting tomorrow, Lu Yin said. Yes, Your Highness. At the same time, Elder Lohar ended his call with Lu Yin and immediately tore through the void to head towards Ironblood Fort, which was being rebuilt. Ironblood Fort was the fort closest to the Primal Zone, and it was also the most important fort in Ironblood Weave. The reason why Elder Lohar had left Night Queen Xianxia, Huahui, and the others behind was to ensure that Ironblood Fort could be rebuilt without being disturbed by the Primal Zone. Now, Night Queen Xianxia was helping to rebuild the fort. Elder Lohar's sudden appearance at Ironblood Fort startled Wang Wen. Why is that old man here? Could it be that the Primal Zone is attacking? Huahui, Granny Chan, and a few other enlighters simultaneously bowed to Elder Lohar, including Night Queen Xianxia. Night Queen Xianxia, follow me, Elder Lohar said before stepping into the void and vanishing. Night Queen Xianxia hurriedly followed. In outer space, in the distance, Ironblood Fort was being rebuilt. Countless spacecraft were transporting resources, and planet after planet was being dragged over by powerhouses. It was a spectacular sight. Night Queen Xianxia faced Elder Lohar and respectfully said, Elder, you were looking for me? Elder Lohar looked at Night Queen Xiuyu and sternly said, "Don't try to deal with Luyin again." Night Queen Xiuyu was shocked. "What do you mean, Elder?" "Literally, you're not allowed to deal with Luyin," Elder Lohar replied sternly. Night Queen Xiuyu frowned. Although she respected the Hall of Honor, that did not mean that she was afraid of them. The Day-Night clan had never been afraid of anyone. "Elder, Luyin is our Day-Night clan's enemy. Are you going to side with him?" Elder Lohar solemnly replied, "It's not me, but the entire Hall of Honor forbids you from dealing with Luyin. He already has 11 honor points, and you should know what that means." Night Queen Xiuyu was stunned and could not believe her ears. 11? That's impossible. If you want to increase your honor points to 11, you need to obtain the approval of one of the judges from the Interstellar Arbitration Institute. Now that the Innerverse and Outerverse have been separated, how can he increase his honor points to 11? There are some special circumstances that don't require the approval of a judge to increase his honor points to 11. Right now, all you need to know is that he has 11 honor points. There's no need to ask about anything else. Elder Lohar's tone was gloomy as he continued, "Also, warn the Sun family to stop playing any tricks. If they dare to make a move against Luyin, then don't blame the Hall of Honor for not showing mercy." He then left. Even after Elder Lohar had completely disappeared for a long time, Night Queen Xiuyu still could not believe what she had just heard. She was very clear on what 11 honor points meant, and even enlighters like her did not have 11 honor points. How had that brat obtained them? What had he done? Inheritance was the most important thing in a civilization. The Daosor sect originated from ancient times, and it had the Fifth Mainland's greatest inheritance. To the Fifth Mainland, the Daosor sect was more important than anything else. Anyone who could come into contact with the Daosor sect would be the Fifth Mainland's favorite. This was the case for the 10 Arbiters, which was why they had been able to pass down their authority to the younger generation. Luyin was the same, and his position in the Hall of Honor's heart had already surpassed that of the Enlighters and even Elder Lohar himself. What? 11 honor points? In a courtyard filled with birds chirping and flowers blooming, Xianxia stared at the screen in front of him in astonishment. Night Queen Xiuyu was on the screen. That's right. Elder Lohar raised his honor points to 11, Night Queen Xiuyu coldly replied. Why? Xianxia could not understand. Night Queen Xiuyu frowned. I want to know as well. Alright, let's set aside what we've already decided on. That's all. With that, she decisively ended the call. Xianxia punched the ground and shattered the courtyard. His eyes were filled with deep confusion and bewilderment. How had Luyin obtained 11 honor points? He had clearly planned everything out, including disrupting the Great Eastern Alliance's plans and using Shenwu continent as bait to cause a rift between Luyin and Elder Lohar. Then, it would be the best time for them to make their move. How had Luyin done it? Xianxia racked his brains, but he could not think of anyone who could skip the presiding judge's approval and directly obtain 11 honor points. Even Elder Lohar himself might not have 11 honor points, so how had Luyin done it? Could he be the presiding judge's son? Uncle, what's wrong? A group of people rushed into the courtyard and hurriedly asked when they saw the ruined courtyard. Xianxia gloomily replied, announce some unimportant secrets. Uncle, haven't we already contacted Elder Lohar to punish Luyin? Why do we have to announce these secrets? Just do as I say. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Yes, Uncle. The Great Yu Empire's court assembly was considered rather amateurish to most people. There were cabinet meetings every day, but even a court assembly once a month was considered a lot. Luyin felt a little awkward when faced with the expectant gazes of all the ministers. This was because Garop had been the first to suggest that Luyin attend court every day. It's impossible for me to attend court every day, but I'll try my best to attend as many as possible. Garop sighed. Your Highness, the outside world has many criticisms against our Great Yu Empire, and the court assembly is the most serious. How can the ruler of an empire not attend court? Luyin waved a hand. Alright, let's talk about this later. The main topic of today's court assembly is the Great Eastern Alliance. He scanned the ministers and then solemnly said, the Great Eastern Alliance is an alliance of interests led by my Great Yu Empire. Its purpose is to share resources and fight against foreign enemies together. Regardless of whether it's the economy, politics, the people's livelihood, technology, or minerals, the benefits of an alliance in the Eastern Weaves far exceed that of an independent weave. Today, I officially announce that the Great Eastern Alliance has been officially established under the call of the Hall of Honor. Many of the ministers were shocked during the court assembly, and Xianxia was the first to speak. Your Highness, are you saying that the Hall of Honor supports the Great Eastern Alliance? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Of course. I just sent a letter to an elder of the Hall of Honor. The Great Eastern Alliance is working together to fight against foreign enemies. Why wouldn't they support it? Garop and the others looked at each other in confusion. Although they had not interfered with the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance, they still knew some inside information. The Great Eastern Alliance had only occasionally borrowed the name of the Hall of Honor, and it was more like a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Now, it was actually being openly announced. Xianxia officially notified the various countries and powers in the surrounding weaves that, under the guidance of the Hall of Honor, the Great Yu Empire has established the Great Eastern Alliance with the purpose of fighting against the Astral Beast domain and helping the human domain. Have them join as soon as possible so that we can share our resources, Lu Yin announced loudly. Xianxia hurriedly acknowledged. During this court assembly, many of the ministers were in a state of confusion. Garop, Gavin, and Xianxia stayed behind to inquire about the Hall of Honor, but Lu Yin sent them away with only one sentence. From today onwards, I can represent the Hall of Honor. If the innerverse and outerverse had not been separated, then Lu Yin would not have dared to do so. However, things were different now. Elder Lohar's attitude towards him had made him fully aware of his own value, and his 11 honor points were proof that the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance was far from reaching the level where it would cross the Hall of Honor's bottom line. As long as he did not collude with the foreign domain or the Three Dark Hands, then he could represent the Hall of Honor. After the court meeting ended, Phantom Thorn appeared in King Zishan's palace and handed over his first results since he trained the 2nd Imperial Squadron. The Sun family spread a total of 21 secrets, Phantom Thorn said in a low voice. Lu Yin calmly looked at the screen. Leave. Find out where the Sun family is. Understood. Phantom Spike left. 21 secrets seemed like a lot, but they weren't actually that important. They wouldn't affect the formation of the Great Eastern Alliance, and they were far from enough to expose Qingyan's secret. This proved that the Sun family didn't dare to go too far with him. However, they still spread these secrets. There was only one possibility, and that was that they wanted to use this method to threaten him in order to achieve some kind of goal. Lu Yin didn't think too much about it and tapped on the contact number that Madame Mylan had given him. The old man from the Sun family had hung up without hesitation the first time he had contacted Lu Yin. This time, the old man's image appeared on the screen again, but he didn't hang up. Instead, he just looked at Lu Yin calmly. So you're Sun Xianxia, Lu Yin said bluntly. On the screen, Sun Xianxia nodded and slowly said, That's right, I'm Sun Xianxia. Long time no see, Lu Yin. You've seen me before? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Sun Xianxia smiled faintly. I was also there during the battle on planet Pyrolite, but I didn't stand out. I've made a fool of myself in front of King Lu. I don't like to waste my breath. Tell me what you want, Lu Yin said coldly. Sun Xianxia's eyes flickered. Your Highness is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. In the Sea King's Dome, a junior from my family once wanted to buy a gun, but it was snatched away by your Highness. Is that true? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He had originally thought that the Sun family's actions against him were related to Sun Marin. After all, Sun Marin was the only person who had a grudge with the Sun family. However, why had the Sun family mentioned that gun? Could it be related to the killing of the Enlighter? That wasn't right. He remembered that after the gun shattered, a piece of paper fell out. There were words on it that he didn't recognize. Monkey had translated it, and it was a person's name. That's right. It's just an ordinary spear. Did the Sun family target me because of that spear? Lu Yin asked. As long as your Highness hands over that spear, my Sun family guarantees that we won't reveal the rest of the secret, nor will we cause trouble for your Highness, Sun Xianxia said. Lu Yin sneered. Xianxia, I think that you've misunderstood. Everyone knows that I used a gun to kill enlighters. You can't be thinking that it's that gun, right? Of course not. That gun only has the power level of a cruiser at most, so how could it possibly deal with an enlighter? Our Sun family isn't that stupid. Besides, many people in Ironblood we've saw that your gun had already shattered, Xianxia said. Is a gun that's at most comparable to a cruiser's worth of power enough for your Sun family to deal with me by hook or by crook? You've even asked Elder Lohar to help you? Lu Yin's tone was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. There are some things that cannot be measured by price. One of my Sun family's ancestors perished in the astral wilderness, and that gun is the only thing he left behind. To the Sun family, that gun is a sacred relic, so I hope that you can understand. I can guarantee that as long as you return the gun, the Sun family will not cause you any more trouble. In fact, we can even send some resources to the Great Yu Empire as compensation, Xianxia said. Lu Yin thought about it for a moment. Alright, it's just a gun. I was originally planning to give it to a junior as a gift, but since your Sun family wants it so badly, then there's no harm in giving it to you. Remember what you said, and send resources to the Great Yu Empire. Xianxia was delighted. Of course. Rest assured, Your Highness. Time and place. Your Highness, you only need to send someone to deliver the gun to Shenwu Continent Space Station, and someone from the Sun family will take care of it. There's something I need to remind you, Your Highness. Our Sun family's engineering techniques are extremely profound, so please don't send anyone to follow us. Otherwise, if anything happens, it won't look good for either of us. Lu Yin ended the call. Someone, make me a gun using polarium essence as quickly as possible. That gun had already shattered, and there was no way for him to repair it. He could only forge a new one. The Sun family did not want the gun, but rather the item inside it. He took out the piece of paper and looked at the words that he did not recognize. Monkey, take a look and translate a few more. Seventh bro, there are only 2 people I can translate. I already told you that one is Wen Zhaoqing, and the other is Tsang Yi. I don't recognize the rest, the monkey said helplessly. He realized that he had not fought in a long time and he had even become a civilian. Lu Yin made a copy of the words and then sent the paper to the 12th Imperial Squadron's Technology Department. At that moment, Banjiu was making a gun for him. The gun's technological content was very low, and the value of the gun itself was not even as high as polarium essence. Banjiu found it strange that Lu Yin would use such precious polarium essence to make a gun, but he did not ask any questions. Stuff this paper into the gun, Lu Yin said. Alright. How long will it take? It's just a gun. Half an hour. If it wasn't made of polarium essence, then I could make hundreds of thousands of them in a few minutes, Banjiu said. Half an hour later, Lu Yin held a brand new gun and tested its power. Even though it was made of polarium essence and the bullets were also made of polarium essence, the gun's destructive power was still not at the level of an explorer's, let alone a cruiser's. However, Lu Yin did not expect the gun to reach the level of a cruiser. With polarium essence's endurance, he could use his dye's enhance to increase the gun's destructive power to the level of a cruiser's. It was not possible to make a gun that powerful, so even if it was a fake, the Sun family should not be able to tell. But even if they did, what they wanted was that paper. Besides, Lu Yin did not plan on letting the Sun family off. This time, he would personally find Xianxia and exterminate the entire Sun family. No matter how powerful the Sun family's mechanical techniques were, they could not conceal the rune lines. Now that he thought about it, rune lines could be seen on the 5th mainland, but not in the Daosor sect's ruins. Lu Yin was very curious about the nature of these rune lines. A few days later, Lu Yin rolled his die again. His luck was pretty good, and he rolled enhance for the 3rd time. He spent some star essence to increase the gun's destructive power to that of a cruiser's. He then had Hua Qingshan take the gun to Shenwu Continent while he followed behind. There were Day-Night Clan members in Shenwu Continent Space Station, and the Day-Night Clan had a good relationship with the Sun family. At this moment, a junior from the Sun family was chatting with Madame Mylin with a smile on his face. It was obvious that the atmosphere was very good. Madam, someone from the Great Yu Empire has arrived, a Day-Night clan member reported. Madam Mylan looked across, and the Sun family member's expression changed as a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Anyone who had heard of Lu Yin's reputation would be afraid, as he was someone who had even killed a few enlighters. The Sun family was now standing against Lu Yin, so it would be strange if they were not afraid. Who is it? The Sun family member hurriedly asked. The Day-Night clan member replied, the captain of the 5th Imperial Squadron, Xianxia. When they heard that it was not Lu Yin, the Sun family member relaxed. Lead the way. He then turned to Madame Mylan and said, thank you for your hospitality over the past 2 days. I will take care of some matters and will leave shortly. Please do as you wish. Madame Mylan smiled as she watched the Sun family member leave. Within the space station, the Sun family member met with Xianxia. Xianxia did not speak to him and simply tossed the gun over. The Sun family member caught it. Uncle asked me to pass on a message. Thank you, King Lu. His Highness asked you not to forget your promise, Xianxia said. The Sun family member smiled and tossed a cosmic ring to Xianxia. Take the resources inside as a token of our apology to the Great Yu Empire. Xianxia put it away. The Sun family member did not linger and immediately left. Xianxia calmly watched as the Sun family disappeared. Madame Mylan walked out from behind him and asked curiously, aren't you going to chase after them? Why should I? Xianxia's tone was indifferent. He glanced at Madame Mylan but did not leave. Madame Mylan's lips curled upwards. Based on her understanding of Lu Yin, the Sun family would not have a good ending. On the other side, the Sun family member left as quickly as he could, occasionally glancing behind him. Sun Xianxia's guess was that Lu Yin would not let them go, but there was indeed no one chasing after them. Regardless, they still needed to disguise themselves. The Sun family member leaped off the spacecraft and allowed it to fly towards its designated destination. He then hit on a meteorite and slowly headed in a certain direction. After hiding for 2 days, the Sun family member finally arrived at a very ordinary planet in the dark mist weave. I'm back, uncle. The man arrived at a manor near the sea and saw Sun Xianxia. Sun Xianxia hurriedly asked, did you do as I said? Don't worry, uncle. I did as you said, and I made sure that no one was following us. Sun Xianxia nodded and took the gun. After taking a closer look, his expression changed. No, it's fake. The man was shocked. Fake? How can that be? Every hit from this gun is comparable to a cruiser's. Sun Xianxia's gaze turned vicious. Although I don't know where Lu Yin found this fake gun, it's not what we want. He then exerted some force, causing the gun to slowly crack and finally shatter. A piece of paper fell out, and Sun Xianxia's expression changed. He opened the paper and looked at it before lowering his head in thought. The man looked at the paper that had fallen out of the gun with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, Sun Xianxia's gadget beeped. He opened it and his expression changed. Lu Yin is here. The man was shocked. At that moment, there was a loud explosion in the sky, and Lu Yin appeared in his universal armor. No matter how the Sun family members tried to disguise themselves, they could not hide their rune lines unless they disappeared from Lu Yin's sight. Lu Yin looked down at Sun Xianxia, who was glaring at him. When he saw the paper in the man's hand, he said coldly, I didn't expect you to be so close. Lu Yin, you went back on your word, the man from the Sun family shouted, unable to hide the fear in his eyes. Sun Xianxia took a step forward and stared at Lu Yin. You used a fake to fool me. Lu Yin, hand over the real thing, or I can guarantee that this matter will be much more troublesome than you can imagine. Your Great Yu Empire might even be destroyed because of this. You still dare to threaten me at this point? Forget about the Sun family, even if the Day-Night clan joined forces, it wouldn't matter. The innerverse and outerverse have already been separated. You should think about how to survive first. Lu Yin raised a hand and pressed down. Sun Xianxia looked up, his face pale. Lu Yin, I'll say it one last time. Hand over the real thing, or everyone related to you will die. Even if you have the power to resist an enlighter, it will be useless. There was a boom, and the seaside manor disappeared. The blind monk rushed over with his shovel and viciously swung it at Sun Xianxia. Sun Xianxia raised his hand and slapped out. He was a peak hunter, but the blind monk had yet to reach that level. He was suppressed by Sun Xianxia's star energy and forced back 1,000 meters. At that moment, a cold, flickering white light streaked past, leaving behind a trail of blood. Sun Xianxia retreated and gritted his teeth as he stared in front of him, where Phantom Sting had appeared. 2 hunters had attacked. Sun Xianxia was the only hunter in the Sun family, and the rest were only cruisers. Luyin, are you really not going to hand it over? Sun Xianxia roared. Luyin frowned. Something was wrong. That piece of paper was more important than he had imagined. Sun Xianxia had not been thinking about running away in the face of danger, but rather threatening Luyin. This was very strange, and Luyin had a feeling that Sun Xianxia was not bragging. The gun is fake, but the thing inside is real. Sun Xianxia continuously dodged the blind monk and Phantom Sting's attacks, and his body was covered in wounds. When he heard Lu Yin's words, he gripped the paper tightly and his face turned cold. You must hand over the real gun. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. You really think I can't kill you? He then charged forward. Sun Xianxia roared, You're courting death, Lu Yin. Don't blame me for this. Sun Xianxia then pulled something out of his cosmic ring, causing the surrounding star energy to solidify and transform into chains that pushed back the blind monk, Phantom Thorn, and Lu Yin. The next moment, Sun Xianxia vanished. Lu Yin immediately looked around, and his heart sank. He could not find Sun Xianxia's rune lines. He had escaped. Capture everyone from the Sun family. Lu Yin barked. Not long after, everyone from the Sun family on the planet was captured. There were more than 70 people in total, 3 cruisers, 15 explorers, and the rest were all Lemeters. Lu Yin asked them about Sun Xianxia's whereabouts, but none of them knew anything. He had no choice but to bring them all back to the Great Yu Empire for interrogation. This matter was a little strange, and it might cause trouble in the future, but Lu Yin did not care too much. The Sun family could not compare to the Day-Night clan, and since the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, Sun Xianxia would at most be able to find an enlighter to help. Even if he found a powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000, Lu Yin still had Elder Lohar and Mr. Mu. Lu Yin's whereabouts, Sun Xianxia's whereabouts. Lu Yin contacted the bespectacled Mist Child and had Mafioso Planet search for Sun Xianxia's whereabouts. After dealing with the Sun family, Lu Yin did not immediately return to the Great Yu Empire. Instead, he went to Shenwu Continent Space Station. Enya had sent the improved herbs to Ming Jiaoshu, but there had been no reply. He wanted to see it for himself. At Shenwu Continent Space Station, Madame Mylan met with Lu Yin. If I'm not wrong, the Sun family is finished. Lu Yin smiled. I still have to thank you for telling me about the Sun family. You don't have to be so polite, Student Lu. Elder Qiuyu has already sent word that the Day-Night clan will not be your enemy. We hope that you won't make things difficult for us, Madame Mylan said with a smile. Lu Yin laughed. Who in the entire universe would dare to make things difficult for the Day-Night clan? But there's something that I need your help with. Please speak, Madame Mylan said. Sun Xianxia escaped. I want to ask Madame to help me find out where he is, Lu Yin said. Madame Mylan smiled and nodded. Alright, I'll mobilize the Day-Night clan's resources in the Outerverse to help Student Lu investigate. However, what benefits will I get? What do you want? Lu Yin asked. Madame Mylan thought about it. Nothing at the moment, but if I can help you find Sun Xianxia's whereabouts, then I'll think about it. Lu Yin smiled and nodded. He then entered Shenwu Continent with Hu Qingshan's help. Shenwu Empire, Shanghai City, Reverend King's study. Ming Jiaoshu looked into a mirror and touched his forehead before casually tossing the mirror away. He had aged once again. The natural treasures that had replenished his life force had allowed him to last a year, but now it seemed that he would only last half a year at most. In other words, he would die in half a year. Ming Jiaoshu clenched his fists, but then relaxed them. He had already accepted his fate. Father, I'm here, Ming Yan's voice rang out from outside the study. Ming Jiaoshu said in a low voice, come in. Half a day later, Ming Yan walked out of the study, looking exhausted. Ever since she had found out that Ming Jiaoshu did not have much time left, She had been working hard to deal with government affairs so as not to disappoint him. As for the torment and pain in her heart, she could only silently endure it. She could only return to her room and cry once in a while to relieve her pain. It was during these times that she missed Luin even more. She really wanted to find someone to rely on. "Princess, please have your meal." A maid brought in the food and placed it on the table in the room. Ming Yan waved a hand to dismiss her. She was not in the mood to eat, and she stared blankly at the sky through the window. Her gaze then landed on a memorial on the dressing table. She really hated such things, but she had no choice but to deal with them. She picked up the memorial and opened it. Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of her and took the memorial away. "Eat first." Ming Yan's body trembled, and she looked to the side where a familiar figure had appeared. Luin put down the memorial and placed his hand on Ming Yan's cheek. He gently said, "It hasn't been that long, but you've lost so much weight." Ming Yan's eyes were red as she stared blankly at Luin. Clear tears streamed down her face as she threw herself into his embrace and sobbed softly. It was as if she was venting all of the grievances, helplessness, and despair that she had felt during this period. Luin hugged Ming Yan's soft body and did not say anything. He just held her like that. Soon, Ming Yan fell asleep. She slept very peacefully. Luin placed her on the bed and kissed her forehead. He then walked out of the room and went directly to Ming Xiaoshu's study. When Tang Xi saw Luin, he immediately bowed. Luin pushed open the door and walked in. Ming Xiaoshu stared at him. "I guessed that you would come." Luin closed the door and saw that there was a chair beside the desk. "It seems like those medicinal herbs were useless." Ming Xiaoshu smiled bitterly, as if he was mocking himself. After so many years of painstaking effort, he didn't even dare to have a son. Once he gained power, he forced my brother and the crown prince to their deaths. But in the end, the Shenwu Empire doesn't even have a successor. Little 7, don't you think it's funny? Ha 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 ha. Luin calmly looked at Ming Xiaoshu. Ming Xiaotian's heirs are all dead? Ming Xiaoshu closed his eyes and fell silent. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This person was ruthless enough to slaughter all of the heirs of the Shenwu Empire. Ming Xiaoshu had wanted to give birth to a son, but his life had been cut short. This could be considered retribution. "Yan'er is not suitable to inherit the Shenwu Empire," Luin said. Ming Xiaoshu opened his eyes. "So what? She's the only successor of the Shenwu Empire. Aside from her, there's no one else. She must inherit the empire. I don't care about a mere Shenwu Empire. I hope that she can choose the life that she wants and not be destroyed by some so-called empire. Wendy Yushan handed the Great Yu Empire to me, so why can't you hand the Shenwu Empire to someone else?" Luin sternly retorted, as Ming Yan's current state made his heart ache. Ming Xiaoshu stood up. "This is the Shenwu continent, not the universe. Even though the universe's culture has impacted us recently, it's impossible for people to change their minds too quickly. The Shenwu Empire must be inherited by someone from the Ming family, or the world will fall into chaos." "That's just your selfish excuse," Luin said coldly. "No matter what, Yan'er is my daughter and the only successor of the Shenwu Empire. She must bear this heavy responsibility," Ming Xiaoshu said firmly. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he met Ming Xiaoshu's gaze. "Handing the Shenwu Empire to me is the same," Luin said. Ming Xiaoshu's finger twitched. "You want to steal the Shenwu Empire?" "Yes, and so what?" Lu Yin's tone was frosty. Ming Xiaoshu laughed in a carefree manner. "If you had done this before establishing the Great Eastern Alliance, then you could have done this. Even if the Shenwu continent fell into chaos, it would have nothing to do with you, and you wouldn't care. Unfortunately, the Shenwu Empire has already joined the Great Eastern Alliance. If you steal the Shenwu Empire now, who would dare to join the Great Eastern Alliance?" "Little 7, you're overthinking things." "For Yan'er's sake, I can adjust my strategy," Luin said indifferently. Ming Xiaoshu shook his head, not angered by Lu Yin's words. Instead, he felt a trace of gratitude. "I understand your feelings for Yan'er, and I'm very gratified that you're willing to give up the Great Eastern Alliance for her. However, inheriting the Shenwu Empire is her mission. If you steal the Shenwu Empire and cause the continent to fall into chaos, will she forgive you?" Given her kindness, do you think that she'll agree? Luin was helpless, as he could not answer. Little 7, it's up to man to plan, but it's up to the heavens to succeed. Many people say that man can conquer the heavens, but that's just another choice given by the heavens. The heavens like to joke around, and we can't do anything about it. I've obtained everything, but now I'm facing death. You can steal everything, but you can't steal my heart. The more you steal, the more likely Yan will be disappointed in you, and even herself. Luin looked at Ming Zhaoshu. How much longer can you live? A trace of pain flashed through Ming Zhaoshu's eyes. Half a year at most. Lu Yin's emotions were complicated, as he truly did not want Ming Yan to take on this so-called responsibility. He only wanted her to live happily and carefreely, and that was enough for him. However, everyone had different thoughts. Ming Zhaoshu had lived for a long time, and he could see further into the future. The best choice was for Ming Yan to marry Lu Yin as the Shenwu Empress. Otherwise, she would be nothing more than a vase that would eventually be abandoned. When two people were together, it was love, but to maintain this love, they had to work hard together. Love had a very short shelf life. This was what it meant to be an appropriate match. Ming Zhaoshu would rather Ming Yan bear the pain of inheriting the empire than allow her to bear the pain of love in the future. He could not say these words to Lu Yin. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yin or Ming Yan, they had too little experience in relationships and had too little experience in life. Even if he said these words, they would not understand. Lu Yin left the study, as he did not know how to convince Ming Zhaoshu. Ming Zhaoshu's determination was unshakable, and he wanted to talk to Ming Yan. If Ming Yan did not want to inherit the Shenwu Empire, then Lu Yin would act. No matter what Ming Zhaoshu said, he would take over everything. Ming Yan slept for an entire day, and Lu Yin stayed by her side to watch over her. When Ming Yan opened her eyes and saw Lu Yin, her heart melted. The unfamiliarity from before disappeared, and she once again felt that kind of connection. When he saw that Ming Yan had woken up, Lu Yin hurriedly brought over a bowl of porridge and helped her up. Open your mouth. Ming Yan's face flushed red, and she whispered, Brother Lu, I'll eat by myself. No, you slept for so long and you didn't eat anything. You don't have any strength. I'll feed you. Come, be good and open your mouth. Okay. After half an hour, Ming Yan's face became even redder, and Lu Yin couldn't resist kissing her. Ming Yan glared at Lu Yin, but she wasn't angry. Instead, her eyes fluttered, unintentionally revealing an aura that was even more alluring than Madame Nalin's. Lu Yin was stunned. Yan you're so beautiful. Ming Yan's heart trembled, and she was secretly delighted. She lowered her head. Brother Lu, why are you here? Lu Yin hugged her tightly. Of course it's because I can't bear the pain of missing you, so I came to see you. Ming Yan struggled, but Lu Yin's grip only tightened. She had no choice but to let him do as he pleased. Brother Lu, do you know about my father's situation? Lu Yin grunted and then looked at her seriously. Yan tell me the truth. Do you want to inherit the Shenwu Empire? If you don't want to, then I'll help you deal with it. You can go home with me and live a carefree and happy life just like before. How about it? Ming Yan looked into Lu Yin's eyes, and the softest part of her heart was enveloped in warmth. This was a lifelong commitment, and her eyes reddened. She was about to agree without hesitation when a cough sounded outside the room. Ming Yan woke up and hurriedly pushed Lu Yin away. Father is here. Lu Yin looked outside and saw Ming Zhaoshu looking up at the sky with his hands behind his back. How tactless. Lu Yin was displeased. Ming Yan looked at him with her big eyes. Brother Lu, he's my father. You can't say that. Lu Yin smiled apologetically. That's right, he's my father-in-law. I'm sorry, Yan Brother Lu was wrong. Ming Yan pursed her lips. Brother Lu, my father is very tired and has suffered a lot. Yeah, I know, Lu Yin replied. Ming Yan lowered her head. Father wishes for me to inherit the Shenwu Empire. What about yourself? It depends on what you think, Lu Yin said seriously. Ming Yan lowered her head and recalled some of Ming Zhaoshu's words. She bit her lip and said gloomily, I want to inherit the Shenwu Empire. Luyin lifted her head and stared into her eyes. Yen'er, Brother Lu promises you that as long as you're willing, no one can force you to bear this burden. Ming Yan's gaze met his, and her gaze grew more resolute. I want to bear it myself. Luyin sighed. You clearly don't like reading memorials and handling government affairs. I'm sorry, Big Brother Lu, Ming Yan said painfully. Luyin caressed her cheek. Don't say sorry. You haven't done anything wrong. Yen'er, no matter what decision you make, Brother Lu will support you. Ming Yan grabbed his hand tightly and asked nervously, then, Brother Lu won't abandon Yen'er, right? Luyin laughed and hugged Ming Yan again, not letting go no matter how much she struggled. No, Yen'er is mine, and she'll always be mine. Regardless of whether she's that carefree princess from the reverent king's household or the future King Shenwu, she'll always be mine. She won't be able to escape. Ming Yan nodded happily. With Lu Yin's guarantee, she could work hard to bear any responsibility. Suddenly, he lowered his head, opened his mouth, and sucked on her tender, fragrant lips. The sweet taste seeped into his heart, startling Ming Yan, but she did not push him away. She merely closed her eyes and allowed him to do as he pleased. After an unknown amount of time, Ming Zhaoshu coughed again, startling Ming Yan. She pushed Luyin away with all her might, her face flushed red. She buried herself under the blanket and refused to come out. How tactless, Luyin grumbled again. Luyin had come to the Shenwu continent with the intention of taking Ming Yan away or helping her shoulder everything, but he had ended up making her more determined to inherit the empire. Luyin had no choice but to stay in the reverent king's household with Ming Yan for 2 days before leaving with Enya under Ming Zhaoshu's constant urging. Ming Zhaoshu did not have much time left, and he needed to use the remaining time to teach Ming Yan how to handle government affairs and how to control the court. Are you unhappy, Your Highness? Enya asked as she looked at Luyin. Luyin shook his head. Send more people to stay in the Shenwu Empire. It was impossible for Ming Yan to inherit the Shenwu Empire within half a year, but Ming Yan had insisted on it, so Luyin would not stop her. However, if Ming Zhaoshu died in half a year, the Shenwu Empire would definitely be in trouble. At that time, he would have to make a trip back to the Shenwu Empire, and it would be better to have his own people around to hear the news. Right now, he was most worried about Ming Zhaoshu's poison. Enya, you should go back first. Won't Your Highness come with us? Enya asked. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, as he had no intention of leaving. He had not found the person who had poisoned Ming Zhaoshu, and only the heavens knew if that person had poisoned Ming Yan as well. Lu Yin had to find this person, as this was his main goal in coming to the Shenwu continent. He would not feel at ease leaving such a person by Ming Yan's side. First was Qiong Island. Lu Yin soared into the sky and looked around Shanghai City. There were rune lines everywhere, but they were all normal. There were quite a few rune lines that were at the cruiser realm, and they belonged to Ming Zhaoshu as well as a few others. Next was Flowing Light City, which was located to the north of Shanghai City. With Lu Yin's speed and range of vision, it only took him a day to scan the entire Qiong Island. Next was Ming Island. In this manner, Lu Yin started from Qiong Island and looked at each island one by one. He would not have known if he had not looked, but after looking, he discovered that there were quite a few experts hidden on the Shenwu continent. Most of these experts had been left behind by the various powers of the innerverse and outerverse to make it easier for them to communicate with the trial takers. For example, Grandini Mavis and the Mavis family controlled the Bank of Wuyun. Yu Xianxia and Xiaohua, and even the Day-Night clan all had hidden forces on the Shenwu continent. Lu Yin made a note of these names. If Ming Yan truly wanted to inherit the Shenwu Empire, then this list might be useful. 10 days later, Lu Yin did not know where he was, but he was quite far from Qiong Island. He should be in the north of the Shenwu Empire. Below him was a battlefield. Before coming here, Lu Yin had already known that Ming Zhaoshu had succeeded the throne and cooperated with the outsiders. Many people were dissatisfied with this, and there had been no less than 100 assassination attempts. Many rebels had even used Ming Hao's name to rebel. Lu Yin had not been interested in such matters, but this battlefield had an inexplicable amount of rune lines that were at the level of a hunter. If there really was a hunter on this battlefield, then there would be no need for a battle at all. A single cruiser would be enough to determine the outcome of the battle. However, there were hunter rune lines here, which was rather strange. Luin looked around, and his gaze locked onto a canyon not too far away from the battlefield. The stench of blood in the air was also strangely flowing towards the canyon. His body disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in the canyon. He could see the location of the rune lines and hear a roar in his ears. He was very familiar with this roar, as it was the roar of a zombie. He'd found it. Suddenly, a red arm reached out from the canyon's walls and grabbed at Luin. The arm was more than 10 meters long, and it was covered in swollen, scarlet muscles. It looked extremely disgusting. Luin dodged and slashed down. With his strength, he could even slice off a hunter's arm. However, the red arm did not break, and only some of the scarlet muscles were cut off. A deafening roar rang out from the canyon, causing the soldiers on the battlefield to howl in anguish. Many of them even spat out blood and died. Luin soared into the air, and the canyon crumbled as a 100-meter-tall corpse king with scarlet muscles walked out. Its cold eyes stared at Luin as it leaped up and punched out. The ground shattered, and the battlefield was torn apart. Many soldiers stared at the 100-meter-tall monster in horror. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he raised his fist and punched out. Bang! A shockwave visible to the naked eye distorted the void, and a terrifying wind pressure swept across the land and into the sky. The 100-meter-tall corpse king was forced back by Lu Yin's punch, and even its fist had been smashed apart. Luin was shocked. This corpse king was only a cruiser, but it had a terrifying physical body that was comparable to the first divine gate guardians of the Daosor sect, and it might even be stronger. Roar! The giant corpse king roared and charged at Luin once again, slapping down with its palm. Lu Yin's body disappeared as he streaked through the void and appeared above the corpse king's head. He pressed down with a single hand, using 30 stacks, 100-fold shockwave palm. There was a thump, and the giant corpse king became motionless as its head was pressed into its chest by Lu Yin's palm. The overlapping shockwaves exploded, and not only did the corpse king's head shatter, but it also cracked open its chest. Fresh blood poured down from the sky like a river, dyeing the battlefield red. Luin glanced into the distance, where a hunter with rune lines was hiding. The rune lines that Luin had seen before had come from that powerhouse, but that person had fled the instant that the giant corpse king had charged out. Luin pretended not to notice and wanted to see where the hunter could escape to. The canyon had already been reduced to ruins, and Lu Yin's domain swept through the area. The interior of the mountain had been hollowed out, revealing a giant laboratory. Lu Yin's domain crushed the zombies, and the zombies were reduced to pools of blood. Luin concealed his aura and used his physical strength to quickly chase in a certain direction. The hunter's rune lines were like bright lamps in the dark night, and Luin could see them clearly. He did not need to get close to them at all he had to do was follow them. The fleeing Neo-Human Alliance expert probably did not expect Luin to be able to keep up with him. After running for a while, the Neo-Human Alliance expert released his aura and increased his speed. Fortunately, Lu Yin's physical strength was powerful, and he had transferred 3 grains of Fate San. His pure physical strength was enough to keep up with the hunter's speed. Not long after, Luin entered a forest, and the hunter's rune line stopped. There was another giant space beneath the forest, and there were dozens of laboratories that held many zombies. They were not corpse kings that could gain innate gifts by eating crystals, but rather ordinary zombies. The door to one of the laboratories was opened, and the scene inside looked like hell. The ground was covered in blood, and a giant zombie was squatting in a corner, roaring. There's another one. These giant corpse kings can grow larger and stronger by absorbing blood, but they can't gain intelligence. But that doesn't matter, as long as I have intelligence. Ha 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 ha. The maniacal laughter caused the place to become even colder. The person who had been laughing was a short old man with a sallow complexion and extremely ugly features. His hair was standing on end. Suddenly, a large shadow enveloped him, and the short old man's pupils shrank. He abruptly turned around and saw Lu Yin's figure. How did you chase after me? The short old man was shocked. Luin did not waste any time with idle chatter. He immediately took out a pike and stabbed out, causing a spiritual force attack to sweep out in all directions. Even though the short old man had the power of a hunter, his brain was still injured by the powerful spiritual force attack, and he fainted for a moment. It was at that moment that the pike stabbed into him, but it was blocked by something and did not pierce through. Luin was stunned. "You're courting death." The short old man's mind was clear, but his expression was sinister. "You're courting death." He suddenly retreated, and the door to the laboratory slammed shut, isolating him from Luin. The next moment, the laboratory shook as a black stream of air emerged from all directions, filling the entire underground area in the blink of an eye and sealing off all escape routes. Luin frowned and pressed his pike against the door. He suddenly exerted some force, causing the door to crack open. There was a loud explosion as the door completely shattered. There was a loud roar as the zombie charged out and rammed into Luin. Luin dodged with secret sidestep, and the zombie charged into the black stream of air. Its roar came to an abrupt end, and its entire body twitched before completely vanishing. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he leapt into the laboratory, only to be greeted by the short old man's berserk attacks. The short old man had put on his metal coat, and Luin dodged with secret sidestep. The void split open where he had been standing, and the entire forest was pierced through. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The short old man was only a cruiser, and his hunter rune lines came from his metal coat, which could defend against a hunter's attacks. "Kiki, I didn't think that such an interesting test subject would show up. Stay here and accompany my little babies." The short old man laughed maniacally as his body rammed into Luin. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and his force field tree appeared. Its branches immediately bound the short old man. 30 stacks, 100-fold shockwave palm. Dozens of explosions shook the ground and caused the void to crack. The powerful palm force sent the short old man flying into the black stream of air outside the laboratory. The metal coat cracked open, and the black stream of air flowed through the cracks. The short old man's mournful wails could be heard. He had never expected that Luin would be able to injure a hunter as an explorer. A metal coat that could withstand a hunter's attack was not bad, but there were differences in strength, and Lu Yin's attack had just surpassed that. The wails quickly disappeared. Luin stared outside the laboratory. What exactly was this black stream of air? It could not spread out, or else Xianwu continent would be finished. Just as Luin was thinking of a plan, the black stream of air seemed to have a mind of its own as it surged towards the small old man's metal coat. It did not seem to be spreading, but rather, absorbing. What appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes was a monster that exuded a black aura, and its rune lines had multiplied by several times. "Kiki, since I dared to create death energy, why would I be afraid of it? Stay here." The short old man's entire body was emitting a black gas, and even his facial features couldn't be seen. He was like a cloud of smoke as he viciously charged at Luin. He didn't seem to know any battle techniques and could only use such primitive attacks. Luin dodged and stared at the short old man. "Did you just say death chi?" "Hee, little brat, have you heard of death aura as well?" The short old man laughed strangely and charged at Luin again. Luin dodged again. "The Spectre race's death energy? You're quite knowledgeable." Even within the Neo-Human Alliance, there are many people who don't know about the Spectre race, but an outsider like you actually knows about them. This makes me even more interested in you. Right, I remember now. You're the one who brought people to destroy Mingdu and destroyed the Neo-Human Alliance's largest experimental base on the Xianwu continent. You seem to be quite famous. Luin dodged with secret sidestep, and the two of them moved underground, one chasing and the other dodging. It was quite a comical sight. Don't even think about escaping. You won't be able to. Stay here, or else I'll go to Shanghai City and capture that little girl. The short old man laughed strangely. Lu Yin's gaze turned sharp. You were the one who poisoned Ming Xiaoshu? Kiki, that's right. Why? With your strength, it wouldn't have been difficult to kill him. Why poison him? It's just an experiment. I'm not interested in anything else other than my treasures. The data on Ming Xiaoshu's poisoning is precious experimental data. Don't worry, once he's dead, that little girl will be next. None of them will be able to escape. They're all my experimental data and my treasures. Kiki. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he stared at the short old man. He circulated the serious art around his body, and the short old man charged at him. Every movement was clearly seen, but Lewin didn't act rashly. Instead, he dodged to the side with secret sidestep and raised a hand to press down on the short old man. Just as his hand was about to touch the black gas, he suddenly pulled back and retreated 100 meters. "What you're creating isn't death energy," Lewin said in a low voice. The short old man sneered. "What do you know? This is death energy." Lewin raised his head. If it was death energy, there was no way he wouldn't recognize it. When he had fought with Faceless in front of the Sea King's trident, he had sensed death energy. He could sense it, and he could even suppress it. Faceless was a member of the Spectre clan, and Lewin had guessed that it was because he had suppressed Faceless' death energy that Faceless had treated him with respect and even obeyed his orders. Regardless of whether Lu Yin's guess was right or wrong, it was true that he could sense death energy. However, the black gas in front of him didn't give him that familiar feeling. It looked like death energy, but it definitely wasn't. It might just be a type of poisonous gas. "This isn't death energy," Lewin repeated. The short old man was enraged. "It's death energy. It's death energy. I can create death energy. This is death energy." As he spoke, he looked a little crazy as he viciously charged at Lewin. Whether or not this was death energy was something that Lewin would know with a single test. Lewin had once merged with a Spectre clan member's body, and he knew how terrifying death energy was. This was also the reason why he hadn't put on his universal armor to face this attack head-on. He couldn't guarantee that his universal armor would be able to withstand death energy, and he had been intimidated by it. But now that he was sure that this wasn't death energy, there was nothing to be afraid of. Lewin raised his spear and took advantage of the short old man's charge to boost his 7-lined battle force. He thrust the spear forward, and it flew out of his hand and ruthlessly pierced into the short old man's body. The old man was pinned to the wall, and the defensive items that had blocked the spear's attack were instantly shattered. The short old man held in anguish, and this time, he was truly howling as fresh blood flowed down the wall. The black gas actually flowed into the short old man's body through his bleeding wound, and an even more mournful howl rang out. The short old man only lasted for 10 seconds before he turned into nothingness just like the zombie. Where he had been standing, the black gas fused with his blood and transformed into black blood that corroded the ground. Lewin looked at the puddle of black blood on the ground and used his star energy to create flames that burned the black blood into nothingness. Sure enough, it wasn't death energy, as it wasn't that easy to get rid of. Lewin retrieved his spear and the short old man's body vanished, leaving behind only a pile of clothes on the ground. The black gas did not cause any damage to the clothes at all, which was quite strange. Aside from the pile of clothes, there was also a stone tablet and a bottle. Lewin picked them up and looked at them. The stone tablet was very thin, and it was similar to a book. The pages could be flipped, and each page recorded some data from an experiment. Optimal kill count for the giant zombie, 2,395 zombies. Analysis of the composition of death energy. There were many pages on the stone tablet, and each one was very thin. Most of the information recorded was incomprehensible, but there was one page that caught Lu Yin's attention because he saw Ming Xiaoshu's name. Experimental subject Ming Xiaoshu, cruiser realm power level, comprehended a force field, comparable to a hunter. Poison death number 91, estimated to last for at most a month. This page recorded Ming Xiaoshu's daily changes, from his diet to his mood, to the speed at which he handled government affairs, and so on. Below each change was the short old man's analysis. Lewin read through the entire page and felt an inexplicable chill. Ming Xiaoshu was like an experimental subject that was being observed, but he was completely unaware of it. How was the short old man observing him? Distance did not mean much to powerhouses like them, and it did not take them long to cross the entire Shenwu continent, so time was not an issue. However, Ming Xiaoshu had comprehended a force field, and yet he was being observed in such a manner. If he could do that, then what about Ming Yin? Also, what was this poison called death number 91? Lewin thought of the bottle on the ground and looked at it. Could it be this? There was a drop of colorless liquid in the bottle, so it was very likely that this was the poison. His domain swept through the underground and dealt with the zombies in the other laboratories. Luin then buried the underground space and walked out. As soon as he emerged, he saw an explorer's rune lines rapidly approaching him. It was a middle-aged woman, and Luin found her familiar. He suddenly recalled that she was one of Ming Xiaoshu's maids. He suddenly understood why the short old man had been able to monitor Ming Xiaoshu's every move. So this was the reason. The middle-aged woman arrived at the top of the underground space and skillfully found the tunnel that led to the underground space. However, as soon as she entered, she retreated with a pale face and leaped up to leave. "Since you're here, then stay," a calm voice rang out. Luin moved and flicked his finger, causing a gust of wind to shatter the woman's knee and knock her to the ground. She looked at Luin, who was sitting on a tree and looking at her indifferently. "It's you?" Luin jumped down from the tree and walked to her side. "So you're the one who poisoned Ming Xiaoshu, and you're also the one who sent news of his situation here." The woman was terrified, and her face went pale. I didn't want to. That monster poisoned me, and if I didn't do as I was told, I would have been eaten by other monsters. I beg you, please don't kill me and don't tell His Majesty. I beg you. Aside from poisoning Ming Xiaoshu and sending news here regularly, what else were you ordered to do?" Luin asked. The middle-aged woman hurriedly replied, "Nothing else. He only told me to monitor His Majesty and nothing else." Luin took out a bottle. "Is this the poison he asked you to use?" The woman looked at the bottle with deep fear in her eyes. "Yes, this is it." Luin nodded and slapped her, causing her to fall to the ground and die. Luin had found the cause and solved the problem, but there was no cure for Ming Xiaoshu's poison. The last page had specifically mentioned a poison called Death Poison number 91, and the short old man had no way to cure it himself. That was why he had poisoned Ming Xiaoshu. He wanted to use Ming Xiaoshu's experimental data to create an antidote. At the same time, as long as Ming Xiaoshu died, Shenwu continent would descend into chaos, and war would break out everywhere. This would also allow the old man to obtain more experimental subjects and blood to feed the giant corpse king. The short old man's plan was very good, and he had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Luin was glad that he had found the old man, as even if Ming Yan had succeeded the throne, she would have suffered the same fate as Ming Xiaoshu. Luin now deeply understood why the entire universe viewed the Neo-Human Alliance as a great enemy, and why they would be destroyed if they encountered them. This organization possessed the deepest darkness and was devoid of humanity. Had the Neo-Human Alliance on Shenwu continent been wiped clean? Luin did not know. No, he had to check again. Luin spent another 10 days traveling around Shenwu continent, including the isolated islands in the ocean. He destroyed 3 Neo-Human Alliance strongholds before finally returning to Shanghai City to have a long talk with Ming Xiaoshu. Only then did he leave Shenwu continent. He had done everything that could be done, and Shenwu continent should be wiped clean. Even so, he had Ming Xiaoshu rearrange Ming Yan's meals and living arrangements just in case. Before leaving, he did not meet with Ming Yan. Ming Yan's gaze was much more resolute than before, which was a good thing, and he did not want to disturb her. Half a year later, when Ming Xiaoshu died, Luin would return. It had been more than 20 days since he had left the Daosor sect's ruins, and he should be able to enter again. However, Luin had not made up his mind yet, as he did not know if the battle there was still as intense as before. The battle between the 10 arbiters and the Realmlings was not something that he could interfere with, so he wanted to wait a little longer. When Luin returned to King Zishan's palace, Case reported, "Someone called Ding Xing has been waiting for your highness for a few days now. Would you like to meet him?" Ding Xing? Luin thought about it. Right, it was someone from North Castle Weave's Greatsword dynasty, and he wanted Luin to help him chase away the people from the Beast Tamer's flow zone and restore the Greatsword dynasty. As for the reward, it was the Greatsword dynasty's treasures. North Castle Weave was close to the astral wilderness, and there were still many powers searching for pyrolite. If Luin rashly interfered with North Castle Weave, it would easily cause these powers to become wary and retaliate. The most important thing right now was to establish the Great Eastern Alliance, and Luin did not want any accidents to happen before the alliance was formed. Let him return. When the time comes, I'll help him, Luin said. Yes, Your Highness. Luin had been very tired during this period of time, and he only recovered after resting for a day after returning to King Zishan's palace. He took out the cosmic ring that the Sun family had given to Xianxia, and there were actually 10,000 star essence inside. The Sun family had shown some sincerity, and it seemed that they had really wanted to use this sum of money to resolve their grudges with Luin. They had been too naive. However, that old fox Sun Xianxia had slipped away, and Luin hoped that Mafioso Planet or the Day-Night clan would be able to find him. The Sun family's goal had always been that gun. Sun Xianxia had used all sorts of methods to get rid of Luin, and he had even exposed the Vast Earth Sect's Qingyan from the very beginning to prevent the Vast Earth Sect from joining the Great Eastern Alliance. If everything had gone smoothly, Luin would have been punished by the Hall of Honor, and the Great Eastern Alliance would have been destroyed. Unfortunately, the Sun family's efforts had all been for naught, and they had suffered heavy casualties. To this day, no one from the Sun family could be found in the Outerverse. Right now, no one was more worried than the Vast Earth Sect. Without Qingyan's connection to the Great Yu Empire, the Vast Earth Sect had no idea what the Great Yu Empire was planning. "I suggest that we take the initiative to contact the Great Yu Empire," Elder Angio said as he looked at Meng Tianlong. The other elders agreed, as they were all afraid that Luin would come directly. He was a tyrannical person, and even the Day-Night clan did not dare to provoke him. The Innerverse powers had a deterrent effect on the Outerverse, but that did not apply to Luin. In many people's eyes, Luin was even more terrifying than some of the Innerverse powers. Meng Tianlong muttered to himself for a moment. "If you want to contact the Great Yu Empire, then you'll have to consider whether or not to join the Great Eastern Alliance." Everyone fell silent. At this moment, someone reported, "Someone from Darkstar Gorge has come to visit." Meng Tianlong and the rest were stunned, but they were soon overjoyed. They had been sending people to the outside world to inquire about the Great Eastern Alliance, and now, they had finally received a response. If Luin saw the person from Darkstar Gorge, he would definitely be familiar with him. It was one of the 5 hunters who had tried to assassinate him during his trip to the Six-Fingered Tribe. "My Darkstar Gorge will definitely not join this so-called Great Eastern Alliance. Although it's called an alliance, it's actually just an alliance that will provide resources to the Great Yu Empire and help them unify the Eastern Weaves," the hunter from Darkstar Gorge, Jia Pu, said resolutely. Meng Tianlong asked, "Unify the Eastern Weaves? Is Luin really that ambitious?" Jia Pu sneered. "Of course. He even dares to kill Enlighters, so what else does he not dare to do? If we allow him to successfully form an alliance, then we will all become his subordinates." "Sect Master Meng, you don't want someone to point fingers at you, right?" These words struck a chord with Meng Tianlong. As the sect master of the Vast Earth Sect, he was in charge of an entire weave, and he couldn't accept the fact that someone was pointing at him and whispering behind his back for no apparent reason. "What does Darkstar Gorge plan to do?" Meng Tianlong asked. Jia Pu smiled. "We've already contacted Even Ground Palace, the Tribanner Federation, and the other major powers. The Great Yu Empire wants to take action against us one by one and force us to join some Great Eastern Alliance. We'll form an anti-Great Alliance, and there won't be any agreements. We just need to work together to resist the Great Yu Empire. We don't believe that with so many powers working together, Luin will be able to kill us one by one. Even if he does manage to kill us all, the Hall of Honor won't just stand by and watch." Meng Tianlong's eyes lit up. "You've really contacted them?" "Of course. In a few days, we'll have a meeting to discuss how to deal with the Great Yu Empire." "Does Sect Master Meng want to join us?" Jia Pu asked. Meng Tianlong immediately agreed. Jia Pu left, and Meng Tianlong was filled with anticipation. With so many powers working together, the so-called Great Eastern Alliance would definitely be unable to be formed, and the Great Yu Empire would also be ostracized. So what if Luin was strong? Just as Jia Pu had said, Luin could kill as many people as he wanted. Although the universe adhered to the Dark Forest Law, humans were creatures with a bottom line. It was impossible for one person to be so heartless as to kill so many people. Even if Luin was truly that heartless, the Hall of Honor would not allow it. Humans were humans because they had a bottom line, and this bottom line was determined by the number of people that they could kill. Far away in the Great Yu Empire, Luin quickly learned of this matter, and his expression turned ugly. Enya felt troubled. If so many powers really work together, then the Great Eastern Alliance will definitely not be formed. We can't rely on our iron fist to suppress everyone. Even if the alliance is temporarily formed, it will be very difficult for us to consolidate our resources in the future. This is not our original intention. We hope that the various powers will be willing to join the alliance and take the initiative to consolidate their resources, not force them, Xianxia said. Luin rapped a finger on the table. Tell me, are these outerverse powers wolves or sheep? Enya and Xianxia looked at each other in confusion. What do you mean, Your Highness? Lu Yin's lips curled up. When faced with innerverse powers like the Day-Night clan and the Sun family, they would easily submit. Without Darkstar Gorge's alliance, they would still submit to me. In essence, they are sheep. But they've already formed an alliance, Enya said. But I'd like to see how strong this alliance is. Luin smiled. What do you plan to do, Your Highness? Enya asked. Luin stood up and walked out. He looked at the sky. Darkstar Gorge is actually sheep as well, but their hatred for me runs too deep. I was the one who forced them to turn into a wolf, and now that a wolf is leading a flock of sheep against me, I'll slaughter that wolf. Your Highness wants to take care of Darkstar Gorge? Enya was shocked. Lu Yin's tone was indifferent. I have to make an example out of him. Otherwise, the outerverse powers will think that I'm benevolent and won't dare to act against them. Your Highness, the various powers have already formed an alliance. If we rashly attack Darkstar Gorge, the other powers might take action in order to protect themselves, Xianxia reminded him. Luin smiled. I'm not doing this because they've formed an alliance against me. I'm doing this because of the Hall of Honor's orders. Enya and Xianxia did not understand. As long as one did not betray the human domain or do anything unforgivable, why would the Hall of Honor attack a power? After chasing away Enya and Xianxia, Luin activated his gadget, and Elder Lohar's image appeared on his screen. Junior greets Elder. Luin bowed respectfully. Elder Lohar was in a good mood when he saw Lu. Kid, you've suddenly contacted me. You must have something to ask of me. Luin smiled. How did Elder know? Elder Lohar laughed. Although the innerverse and outerverse have been separated, my Hall of Honor has not become blind. Kid, let me tell you something. If you want to form the Great Eastern Alliance, I won't interfere. Even if you occasionally use the Hall of Honor's name, I won't interfere. But if you want the Hall of Honor to help you, that's impossible. Luin rubbed his nose. Junior has never underestimated the Hall of Honor's power. I understand Elder's warning, but this time I'm not contacting Elder to ask for help. I'm contacting Elder to make a report. Report? Elder Lohar was puzzled. Report who? Junior is reporting that Darkstar Gorge is colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance, Luin said solemnly. Elder Lohar was shocked. Darkstar Gorge is colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance? Kid, let me warn you. Even if your current status is special, you can't cross the Hall of Honor's bottom line. Wantonly making false accusations in an attempt to use the Hall of Honor to eliminate your enemy. This is a very serious crime, and once it's confirmed, I might take away your futon. Luin solemnly replied, Junior is definitely not making false accusations against Darkstar Gorge. Outerverse Youth Council Counselor Puyu has people from the Neo-Human Alliance by his side. Back then, Arbiter 1 also went to Darkstar Gorge to investigate, and he told me not to spread the news. He's also confirmed that Darkstar Gorge is colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance. The only reason he hasn't acted yet is because he wants to find more people who are colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance. Elder, you can send someone to investigate. Elder Lohar's expression turned solemn. All right. If this is true, then you've made a contribution. Elder, Puyu is currently at the Outerverse Council's headquarters, East San Dios. Since I'm on my way there, I'll find the Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse King and request the Hall of Honor's confirmation, Luin said. Elder Lohar thought about it. All right, but I'll warn you again. Don't try to make false accusations. The Hall of Honor has its own methods of investigating the truth. If you try to use the Hall of Honor, then I'll personally take away your futon, deduct all of your honor points, and imprison you. Junior understands, Lu Yin respectfully replied. The screen turned off, and Lu Yin sighed. He would have to use Vulture in the end. When Xianxia hadn't acted back then, but the Hall of Honor wouldn't let him go. It was a pity. He had originally wanted Puyu to restrain Lu Xiaoge at East San Dios, but it seemed like that wouldn't work. Since that was the case, then he might as well get rid of Vulture as well. The current San Dios was no longer as glorious as it had been in the past. Back when the 10 arbiters had supported it, the Outerverse Youth Council had been able to judge and rule over the younger generation of the various weaves. It had even been able to influence the decisions of the various powers. However, ever since the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, no one cared about the Outerverse Youth Council anymore. Back then, Puyu had lured Wendy Yushan to San Dios in order to steal the secret technique and deal with Lu Yin. However, his excuse had been the same as the problems that San Dios had encountered back then. I heard that Darkstar Gorge is colluding with the various powers to deal with the Great Yu Empire. Puyu sat in the tower and looked down, seemingly thinking about something. Lu Xiaoge's voice rang out from behind him. Puyu did not turn around. He simply replied, this time, all of our methods are out in the open. I won't give you a chance to inform Lu Yin. Lu Xiaoge did not mind Puyu's mockery, and he stood beside him. How do you think Lu Yin will deal with you? Puyu frowned. Colluding with the various powers has nothing to do with me. It's an internal decision made by Darkstar Gorge, and I don't have the authority to make any decisions. Why would he want to deal with me? I don't know. It's just my intuition. Lu Xiaoge shrugged. Puyu looked at Lu Xiaoge. You're very annoying. Lu Xiaoge blinked. Is that so? But some people say that I'm a very nice and kind person. Puyu's eyes narrowed, and his gaze turned icy. If not for the Day-Night clan, I would have already killed you. You'd better not appear in front of me. I'm afraid that Are you trying to make me stay? No, I'm sincerely advising you to leave, Lu Xiaoge said seriously. Puyu's eyes flashed, but he did not say anything else and simply left. Lu Xiaoge's eyes flickered as he watched Puyu's back. The spacecraft took off, and Lu Xiaoge heaved a sigh of relief. This was good. As long as Puyu was still alive, he would be fine. But if Puyu had died, then based on his understanding of Lu Yin, Lu Xiaoge would have been in trouble as well. Lu Yin would not have left San Dios to Lu Xiaoge alone. However, at the next moment, Lu Xiaoge looked at the figure in the sky and sighed. It was still too late. Puyu and Vulture sat in their spacecraft and were about to leave when a figure appeared in front of them and blocked their path. Puyu stared at Lu Yin, who was still standing high in the sky, and shouted, "Continue." He then exited the spacecraft. Go away, Lu Yin. The spacecraft rumbled as it soared into the sky once more. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Where are you going in such a hurry, Counselor Puyu? That's none of your business. Get out of my way, Puyu said coldly as he stood in front of the spacecraft. The spacecraft turned around and flew into outer space. Puyu was furious when Lu Yin suddenly attacked. Lu Yin, you've gone too far. Puyu's body completely metallized, and his 7-lined battle force appeared without hesitation. He swatted at Lu Yin, but Lu Yin casually waved his hand, causing Puyu's energy to reverse and crash into the spacecraft, shattering half of it. Everyone inside the spacecraft fell out. Lu Yin's figure flashed past Puyu as he grabbed Vulture with one hand. Puyu roared and charged at Lu Yin, his arm transforming into a metal blade as he slashed out. Lu Yin raised his right hand, and his Fates En appeared, transforming into soil that completely blocked Puyu's attack. A shockwave swept across the prairie flame continent like a waterfall. Lu Yin grabbed Vulture's arm with his left hand. Long time no see. Vulture did not resist and only shouted, "Save me, Lord Puyu." Puyu roared, and his 7-lined battle force gradually turned a purplish red. His battle force had improved, and once he reached 8-lined battle force, he might be able to rival the top 10 of the top 100 rankings. Unfortunately, he had still failed in the end. He was still lacking a bit. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he slammed his left palm against Vulture's chest, sending him crashing into the ground of San Dios. He then put away his Fatesan with his right hand, 7-lined battle force appeared on his fist, and he punched out. Puyu punched out as well. Boom! An intense explosion shook the sky, causing all of San Dios to shake. Xianxia and Xiaohua, Fan, and the rest appeared above San Dios and stared at the sky in shock. This sudden battle had left them stunned, as Luin was actually fighting Puyu. This exchange was evenly matched. Luin had terrifying physical strength while Puyu had an innate gift of metal. They exchanged several consecutive blows, and neither could suppress the other. Luin, you're crazy. I'm a counselor of the Outerverse Youth Council, and I was personally appointed by the 10 Arbiters. If you dare attack me, you'll definitely be punished by the 10 Arbiters in the future. Puyu bellowed, as he realized that he could not suppress Luin. This person was actually able to fight on par with him without relying on any external items. Puyu could not believe this, as he was ranked 13th on the top 100 rankings. Even Wendy Yushan had to rely on a secret technique to fight against him. Luin did not answer, and he punched out again. Puyu's right arm melted and transformed into a sharp hook that slammed into Luin. Everyone watched as the fist and hook drew closer and closer. Just as the two were about to collide, Luin waved his left hand, causing Puyu's hook to miss. It pierced through the air, causing a giant black crack to appear in the void. It was as if the sky had been torn apart. Puyu's pupils shrank. Not good. It's a secret technique. He instinctively wanted to move, but he felt an intense pain in his chest that was quickly followed by suffocation. There was a sweet taste in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body crashed into San Dios, creating a giant crater. Xianxia and the rest stared at the miserable Puyu in the crater in shock. When they looked up again, they saw Luin standing high in the sky with a cold expression on his face. Atop the tower, Lu Xiaoga sighed. It was over, but he did not know what kind of explanation Luin would use to explain himself. However, given Lu Yin's personality, he would definitely have a way to explain himself. Since Luin had made his move, it meant that he had made his preparations. Puyu was finished. Luin slowly descended beside the crater and coldly looked at Puyu. Pfft. Puyu spat out another mouthful of blood as he glared at Luin. What right do you have to attack me? Luin, you're courting death. The 10 Arbiters will not let you off. Darkstar Gorge, the Vast Earth Sect, and all the other powers that oppose the Great Eastern Alliance will not let you off. Your Great Eastern Alliance is nothing but a joke. Luin looked around and saw Xianxia. Her face paled, and she lowered her head. She saw Xiaohua, who nodded respectfully. Luin saw Fan, who bowed respectfully. Luin saw many people, and finally, his gaze landed on the tower, where he met Lu Xiaoga's gaze. Lu Xiaoga pulled out a glass of red wine from somewhere and offered it to Luin from a distance. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and a cold glint flashed through them. He then shifted his gaze to Vulture. It's been many years since we parted. That battle is still fresh in my mind, Luin said calmly. Vulture lowered his head and remained silent. Puyu frowned. What are you trying to do, Luin? Luin walked over to Vulture and grabbed him by the hair. Don't you know? The person who's been following you all this time is from the Neo-Human Alliance. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and they all stared at Vulture. Puyu barked, don't spout nonsense, Luin. You're trying to slander me. You can see for yourself whether or not I'm slandering you. Luin grabbed Vulture and lifted his head. What everyone saw was a pair of cold, emotionless eyes that were completely devoid of blood. His sinister aura sent chills down everyone's spines. Puyu stared at Vulture in disbelief, as he had never seen such a gaze before. He was very familiar with this person who he viewed as a trusted aide. So, you didn't kill me all those years ago because you were waiting for this day, Vulture said slowly. His tone was completely different from when he had spoken to Puyu. When he had spoken to Puyu, he had acted like a normal person, and his tone had been filled with respect and humility. However, at this moment, his voice was shaky and hoarse, as if he had just learned how to speak. This was a corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance. At this moment, Vulture's eyes had turned into scarlet vertical slits. An extreme chill crept up his arm, and black ice completely froze Luin. There was a thump as Vulture turned around and kicked the frozen Luin away. His scarlet eyes swept over everyone before finally landing on Puyu. What a pity. You're just a pawn. Puyu's eyes narrowed. A corpse king? There was a thump as the ice shattered. Luin grabbed at Vulture, but Vulture's outer clothes were torn apart, revealing his sturdy muscles. He turned around and punched at Luin. Luin had never underestimated Vulture. Back when they had fought over the giant emperor's third eye, Vulture had clashed head-on with Lu Yin's physical body. Vulture's physical body was extremely strong, and corpse kings had the ability to consume crystals to strengthen their innate gifts. Just now, Vulture's black ice had caused Luin to feel apprehensive. There was a thump as a violent shockwave swept through all of San Dios. Vulture was sent flying back 100 meters by Lu Yin's palm, and his legs sank deep into the ground. Lu Yin's palm was also frozen. There was a whoosh as Vulture charged forward again. He raised both hands, and a black stream of ice covered the sky. It was as if he wanted to freeze all of San Dios. The sky over San Dios turned dark. Luin frowned and shifted all 3 grains of fate's in. His eyes widened, and his body suddenly vanished. He appeared in front of Vulture as quickly as he could and punched Vulture's abdomen, piercing through his body. Then, he punched out again and knocked Vulture's head off his body. The black stream of ice disappeared, and everyone trembled as they looked at the battlefield. Vulture was already dead, and even a corpse king would not be able to survive after its head had been knocked off. Luin clenched his fists. This Vulture had not been very strong. If not for Lu Yin's innate gift of ice, he would not have needed to use so much strength to deal with Vulture. He would not even have been able to transform into a corpse king. Of all the Neo-Human Alliance experts that Luin had encountered, none of them had been able to fight against him without being able to transform into a corpse king. Although the 3 Dark Hands were not included in the top 100 rankings, Luin was certain that his current strength was at the peak of the 3 Dark Hands. He was only an explorer. Puyu's face could no longer be described as pale. Vulture was a member of the Neo-Human Alliance, and this person had been by Puyu's side for a long time. Even if Puyu tried to defend himself, he would not be able to do so, especially since Puyu was well aware of the Hall of Honor's methods. At this moment, his entire body turned cold. Luin walked over to Puyu's crater and calmly said, "What's there to explain? I already told Arbiter One about this matter, but he told me not to publicize it. He's already confirmed that Darkstar Gorge is colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance." Puyu shouted, "You're slandering me." It was indeed my mistake for Vulture to hide by my side, but this has nothing to do with Darkstar Gorge. If Arbiter One had discovered that Darkstar Gorge was colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance, he would have taken action long ago. Why do you think Arbiter One hasn't made a move yet? He wants to uncover even more secrets about your Darkstar Gorge. Puyu, there's no need to quibble, Luin said coldly. Whether or not Xianxia had uncovered the secret of Darkstar Gorge's collusion with the Neo-Human Alliance was not important. What was important was that the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, and no one could prove that Luin was telling the truth. Besides, Vulture was indeed a corpse king, which was more than enough to prove that Luin was telling the truth. Puyu was furious. "Luin, you want to use the crime of colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance against my Darkstar Gorge? Dream on." As he spoke, his battle force erupted from his body and transformed into a purplish-red color. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Puyu had actually broken through to 8-lined battle force. After breaking through to 8-lined battle force, Puyu tore through the void and appeared in front of Luin. "Die." He punched out, and the wind from his fist distorted the void. This was a punch powered by 8-lined battle force. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he used the secret sidestep technique to evade the attack. The void split open, and a middle-aged man walked out and grabbed Puyu's arm. A terrifying amount of star energy instantly crushed Puyu, forcing him to the ground. Even his battle force dissipated. This was an enlighter. No one had expected that an enlighter would suddenly appear. Only Luin knew that this person was an expert who had been sent by the Hall of Honor as a witness. Elder Lohar had said that he would send someone from the Hall of Honor, and this person had already appeared when Luin and Puyu had been fighting. That boundless amount of rune lines could not be concealed. The moment an enlighter attacked, Puyu was instantly suppressed, and Puyu was unable to resist at all. This was the true difference between them. Lu Yin's battle record was so exaggerated because he had killed an enlighter. To the outer verse, enlighters were like the heavens, and they were existences that could decide everything. Even the top 10 of the top 100 rankings had no chance of victory against an enlighter, let alone Puyu. Perhaps only the 10 arbiters of the younger generation could fight against an enlighter. Lu Yin's reputation had been built on the strength of enlighters, which was why he was not favored by the other enlighters. The enlighter had subdued Puyu, and Lu Yin casually waved his hand, causing the wind generated by Puyu's 8-lined battle force to suddenly vanish. When it reappeared, it slammed into Puyu's body. At this moment, Puyu was being suppressed by an enlighter, and even his 8-lined battle force had dissipated. His physical body was unable to withstand a punch with 8-lined battle force, and his organs were instantly crushed. Puyu spat out a mouthful of blood that was mixed with some of his internal organs as he slowly collapsed to the ground, twitching from time to time. Not even an enlighter could react to this attack, as it was an attack from a secret technique. Even an enlighter would find it difficult to avoid a secret technique's attack, which was why Lu Yin was able to threaten enlighters. The middle-aged man released his grip and allowed Puyu to twitch on the ground. Even Lu Yin did not want to endure an attack from 8-lined battle force without any defenses, let alone Puyu. When he saw Puyu in pain, the middle-aged man slowly turned around and stared at Lu Yin. He's already been subdued. There's no need to be so heavy-handed. Lu Yin respectfully replied, it's this junior's fault. That punch threatened my life, and this junior subconsciously retaliated. I'm truly sorry, senior. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Yin deeply. If Puyu died, then he would be considered an accomplice. If he had not forced Puyu's 8-lined battle force back, then Puyu would not have been in such a miserable state and would have been able to withstand the power of that punch. You're just as ruthless and decisive as the rumors say. I've finally seen it for myself. Lu Yin could hear the man's dissatisfaction, and he helplessly said, Senior, when this junior was still a sentinel, this person humiliated me and even encouraged others to steal my fiancée. If this junior hadn't acted in time, then my reputation would have been ruined. This person has schemed against this junior several times, and senior should be able to clearly investigate this matter. The middle-aged man was shocked by Lu Yin's words. So that's what happened. No wonder. His gaze softened. Since that's the case, then forget it and let him be. He's just a heretic who colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance. You've done well. Anyone who colludes with the Neo-Human Alliance must be eradicated. This junior understands. Rest assured, Senior. This junior will definitely assist Senior in investigating Dark Star Gorge, Lu Yin respectfully replied. The middle-aged man's gaze turned cold. Investigate? There's no need for that. The Hall of Honor has its own methods. With that, he disappeared into the void. Lu Yin sighed. Dark Star Gorge was completely finished. When Elder Lohar had found out that the Shenwu Empire was working with the Neo-Human Alliance, his first reaction had been to destroy the entire Shenwu continent. Lu Yin was well aware of the Hall of Honor's methods, and Dark Star Gorge would not have a chance to defend themselves. This was also why he was so relieved. Lu Yin walked over to Puyu, squatted down, and looked at him. Puyu's eyes were bloodshot, and he was twitching on the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he looked extremely miserable. Back on Xinyu Star, Bezer humiliated me on your orders. I've already settled the score with him, and now, it's your turn to pay, Lu Yin said indifferently. Puyu spat out a mouthful of blood and glared at Lu Yin viciously. You already knew that he was a corpse king. You slandered me. You'll die a horrible death. Back then, you were high and mighty. A single word from you could make Bezer humiliate me, and a single word from you could make me fall into a bottomless abyss. Why didn't you think about what would happen to you back then? You brought this upon yourself. Lu Yin continued, and Dark Star Gorge. They opposed me, so there's no need for them to exist. That's a joke. Puyu shrieked and spat out a mouthful of black blood before finally dying. Lu Yin stood up with a complicated expression on his face. Puyu had been a great enemy on his path of cultivation. When Bezer had appeared on Xinyu Star, it had been destined that only one of them would survive. It had been almost 6 years since then, and things had finally come to an end. Puyu could not be considered a great enemy. Lu Yin's true enemy was one of the 10 arbiters, or rather, a few of them. There was also Night King Qingyu, who had caused Earth to fall into dire straits. There was also the Astral River's realm envoy, Old Gude, who had intentionally delayed the Astral River's realm envoy, and the Innerverse Sun family. Lu Yin would collect everything that was owed to him. For San Dios, Puyu's death was a huge matter. This meant that there were only 2 people in charge of East San Dios, Lu Xiaoge and Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan was in the Great Yu Empire for many years, so Lu Xiaoge was the only person in charge. Barley respectfully walked up to Lu Yin and said, "Representative Lu, Baser committed suicide out of fear of punishment." Lu Yin grunted and did not ask any further questions. If Puyu was dead, then so be it. Has Lu Xiaoge been up to anything recently? Very normal. San Dios's influence is very low right now, so he hasn't done anything, Barley replied. Lu Yin looked at the tower and met Lu Xiaoge's gaze once more. His eyes flashed, and his body vanished. Yu Xianxia and the others looked at Puyu's corpse with complicated expressions. Puyu had been ranked 13th on the top 100 rankings, but he had died in such a miserable manner. Lu Yin was truly terrifying. Atop the tower, Lu Xiaoge leisurely retrieved a bottle of red wine from his cosmic ring and poured out 2 glasses. Lu Yin appeared in front of him. "Congratulations, Brother Lu. The great enemy has been eliminated," Lu Xiaoge said with a smile as he handed a glass to Lu Yin. Lu Yin accepted it. "I drank this wine back on Earth, and it tasted pretty good. You and I are both from Earth, so we should help each other out, right?" Lu Xiaoge took a sip and smiled. Lu Yin laughed. "Those who walk different paths will not work together. In my eyes, there is no distinction between regions or races, only between friends and foes." "Brother Lu, do you think I'm a friend or a foe?" Lu Xiaoge asked as he put down his glass. Lu Yin put down his glass as well. "What do you think?" "It seems like Brother Lu has come with ill intentions," Lu Xiaoge said. Lu Yin looked at Lu Xiaoge. "You're a smart person. What do you have to say?" "I can help you bring it to Earth." "Right, you can be buried there." Lu Xiaoge smiled and gazed into the distance. He raised his hand with his palm facing downwards, as if his hand could envelop the entire world. "I remember asking Brother Lu a question when we first arrived in San Dios. Now, I'll ask the same question again. What did you see, Brother Lu?" Lu Yin frowned. "I don't have time to play games with you." Lu Xiaoge sighed. "It seems like Brother Lu's heart isn't big enough. You can't be tolerant." "That depends on who I'm dealing with." "There's no need to be tolerant of someone who betrayed Earth and his own people," Lu Yin said indifferently. "What if I can help Brother Lu do more things? For example, the Day-Night clan." Lu Xiaoge turned to look at Lu Yin with a burning gaze. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" Lu Xiaoge's lips curled up. "Brother Lu, don't you think that having an insider to help you deal with the Day-Night clan is a good choice? The Innerverse and Outerverse will recover sooner or later. With what Brother Lu has done in the Outerverse, the Innerverse great powers will definitely not allow it. You've already crossed their bottom line, especially the Great Eastern Alliance. You're playing with fire by trying to free the Outerverse from the Innerverse suppression by yourself. I just want the Outerverse to unite against an external enemy. The external enemy is the Innerverse." "Wrong, it's the Astral Beast domain." Lu Xiaoge smiled. "That seems to be the case now, but what about in the future? The Innerverse definitely won't want to see an Outerverse united. Brother Lu, you'll definitely stand against the Innerverse in the future, and I'm the Day-Night clan's representative in the Outerverse Youth Council. I'm deeply trusted by Arbiter Zhenwu. Don't you think that I can help you with many things? For example?" Lu Yin looked at him. Lu Xiaoge did not answer and merely smiled. This person was too cautious. There were some things that he could say, but there were also some things that he would rather die than say. Lu Yin met Lu Xiaoge's gaze. "Perhaps you really can help me with many things in the future, but you might also bring me a lot of trouble. You're a poisonous snake, and you might hurt yourself as well as the enemy. Brother Lu, you can try to subdue me." Lu Yin shook his head. Saying something like that proves that you don't have the confidence to escape. The innerverse and outerverse have been separated, and you don't have Arbiter Zhenwu's strength. You're no different from an ant in front of me. Since that's the case, I'll send you back to Earth, and I'll find a better place to bury you. Lu Xiaoge helplessly leaned against the wall and looked at Puyu's corpse at the bottom of the tower. I was a step too late. I should have persuaded him to leave the moment the so-called anti-Great Eastern Territory Alliance appeared. If he didn't die, I wouldn't have died either. Lu Yin slowly raised a hand. You're very accurate. There's something even more accurate. Lu Xiaoge's lips curled up as he raised his gadget. Brother Lu, take a look. Lu Yin looked over and his expression changed. 6 honor points? Why do you have it? Lu Yin was truly astonished. His honor points had not been easy to come by. He had obtained one from his meritorious service at Erudite Flowzone's border warfront, and another from his victory in the Tournament of the Strongest. The remaining 4 points had come from Ironblood Weave's life and death battlefield. Now, he had 11 points, which Elder Lohar had made an exception to grant him the right to enter the Daosor sect. It could be said that every single honor point had not been easy to come by, but how had Lu Xiaoge obtained 6 points? I originally didn't want to expose myself, but Brother Lu has already released his killing intent. I have no choice but to expose myself, said Lu Xiaoge regretfully. Lu Yin stared at Lu Xiaoge. Even if you have 6 honor points, I'll still kill you. What? Brother Lu, are you not afraid of the Hall of Honor? Lu Xiaoge provoked. Lu Yin was about to speak when he suddenly thought of something. The Hall of Honor is the supreme ruler of the human domain, and it maintains the balance of the human domain. It will not interfere with power struggles, and it will only protect those with more than 11 honor points. 6 honor points isn't enough for the Hall of Honor to take action. Lu Xiaoge smiled. The situation is different now. The innerverse and outerverse have been separated. To the Hall of Honor, anyone with honor points must be protected. Brother Lu, you're not thinking of rebelling against the Hall of Honor, are you? I respect the Hall of Honor very much. Ha 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 ha, Brother Lu, you're very smart. Lu Xiaoge laughed heartily as a figure stepped out of the void. It was the Enlighter who had left earlier. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Greetings, Senior. The middle-aged man grunted and then looked at Lu Yin. Lu Xiaoge is right. The situation in the outerverse is different now, and 6 honor points proves that he has contributed greatly to the human domain. Little brother, I hope that you can let him off for the sake of the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin replied, since Senior has spoken, this junior will naturally comply. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. He then looked at Lu Xiaoge coldly. The Hall of Honor isn't something you can use. As punishment, 1 honor point will be deducted. Lu Xiaoge hurriedly replied respectfully, yes, Senior. This junior accepts Senior's punishment. The middle-aged man glanced at the two of them again before leaving. After the middle-aged man left, Lu Yin and Lu Xiaoge exchanged glances and smiled at the same time. Lu Yin was laughing at Lu Xiaoge's intelligence, but he was also laughing at his own quick reaction. Lu Xiaoge's words had been deliberately provocative, and he had wanted Lu Yin to say something unfavorable to the Hall of Honor in order to make the Hall of Honor unhappy with him. Fortunately, Lu Yin had reacted in time and seen the boundless number of rune lines appear. Only then had his words been filled with respect for the Hall of Honor. Otherwise, even if that Enlighter powerhouse did not have the ability to punish Lu Yin, he would have definitely planted a seed of dissatisfaction in his heart. Lu Xiaoge was too smart. Not only did he use his honor points to save his life, he also wanted to scheme against him. This was also the reason why the Enlighter had punished Lu Xiaoge. Lu Xiaoge laughed at the fact that he had managed to keep his life. Brother Lu, I've disappointed you. If there's a chance, we'll consider it a draw. Lu Xiaoge sighed in admiration. Brother Lu is really smart. I'll be more careful when dealing with you in the future. Then be careful. It won't be so easy for you to escape next time. Lu Yin waved a hand and turned to leave the tower. Brother Lu, my words still count. Think about it carefully. If you want to make an enemy out of the innerverse, you'll need help. Lu Xiaoge laughed loudly. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Make an enemy out of the innerverse? The Innerverse was currently being invaded by the Sixth Mainland, and it was hard to say if those powers would still exist when the Innerverse and Outerverse recovered. Luin had already seen Lu Xiaoga's methods many times, and it was not too surprising that he had not died this time. Luin had originally thought that Lu Xiaoga would escape, but he had never expected that the Hall of Honor would openly protect him and even try to scheme against him. Lu Xiaoga had entered Arbiter Zhenwu's eyes as an Earthling, and he had even become a member of the Outerverse Youth Council as a representative of the Day-Night clan. This was something that even the heirs of some of the Innerverse's great powers could not accomplish, but Lu Xiaoga had done it. Luin had always been wary of Lu Xiaoga, so even if he had not been able to kill Lu Xiaoga this time, Luin had publicly announced that East San Dios would be sealed off and that the Outerverse Youth Council would be temporarily suspended from interacting with the various Wi's of the Outerverse. The moment the Innerverse and Outerverse were separated, East San Dios's existence was no longer that important. However, Lu Yin's decision still shocked many of the Outerverse's powers. Lu Xiaoga did not have much of a reaction, and no one knew what he was thinking. Xianxia and the others found Luin. "Brother Lu, what should we do if East San Dios is sealed off?" Xianxia asked. Luin smiled. "Follow me back to the Great Yu Empire." Xianxia's eyes flashed. "Become your subordinate?" Luin laughed. "You can treat the Great Yu Empire as the Outerverse Youth Council. I'm still a member, and you guys are still my subordinate members." "I agree." And Xiaohua was the first to speak up. Back in Iron Blood Weave, he had wanted to rely on Luin, but due to various circumstances, he had not been able to meet Luin. This time, he wanted to completely rely on Luin. Fan naturally agreed, as he had been sent to East San Dios by Luin. Barley also agreed, but Luin did not take him with him. "If you leave, who will help me look after San Dios?" Barley was puzzled. "Isn't San Dios sealed off?" Luin looked at the tower. "I have the authority to seal off San Dios, and Lu Xiaoga, a true member of the council, also has the authority to open San Dios. You stay here and keep an eye on him." "Understood," Barley replied. Xianxia looked at Luin. "If we follow you back to the Great Yu Empire, what positions will you arrange for us?" Luin had not considered this question, as sealing off San Dios had been an impromptu decision. He looked at Xianxia and Xiaohua, and the others, only to discover that they had all broken through to the Explorer realm. Xianxia and Xiaohua, in particular, had an enormous number of rune lines that surpassed most cruisers. They were indisputably realmbreakers. One of them was the young sect master of the Frostmoon sect, while the other was the young master of Watermoon Villa. "Come with me to the Great Yu Empire and join the first squadron." "I'll be the captain," Luin said. Xianxia and Xiaohua exchanged glances, and they agreed without much thought. There was no point in staying in San Dios. "Me too. Me too." Zhao ran over from nearby with a flustered expression. She looked at Luin excitedly, but then she fell to the ground with a thump. When she got up, she looked confused. "Where am I?" Luin was speechless. He suddenly remembered that there was still this brat who kept losing her memories. Back then, he had pitted her and brought her to San Dios. Luin walked over to Zhao Ran, squatted down, and looked at her in amusement. Zhao Ran looked at Luin and blinked her large eyes. She looked very cute. Luin pointed at the necklace in front of her chest. Wendy Yushan had said that she had stored Zhao Ran's memories in a chip, and it was placed on the necklace. There was also a piece of paper inside that contained a portion of her memories. Zhao Ran looked at the paper. "Ah, I remember now. You're a good person." Luin helped her up. "What were you trying to say?" Zhao Ran was confused. "What?" Luin was stunned. "Nothing. How about I take you to my hometown?" "Good person, I'll go wherever you want me to go. I'm lacking in goods, and I keep losing my memories." Zhao Ran was embarrassed. This brat looked very pitiful, like an abandoned kitten. Luin decided to let her stay in King Zishan's palace or send her to the princess residence. He had come alone, but he returned with several others. When Luin returned to Xinyu Star, Elder Lohar sent him a message saying that he had not found any evidence of Darkstar Gorge colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance. He blamed Luin for being too heavy-handed and should have kept Puyu for interrogation. Luin put down his gadget. Keep Puyu for interrogation? That would not do. Everyone could tell that Darkstar Gorge had not colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance, or else Puyu would not have been so stupid as to bring a corpse king-like vulture with him. This was also one of the reasons why Xianxia had not taken action back then. However, the Hall of Honor was different. To them, anyone who had even the slightest connection to the Neo-Human Alliance had to be completely destroyed unless that person was truly important. Shenwu Continent was like this, and Darkstar Gorge was no exception. Elder Lohar had only blamed Luin for acting too quickly and had no other intentions. As for Darkstar Gorge, it no longer existed. The moment Vulture had revealed his true body, Darkstar Gorge had already been sentenced to death. The Hall of Honor's methods were chilling, and Luin fell into deep thought as he stared at the night sky. He was of value to the Hall of Honor, and they would protect and favor him. If there came a day when he lost his value, the Hall of Honor would not hesitate to eliminate him. Not just him, but also everyone in the Great Yu Empire who was related to him. The Hall of Honor's methods were 100 times more ruthless than Lu Yin's. They were the true masters of the human domain, and once they made a move, everything would be over. Darkstar Gorge was not worth mentioning in their eyes, and the same was true for the Great Yu Empire. The Neo-Human Alliance represented darkness, while the Hall of Honor represented light. However, in Lu Yin's eyes, the two were essentially the same, and they both had the power to kill. Lu Yin suddenly felt a sense of urgency, both from the Sixth Mainland and from the Hall of Honor. Within the vast Earth Sect's main hall, many of the elders were engaged in a heated discussion. Sect Master Meng Tianlong was not present, as he had gone into seclusion. Lu Yin had not received any response from the elders, and he no longer held any hope. When Meng Tianlong returned to the main hall, all of the elders were silent, and no one spoke. It looks like the elders have already come to a decision. Speak, Meng Tianlong said in a low voice as his gaze swept across the crowd before finally stopping on Elder Angio. Elder Angio coughed and sighed. Sect Master, all of us elders have unanimously agreed to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Meng Tianlong was not surprised. News of Darkstar Gorge's destruction had already spread the previous day, and the strongest power in Adonis Weave had been destroyed just like that. Lu Yin had even personally killed Counselor Puyu of the Outerverse Youth Council, who was ranked 13th on the top 100 rankings. Everyone had heard of Lu Yin's fame, and his battle achievements were the main reason why the vast Earth sect had been so hesitant. However, no one had any idea of his methods until now. I wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Thank you for your support and support. Thank you. Darkstar Gorge had led the various great powers to form an alliance against the Great Eastern Alliance, but it had only been a few days since such a great power had been uprooted. Although it had been the Hall of Honor that had taken action, it had still been Lu Yin's methods. Darkstar Gorge had been an enormous power that had existed for countless years, and it had been annihilated with a single strike. This had terrified the elders of the vast Earth sect, and it wasn't just them, all of the powers that had been allied with Darkstar Gorge were terrified. Nobody knew who Lu Yin's next target would be. Since the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, the Outerverse order was determined by itself, and Lu Yin was the one who had set that order. Elders, since you've all come to a decision, this sect master will not oppose it. As such, our vast Earth sect has decided to join the Great Eastern Alliance, Meng Tianlong said. Many of the elders had ugly expressions on their faces. Lu Yin had used Evenground Palace's young mistress Doro's promise to get Evenground Palace to speak up for the Great Yu Empire and stop the Ross Empire's attack. This was not the first time that Evenground Palace had come into contact with the Great Yu Empire. Young Mistress Doro had also met Lu Yin once. Previously, the Great Yu Empire had wanted to establish the Great Eastern Alliance, but Evenground Palace had not agreed to it. Instead, they had taken advantage of the situation to join Darkstar Gorge's alliance against the Great Eastern Alliance. However, they had not expected that Darkstar Gorge would be destroyed in the blink of an eye, which had caused Evenground Palace to panic. Palace Master, please make a decision as soon as possible. More than 10 women were seated in the main hall of Evenground Palace. Evenground Palace was similar to the Innerverse Frostmoon sect, but there were also some differences. The Frost Moon Sect's members were all women, while Even Ground Palace's members were mostly women. There were also quite a few men, but the Palace Master and the young Palace Master were definitely women. The Palace Master of the Even Ground Palace, Mu Nikhang, had a beautiful appearance and a cold expression. She gave off an otherworldly feeling. "Let Doro in." The elders looked at each other. "Hall Master, although Doro is the young Hall Master, she's not qualified to participate in such a major event," one of the elders said. Mu Nikhang replied, "Doro has interacted with him before." The elders no longer objected. Doro quickly entered the main hall. Although Luin had seen her before, he didn't have a deep impression of her. After all, too many trial takers had been trapped in the Tower of Resonating Light, and she had only been one of them. Her appearance wasn't that stunning either. "Doro, what do you think of Luin?" Mu Nikhang asked. All the elders looked at Doro. Doro replied respectfully, "I've only interacted with Luin once, but he left a deep impression on me. I can describe him in one sentence." Doro thought for a moment before continuing, "He doesn't rise early if there's no benefit to him." "What do you mean?" an elder asked. Doro replied, "This person only cares about profit." Back in the Tower of Resonating Light, when many trial takers were trapped, this person made everyone sign an agreement before he was willing to save them. I believe that if everyone had not been willing to sign that agreement, he would not have saved them. Any other thoughts? Mu Nikhang asked. Doro thought for a moment before replying, "This person is ruthless, extremely talented, and somewhat lawless." Everyone fell silent, as these points were in line with their understanding of Luin. If not for his extraordinary talent, how could he have become the strongest Lemeter and suppressed all the other Lemeters in the Outerverse? If not for his ruthlessness, how could he have dared to kill Enlighters? If not for his lawlessness, how could he have formed the Great Eastern Alliance? In everyone's eyes, Luin was a madman with extraordinary talent and ruthless methods. However, this madman had an ability that suited his ambitions, which was the most disgusting thing. "All right, you may leave," Mu Nikhang said. Doro respectfully left. "Elders, what do you think?" Mu Nikhang asked. On the left, an elder named Maya spoke up. "Hall Master, Darkstar Gorge has already been destroyed. I do not wish for Even Ground Palace to follow in their footsteps." "Elder Maya, that's too serious. Darkstar Gorge was destroyed because Puyu colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance. Even Ground Palace has nothing to do with the Neo-Human Alliance." Elder Maya sneered. "Colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance? Who here would believe that?" Everyone looked at each other and helplessly shook their heads. No one believed her, as the Hall of Honor had not found any evidence that Darkstar Gorge had colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance. Even so, Darkstar Gorge had still been destroyed. From what I know, Luin once came into contact with a corpse king called Vulture several years ago. Everyone, Luin didn't expose Vulture even though he knew that Vulture was a corpse king. This person's schemes run deep. If he can use Vulture to destroy the entire Darkstar Gorge, who can guarantee that he doesn't have similar pawns in other organizations that can destroy an entire organization, Elder Maya said coldly. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines when they heard this. Mu Nikhang's eyes flashed. "Does Elder Maya agree to join the Great Eastern Alliance?" "Yes, I agree," Elder Maya replied. Mu Nikhang looked at the others. "What about the other elders?" The other elders looked at each other and then helplessly said, "Agreed." Agreed. No one objected. The more they understood Luin, the more terrified they became. This person could not be viewed as a junior, as he was a genius that transcended time. "All right, since all the elders have agreed to join the Great Eastern Alliance, I hereby announce that Even Ground Palace will join the Great Eastern Alliance. Immediately send someone to contact the Great U Empire," Mu Nikhang announced. Flaxen Weave was located to the west of Lars Weave, and it bordered Lars Weave. The strongest power there was the Tribanner Federation. When news of Darkstar Gorge's destruction reached Flaxen Weave, the Tribanner Federation's previous chairman, Jibu, led a group of people to where the people from Northline Flow Zone were and requested to meet with the person in charge there. However, when they arrived, they were informed that everyone from Northline Flow Zone had already left. They had taken all of the Tribanner Federation's star crystals, crystal essence, and a large amount of resources with them. Many of the Tri-Banner Federation's representatives were furious, but they did not dare to chase after them. Northline Flowzone was an Innerverse power, and they also had Granny Chan and Enlighter. No one dared to make an enemy out of them. Chairman Jibu, since the people from Northline Flowzone have left, the Tri-Banner Federation hopes that you can resume your position and negotiate with the Great U Empire. That's right, Sir Jibu. Please negotiate with the Great U Empire. Jibu looked at the crowd with satisfaction and smiled. Everyone, the people from Northline Flowzone have left, and our Tri-Banner Federation has regained its freedom. Everything will be democratic again. Since you want me to negotiate with the Great U Empire, we must at least vote on our Federation's position. Will we join the Great Eastern Alliance or not? The representatives did not hesitate. Of course, we'll join. We'll definitely join. We'll join. Compared to Even Ground Palace, the vast Earth sect, and the other powers, the Tri-Banner Federation was much more lax and did not care about honor or disgrace. After all, they had all come from different regions, and they had just merged together. They did not have a strong sense of belonging to the Federation, and surviving was more important than anything else. Darkstar Gorge had already been destroyed, and they did not want to follow in its footsteps. Jibu grunted in response, as this was too easy. He had already contacted the people from the Great U Empire because his secrets were in the Great U Empire's hands. Although he had been threatened into cooperating, as long as he allowed the Tri-Banner Federation to join the Great Eastern Alliance, he would still be the chairman of the Tri-Banner Federation. This had been personally confirmed by the Great U Empire's royal regent, and Jibu could already see the glory of his new position. On the Great U Empire's Xenu Star, in King Zishan's palace, Enya urgently requested an audience. Luin was currently conversing with Xianxia. He had originally arranged for this woman to go to U Academy and teach the Empire's elites a lesson, but she was unwilling, as she looked down on the Great U Empire's elites. This was not the first time something like this had happened, and even Wendy Yushan looked down on them. It was normal for the Innerverse Power's heirs to have such an attitude, but Luin was not happy about it. From his perspective, this woman had yet to correct her attitude. Have you forgotten that the Innerverse and Outerverse have been separated? You can only stay in the Great U Empire from now on, Luin said in a low voice. Xianxia snorted, and she was as proud as a peacock. When the sect told me to go to San Dios to look for you, it was just to keep in touch. Don't think that I'm going to rely on you. Your sect is gone, and it's gone forever. You're now an independent cultivator, Luin grumbled. Xianxia raised her head. My Frost Moon sect has roots in the Outerverse. I'm not an independent cultivator. Luin felt a headache coming on. Kay saw that Enya had arrived, and he was about to speak when he heard Lu Yin's words. He gestured for Enya to enter. Enya hurriedly entered King Zishan's palace and reported to Luin, Your Highness, good news. The vast Earth sect, Even Ground Palace, Tri-Banner Federation, and more than 10 other powers have contacted the Empire at the same time and expressed their willingness to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Luin was delighted. Really? That's great. Enya smiled. Your Highness is truly capable. You're right, these are all sheep. As long as we eliminate the wolf in the lead, they'll be slaughtered. Luin waved a hand. Not anymore. We're the wolves, and we won't slaughter them, haha. Your Highness is right. Enya smiled, but she looked at Luin with a complicated expression. She could vaguely see Xianxia's shadow in him. Did they contact the Empire at the same time? Luin changed the topic. Enya nodded. Yes, they did so at almost the same time. Is there such a coincidence? Luin muttered. These powers must have contacted each other before, which is why it's so coincidental, Enya replied. Luin frowned. That won't do. Think of a way to split the alliance. I don't want an alliance within an alliance. Yes, Your Highness, Enya answered. Also, since they've joined the Great Eastern Alliance, have them send me a list of all the resources in their weaves. Send a copy to Banjo and see if there's anything useful. Of course, we'll send them a list of our Frostwave Weaves resources as well, Luin said. Xianxia rolled her eyes. Luin had just said that he wouldn't slaughter them, but now there was a split and a list of resources. Was there a need to be so anxious? Yes, Your Highness. May I ask when the Alliance Conference will begin? Enya asked. Luin muttered, what do you think? Enya looked at Xianxia hesitantly. Luin casually replied, don't mind her. She's just a wandering cultivator. I'm not a wandering cultivator, Xianxia retorted. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, and I'll update at 3 p.m. Thank you all for your continued support. Enya said to Luin, Your Highness, although the alliance can be formed, those powers have been forced to do so. To them, Your Highness is more of an enemy than an ally, so they'll definitely try to suppress Your Highness within the alliance. This suppression won't just be in terms of strength, but also in terms of various aspects, such as the weave's economy, resources, mines, talent reserves, and the strength of various powerhouses. With Your Highness's strength, you're invincible to them, so they'll definitely try to make it so that Your Highness can't interfere. Then, they'll try to suppress the Empire in other aspects. As long as the Empire is suppressed, its future status within the Alliance will be very low, and Your Highness' authority will be easily challenged. Luin frowned. This was the same as opposing the Great Eastern Alliance, but in a different way. It would be very difficult for a power that was suppressed in all aspects to control the other powers. No matter how strong Luin was, he couldn't possibly control the entire alliance by himself. Furthermore, he couldn't always watch over the alliance. The alliance's original intention was to serve him, not the other way around. So you're saying that the Empire needs to be prepared? Luin asked. Enya nodded. Actually, there are many things that we don't need to worry about, such as the economy. With the Nayland family's support, the other weaves aren't too far apart. The only problem is that these powers might join forces in a certain area and try to suppress the Empire in one fell swoop. Although they won't be able to stop Your Highness from becoming the leader, they'll still be able to control the situation in the future. Luin muttered to himself for a moment. I understand. You can leave now. I'll think about it. Enya acknowledged and left. It seems like you've run into some trouble. Although forming the alliance is difficult, it'll be even more difficult after that, Xianxia said coldly, her expression aloof. Luin was displeased. Let's go. Where to? Xianxia was puzzled. Luin looked up. To see how weak the Empire's younger generation is that you don't even want to meet them. On the first ring of the continent, a group of people had gathered outside the Formcast pool and were shouting loudly. The crowd was clearly divided into several factions, and they were all shouting excitedly. Luin brought Xianxia over in disguise and stood not too far away, watching the center of the arena where two cultivators were fighting. Go, beat him up. Don't be a coward. Crush his thigh. Spit on him. Drown him. Luin looked at the arena with amusement. There was competition within Yu Academy as well, and every now and then, the hall master and Luin. Was Xianxia and Xianxia? Xianxia, she looked at Luin Yin's, these are the elites of the great powers? Star energy can't even take a physical form, and you need all sorts of crystals and materials to use battle techniques? Are you messing with me? Luin smiled. This is the current situation of the Outerverse. It's not just our great Yu Empire, but all of the Outerverse weaves are basically the same. Regardless of whether it's cultivation methods or knowledge, the Outerverse cannot compare to the Innerverse. Otherwise, why do you think the Innerverse completely suppresses the Outerverse? Lu of the Xian. Of any. Any. Lu. Of. Not necessarily. There was a decent number of rune lines hidden in the crowd, and they could be considered decent for a melder. They just hadn't made a move yet. Those two aren't bad. Eh? That person's aura isn't weak. He actually sensed my domain. Xianxia looked into the distance in surprise. A pair of sharp eyes were staring at her. It was Schutz. Xianxia had released her domain to cover the Formcast pool. Even the explorers guarding the pool hadn't sensed her presence, but Schutz had. However, Schutz only glanced at her before turning around. He had seen Luin, and although Lu Yin's appearance had changed, Schutz still recognized him. The two were very familiar with each other. His name is Schutz, Yu Academy's Hall Master. He joined the Astral Combat Academy in the same year as me. If not for Yu Academy, he would have become an explorer long ago, Luin said with a tinge of guilt in his voice. He was the one who had allowed Schutz to return to the Great Yu Empire, and even though he had given him compensation, it wasn't enough. Luin had always felt apologetic towards Schutz. No wonder. So he studied in the Astral Combat Academy. He's on a completely different level from the others. Right, the other Lemeter isn't bad either. My domain senses tell me that he's suppressing his strength. His name is Wukai Mathers, and he's also a Hall Master. He's always been in the Outerverse, Luin said. It had been a coincidence that Luin had appointed Wukai Mathers as a Hall Master since the two had met at a tavern. The battle techniques that Wukai Mathers had obtained during Astral Ten's trial had allowed him to remain strong even though he hadn't entered the Astral Combat Academy. Xianxia only glanced at him and didn't pay him much attention. She was right, but that was only relative to the others. She had broken through to the Explorer realm, comprehended a domain, possessed innate gifts, inherited the Frost Moon Sex inheritance, and even obtained an inheritance from the Astral Combat Academy's trial zones. These people couldn't even be compared to her. If all 5 of Yu Academy's Hall Masters were this strong, then the vast Earth sect and the other powers might not be able to suppress you even if they joined forces. It's not easy for a melder from the Outerverse to reach this level unless they had external help. Luin helplessly shook his head. The other 3 Hall Masters are far inferior to them. Then there's nothing we can do. Xianxia absent-mindedly glanced at her surroundings. One of the challengers was defeated. Wukai Mathers waved his hand, and Fu Xiaoxiu stepped forward. They had been defeated several times in a row, and they needed to regain some face. When he saw Fu Xiaoxiu step forward, the other challenger's face paled. He gritted his teeth and said, "Come, I've always wanted to experience the power of you Earthlings." Earth was no stranger to the Great Yu Empire, and Lu Yin's birth had piqued the interest of many historians, including many media reporters. They all fought to report on Luin, but they didn't dare to reveal too much about Lu Yin's privacy. Instead, they only reported on Earth's situation. Originally, these people hadn't held much hope for Earth since it was just an ordinary planet. However, ever since the first batch of cultivators from Earth had been selected to enter Yu Academy, the entire frost wave weave had been shaken. This was because a single planet had given birth to 5 cultivators with innate gifts. Cultivators with innate gifts were extremely rare, but they could directly join the Youth Council, which represented their status. The fact that 5 cultivators with innate gifts had appeared on a tiny planet like Earth was more than enough to cause a stir. Fu Xiaoxiu and the others became the focus of attention, and if not for the fact that Yu Academy prohibited visitors, they would have become famous long ago. Although they weren't famous in the Frost Wave Weave, Fu Xiaoxiu and the others were almost as famous as the Hall Masters in Yu Academy because of their innate gifts. Many rumors even claimed that Fu Xiaoxiu and the others, who had already reached the Melder realm, were comparable to Huazhong, Jirbok, and Lockwood. "Make your move," Fu Xiaoxiu said casually as he looked at the man across from him. The man snorted and crushed the blue crystal in his hand, causing a stream of water to appear and wrap around his arm. He punched out at Fu Xiaoxiu, and the superimposed streams of water seemed to materialize. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was a good move. Ever since Schutz had returned from the Astral Combat Academy, Yu Academy's overall strength had increased significantly. At the very least, most people could easily reach the Melder realm now. When Luin had first come into contact with Yu Academy in the Great Yu Empire, there hadn't been many Melders there. In the face of the superimposed water flow, Fu Xiaoxiu stood his ground and did not move. The water flow smashed into the ground with a loud boom, creating a huge crater. The ground shook as a gust of water vapor blew towards him. Xianxia was puzzled. Why is that person attacking an empty space? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Because he thinks that the enemy is standing there. Xianxia was shocked. An illusion? A battle technique? No, there aren't any star energy fluctuations. Is this an innate gift? Luin nodded. Xianxia looked at Fu Xiaoxiu seriously. If he had an innate gift, then things were different. Any cultivator with an innate gift would have a bright future, and their strength would far surpass the average cultivators. Fu Xiaoxu's innate gift could only cover a certain area, but it couldn't cover Luyin or Xianxia. Even if it could, his illusions wouldn't be able to confuse the two of them. He couldn't even confuse Schutz or Rucky Matters. Outside the arena, the U Academy students cheered excitedly. In their eyes, this attack had indeed hit Fu Xiaoxu. The man smiled proudly. Fu Xiaoxu, you're too arrogant. I've never used this attack on anyone before. I've saved it for you. Is that so? It's quite powerful. A voice came from behind the man, and he turned around in shock to see Fu Xiaoxu smiling mockingly. His eyes narrowed. You. How did you? Fu Xiaoxu didn't give him a chance to speak and pressed a finger on the man's head. You've lost. The man was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. He dejectedly said, this is your innate gift, right? I couldn't see through it. Fu Xiaoxu looked around proudly. Indeed, this was his innate gift. His vision was no longer limited to the U Academy students, and he wanted to challenge the Hall Master. Only by becoming a Hall Master would he be qualified to enter the Royal Regent's eyes. To Earthlings, Luyin was a god, and Fu Xiaoxu wanted to be close to him and follow him. Xianxia, you go, Schutz said in a low voice. A man with a stern expression walked out from the crowd and faced Fu Xiaoxu directly. Fu Xiaoxu slowly turned around and looked at Xianxia. I knew you would attack. The surrounding U Academy students were excited and expectant. Xianxia was also from Earth and had an innate gift as well. The two of them could be said to be on the same level, and aside from the Hall Master, the only other person present who could deal with Fu Xiaoxu was Xianxia, who was also from Earth. Your illusions are well developed, Xianxia said indifferently, his face expressionless. Who are you talking to? Fu Xiaoxu's voice sounded from another direction. Xianxia wasn't surprised that Fu Xiaoxu had disappeared. He took off his heavy equipment and said indifferently, if that's all you've got, you're not my match. Fu Xiaoxu pursed his lips. Still so cold. Fine, I'll show you how strong I've become. The first person to enter the Royal Regent's eyes is me. That one sentence ignited Xianxia's anger. The person he admired the most was Luyin, and he had to be the first to approach him. Your personality has changed a lot. Even the beggar from Nanjing has learned how to brag. Third update, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to all of you. Thank you for your support. Thank you. It would be even better if you could tip me. Thank you. Fu Xiaoxu's eyebrows shot up in anger. He had indeed been a beggar, and this was a stain on his record. You'll pay for what you just said. With that, a formless fluctuation enveloped the entire area. The students of U Academy couldn't see it, not even Rucky Matters. However, this fluctuation shocked Schutz. This was a domain. Luyin was shocked as well. Fu Xiaoxu had actually comprehended a domain. Xianxia was shocked. It was extremely difficult for someone from the outerverse to comprehend a domain. They didn't even know how to control star energy, let alone a domain. This person's control of star energy was still very raw, so how could he have comprehended a domain? With the support of a domain, Fu Xiaoxu's illusions underwent a qualitative change. Xianxia's originally nonchalant expression changed, and he became abnormally solemn. He couldn't find where Fu Xiaoxu was, and the scene in front of him changed. He was back on Earth, and the people, things, and things of the past appeared in front of him. Fu Xiaoxu would always remember Lu Yin's words, the peak of illusions is to make even those who know that they are illusions fall for it. He had been working towards this goal for a long time. Xianxia attacked, but he didn't attack Fu Xiaoxu. Instead, he frantically attacked where he was standing. The people around him gradually backed away with sympathetic gazes. He had been controlled by Fu Xiaoxu's illusions. Schutz frowned. He hadn't expected someone from U Academy to have comprehended a domain. It was simply ridiculous. Back in the Astral Combat Academy, they had gone through a lot of difficulties to cultivate and understand much about domains and battle force, but Fu Xiaoxu had remained in U Academy all this time and still managed to comprehend a domain. His talent was terrifying. Even Luyin was stunned. He had also gone through a lot of trouble to comprehend a domain. How had Fu Xiaoxu managed to do it so easily? Your great Yu empire is really surprising, someone actually managed to comprehend a domain, Xianxia praised. With a domain and illusions, the other person is definitely going to lose. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Not necessarily. From what he could see, Songshi's rune lines surpassed Fu Xiaoxu's. Xianxia was shocked. The other person has a technique as well? Don't tell me he also comprehended a domain. Lu Yin shrugged, he didn't know either. It's over, Songshi. Fu Xiaoxu barked. In his illusion, Songshi had been fighting non-stop for more than 10 minutes, and he had exhausted all of his energy. It was time to deal the final blow. As he thought about it, Fu Xiaoxu raised his palm, causing star energy to erupt and transform into a powerful force that swept towards Songshi. With a loud bang, Songshi was hit in the back. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee. Fu Xiaoxu's figure appeared and dispelled the illusion. He looked down at Songshi and said, I told you that I would be the first to come into contact with the royal regent. Songshi looked up with a resolute gaze. How much longer can your illusions last? A hint of panic flashed across Fu Xiaoxu's eyes. His innate talent could not be unleashed without limit. Songshi might have fallen into the illusion and consumed a lot of energy, but it was not easy for him either. He could only endure it. When Songshi saw the panic in Fu Xiaoxu's eyes, he stomped on the ground and charged forward, grabbing at Fu Xiaoxu. Fu Xiaoxu unleashed his domain, preventing Songshi from entering. Songshi let out a low roar as a colorless stream of air appeared around his body, distorting the air around him as he broke through the domain. He grabbed Fu Xiaoxu by the collar and smashed him into the ground, knocking him unconscious. The crowd went silent. Fu Xiaoxu had actually been defeated. Xianxia was shocked. Battle force. The other one has actually comprehended battle force. In the distance, Lu Yin was astonished. That colorless stream of air was indeed battle force. Songshi had actually comprehended battle force, which was a little strange. Even Lu Yin himself had only comprehended battle force after going through Astral 10's Sand Ocean, but Songshi had actually grasped it. As a relatively ordinary cultivator in the Outerverse, this was very unusual. If it was just an occasional occurrence, then it could be attributed to luck or an innate talent. However, Fu Xiaoxu's domain and Songshi's battle force both reminded Lu Yin that things were not that simple. Earth had a high frequency of cultivators with innate talents. Cultivators improved quickly and had strong comprehension abilities, so there was definitely something hidden on this planet. Hua Qingshan had once said that if a powerful cultivator appeared on Earth, then the entire civilization would be wiped out. That was why the Hidden Earth organization had hidden themselves on Jupiter, not daring to come out. Lu Yin had to figure out what secrets Earth was hiding, and it definitely had something to do with the primeval surnames. Brother Lu, this person has actually comprehended battle force. Yu Academy is really secretive. Does it have a place like the Astral Combat Academy that helps in comprehending domains and battle force? Xianxia asked. Lu Yin's expression was calm. No. No? Xianxia didn't believe him, but she couldn't tell anything from Lu Yin's expression. Outside the formcast pool, Fu Xiaoxu had been defeated. None of Wu Kai Mather's subordinates could compare to Songshi, so he looked helplessly at Schutz. We've lost this match. Schutz replied, there's no such thing as losing. We'll try again next time. Wu Kai Mathers nodded and led the rest of his haul away. Fu Xiaoxu was carried away. Blood trickled down the corner of Songshi's mouth as he glanced at Fu Xiaoxu. This match had been very close. If Fu Xiaoxu's illusion had lasted a little longer, then Songshi might not have been able to win. Have you watched the Astral Combat Tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest? Schutz asked as he appeared beside Songshi. Songshi nodded. A battle depends on the venue. The venue limits one's abilities, and in an evenly matched battle, victory or defeat depends on one's brain. There's no need to fight head-on. Songshi replied, I understand, Hall Master. Schutz dismissed the crowd and looked at Lu Yin, only to find that he and Xianxia had already left. How was it? Yu Academy isn't too bad, right? Lu Yin asked as he looked at his gadget while they were on the surface of the first ring. Xianxia glanced at him. It's all right. If there's nothing else, you can train them. They can be considered your disciples, Luin said as he stared at his gadget with a solemn expression. Xianxia frowned. That's very impolite of you. Luin retracted his gaze and lowered his arm. Sorry, I'm reading the news. Xianxia looked around. The scenery on the first ring isn't bad. It's fine to come and play occasionally. Luin smiled. After parting ways with Xianxia, Luin went straight to Xianxia's library to look for the curator. Greetings, Your Highness. The curator hurriedly greeted Luin. Why is Earth's history different from what I saw last time? Luin asked sternly. The curator trembled. Your Highness, this. Speak. Luin barked. The curator was terrified and immediately prostrated himself. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Earth's history has always been fake. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. What do you mean? The curator was terrified. There are many planets in the universe that cannot be recorded. The Great Yu Empire didn't have 13 filaments, and it didn't cover Earth until His Majesty, Undying Yushan, took over and expanded the Empire's territory, which then included Earth. At that time, Earth's civilization had just gone extinct, and the Empire didn't pay much attention to it. The so-called history is only based on observations. We can confirm that Earth went extinct several times, but we can only determine the number of times in the past tens of thousands of years. There are many planets like Earth in the universe, and it's normal for civilizations to go extinct due to various reasons. Thus, the Empire's records of Earth's history are only based on their initial observations. Some are even made up. Made up? Luin frowned. The curator's voice trembled. Yes, made up. There are too many planets in the Empire, and it's impossible to keep a detailed record of every planet. Thus, the records of some planets in the Empire's archives aren't even as accurate as their own records. Has Earth's history been changed recently? Luin asked. The curator's voice trembled. Yes, Your Highness. Your identity is special since you were born on Earth. Many people pay attention to Earth, and we had no choice but to combine Earth's own records with the Empire's. We also made up some details to shut up the media. Luin sighed. So there was such a thing. Even history could be made up. I want to see the information from when Earth was first discovered, Luin said. The curator's face went pale, and he couldn't stop trembling. Where's the information? Give it to me. Luin barked. The curator trembled. I'm sorry, Your Highness. There was a fire in the library, and all of the information was destroyed. Lu Yin's eyes went wide, and a terrifying pressure swept across Xianxia, causing the seas to churn and countless cultivators to tremble. However, it only lasted for an instant. Not a single bit of information was left behind? I'm sorry, Your Highness. The curator almost fainted from shock. Lu Yin's anger subsided a little when he saw the curator's miserable state. He helplessly walked out of the library and looked towards the Hua family. He wanted to talk to Hua Qingshan again, but Hua Qingshan was the one who had asked him to look for information the last time. There was only one place where he could understand Earth's history, Jupiter. Unfortunately, he couldn't enter. Forget it, I'll wait a little longer. Jupiter's defenses will be broken one day, and I really want to know what Earth's history is. On Xianxia, the Ana family's courtyard was desolate. As an old family of the Great Yu Empire, the Ana family had always had great influence in the empire. However, their influence had plummeted after Lu Yin's ascension. Although Lu Yin had not actively suppressed the Ana family and had even allowed Xiaoshan Ana to join the Lu Ministry of Defense and become one of the leaders of the military, this could not hide his intentions to marginalize the Ana family. Regardless of whether it was the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance or the collaboration with the Nalan family, no one from the Ana family had participated. For an old family, this was a sign that they were being ignored by those in power. On the surface, the Ana family still had considerable influence, and they even controlled the 9th Imperial Squadron. However, this influence could be ended with a single word from Lu Yin, and he could even destroy the entire Ana family. During this time, the Ana family had been thinking of ways to get closer to some people, such as Gavin, Huan Sha, and Enya, but their efforts had not been effective. Xiaoshan Ana's study fell into silence. Rocky Ana looked at Xianxia Ana and said, I originally thought that the Hua family would weaken since His Highness was clearly worried about Hua Qingshan. However, I never expected that even Hua Qingshan would be able to participate in the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance while our Ana family is unable to. Patriarch, shouldn't we discuss this with His Highness? Xianxia Ana frowned and fell into deep thought. Rocky Ana couldn't help but say, if this continues, our Ana family will be finished after so many years. Anyone can see that our family is gradually being marginalized. There used to be people coming to visit us every day, but now, no one comes. They're all afraid of being involved with our family. Patriarch, why is this happening? Xianxia Ana's eyes flickered. Why? He obviously knew that before the royal regent had come to power, the Ana family's attitude towards him had changed several times. Although they had not fallen out with him, they had not been decisive in dealing with Jenny Ana's matter. Although they had made up for it and fully supported the royal regent, some things could not be forgotten. The reason why the Ana family still existed and why Xianxia Ana had been able to enter the Lu Ministry of Defense was because of the family's timely change in attitude. Otherwise, the family would have ceased to exist. However, in the royal regent's heart, the Ana family could not be trusted. Is it related to Jenny? Rocky Ana suddenly asked. Xianxia Ana glanced at him sharply. Jenny's matter has already been resolved. She doesn't even leave her house. What else do you want? Rocky Ana lowered his head and fell silent. Before the royal regent had come to power, no one had cared about Jenny Ana's actions. However, as the royal regent came to power and even controlled the entire Outerverse, the Ana family's internal dissatisfaction with Jenny Ana had increased. Many people secretly discussed that if Jenny Ana had married the royal regent, then the Ana family would have become the most powerful family in the Great Eastern Alliance, and they would have been even more powerful than the Great Yu Empire. These discussions grew more and more, and they gradually reached Xianxia Ana's ears. He became very angry, and he beat several people to death. The Ana family no longer dared to talk about it. Now that Rocky Ana had brought it up, Xianxia Ana subconsciously thought of these things, and his tone became unpleasant. Where did Millie go? Xianxia Ana suddenly asked. Rocky Ana's expression became unnatural. She went out to play. Xianxia Ana snorted and glared at him. Didn't I tell you to let Millie stay at home as much as possible? The family will arrange for her to meet with the royal regent in hopes that she will be noticed by him. How can you let her go out to play? What if something happens? Rocky Ana bitterly nodded. Millie Ana was his daughter, and she was still young. I'll request an audience with the royal regent in the next few days, and I'll try my best to improve our family's situation. Ana's orders. Don't cause any trouble. Rocky Ana nodded. Understood, Chief. Let's go, Xianxia Ana said tiredly. Rocky Ana stood up. Suddenly, the chair shattered as a gust of air emerged from the ground and spread upwards, freezing and shattering the chair. Rocky Ana was shocked. Patriarch. Xianxia Ana abruptly stood up and stared at the ground. Not good, that person has woken up. He pressed both of his hands against the ground, causing extremely cold ice to spread out in an attempt to seal the ground in ice. However, even Xianxia Ana's ice seal was unable to suppress the cold air underground. The cold air penetrated through the ice and froze Xianxia Ana's hands until they turned white. Xianxia Ana was shocked, and he shouted, "Tell our clansmen to leave, now." Rocky Ana hurriedly went out to evacuate the Ana family members. The ground rapidly froze over, and the solid ice that had been covering Snow Mountain Ana began to crack open. White frosty air gushed out from the cracks, causing white crystals to appear in the void. Luin was currently in King Zishan's palace, but when he sensed the rising chill, he leapt out and looked towards the Ana family before vanishing. At the same time, quite a few experts from Xenu Star gathered at the Ana family's residence. With a cracking sound, the ground of the Ana clan completely cracked open. Xianxia Ana's face turned grim as both of his arms were frozen solid. Many of the Ana family members were frozen in place, and they could only watch in despair as the cold air spread out and engulfed them. Within a room, Jenny Ana calmly looked out the window as the cold air spread from the soles of her feet and gradually rose. Xianxia Ana's eyes widened, but he could not stop it. Even with his strength, he could not control the cold air. Once this cold air engulfed someone, they would definitely die, and the Anna family would be finished. At this moment, Lu Yin arrived in the sky and looked down. He saw that the entire Anna family was enveloped by the cold air, forming a five-ringed ice plum blossom diagram. His eyes flashed as he recalled that when Fire's Melt planet had been destroyed, a person named Yan Yan had survived and sealed himself in ice. This person had come from the Royal Frost continent. Because this person's cold air was extremely dense, he had been arranged to stay in the Anna family. Who would have thought that he would bring disaster to the Anna family today? Suddenly, Lu Yin met a pair of eyes within the Anna family. That pair of eyes was so numb and still that it was as if they belonged to a dead person. It was Jenny Anna. When he saw her gaze, Lu Yin suddenly sensed her pain. It was a feeling that was worse than death. Even though the cold air was about to engulf her, she still remained indifferent and despairing. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, but he did not look at her again. Instead, he put on his universal armor and leapt into the ground. There was a thump, and the cold air that greeted him caused him to tremble. Even his universal armor started to freeze, and he was about to be sealed in ice. Lu Yin growled as his seven-lined battle force erupted and shattered the ice. He then raised a hand and used his Fate Sand to open a path as he smashed his way into the ground. Soon enough, Yan Yan's figure appeared before Lu Yin's eyes. He was still sealed in ice, but the ice on his body had almost completely disappeared. The moment Lu Yin appeared, Yan Yan's eyes suddenly opened, and the cold air in his hand condensed into a spear that he stabbed at Lu Yin. At this moment, Lu Yin felt a terrifying chill that could even freeze the void. His hands and feet went numb, and all he could see was a five-ringed ice plum blossom diagram. Lu Yin did not hesitate to tap out with a finger. His eyes became slack as his dream finger froze the void and crossed the distance between them to shatter the ice spear. Lu Yin then pointed at Yan Yan's forehead. He did not hold back this time as he had attacked with the intent to kill. Yan Yan's pupils shrank, and his gaze changed to become dignified and solemn. It was as if he had become a completely different person. He raised a hand and unleashed Iceburst Flame. The next moment, blue ice wrapped around red flames shot out from Yan Yan's hand and collided with the dream finger. The collision between the dream finger and the Iceburst Flame instantly produced a terrifying might that distorted the void. Lu Yin sensed danger and subconsciously waved his left hand to activate the secret art. He flung the force of the collision high into the sky and towards the crack between the three rings of the continents. He then tore through the void and entered an unknown distance in outer space before exploding. Countless cracks spread out in outer space, accompanied by burning flames and extreme cold. Although Lu Yin's dream finger had collided with the Iceburst Flame, its full power had not been unleashed. It was still concentrated on his finger and had severely injured Yan Yan. However, because of the Iceburst Flame's attack, the finger had not been able to hit Yan Yan's forehead and had only managed to injure his shoulder. An intense pain came from his fingertip, and Lu Yin bent his index finger as he stared at Yan Yan. Half of Yan Yan's body was covered in blood as he lay on the ground. He looked at Lu Yin in confusion, as if he did not understand what had just happened. At this moment, Xianxia rushed underground and hurried over when he saw Lu Yin. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Lu Yin waved a hand and looked at Yan Yan. "What's your name?" Yan Yan looked at Lu Yin in confusion, and his eyes were filled with confusion. There was no trace of the terrifying might that had been present when he had used Iceburst Flames. It should be known that even Lu Yin had subconsciously sensed danger from that Iceburst Flames, and he was wearing his universal armor. According to the number of rune lines, Yan Yan's attack was comparable to that of an ordinary enlighter, but this Yan Yan in front of me is only a cruiser. Lu Yin did not understand. "You can't speak?" Lu Yin asked again. Yan Yan clutched the wound on his shoulder and looked around. "Where am I?" Xianxia growled, "This is the Great Yu Empire." Yan Yan was confused and stared at Lu Yin. "The Great Yu Empire? Where is that?" Xianxia snorted. "You don't know where the Great Yu Empire is? Don't tell me you've lost your memories." Yan Yan lowered his head, and a pained expression appeared on his face. He looked at his shoulder and opened his hand to reveal his blood-stained palm. "How did I get injured?" Suddenly, he clutched his forehead and held in pain. Xianxia stood in front of Lu Yin, his gaze guarded. Luin looked at Yan Yan in surprise. The rune lines on this person's body were constantly changing. At times, there were very few rune lines that were only at the level of an explorer, but at other times, they were at the level of an enlighter, which shocked even Luin. It was very strange. Your Highness, I'll kill him just in case, Xianxia said. Luin waved a hand. Let's wait and see. After a while, Yan Yan's pain subsided, and his rune line stabilized. He was about as strong as a cruiser and very close to becoming a hunter. What about Fire's Melt Planet? Where is it? Yan Yan looked up at Xianxia. Xianxia frowned. Fire's Melt Planet has already been destroyed by the Great Yu Empire. You are our captive. Yan Yan lowered his head and thought for a while before gasping for breath. I remember that Fire's Melt Planet was destroyed by Yan Wujiu. He destroyed it to increase his power level. Why am I still alive? Luin pushed Xianxia aside and stood in front of Yan Yan. We saved you. Yan Yan was confused. Why did you save me? You can treat it as a coincidence or an inevitability. Now that Fire's Melt Planet has been destroyed, I'll give you a choice: stay in the Great Yu Empire and work for me. What do you think? Xianxia's eyes flashed, and he looked at Yan Yan. Yan Yan did not understand. I'm from Fire's Melt Planet. Do you trust me? Luin laughed. Fire's Melt Planet is already gone. So what if you're loyal to Yan Wujiu? He's already dead. Yan Yan smiled bitterly. Yes, he's already dead. Stay and join the 7th Imperial Squadron as a temporary captain. That's your position, Luin said. And if I refuse? Yan Yan asked. Lu Yan's gaze turned cold. Continue to be imprisoned or die. Yan Yan nodded silently and endured the pain in his shoulder. He bowed to Luin. Yan Yan is willing to join. The Great Yu Empire was currently lacking in talents, and they could not even fill in the positions of the 13 Imperial Squadron's captains. Yan Yan's strength would not be any weaker than Aiden's, and he was a powerhouse. Now that Fire's Melt Planet had been destroyed, Luin was not afraid that Yan Yan would betray him. So what if he did? There was no place for Yan Yan in the Outerverse, and Luin was confident about that. In his heart, Yan Yan's greatest use was not as a captain, but rather the Royal Frost Continent. Yan Yan had been severely injured and had lost some of his memories. Luin would find a way to heal him and learn more about the Royal Frost Continent through him. The Innerverse and Outerverse would connect sooner or later, and if the Innerverse had not been destroyed by the 6th mainland, then Luin would have to face pressure from the Innerverse's various powers. After arranging for Yan Yan to be treated, Xianxia stood behind Luin and asked worriedly, Your Highness, are you confident that this person will be the captain? What's there to be worried about? What benefits can he gain by betraying me? Luin asked. Xianxia hesitated. This person can use both ice and fire attacks at the same time, which is very strange. He was born on the Royal Frost Continent and joined Fire's Melt Planet. It's all related to his innate gift. Luin looked at Xianxia. Yan Yan has caused your Ana family great losses this time. I will compensate you for this debt. Xianxia hurriedly replied, Your Highness is too serious. The entire Great Yu Empire belongs to Your Highness, and the Ana family swears to follow Your Highness to the death. Luin nodded. That's good. He then left. Xianxia looked at the still chilly family mansion and frowned. There were more and more experts in the empire, and in the past only he, Qingshan, and the blind monk had been Hunter Realm captains. Now, Yan Yan and the acting captain of the 2nd squad were also hunters. The more experts there were, the more people the royal regent could use, and Xianxia's value would plummet. He had to think of a way to get the Ana family into the royal regent's good graces as soon as possible. When he returned to King Zishan's palace, Luin immediately contacted Elder Lohar. Elder Lohar's image appeared on the screen, and he smiled at Luin in a very amiable manner. Kid, why are you looking for me? Luin respectfully replied, Elder, because of the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance, many people don't see eye to eye with me. When I went to Lars Weave, I was assassinated by 5 hunters, which made me feel extremely uneasy. Elder Lohar laughed. Kid, you fought against Enlighters before, so why are you afraid of mere hunters? I've already used up all of my power vessels and Ironblood weave. How could this junior neglect one thing and neglect the other? Luin paused for a moment before continuing. When it comes to protection, this junior feels that Aiden is more suitable. Elder Lohar understood. So you want Aiden back? Luin replied, if there had been a war in Ironblood weave, this junior would definitely not have made such a request. But now that the war in Ironblood weave has ended, there isn't much use for Aiden to remain at the fort. Besides, Frostwave weave is very close to Ironblood weave, which is why this junior dared to make such a request. Elder Lohar smiled. Aiden was brought here by you in the first place, so there's no harm in returning him to you. Alright, I'll talk to him. Many thanks, Elder. Luin was overjoyed. Once Aiden came to the Great U Empire, he would gain another captain, and he would be the strongest captain. Aiden alone was equivalent to an Enlighter. Luin planned to make Aiden the acting captain of the 4th Imperial Squadron, which meant that only the 5th and 10th squadrons of the 13 Imperial Squadrons were without captains. Once the 13 Imperial Squadrons were filled up, there would be more people available. Humans currently did not have any concept of the universe. The outerverse was huge, and so was the human domain. However, no one knew what kind of place such a huge place was in the universe. This was because no one knew where the end of the universe was, or if there was an end to it at all. The astral wilderness was a general term used by humans for all the places that had yet to be explored. There were no routes, no signals, and no technology that could help humans. If one wanted to explore it, they could only take risks, as no one knew what would appear in the next moment. There was a contradiction in exploring the astral wilderness. If one wanted to be safe, then they had to expand their exploration range. However, doing so would easily lead to unknown dangers. Some scholars had once asserted that there were powerful civilizations in the astral wilderness that could rival or even surpass human society. If humans came into contact with such a civilization, then the consequences would be catastrophic. Although the astral wilderness was very dangerous, countless people from the human domain still ventured forth to explore it every year. Some did it for the thrill of the adventure, while others did it to find resources and make a fortune. However, most people were hired to explore the astral wilderness. Their goal was to learn more about the universe outside of human society. What humans feared the most was the unknown darkness. Those who were hired to explore the astral wilderness were like lamps thrown into the darkness. They would be extinguished, but they would never be extinguished. The cost of hiring people to explore the astral wilderness was borne by the entire human domain, just like how all of Ironblood weave's resources were shouldered by the various weaves. This was an order from the Hall of Honor. On this day, a medium-sized spacecraft was slowly cruising through the astral wilderness. Its surface was covered in scars from battle, and not long after, the spacecraft crashed towards a dark yellow planet. Captain, this isn't good. The atmosphere of this dark yellow planet is filled with poisonous gas. We can't enter it. A voice filled with despair rang out from within the spacecraft. Don't panic. Quickly steer the spacecraft and change directions. Hurry. Captain, the spacecraft has malfunctioned. Captain, you should escape. You're an explorer, so you can escape. Captain. When the spacecraft penetrated the atmosphere and entered the planet's surface, a figure appeared directly below the spacecraft. He roared as he tried to lift the spacecraft and return to outer space, but it was obvious that this person had been heavily injured. The wounds on his body quickly ruptured, and fresh blood splattered across the sky. The dark yellow poisonous gas entered his body through his wounds, and the person held in agony as he hurled the spacecraft out of the atmosphere. His body seemed to have lost all strength as he fell and completely disappeared. Everyone in the spacecraft watched in despair as the person disappeared. The spacecraft was then forcefully tossed into outer space by that person. Even though they had managed to avoid the poisonous gas, the spacecraft had malfunctioned, and everyone was still likely to be trapped in outer space. Look, what's that? Someone in the spacecraft cried out in alarm. The others looked over and stared at the dark yellow planet in shock. A colossal object appeared from the planet and pushed away the poisonous gas, gradually revealing itself to everyone. What they saw was a giant metal machine with a large metal claw reaching out and grabbing the spacecraft. It then disappeared into outer space once more, and soon, outer space returned to normal. Not long after, another spacecraft appeared and charged into the dark yellow planet without hesitation. The giant metal claw viciously slammed into the spacecraft, and a figure rushed out from the spacecraft. Facing the mountainous metal claw, the figure waved a single hand, causing a strange combination of star energy to push the metal claw to the side. "It's me." The metal claw stopped moving, and a hard voice said, "You shouldn't have come here." The figure's expression turned ugly. "I had no choice. I was being chased, so I could only escape here." "There's someone in the human domain who can chase after you?" the hard voice questioned. The figure snorted. "The human domain only cares about benefits. Besides, the innerverse and outerverse have been separated, so any relationship between the innerverse and the outerverse is useless in the innerverse." "What about the Day-Night Clan?" "It's useless, and the Day-Night Clan is also chasing after me. Even the assassins from the Dark Powers are chasing after me. I could only escape here." "It seems like you're in a desperate situation. How can we help you?" the hard voice asked. The figure gritted his teeth. "I want you to help me get rid of the person who's chasing after me." "Who?" "Luin." "Luin? I think I've heard that name before. He's an unequaled leader in the human domain, and he's killed quite a few enlighters." "I remember now. He's one of the few leaders in the human domain who was able to enter our observation list. He was the champion of the tournament of the strongest." "You want us to kill him?" "We have no choice. That list is in his hands," the figure said helplessly. The hard voice fell silent for a moment. "You didn't manage to get a hold of the list?" The figure hesitated, but then nodded. "I've always overestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so useless," the hard voice said indifferently. The figure hurriedly replied, "It has nothing to do with us. That list was taken to the Sea King's dome, and we can't do anything to Luin there. After that, the innerverse and outerverse were separated, and our family's power in the outerverse is too weak. That's why we're here to ask for reinforcements." "It doesn't matter. The innerverse and outerverse have been separated, so the list has no value." "What about Luin? Will you take action?" the figure asked anxiously, clearly harboring a deep hatred for Luin. "We'll have to ask for instructions from the higher-ups. Just wait here." The figure had no choice but to return to the planet's interior. In the Great Yu Empire, Luin ended a court session and returned to King Zishan's palace. There, he saw a very unexpected person, Xianxia. Ever since the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, the girl's temperament had changed. She no longer stayed in the Great Yu Empire and had instead run off to the Astral River to find a way to enter the innerverse. Luin had contacted her once in a while, but he had not expected her to suddenly return. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming back?" "I didn't want to come back either. Someone was chasing me," Xianxia said with a tired expression. Luin was shocked. "Someone was chasing you? Who?" Xianxia's rune lines had greatly increased, and she had already broken through to the explorer realm. Coupled with the life-saving item that the Sea King had given her, it was not easy to chase her down. It had to be a hunter. A wretched uncle called Old Gouda or something. He wants me to marry his son. Help me deal with him, and I'll continue looking for a way to enter the innerverse, Xianxia said hatefully. Luin paused, and his face darkened. "Who are you talking about? Old Gouda?" Xianxia grunted and then looked at Luin. "Is he someone you know?" Luin smiled, but it was a cold smile. "Tell me his location." Xianxia marked the location. "Deal with him as soon as possible. I don't know what he sees in me, but he wants me to marry his son. He's crazy. Don't worry, I'll let him taste despair." Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he looked at the location on the star chart. Old Gouda. He had never forgotten this person. If not for the old man deliberately delaying the Astral River Ark's arrival, they would not have been caught. There was a piece of paper with the surname Lu and 72 lives. One of the 10 arbiters was the mastermind, and Old Gouda was an accomplice. After the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, Luin had sent people to search for Old Gouda, but they had not been able to find him. The astral river arc had separated the innerverse and outerverse, and many people had been refused entry into the arc. The cultivators on the arc had insulted many outerverse cultivators, and they had become the outerverse public enemy. Many people wanted to cause trouble for them. Unfortunately, with old Gouda's strength as a hunter and the cultivators on the astral river arc, it was not easy to find them when they were hidden. They had not expected Xianxia to run into them. He would not let old Gouda die so easily. This man had to taste the taste of despair. "How's the search in the astral river going?" Xianxia rolled her eyes. "Nonsense. What a familiar feeling." It seemed that Xianxia's mood had improved a lot, and her venomous tongue had returned. But then again, it made sense. It had been almost a year and a half, and her mood was gradually recovering. Xianxia wasn't in the mood to continue chatting with Luin, and she urged him to quickly deal with old Gouda before leaving. "Wait, have you heard of imprints?" Luin asked as he stared at Xianxia. Xianxia shook her head in confusion. "I've never heard of it." "Why are you asking me?" Luin replied, "It's nothing. Go and rest." Xianxia left. The Sea King was an emissary with a power level of over 500,000, and he was at least equivalent to an imprinter in the Sixth Mainland. If the Sea King's dome did not cultivate the imprint, then the Fifth Mainland must have truly lost this cultivation method. Luin pondered for a moment. He recalled the conversation between White Knight and Blood Looney in the cauldron. One of them believed that the cultivation methods of imprints, bloodlines, and martial seals were stronger, while the other believed that those cultivation methods were too rigid and had no future. He did not know who was right, but based on the results alone, the Sixth Mainland had won. However, Luin still felt that White Knight was right. If one's cultivation method was too monotonous, then many possibilities would be lost. Moreover, since he was using the imprint to borrow the imprinter's power, then wouldn't he be discovered by the imprinter? If he became an enemy of that imprinter, would he still be able to fight? Rather than saying that this cultivation method could increase one's combat strength, it was more like a method used by the upper class to rule the lower class. Yes, rule. This was the rule of cultivation. Luin abruptly stood up and walked out of the king's residence, heading towards the fifth princess residence. He wanted to have a chat with Wendy Yushan and see what she thought. However, when he arrived at the fifth princess residence, he learned that Wendy Yushan had been in seclusion for several days. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. He had covered the area with his domain, but he could not find any trace of Wendy Yushan. Not good, she must have gone to the Daosor sect's ruins. The ruins of the Daosor sect had already been turned into a battlefield, and the slightest carelessness could result in death. He had already warned her, but she had still gone. He regretted giving her his futon. "Inform me immediately when the princess returns," Luin instructed before leaving the residence. He could only wait and hope that her identity would not be exposed. Clouds floated quietly in the sky, and Lu Yin's figure flashed as he appeared within the clouds. He looked down at Xenu Star and saw a. However, most powerhouses don't publish their autobiographies to the public, and they'll be buried with them after they die, the monkey said. Luin frowned. "You can shut up. You humans are all like this. You don't want to hear the truth. You'd rather hear good words. I'm not dead yet, and I don't plan on dying anytime soon. How much longer do you want to live? If I die, you won't be able to live either. Alright, I don't want to talk about this topic with you. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll block you," Luin said unhappily. Anyone would feel uncomfortable if they were suddenly told that they were going to die, even if it was the truth. The monkey remained silent. Luin looked down and was about to leave when he suddenly felt like he had seen something. He stood in the clouds and looked down at the city below. What had he just seen? At that moment, a gust of wind blew past and scattered the clouds. Luin looked up and saw a transport ship with a symbol on it, the Nayland family. Right, the Nayland family. Luin scanned the entire city. The shopping malls, the roads, the sky, the public facilities, the snack shops, and even some of the Empire's institutions had the symbol of the Nayland family. The entire city didn't look like it belonged to the Great Yu Empire, but rather the Nayland family. Lu Yin's expression changed, and his body suddenly disappeared before reappearing in the same transport ship. How much longer until we arrive? Soon. The space station needs to be registered, and there are 3 more transport ships ahead. They all belong to the Great Yu Empire's military. Tell them to move aside. We're leaving first. That's not a good idea. After all, it's a transport ship belonging to the Great Yu Empire's military. What's not good about it? The military rations they eat are all provided by the Nalan family. Their pay, uniforms, and spaceships are all provided by the Nalan family. It's one thing to pay for them, but can't we even give them some privileges? Go, tell them to complain to their royal regent if they have any complaints. Understood. In a corner of the transport ship, Lu Yin leaned against the window, his eyes flashing. That night, Lu Yin met with Gavin. Gavin greets your highness. Lu Yin looked at him and nodded, sit. Gavin didn't understand why Lu Yin had called him over so late at night, but his instincts told him that something was up. He was nervous and couldn't sit properly, so he only managed to sit halfway down. How's the cooperation with the Nalan family going? Lu Yin asked casually as he flipped through his gadget. Gavin answered carefully, the Nalan family is cooperating fully with the Empire, and the Empire's economy is expected to recover soon. We still owe them money, right? Yes, we owe them quite a bit. What are the areas of cooperation? Speaking of which, I was the one who facilitated the cooperation with the Nalan family, but I still don't know the specifics. Gavin coughed, the scope of the cooperation is quite large. If your highness needs it, I can send you a copy of the cooperation. No need, I don't have time to look at it. Just give me a general overview. Gavin nodded, and at that moment, Zhao Ran brought 2 cups of tea over. Lu Yin had brought her to Xenu Star with the intention of arranging for her to live in the princess residence, but she had insisted on following Lu Yin, so he had no choice but to let her stay in King Zishan's palace as a maid. Gavin picked up his teacup and took a sip to suppress his shock. The Nalan family has a wide range of businesses, ranging from technological resources and battle techniques to clothing, food, alcohol, and cigarettes. They have a wide range of businesses, and our Great Yu Empire is cooperating with them because of these considerations. We are cooperating with them on a comprehensive basis. Gavin spoke a lot and even drank a few sips of tea, causing Zhao Ran to pour him another cup. So, all the businesses that cooperate with the Nalan family are making money? Lu Yin asked. Gavin nodded, these businesses are all backed by the Empire, and a portion of their profits are handed over to the treasury. Lu Yin tapped his finger on the table, technological resources, clothing, food, and battle techniques. This covers all of the commoners, soldiers, and cultivators. Lord Gavin, have you ever considered that the economic lifeline of the Empire would be completely in the hands of the Nalan family? Gavin was shocked and quickly stood up. Your Highness, Lu Yin raised a hand to interrupt him before he could finish, I'm not blaming you. After all, I was the one who agreed to cooperate with the Nalan family, but I didn't expect them to be involved in such a wide range of businesses. It's my fault for not thinking things through, and it has nothing to do with you. Gavin sighed, Your Highness, I've actually considered this issue as well, but the Nalan family has no ill intentions towards the Empire and the Empire's economy is recovering. Once the Empire's economy returns to normal, I will cancel all of these agreements. I'm afraid it won't be that easy, Lu Yin said sternly as he stared at Gavin. Gavin's heart skipped a beat, and his face paled. Canceling the agreements means that some businesses in the Empire won't be able to make any money. You said it yourself that these businesses are backed by the Empire, and those who can cooperate with the Nalan family are definitely backed by the Empire's upper echelons. Even if you don't want to cooperate, they'll still force you, right? Gavin trembled and slowly bowed, Your Highness is wise. Lu Yin pondered this for a moment. Cooperating with the Nalan family had indeed boosted the Great Yu Empire's economy, but there were also pros and cons. Many people in the Empire were making money, and if he cancelled the agreements with the Nalan family, these people would come looking for trouble. Cutting off someone's source of income was like killing their parents, and many people were not afraid of death for their own benefits. If the Nalan family cancelled the agreements, they would offend another group of people in the Empire, which would not be good for future cooperation. This was a bit troublesome. Who would have thought that the Nayland family's business scope was so wide? Gavin had always enjoyed the benefits of the Nayland family, but the Empire's economy was slowly being controlled by them. The Nayland family might not have any ill intentions, but it did not feel good to hand over his own lifeline to others. Gavin remained bowed, not daring to move as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Not long after, Luwine spoke to Gavin, list out the names of the merchants with powerful connections. Gavin's face paled, and he had a premonition that someone was about to be unlucky. He did not dare to disobey, so he quickly listed out the names. Gavin xiquely left, and the next person to appear was Xianxia. Xianxia had not expected Luwine to come looking for him so late at night, and he was excited. Luwine had either come looking for trouble or to show his trust. Recently, there had been nothing in the Anna family that could cause Luwine any trouble, which meant that Luwine was preparing to use the Anna family. Xianxia grew excited at the thought of this. This old subject, Xianxia, greet your highness. Luwine smiled, please have a seat, patriarch. Xianxia sat down, and Zhao Ran poured him a cup of tea. She looked at him curiously, as many people had come tonight. Lu Yin's attitude towards Xianxia was very good, and they chatted for more than half an hour. The more they talked, the more enthusiastic he became. Xianxia had been rather excited at first, but the more they talked, the more he felt that something was amiss. He understood the person in front of him, and the more enthusiastic Luwine was, the more trouble he would cause. Of course, Luwine was not looking for trouble, but he would definitely cause trouble for Xianxia. Xianxia panicked. By the way, Patriarch Xianxia, I don't know much about the 13 Squadron's missions. Can you tell me more about the 9th Squadron's duties? Luwine asked curiously. This question caused Xianxia to panic, and he felt as if a disaster was about to befall him. He couldn't help but stand up. Your Highness, did Rocky do something wrong? Luwine pressed a hand down and smiled. Patriarch, you're worrying too much. I'm just asking. Of course, I have some ideas. Xianxia was apprehensive. When His Majesty Undying Yushan established the 13 squadrons, it was to control the 13 filaments and prevent the feudal officials from becoming ambitious. However, after His Majesty's death, the Empire's territory expanded, and the 4 ministries appeared. The 13 squadrons gradually moved to Xinyu Star. Strictly speaking, they don't have any real missions. Luwine nodded. It seems like we should assign specific duties to the 13 squadrons. What do you think, Patriarch? Xianxia hurriedly replied, I'm ignorant. Even the 4 ministries did not have the authority to interfere in this matter, so he naturally did not dare to speak rashly and overstep his boundaries. Luwine smiled. The 2nd Squadron is already developing intelligence, and the 12th Squadron is dedicated to scientific research. The other squadrons don't have any specific duties for now. As for the 9th Squadron, what do you think of the corrupt officials? Xianxia's eyes flickered, and he was momentarily stunned. He couldn't figure out whether this was a good or bad idea. The corrupt officials represented great authority, but Luwine did not seem like someone who would be willing to hand over such authority to others. What did that mean? Patriarch Xianxia, I've decided to assign the 9th Squadron to investigate corrupt officials and clean up the Empire's bureaucracy. What do you think? Luwine asked again, his voice much louder this time. Xianxia still did not understand, but he still replied, we'll follow your highness arrangements. Luwine nodded in satisfaction. Rocky Anna was still an Anna family member, and without Xianxia's approval, even if he forcefully made the arrangements, it would not be very effective. Of course, he could make Xianxia submit, but that was not the reason he had called him here. He wanted Xianxia to truly submit and be willing to take a bullet for him. I have a list of names here. Take a look at it, Patriarch Xianxia. If you agree, then let Captain Rock do the work. Luwine tossed the list of names that Gavin had given him to Xianxia. Most of the names had been removed from the list, as they still needed to rely on these merchants to restore the Empire's economy. Xianxia glanced over, and he suddenly understood everything. Luwine wanted to deal with some people, but he would not do anything himself. Instead, he would let the Anna family take the initiative, which was equivalent to placing the Anna family on the opposing side of the court. This was basically pushing the Anna family into the fire pit. He subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when he saw Lu Yin's grim expression, Xianxia Anna did not refuse. He had no other choice. The Anna family's connections in the empire were deeply intertwined, which was why Lu Yin was worried about them. Only by standing against the court officials would Lu Yin be able to feel at ease and use them again. With the Anna family's many years of connections, they were the most suitable for such a task. When Xianxia Anna thought about how quiet the Anna family had been recently and the rumors circulating outside, he resolutely agreed. I understand. Please don't worry, Your Highness. I know what to do. Lu Yin was satisfied. Rest assured, Patriarch Xianxia. This king will not let the Anna family's efforts go to waste. As long as the Anna family does not make any mistakes in their principles, the 9th Imperial Squadron will always bear the surname Anna. Xianxia Anna was delighted, as this was exactly what he wanted. The 13 Imperial Squadrons were a powerful organization, and as long as the Anna family was still around, the Anna family would not fall. After leaving King Zishan's palace, Xianxia Anna took a deep breath. From this night onwards, the old Anna family would cease to exist, and a new one would be born. After Xianxia Anna left, Lu Yin contacted Madame Naylan. The Madame Naylan that appeared on the screen looked a little tired. Her expression was languid, and she exuded a hint of charm. She had never needed to feign seduction, and her charm was already astonishing. Otherwise, Lu Yin would not have called her a fairy. But at this moment, her charm was magnified tenfold, and Lu Yin felt his mouth go dry. Is there something, Your Highness? She smiled at Lu Yin and licked her red lips. Lu Yin coughed dryly. Nothing much. I just wanted to ask if your family's cooperation with the Empire has been going smoothly. She blinked. My apologies, Your Highness. You'll have to ask Lord Gavin about this. I've already handed over the cooperation with the Great Yu Empire to my subordinates, so I'm not too sure. Lu Yin nodded. So that's how it is. I saw the Naylan family symbol all over Xinyu Star, and I thought that you were the one who gave the order. Speaking of which, your family's symbol is quite nice. She smiled. Of course. After all, it's been passed down for many years. Then, she suddenly thought of something. Your Highness, will you be going to Source Peak Planet? Source Peak Planet? Lu Yin was stunned. Are you talking about the Source Peak Planet where the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's headquarters is located? Of course, said Madame Naylan. Why Source Peak Planet? Lu Yin asked. She was puzzled. Did Your Highness not receive news that the Lockbreaker competition is about to begin? Lu Yin shook his head. What Lockbreaker competition? She explained, every 10 years, the Innerverse and Outerverse hold a Lockbreaker competition. On one hand, it's to raise the status of Lockbreakers in the hearts of ordinary people, and on the other hand, it's to unearth talents. Your Highness didn't receive the notice? Lu Yin checked his gadget and shook his head. That's strange. She was puzzled. Sorry to disturb you so late at night. Rest well, Lu Yin said before ending the call. He wanted to check on the Lockbreaker competition. Her smile faded, and she activated her gadget. Soon, a middle-aged man appeared on her screen and bowed respectfully to her. Madame Naylan's face fell. The Naylan family symbol is everywhere on Xinyu Star? The middle-aged man nodded. Yes, Master. Who told you to do this? She barked. The middle-aged man was puzzled. Master, I didn't do this on purpose. There are simply too many projects to cooperate with, and there are also many merchants. When the family cooperates with them, they have to display their symbols, which is why Xinyu Star is filled with our family's symbols. She frowned. Too many projects? What kind of projects? Like Lu Yin, she was a hands-off boss who left most of the work to her subordinates. The Naylan family had existed for many, many years, and they had their own system. She did not need to interfere, and she only needed to set the direction. She had originally thought that the overall cooperation would mostly involve technology, resources, military, and other projects. At most, there would be transportation, but she had not expected that there would also be cooperation on clothing, food, and even snacks. It was no wonder why Xinyu Star was filled with the Nalan family's symbols. Luine had spoken casually, but Madame Nalan had been in the business world for many years, so she could easily sense his dissatisfaction. Slow down the cooperation process. There might be some changes in the Great Yu Empire during this period, she said. She understood Luine well, and since he had not told her directly, it meant that that person would start from within the Great Yu Empire. It seemed that a significant portion of the cooperation did not represent the Great Yu Empire's interests, but rather the interests of certain people. Master, what do you mean? The middle-aged man did not understand. Madame Nalan replied, we'll see what the Great Yu Empire's attitude will be. Yes, Master. Also, tell the family to maintain a better attitude in the Great Yu Empire. Don't forget that we need Lu Yin's help. Without him, our family would have already been devoured by an enlighter, Madame Nalan said sternly. The middle-aged man hurriedly complied. I'll pass down the order immediately. Luine had only mentioned it to Madame Nalan, and with her intelligence, it was easy for her to understand. He was currently paying attention to the lockbreaker competition, and even though he was a 4-stars discerning junior lockbreaker, he had not received any notice. Fortunately, he knew other lockbreakers, and if he did not have enough information, he could contact them through the lockbreaker network. Right, the lockbreaker network should have some relevant information. He logged in to take a look, and sure enough, there was clearly information about the lockbreaker competition. The competition would take place in 26 days, and the location would be on Source Peak Planet. The specific rules were not clear, and the prize was True Insight. This was the first time Luine had heard of True Insight. He checked the network, but there was no such thing. He then used 11 honor points to search for more information. True Insight was a lockbreaker's supreme treasure, and there was no specific information about what was recorded on the network. There was only one sentence that stated that this treasure could only be used by boundless advanced lockbreakers. Its value could be said to be priceless, and it even surpassed the secret sidestep and lockbreaking tools. There was an example recorded on the network where someone had tried to exchange a secret technique for True Insight, but they had been rejected by the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters. This example fully demonstrated the value of True Insight, and it was not any less valuable than a secret technique. Secret techniques could only be created by progenitors, and they had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. Luine had grasped the Yu secret art, and he could feel the benefits that secret techniques could bring to his body. If a secret technique could not be exchanged for True Insight, then one could imagine how valuable it was. The prize for the Outerverse Lockbreaker competition naturally could not be the complete True Insight. There were 36 pages to True Insight, and the complete copy was stored in the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters in the Neoverse. However, the prize for the competition was only 3 pages. Although there were only 3 pages, it was still enough to attract the attention of countless experts. In the decennial Lockbreaker competition, the champion would be able to obtain 3 pages of True Insight that could be sold for an astronomical price. Luine looked at it for half an hour and then sighed. The Lockbreaker competition's entry requirements were 1-star discerning junior lockbreakers. As a 4-star discerning junior lockbreaker, he should have been notified a long time ago. However, no one had notified him until now. Could they have forgotten about him? After thinking about it, Luine contacted Xianxia. The two had interacted before in Iron Blood Weave. He tried for a long time, but there was no response from Xianxia. Perhaps it was too late, so Luine put down his gadget and silently recited the Stonewall scriptures. The next morning, Luine tried to contact Xianxia again, but he still could not reach her. Instead, he received a call from Xianxia. True Insight? Why are you asking about this? Xianxia asked. She had come to urge Luine to deal with old Gouda, but before she could say anything, Lu Yin's question came. The Lockbreaker competition is about to start, and I want to participate. Xianxia looked at Luine with disdain. You? Compete? Are you joking? Go play somewhere else. Luine was speechless. What a familiar venomous tongue. I'm a genuine 4 stars discerning elementary lockbreaker. Do you think that I have no hope? Nonsense. This is the decennial lockbreaker competition, and there are plenty of lockbreakers who have reached the 4-star discerning elementary level. There are even some who have reached the perceptive intermediate level. You're just a discerning elementary lockbreaker, and you're dreaming if you want to become the champion. Xianxia rolled her eyes. The inner verse and outer verse have been separated, Luin said. Xianxia was stunned, and then she sighed. Yes, the inner verse and outer verse have been separated. Most lockbreakers are in the inner verse, and there aren't many in the outer verse. Hold on. She looked at Luin. Since the inner verse and outer verse have been separated, what about the prize? What about true insight? It's in the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's headquarters, Source Peak Planet. Xianxia was shocked. What a coincidence. Right, I remember now. During the Lockbreaker competition 10 years ago, true insight was stored in the Innerverse. This time, it's the Outerverse turn. She suddenly realized something and looked at Luin. Your luck is pretty good. You even managed to run into it. You've watched the Lockbreaker competition? Yes, I watched the live broadcast. It was very exciting. Did the Sea King mention true insight to you? Luin asked. Xianxia nodded. He did. It's a peerless tome, and any lockbreaker who grasps a few pages will be able to increase their strength by several levels. The more pages one grasps, the more terrifying they become. It's rumored that if someone can completely grasp all 36 pages of true insight, then even a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000 won't be their opponent. They'll be infinitely close to the progenitor realm, but that's just a rumor. Father doesn't believe it. Lu Yan's eyes lit up. There are 3 pages of true insight right in front of me. Xianxia looked at Luin. Your luck is pretty good. Prepare the money. Why? To buy them, of course. Every year, the champion lockbreaker sells those 3 pages. Do you really think that you can become the champion? That's my plan, but why would I sell them? They're priceless treasures. Xianxia sneered, do you think anyone can have such a priceless treasure? Boundless advanced lockbreakers were not allowed to participate in the competition, but true insight was only useful to boundless advanced lockbreakers. Do you think that those old freaks won't try to steal it? Let me tell you, there was once a champion who was the disciple of the Innerverse Lockbreaker Society's president at that time. He didn't sell the pages after he became the champion, and he was then killed by someone else. That's why the lockbreakers who have become the champion have always sold the 3 pages of true insight or given them to someone else. In any case, they definitely won't keep them. This is a common practice. With your current status in the Outerverse, you're qualified to buy it. Of course, there will be plenty of people competing with you. What if I become the champion? Luin asked. Xianxia disdainfully replied, don't even think about it. Even if the Innerverse and Outerverse are separated, there are still powerful lockbreakers hidden in the Outerverse, and any random perceptive intermediate lockbreaker can surpass you. Becoming the champion is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even the Lockbreaker Society's distinguished 5 were defeated. Who did you lose to? The champion of that year's competition, of course. Luin fell into deep thought as he pondered how to obtain true insight. Right now, the only people in the Outerverse who were qualified to compete with him were the Enlighters. Of course, this did not exclude the hidden powerhouses. Although he seemed like an uncrowned king, if the temptation reached a certain level, those old freaks would definitely not stop, and it was even possible that the Hall of Honor would intervene. This year's Lockbreaker Society competition might be the worst one in history. The Lockbreaker Society competition should include both the Innerverse and the Outerverse, but this year, the Innerverse has been cut off, and there are only a few weak contestants competing. It's not interesting at all, Xianxia said. She then looked at Luin. Even so, it's still impossible for you to become the champion. Luin frowned. I have a lock-breaking tool, and I'm confident that I can unlock a perceptive intermediate source box. Is that so? Then what level of star energy control have you reached? Xianxia looked at him with disdain. Star energy control? A force field? I've comprehended a force field. Humph, I knew that you wouldn't understand. You're talking about the realm of controlling star energy for battle. From removing impurities to forming a physical form, then to the realm of infinite changes, such as changing colors, and finally comprehending a force field. However, what I'm talking about is the level of star energy control required for lockbreaking. Lockbreakers unlock source boxes and decompose energy, so their control of star energy must be very delicate, which is different from battle. The more delicate your control of star energy is, the more you can control it as you please, and the faster your lockbreaking speed will be. The Lockbreaker Society is a competition of speed. Tell me more about it, Luin said solemnly. Xianxia thought about it for a moment. Domains are extremely helpful when it comes to lockbreaking, so many lockbreakers want to comprehend a domain. However, many are unable to do so. Not all lockbreakers are domain experts, so the question is, how do those lockbreakers who haven't comprehended a domain advance? Naturally, it's the level of star energy. With a world realm cultivator's control, he can decompose source boxes at an extremely fast speed. This was the first time that Luin had heard of such a division. Was it an internal division of the Lockbreaker Society? He had never focused on becoming a lockbreaker, and he had overlooked many things. How do you know? Luin couldn't help but ask curiously. Xianxia raised her head. My father is a boundless advanced lockbreaker. No wonder. Your force field is very powerful, and your control of star energy isn't weak either, right? Luin probed. Xianxia was pleased. The nuance realm. Only the nuance realm? Lu Yin's eyes widened. Xianxia was displeased. What do you mean only the nuance realm? Do you know how difficult it is to reach that realm? It's like having a lock-breaking tool. Without a lock-breaking tool, why don't you try and see if you can do what you do with a lock-breaking tool? Luin understood, and he now had a direct impression. Reaching the nuance realm was like having a lock-breaking tool, but what about the Cloudwalker realm? What about the highest level, the esoteric creation realm? The name esoteric creation made one feel as if they had created something. However, this level of control might not be of much help in battle, or else it would have spread out. Can you let me experience the level of control of the nuance realm? Luin asked. Xianxia nodded. Sure, I'll let you worship me. Luin was speechless. He raised a hand, and star energy manifested in his palm. Sometimes it was rain, sometimes it was wind, and sometimes it was the roar of a creature. Xianxia placed a hand on top of Lu Yin's palm, and the star energy in his palm was invaded by another strand of star energy. It quickly dissipated in a very smooth manner, as if it was naturally dissipating. Luin focused on his control and released his domain. His left hand held onto the giant emperor's third eye, and he saw two strands of star energy coiling around his palm. One of them seemed to have a life of its own as it continuously dissolved his star energy. He could forcefully condense star energy to disperse Xianxia's, and it was not difficult. This might be the reason why the level of control of star energy in the nuance realm did not have much of an impact on battle, as it was very easy to resist. However, the assistance it provided in terms of lockbreaking speed was unparalleled. If he had such fine control of star energy, he would definitely be able to increase his lockbreaking speed significantly. That's enough. Luin put down his hand and looked at Xianxia. How do you cultivate this level of control? Just use more star energy and use it to control small things. My father trained me to use star energy to write an essay with seawater and keep it there for 10 days. After that, I had to shrink the words in the essay, the smaller the better. I kept it there, and gradually, I reached the nuance realm, Xianxia said. Her mood sank when she mentioned the Sea King. This sort of training was effective, but it took too long. However, time was the least of Lu Yin's worries. He had Xianxia leave and instructed Gavin to contact Madame Nayland to purchase source boxes. At the same time, he went to the secret room and raised his hand, causing his die to appear. It was time to train in the time-stop space. This time, he would train his control of star energy. He shielded the monkey and raised his die. It had been a long time since he had rolled it, so he placed his cosmic ring to the side and began to roll it. The die slowly spun until it finally showed 3 pips. 2 screens of light rose up. Luin was helpless, as he did not need to level up anything right now. He thought about it and rolled the die again. This time, he rolled 4 pips. He immediately picked up his cosmic ring, and the scene before him changed to that of the time-stop space. Cultivating his control of star energy would definitely take a lot of time, so he used more than 400 star essence to increase the time to 6 months. Let's give it a try. A person's eyes could see things of varying sizes, and if they could not be seen, they would think that they did not exist. In reality, there were countless structures in space that could not be seen by the naked eye. Xianxia's training method was to make the objects that could be controlled by star energy smaller and smaller until they could no longer be seen by the naked eye. Then, did that mean that when one reached the divine eye realm, even the naked eye would be able to see the star energy in the air? Wouldn't that be comparable to a domain? He used his star energy to turn it into water and then wrote words in the air. The words were very small, and the entire essay was thousands of words long. Luin controlled the thousands of words in the air without dissipating. He wanted to learn Xianxia's cultivation method. The Sea King was a boundless advanced lockbreaker, so his training method would definitely be effective. It would be much better than just blindly guessing. 1 day, 2 days. 5 days passed. Maintaining this essay was more difficult than he had imagined. Luin had always been able to control his star energy as he pleased in battle, but he had never been able to control it so meticulously. The star energy constantly dissipated and then slowly absorbed. 10 days later, the essay turned into star energy and dissipated. After maintaining it for 10 days, Luin felt even more tired than a single battle. He felt as if the star energy was no longer star energy, and he was starting to feel numb. Continue. This time, he would maintain it for 15 days. Time passed day by day. Although cultivating his control of star energy was not difficult, it was more tiring than he had imagined. It was like asking a burly man to pick up a brush and write. At first, the brush would be crushed, and he would need to train for a long time before he could control his strength. This was a long and arduous process. The scene in front of him changed, and Luin appeared in a secret room in King Xianxia's palace. He looked at his hands. After half a year of cultivation, his perception of star energy was completely different from before he had started cultivating, and his understanding of it had reached a new level. Aside from his control of star energy reaching the microscopic realm, he had also unexpectedly increased the number of stars that he could control with his serious art to 50. It turned out that the fastest way to control the stars was to observe their movements while simultaneously controlling their star energy. Luin recalled that the trial master had once said that the serious technique was the technique that lockbreakers desired the most. It seemed that not only could the serious technique aid in lockbreaking, but lockbreakers could also cultivate the serious technique at a much faster rate than observing star charts. Luin left the secret room and removed the monkey's barrier, only to hear the monkey's helpless curses. He had been cultivating in the time-stop space for half a year, but only an instant had passed in the outside world. Gavin had just spoken with Madame Nayland. Madame Nayland had found out that Luin was buying source boxes, and she had sold 3 of them. They were all 5-star discerning elementary source boxes, and they were priced at an average of 300 star essence, which added up to 900 star essence. For a 5-star discerning elementary source box, this price was not high, and it was actually somewhat low. It was the lowest price for a 5-star discerning elementary source box. However, for the Great U Empire's treasury, 900 star essence was equivalent to 90 million star crystals, which was a huge amount of pressure. Even so, Gavin still endured the pressure and bought it. Madame Nayland did not refuse this time, as there were times when the other party would develop a habit of helping too much. She had been in the business world for a long time, and she knew when to help for free and when to accept payment. After buying 3 source boxes from the Nayland family, Gavin calculated that he could not buy any more, as it would affect the Empire's economy. At that moment, Gavin received a message from Luin, and he hurried over to King Xianxia's palace. He was puzzled. Luin had just left, so why was he being sent back? Had Luin changed his mind? He had already paid for the source boxes. Your Highness, I have already purchased 3 5-star discerning elementary source boxes from the Nayland family for a total of 900 star essence, which is equivalent to 90 million star crystals. This was the first thing Gavin said when he saw Luin, as he was truly afraid that Luin would change his mind. Luin grunted and took out 900 star essence from his cosmic ring for Gavin. This is my personal purchase, so there is no need to use the treasury's resources. Gavin accepted the money, as the treasury truly did not have much money. Generally, a discerning elementary source box cost at least 10-star essence, and that was just the starting price. As 1-star level increased, the price would also double. A 5-star discerning elementary source box cost 300-star essence, and the Nayland family had offered the lowest price. Your Highness, do you still want to buy more? Gavin asked. Luwine thought about it for a moment. I can find a seller, but we'll see if I buy it or not. Yes. You can leave for now. I'll be going to Source Peak Planet in a while. Prepare a spacecraft for me. Yes, Your Highness. At the same time, a luxurious mansion on Xenu Star was surrounded by the 9th Imperial Squadron. Quite a few people were watching, as they knew that this was the mansion of one of the Empire's most powerful officials. Rakiana, how dare you search my residence? I'm going to report you to the king's mansion, roared an old man as he glared at Rakiana, who was standing outside his residence. Everyone in the manor was escorted out by the 9th Imperial Squadron. They glared at their surroundings furiously. Rakiana sighed inwardly. The Ana family was about to embark on a path of no return, but if they did not take this path, they would gradually be forgotten. They could only hope that His Highness would be able to protect them. I'm sorry, old sir. Sir, you're suspected of colluding with officials and merchants, engaging in malpractice for personal gain, and embezzlement. The evidence is conclusive. Take him away, Rakiana shouted. Rakiana, I was wrongly accused. I want to see the royal regent. I want to see the royal regent. The old man roared, his voice gradually fading away. Many people outside the mansion watched excitedly. Rakiana's eyes narrowed, and with a wave of his hand, the mansion was sealed. He then moved on to the next one. In the short span of a day, 4 of the more influential families on Xenu Star had been searched, and all of the businesses that were related to these families had their projects halted. Coincidentally, almost all of these businesses had been collaborating with the Nayland family. When the middle-aged man in charge of the Nayland family's trade on Xenu Star heard the news, his expression changed, and he immediately looked through the businesses that had been involved with these businesses. He discovered that they were all related to clothing and food, which weren't very important but still affected the people's livelihood. Coincidentally, these businesses were located in many different locations, which made it easy for the Nayland family's logo to be spread all over Xenu Star. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his forehead and immediately stopped his collaboration with the Nayland family. At the same time, he requested an audience with Minister of Finance Gavin. Within the Ana family, Xianxia Ana was sitting in his study with his eyes closed, deep in thought. That night, Rakiana arrived. Master, it's over. Xianxia Ana opened his eyes, picked up a pen, and scratched out 4 names on a piece of paper. These were the 4 families that had been searched today. Rakiana looked over and asked in surprise, Master, what's this? Xianxia Ana looked at the paper with a complicated expression. There were many names on it, and nearly half of them had been scratched out. This is a list of His Majesty, Undying Yushan's courtiers. Take a look. Rakiana took a look, and his face paled. The royal regent removed half of them. Xianxia Ana looked up and sighed. A new emperor brings with him new courtiers. The royal regent's methods are ruthless and decisive, and he handles matters flawlessly. He also has an unparalleled power to suppress everything, and the empire is completely under his control. The 13 imperial squadrons aren't the only ones who wield power, but also the 4 ministries and King Zishan's palace. You must remember that from now on, our Ana family will only listen to the royal regent. I understand, Master, Rakiana replied solemnly. He felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the list of names on the paper. There was a large courtyard within the Great Yu Empire's imperial palace, and this was where Undying Yushan had summoned Luwine. However, after the series of intense battles on Xenu Star, the courtyard had gradually been abandoned. Luwine arrived at the courtyard and ordered his men to seal off the area. He then looked at the 3 boxes in the middle of the courtyard that were of different sizes and were separated from each other. They were sealed with spiritual thread as the main material, and each box contained 3 5-star discerning elementary source boxes. Source boxes were ranked by star, and the biggest difference between them was whether they were harmful or harmless. Not only were harmless source boxes rare, but they were also very expensive. Although the chances of them containing treasures were even lower, to many lockbreakers, this was a guarantee of safety that would allow them to gain valuable experience. The prize that the Nayland family had given to the champion of the Astral Combat Tournament had been a harmless source box, and it had been a perceptive intermediate source box. It had been stored in Lu Yin's cosmic ring, but he had yet to unlock it. He planned to unlock these 3 source boxes first before unlocking the perceptive intermediate source box. He walked over to the source box closest to him and reached out to open the spiritual thread box. A roar suddenly rang out, giving Lu Yin a fright. Gavin had told him that this source box would emit the roar of a wild beast that possessed the power to affect one's mind. Lu Yin had been prepared for this, but he had still been frightened. At that moment, he felt as if he had seen a gigantic beast lying in the heavens and roaring at him. Lu Yin shook his head and focused on the box. There was only a beast-shaped stone inside the box, and although it looked very ordinary, it was actually a source box. The beast's roar rang out again, and Lu Yin placed a hand on the box. With a bang, the box shattered, and the source box let out an even more powerful roar. The air actually condensed and transformed into a giant beast that viciously swatted at Lu Yin. With another bang, the ground shook, and a deep claw mark appeared. Lu Yin was shocked, as the source box's murderous intent had actually taken on a form. What was sealed here was definitely related to this beast. Any source box that had transformed into a source box had to have existed for countless years, at least hundreds of thousands of years. For it to still have such a powerful aura after such a long time, this beast must have been terrifying when it had been alive. However, it was not a threat to Lu Yin. In his eyes, the rune lines of these 3 source boxes were not a threat at all. He waved his hand, and a gale swept out. The beast in the air dissipated, and the beast's roar also gradually faded away. Lu Yin walked over to the source box and released his domain. His eyes widened as 50 stars revolved around him. If anyone saw this, they would definitely sigh in amazement. At this moment, Lu Yin was like the center of a universe, with stars revolving around him. After observing for a while, Lu Yin decided to start unlocking the source box from the center. There was less energy there, and it would be easier to unlock. His control over star energy at the subtle realm was different, and he was able to unlock it more smoothly than before. It was not as crude as when he had been on the Savage Ape planet. If he had possessed the control of star energy at the subtle realm back then he would not have been looked down upon by Casanova. Once one's lockbreaking was on the right track, it became a very boring task. This was especially so after he confirmed that the source box was not a threat to him. Time passed by in this boring process of lockbreaking. Outside the courtyard, Kaze occasionally glanced over with a shocked expression. He had not known that Lu Yin was such a powerful lockbreaker. This was a 5-star discerning elementary source box, and if Lu Yin succeeded in unlocking it, then wouldn't he be able to challenge a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker? Not only was this person's combat talent terrifying, but his lockbreaking skills were also incredible. Lu Yin had never unlocked a 5-star discerning elementary source box before, and this was his first time doing so. The complex energy structure made him dizzy, and he thought back to his first lockbreaking experience. It had taken him a total of 27 hours. If he had been as strong as he was now, then he would have been able to unlock it in an hour at most. Lu Yin estimated that this 5-star discerning elementary source box would take him at least 15 hours to unlock. 15 hours was not light, and he needed to be completely focused. He could not relax for even a moment. The sky turned from black to white as Lu Yin stared at the beast-shaped source box in front of him. There was a pop as the energy structure on the source box's surface completely disappeared, and the stench of blood surged out. Lu Yin's face changed, and he immediately sealed off his surroundings. He then retreated a few steps and stared at the beast's corpse that had fallen out of the source box. It was the beast that had taken form out of thin air before Lu Yin had unlocked the source box. This source box had actually sealed its corpse, but only half of it remained. The fact that it had been sealed as a source box proved that this beast had been extremely powerful when it had been alive. Lu Yin slowly approached it, as the flesh and bones of such a powerful creature were all very useful. "Be careful, 7th bro, don't break it." This is a powerful astral beast, and it's definitely much more powerful than that elder Lohar you met, the monkey said excitedly. Luin carefully approached it, and suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. The beast's corpse gradually dissipated, turning into dust that drifted into the sky. The stench of blood in the air also disappeared. The monkey howled, "My precious blood! That's the blood of a powerful astral beast, and it's gone just like that." Luin also felt that it was a pity, as the blood of a powerhouse was very valuable. "Seventh bro, hurry up and unlock something else. Let's see what other treasures we can get," the monkey urged. Luin was exhausted. "I need to rest." "Don't get your hopes up. Lockbreaking has always been a gamble, and the chances of obtaining treasures are very low. The Lockbreaker Society doesn't judge a lockbreaker's ability based on whether or not they obtain treasures. Of course, I know that, but I'm not satisfied. The blood of those powerful astral beasts might be useful to me," the monkey said. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. "You don't have a physical body anymore. How can blood be useful to you?" The monkey anxiously replied, "Of course. Some powerhouses' blood might contain some inheritance, such as battle techniques. Just like how your blood is different from others when you become an explorer. The stronger you are, the more likely it is that some things will be imprinted in your body. If you reach the level of an emissary one day, even a strand of your hair might be studied and passed on to you." Luin frowned, as he did not like the monkey's words. It sounded as if he would be studied even after death. "Did you rob tombs just to obtain the corpses of powerful astral beasts?" "What tomb raiding? I'm a proper archaeologist." The monkey was unsatisfied. Luin ignored the monkey, as he had heard many different things from the monkey's words. He needed to find someone who knew how to tame beasts as soon as possible to understand the situation. Right, the Great Sword Dynasty. When he returned from Source Peak Planet, he would help them and obtain some treasures while he was at it. After resting for a day, Luin went to the second source box the next day. According to the information that Gavin had received from the Nayland family, this source box did not contain any danger. However, approaching it would cause the surrounding air to become heavy. This was different from the increase in gravity, as the density of the air had increased by many times. It could even cause one to faint from excessive oxygen. With a thump, the box of spiritual threads opened, and Luin saw the source box. It looked very ordinary, but the next moment, he felt as if he had been placed in a swamp. Excessive oxygen entered his body as he breathed, causing his head to feel heavy. He hurriedly held his breath, and only then did he feel better. Only explorers could approach this source box, as otherwise, they would be easily suffocated by the heavy air around it. This source box was slightly smaller than the previous beast source box. Luin observed it for a moment before finding a spot to begin. His lockbreaking. In the vast Earth sect, Meng Tianlong had been waiting here for a few days, hoping that the elder would appear. Elder Angio walked over and sighed. "Sect Master, let's go back. The elder is in seclusion, and even if he's fine, who knows how long it'll be before he comes out." Meng Tianlong asked in a low voice, "How are things going with the other weaves?" Elder Hua said awkwardly, "Sect leader, do we really have to do this? If you anger him, you'll be in trouble." "That won't happen. It's just a friendly spar." "It's not like I'm trying to overthrow him," Meng Tianlong said. "I've already contacted them, and they've all agreed to challenge the Great Yu Empire during the Alliance Conference." Meng Tianlong nodded and did not say anything else. "Sect leader, will this really work?" Elder Hua asked. Meng Tianlong's gaze turned cold. "Although the Great Yu Empire benefits from the Alliance, that's because of Luin. If something happens to Luin one day, then the Great Yu Empire might not be the greatest beneficiary of the Alliance. What we need to do now is to display our strength and suppress everyone in the Great Yu Empire aside from Luin." "So from the start, you didn't reject the Alliance because of this reason?" Elder Hua understood. Meng Tianlong looked up. "The Outerverse does need an alliance, but Luin shouldn't be in charge. We should be. Once the Elder wakes up, our vast Earth sect will be able to rival Luin in the alliance. Luin is arrogant, and he has too many enemies. Something will happen to him sooner or later, and when that happens, the entire alliance will be ours." Elder Hua left, as he had a question that he had been hesitating about for a long time. Meng Tianlong's discussion was based on the premise that something would happen to Luyin, but what if nothing happened to Luyin? Did that mean that the alliance would always be under Lu Yin's control? This person was still very young, and he could easily exhaust the older generation of cultivators to death. Meng Tianlong had not brought up this topic, which meant that even if the elder woke up, he did not think that he could suppress Luyin. Many people would subconsciously look for excuses when they were overwhelmed by pressure. Elder Hua felt that Meng Tianlong was looking for an excuse for submitting to the alliance. Of course, this excuse was not necessarily unfounded. In Bardweave, there was a pavilion beneath a waterfall in Even Ground Palace. At this moment, Even Ground Palace Master Mu Nikhang and Junior Palace Master Daro were seated inside. "Master, what did the people from the Vast Earth sect say?" Doro asked curiously. She had been very reserved in front of the various elders and had not asked many questions, but she was much more casual in front of Mu Nikhang. Mu Nikhang was even more casual. She propped up her chin with one hand and tilted her head to look at the waterfall. Her calm demeanor was completely different from when she was in front of the various elders. It was as if she was a completely different person. Dara was already used to it. Her master was a dignified palace master in front of outsiders, but when she was alone, she was like an ordinary girl. No, some of her actions were even more ordinary than an ordinary girl's. What else can they say? They want to join forces to embarrass the Great Yu Empire, Mu Nikhang casually replied. Doro's eyes widened. Meng Tianlong doesn't want to live anymore. He dares to embarrass Luyin? Luyin is someone who would even kill an enlighter. What's there to be afraid of? The power vessel he used to kill enlighters was destroyed a long time ago. It's already pretty good that he can rely on external forces to deal with hunters, Mu Nikhang said. If that's the case, then why did Master agree to join the Great Eastern Alliance? Doro asked. Mu Nikhang sighed. Lu Yin's combat power is nothing to be afraid of, but his scheming methods are chilling. Darkstar Gorge was killed by him, and who knows if he has other methods to deal with us. Which sect doesn't have a few shady dealings? Who knows, he might even have a hold on Even Ground Palace's weakness. Who knows? Master, this Luyin won't do anything without benefits. Since he's formed the alliance, he must have his own plans. We can't be betrayed by him and help him count the money. Doro clenched her fists. Mu Nikhang grunted. I'm thinking the same thing, but... She frowned and looked rather vexed. I'm not good at scheming. What should I do? Daro was helpless as well. Both women propped up their chins with their hands and looked at the waterfall with troubled expressions. Suddenly, Mu Nikhang cried out in surprise and looked at Doro happily. Master has an idea. Master, what is it? Daro was pleasantly surprised. Mu Nikhang stared at Doro, and her lips curled up. How about you marry Luyin and become my informant? That way, even if Luyin wants to scheme against someone, he'll bypass Even Ground Palace. What do you think? Doro's mouth dropped open. Master, are you trying to trick me? Don't make it so obvious. All right, I won't go. Mu Nikhang leaned forward and glared at Doro. You won't go? Are you sure? Doro nodded with certainty. I won't go. You don't have the confidence to seduce Luyin? Of course not. He's just a country bumpkin. I'll seduce him a few times and he'll take the bait. Master doesn't believe you. Humph, it's up to you whether you believe me or not. In any case, I have plenty of charm. If you don't go, then I'll do it myself. When the time comes, you'll become the palace master, and I'll be your informant. How about that? Doro covered her forehead in distress. Master, stop messing around. At worst, we can just ignore whatever Luyin says and pretend that we didn't hear anything. The Vast Earth Sect's Meng Tianlong took the initiative to contact us, so he'll definitely contact the other weaves as well. Let him take the lead, and we'll have someone to cover for us if anything happens. Mu Nikhang clapped. That's right, my dear disciple. You're still the smart one. Master, you're so disgusting, Doro said disdainfully, but then her expression suddenly changed. Not good, someone's here. Hurry up and put it away. Mu Nikhang straightened her body and adjusted her expression, becoming dignified and solemn. Doro hurriedly stood up and stood respectfully as an elder slowly approached from behind. Palace Master, a guest has come to visit. Understood, Mu Nikhang replied. After 11 hours, Luin finally succeeded in unlocking the second source box after 11 hours. He eagerly watched as the outermost layer of energy ruptured. There was a soft sound, and Luin eagerly went forward to take a look. All he saw was a wisp of green smoke, and then, there was nothing left. There really was nothing left, and it was even more disgusting than the beast-shaped source box. Seventh bro, your character isn't good enough. Let me handle the final step in the future, the monkey said disdainfully. Luin sighed, as he was in a rather bad mood. 11 hours of hard work had been for naught, and the only thing he had done was raise his lockbreaker level to 5-star discerning elementary. He had successfully unlocked 2 5-star discerning elementary source boxes, which was enough to raise his level. He felt the feeling of having unlocked 2 source boxes, and although he hadn't done so many times, he had gained a considerable amount of experience. Now, he felt like he could handle a 5-star discerning elementary source box with ease. It was time to unlock a perceptive intermediate source box, but before that, he needed to rest. He had just left the courtyard when he received a message that Wendy Yushan had come out of seclusion. Luin immediately headed to the princess residence and barged in without notifying anyone. There, he saw Wendy Yushan leisurely sitting in the garden and sipping tea. Lu Yin's sudden appearance caused Wendy Yushan to frown, and she casually tossed out the tea in her cup. The tea transformed into a sharp edge that swept out, causing the void to distort. Luin raised a hand, opened his palm, and grabbed at the edge of the tea. I told you to notify me when you come in the future. Wendy Yushan calmly looked at Luin with a trace of dissatisfaction in her eyes, but it was only a trace of helplessness. Lu Yin's expression was solemn as he walked over to Wendy Yushan and said, I also told you not to go to the Daosource sect alone. That place has already become a battlefield, and it's too dangerous. Wendy Yushan poured herself a cup of tea. I know. Then why did you still go? Luin frowned, as he could not control his temper. He was very concerned about Wendy Yushan's safety. Wendy Yushan felt his concern, and her heart warmed. She poured a cup of tea for Luin as well. I'm sorry. Lu Yin's anger calmed down. This woman in front of him was extremely proud and arrogant, and she had never submitted to anyone. She had a noble status, but she had already apologized to him twice. To a normal person, apologizing was very common, but to this woman, it was almost impossible to hear her say those words. Now, however, it was very easy for her to say them to him. Their relationship was becoming increasingly different. Friends? Family? Or something else? Perhaps in this universe, he was the only one who could teach this woman a lesson. She was like his personal property. Luin sat down. How was your trip? You didn't seem to be in any danger. Wendy Yushan fell silent for a moment, and then she slowly lifted the clothes on her shoulder. A scar was clearly visible, and it looked like it had just healed. Her entire arm had almost been cut off, and the scar was not just on her arm. It had spread to her chest, but it was impossible to see exactly how long it had been. Just by looking at the scar, Luin could sense how dangerous it had been. This woman had almost died. Who did this? Luin asked, his eyes filled with an endless chill. Wendy Yushan did not answer. Luin looked up and stared straight into her eyes. Who did this? Wendy Yushan looked at her tea. When I first entered the Daosource sect, I ran into Knight King Jinwu at the budding terrace, and that's how I ended up. If it weren't for the 6th mainland's Realmlings appearing to fight him, then I really wouldn't have been able to return. She then looked at Luin. You're right, the Daosource sect's ruins are really dangerous. I was heavily injured on my first day in the Daosource sect, and I had to hide in a corner for more than 10 days. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Even after recuperating for more than 10 days, she still had such a scar. It was obvious how serious her injuries had been. Wendy Yushan's arrogance made her not retreat even in the face of death, but she had still hidden for more than 10 days. One could imagine how much damage Knight King Jinwu had caused her. How are your injuries? Luin asked. Wendy Yushan answered, I'll need to rest for half a year. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Does Night King Jinwu know your identity? What about your secret technique? Is it useless? Wendy Yushan looked at Lu Yin seriously and solemnly said, don't rely on your secret technique for everything. We're not the only ones with secret techniques. Lu Yin's pupil shrank. Night King Jinwu has one as well? Wendy Yushan shook her head. I don't know, but even a secret technique can't change the gap between us. As for whether or not he recognized me, what do you think? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Wendy Yushan had joined Myriad Swords Peak under White Knight's recommendation, and she had also become a member of the Outerverse Youth Council through the 10 Arbiters' decision. Lu Yin would not believe that Night King Jinwu did not recognize her. Night King Jinwu had clearly known her identity, but he had still tried to kill her. The Day-Night clan seemed to be Lu Yin's natural enemy. From Night King Qingyu to the Astral Combat Academy's Night Queen Yanqing, the Day-Night clan had been the biggest stumbling block in Lu Yin's path. They were everywhere, especially Arbiter Jinwu. Back then, Lu Yin had been unable to join the Council of Astral Academy because of Jinwu's orders. Night Queen Yanqing had been able to use the Day-Night clan's resources to deal with Lu Yin because of Jinwu's orders. Although Lu Yin had never met Night King Jinwu before, Night King Jinwu had brought him a lot of trouble. This person was a fated enemy. Perhaps the order for the Lu surname had come from this person. When he saw Wendy Yushan's pale face, Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Now, there was another one. What's on your mind? Wendy Yushan asked. Lu Yin's gaze softened. Nothing. Rest well. You're not allowed to go to the Daosor sect's ruins again. He then turned to leave. Lu Yin. Wendy Yushan called out. Lu Yin turned around and met her eyes. He had never seen such gentleness in her eyes before, and they were filled with so much reliance. Her voice was soft as she said, at that moment, I thought that I was going to die, and all I could think of was you. Promise me that you won't meet Night King Jinwu until you have absolute confidence. Wendy Yushan had revealed her weak side, and it made Lu Yin's heart skip a beat. He subconsciously hugged her and smelled her fragrance. All right, I promise you. But I also promise that I will never forget this grudge. Bang! A nearby maid smashed a teacup, and Wendy Yushan hurriedly pushed Lu Yin away. She turned around and calmly said, You can leave now. Lu Yin felt a wave of disappointment, as he realized that he had developed a different feeling for this woman. Oh, okay. He then stepped out and disappeared from the princess's residence. After Lu Yin disappeared, Wendy Yushan slowly turned around with a complicated expression on her face. Wendy's injury had left Lu Yin with no thoughts of resting. His mind was filled with the feeling of hugging her. It was a very fulfilling feeling, as if they were family. It was different from hugging Ming Yen, they were two different feelings, but he could not forget either. Lu Yin shook his head vigorously to clear his head. He then went to the courtyard of the palace and thought for a moment before taking out the harmless perceptive intermediate source box that he had obtained from the Nayland family during the Astral Combat Tournament. Seventh bro, are you sure that you're suitable for lockbreaking right now? Do you know what you're doing? The monkey teased. Lu Yin growled, shut up, or I'll block you. Ha, you ungrateful person. The monkey laughed strangely. Lu Yin pursed his lips and ignored the monkey. He shook his head again and took a deep breath before slowly exhaling. His eyes were fixed on the source box, and he could see the complex energy that was as solid as the sea. It far surpassed the level of a 5-star discerning elementary. Seventh bro, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you're distracted while lockbreaking, it's very easy for something to go wrong. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Got it. He then closed his eyes and thought back to the past. He suddenly recalled the time when he had touched the Day-Night clan's inheritance stone on Earth and entered the inheritance corridor. There had been a stone tablet outside the corridor with the names of many powerhouses from the Day-Night clan and Night King clan written on it. At the very top was Night King Jinwu's name. Lu Yin finally remembered that domineering man who had stood tall in outer space. When he thought about Night King Jinwu, Lu Yin's anger surged. He was still far from that person. He suddenly opened his eyes and discarded all distracting thoughts. He focused on lockbreaking the source box in front of him. He did not have the qualifications to think too much right now. Although the harmless perceptive intermediate source box did not contain any danger, its solid energy was too complex. Even with Lu Yin's nuance realm control over star energy, it was still very difficult for him to unlock it. If it contained danger, then it would be even more difficult. This source box would increase his lock-breaking experience. Although it was unlikely that there would be a power vessel within this harmless source box, the value of this experience alone was not something that a normal perceptive intermediate source box could compare to. 10 hours passed, and Lu Yin felt dizzy and bloated. It was as if his entire body had sunk into a boundless ocean, and he could not find his way back. 20 hours passed, and Lu Yin's face was pale and bloodless. His hands were trembling. Fortunately, the monkey had shouted at him, or else he might have fainted. Outside the palace's courtyard, Xianxia, Xiaoshan Anna, Wendy Yushan, Peach, and the rest all appeared one after another before leaving. The source box had already shrunk by 2/3. Lu Yin felt as if his entire body had left his body, and his vision was blurry. Lock-breaking a perceptive intermediate source box's solid energy was too complex, and removing it was like peeling silk from a cocoon. It was like entering an endless maze, and it made one's mind crumble. Perhaps this was the true danger of a perceptive intermediate source box. It was no wonder why Dao Bo was so much stronger than Sharon, but he was still a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. Lock-breaking a perceptive intermediate source box was not something that the average person could imagine. Another 10 hours passed, and Lu Yin was on the verge of collapsing. He wanted to stop and rest, but he was unwilling to do so. He did not realize that the path of lock-breaking was no longer as complicated as it had been in the beginning. After such a long period of lock-breaking, he had gradually integrated it into his instincts, and he could tell how to unlock it with a single glance. This sort of instinctive lock-breaking was a sign of gaining experience. "Don't give up, 7th bro. It'll be done in a few hours at most," the monkey shouted. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the source box. 2 hours later, there was a crack as the solid energy surrounding the source box shattered, and a rusty metal piece fell out. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he carefully picked up the metal piece. He had finally gained something, and his 32 hours of lock-breaking had not been in vain. He had almost fainted, but he had finally obtained something from a perceptive intermediate source box. He carefully examined the metal piece in his hand and suddenly felt dizzy. He resisted the urge to fall, sat down cross-legged, and went to sleep. He was too tired. Lock-breaking was not a battle, but it was sometimes even more tiring than a battle. It consumed a person's mental strength, and it was easy to faint from exhaustion. There had been cases of lockbreakers who had gone crazy from excessive lockbreaking. Lockbreakers who had spent too much time lockbreaking had caused their brains to degenerate, causing them to go crazy, or even self-destruct. Most 5-star discerning elementary lockbreakers would rest well before attempting to unlock a perceptive intermediate source box. Lu Yin had first unlocked a 5-star discerning elementary source box before moving on to unlock a perceptive intermediate source box. Don't let Night King Jinwu beat you to death. It'll be an injustice if you're forced to your death, the monkey gloated. Quite a few people came and left the palace's courtyard. Lu Yin slept for 3 days and only woke up on the morning of the 4th day. The moment he opened his eyes, he felt as if the air around him had become much clearer, and everything felt more real. "How was it, 7th bro? You didn't go crazy, did you?" the monkey laughed. Lu Yin rubbed his head. "If I went crazy, I'd definitely remember to bury you with me." "Don't, I still want to enjoy life," the monkey said. He then urged Lu Yin, "Look at that piece of metal. It's good stuff." Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat as he recalled that he had successfully unlocked a perceptive intermediate source box and had obtained a piece of metal. At this moment, the piece of metal was beneath his feet. He picked it up and looked at it over and over again, but there were no words or images on it. "This is good stuff?" "Yes, it took me a long time to remember what this thing is." "Let me test you. Do you know what this thing is made of?" the monkey asked proudly. Lu Yin squeezed the piece of metal. He felt as if he had casually brushed his hand across it, but the metal had not left a single mark on it. Not even a single trace of rust had fallen off. This feeling was very similar to the large cauldron in the Daosor sect's ruins. It was also rusty and indestructible. "What is it made of?" Lu Yin asked. The monkey proudly answered, ordinary metal. Luin frowned. Tell me the truth. It's the truth. It's ordinary metal, but there's something added to it. Seventh bro, do you see any green spots on the metal? They look more like rust. Luin looked carefully, and there were indeed some green spots. Tell me. The monkey paused for a moment before explaining, these green spots are called ancient crimson copper, and it's a very rare material. Any weapon that has just a little bit of it added to it will become unimaginably hard. Take this piece of metal for example, you won't be able to move it, right? It's just ordinary metal mixed with a little bit of ancient crimson copper. Ancient crimson copper? Is that a material? You could say that. Who knows which wastrel refined ancient crimson copper into ordinary metal? There must be something wrong with them, the monkey said angrily. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. There seems to be quite a bit of ancient crimson copper in this piece of metal. About the size of a fingernail. Compared to the rarity of ancient crimson copper, it's quite a bit. It's a pity that you can't use it since you don't have the ability to extract it from this piece of metal. Ah, right, seventh bro, you can't understand my regret. Let me put it this way, ancient crimson copper is one of the main materials used to create weapons that can withstand the power of an envoy's attack. It can be used to create weapons with a power level of 500,000. Luin was shocked. That's right. You should be able to understand my feelings now. If the amount of ancient crimson copper is high enough, it can even withstand an attack with a power level of 600,000, 700,000, or even higher. I've read about this stuff a few times in the autobiographies of powerhouses. The Sea King's trident that you touched before might have contained ancient crimson copper. Luin grinned as he put it away. It was indeed a good item. Seventh bro, look at how you're smiling. Why would you want something useless? The monkey scoffed. Just because I don't have the ability to extract it now doesn't mean that I won't be able to in the future, Luin said happily. He had his die, and he could extract anything if he rolled 2 pips. Ancient crimson copper was a good item. The monkey replied, by the time you have the ability to extract it, you won't even be interested in it. No, you might not even be able to live until then. Do you want to use this thing to accompany you to your grave? Luin immediately blocked the monkey, as the monkey's words were too harsh. He looked around and saw that there was still one more source box that he had yet to unlock, but he wasn't in a hurry. He walked out of the courtyard and saw Xianxia, Xianxia, and the rest. He casually chatted with them and ate a delicious meal before returning to the courtyard. Right, he looked at his gadget and was pleasantly surprised to find that his lockbreaker rank had risen to 5 stars. The 2 videos of him unlocking a 5-star discerning elementary source box were indeed useful. If he could upload another video of him unlocking a perceptive intermediate source box, then he might have a chance of being recognized as a 1-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. Of course, the possibility of that happening was very low, and he would need to unlock at least one more perceptive intermediate source box. However, Luin was not in a hurry, as his status as a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker was enough for him. It would not be easy for him to unlock another perceptive intermediate source box, as the one he had just unlocked was a harmless source box. He rejoiced that he had managed to unlock a source box in front of the trial master and had been intimidated by him. Otherwise, he would have been out of luck if he had been able to unlock a perceptive intermediate source box. There was only one source box left, so Luin did not wait any longer and walked over. According to Gavin's description, this source box would create a resistance that would make it difficult for anyone to approach it. Luin casually opened the box of spiritual threads, and a powerful force erupted from within. His body swayed for a moment, but he was able to withstand it. This force was enough to push back a normal explorer, but it was ineffective against Luin. Let's begin. He exhaled and activated his serious art to begin his lockbreaking. This time, he felt that his lockbreaking was completely different from before. Not only was his speed much faster, but he also instinctively knew how to dissolve the solid energy more effectively. It was as if he had done it thousands of times before. The experience he had gained from unlocking a perceptive intermediate source box had allowed him to experience a qualitative leap. Although he might not be able to reach the level of a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, he was still considered one of the top discerning elementary lockbreakers. Even Dao Bo might not be able to compare to him. What he had lacked in the past was lock-breaking experience compared to Dao Bo, Sharon, and the others, but this time, he had made up for it. With the serious art and his modified eyes, he was confident that he could unlock any discerning elementary source box. His only downside was his bad luck. Sharon had managed to unlock the unveiled sword, while he had only managed to obtain ancient crimson copper, and he still had to break it down himself. This lock-breaking process had been very easy, and it had only taken him 5 hours. It had been faster than ever before, as this was a 5-star discerning elementary source box. Unfortunately, the item inside had evaporated the moment it came into contact with the air. It was a piece of stone with an image carved into it, but Luin had not been able to see it clearly. "Seventh bro, you're so clumsy," the monkey grumbled. Luin stretched lazily and checked the time. It was time to head to Source Peak Weave. Luin had long since decided that he would only bring Aiden with him. Aiden had arrived at the Great Yu Empire 2 days ago, and Luin had still been unconscious at the time. Thus, the two had not met yet. When they met again, Luin noticed that Aiden's aura had become even more vigorous. "It looks like you've absorbed the spoils of the war in Iron Blood Weave," Luin said with a smile. During the Astral Beast Domain's invasion, Aiden had been at the forefront of every battle, and his contributions had been enormous. It was indeed easy to exchange all of that for rewards that could increase one's strength. Aiden looked at Luin in amazement. "Your strength has increased quite a bit as well." "Of course, I've become an explorer." "That's not what I'm talking about. It's not like I haven't seen your strength when you became an explorer. What I'm talking about is that your strength has increased quite a bit after you left Iron Blood Weave." Luin smiled. He had been absorbing star energy all this time, and with his breakthrough in the serious art and his star energy control reaching the subtle realm, his strength had unknowingly increased. "How is it? Are you used to being back in the Great Yu Empire?" Luin asked with a smile. The two stood in outer space as they waited for a spacecraft to depart for Iron Blood Weave. Aiden laughed. "I didn't want to come back, but you still brought me here." "I'm sorry, but the Great Yu Empire has no one to use. It's too much of a waste to leave a powerhouse like you in Iron Blood Weave. However, I promised Elder Lohar that if war breaks out in Iron Blood Weave, you can return at any time," Luin said. "You should know that I'm a free man, and the Hall of Honor can't control me." "I can go wherever I want," Aiden said. Luin nodded and looked at him seriously. "So it's up to you. Whether you stay or leave, it's up to you." Aiden looked at Luin for a while and then turned away. "What do you plan to do with me?" "Captain of the Great Yu Empire's 4th Imperial Squadron," Luin said solemnly. "Sure, but I'll make it clear that I can come and go at any time," Aiden said. Luin nodded. "Of course." Soon, a radiant-grade mid-sized aurora appeared. The two stepped out and entered the ship. There were still 10 days until the lockbreaker competition, and the journey would take 5 days, so Luin was not in a hurry. At the same time, in the distant heavens, a fashionably dressed man had a depressed expression. "How unlucky. We actually ran into spatial turbulence, and our spacecraft was destroyed. It's too tiring to fly directly to Source Peak Weave, and the competition will probably be over by the time we arrive. Who can give me a lift?" He looked around as he spoke. His luck was good, as a spacecraft entered his view and quickly flew off into the distance. The fashionably dressed man's eyes lit up, and he took a step forward to appear directly in front of the spacecraft. He then charged towards it like a fool. Within the spacecraft's command center, everyone stared blankly at the man charging towards them. Was this guy stupid? There was a whoosh, and just as the man was about to crash into the spacecraft, he suddenly vanished, followed by a knock on the door. Everyone in the spacecraft looked at each other, and the captain gritted his teeth. "It's an explorer. Let him in." The fashionably dressed man entered the spacecraft and hugged the captain gratefully. "Thank you so much. I can tell that you're the captain. Thank you so much for letting me in." The captain's body ached from the man's hug, as the man's arms were like steel. "Brother, you're welcome." The man released the captain and said gratefully, "Captain, you're such a good person. Not only did you let me in, but you also wanted to send me to Source Peak Weave. You're too nice." The people around them were confused. Source Peak Weave? When did they say that they wanted to go there? The captain asked, Brother, you want to go to Source Peak Weave? That's too bad, There was a thump as the spacecraft shook. The man slammed his palm against the wall of the spacecraft, leaving a deep imprint. There's a bug. He then looked at the captain. What did you just say? The captain gulped. Nothing, it's just on the way. The fashionably dressed man grinned and patted the captain's shoulder. Good brother, haha. You're such a nice person. My name is Ku Wei, but everyone can call me Brother Wei. You're welcome, ha ha ha. Everyone fell silent. In the astral wilderness, a spacecraft charged towards the outerverse. Inside was a middle-aged man with his eyes tightly shut. Suddenly, the spacecraft sounded an alarm, and the middle-aged man opened his eyes. A beast-like figure raised its claws and pressed down. The middle-aged man was terrified. No, there was a thump as the spacecraft exploded. The middle-aged man was sent flying by a tremendous force, and he hovered in space awkwardly as he stared ahead. He was an explorer and had comprehended a domain, so he could sense how terrifying that beast-like figure was. Was this a modified machine? The middle-aged man rubbed his eyes and looked again. Indeed, it was a mechanical beast. The beast slammed down with its claws again, and the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and turned to flee. However, the beast caught up in the blink of an eye, and two metal chains extended from its claws to grab the man. An enormous bolt of lightning flashed and illuminated space as the middle-aged man fainted. The beast-like machine arrived in front of the middle-aged man and reached out to replace the man's brain with a chip. In the Great U Empire's underground science and technology department, dozens of people cheered. Banjo excitedly looked at the simplified version of the core control in front of him. He had finally succeeded. The most difficult technical problem had been solved, and he had also obtained the support of the Eastern Weave's resources. He could now complete the modified humans a month ahead of schedule, and they could also be upgraded with more materials. This was great news. Shalash, the vice-captain of the 12th Imperial Squadron, hurriedly congratulated him, and the entire science and technology department cheered. Only those who had personally participated in the creation of these modified humans knew that they had limitless possibilities. This was a revolutionary technological weapon. Banjo approached the core control and watched it absorb star energy on its own. He laughed heartily and sealed off the department, forbidding anyone from approaching. He had to complete the creation of the other components. That night, a figure sneaked in and secretly placed the detonators in various locations of the department. His lips curled up in a pleased smile as he slipped out again. Just as he left the science and technology department, a hand appeared on his shoulder. The figure's hair stood on end, and when he turned around, he saw Banjo's gloomy expression. Captain? Banjo exerted some force, and the figure held as his shoulder was crushed. He was pressed to the ground and looked at Banjo in fear. Captain, spare me. According to the rules of the technology department, cosmic rings are not allowed in. I knew that something was wrong when you brought one in so late at night. I thought that you just wanted to steal something, but I didn't expect you to want to destroy the androids. Tell me, who ordered you to come here? Banjo asked in an icy tone. The figure lowered his head, his eyes filled with despair. What, you don't want to talk? You know how the 12th Squadron works, Banjo said slowly. The figure trembled as he thought of something. No one ordered it. The Royal Regent ordered the 9th Squadron to eradicate my family. I wanted revenge, so I did this. Banjo remembered that this person had a powerful background and was a relative of one of the Empire's powerful officials. It was because of this official that he had been able to join the 12th Squadron, but that official had been killed by the 9th Squadron a few days ago. Is that all? Banjo crouched down and asked coldly. The person looked at Banjo in fear. Captain, I know your methods. There's nothing that you can't pry open, and I don't dare to hide anything. I only ask for a quick death. Banjo narrowed his eyes as a breeze blew, causing his white coat to flutter. Beads of sweat dripped from the man's forehead. Captain, I've worked hard in the 12th Squadron, and I only ask for a quick death. Please grant me my wish. Banjo stood up and looked down at the man from above. He slowly raised his hand and slapped down, causing the man's forehead to crack and die. Looks like it's time to clean up the 12th Squadron, Banjo muttered to himself. If not for his vigilance today, all of his hard work would have been over. He would not be able to accept it, and he would not be able to answer to the royal regent. With the royal regent's attitude towards some of the empire's families, these people who had joined the 12th Squadron because of their family background were not reliable. On the Shenwu continent, after Lu Yin had left, Ming Yan had made up her mind to handle government affairs. After so many days of studying, her temperament had quietly changed. Sometimes, it wasn't that people didn't have the ability, it was just that they weren't forced to a certain extent. Rebellions had broken out all over the Shenwu Empire, and Ming Yan had dealt with them rather mercifully. However, this had led to a second rebellion, and Ming Jiaoshu had personally taken action to suppress this second rebellion, which had been caused by Ming Yan's benevolence. He had killed 20,000 people, which had shocked the entire continent and caused the entire continent to panic. Ming Yan had witnessed the massacre, and the impact on her was unimaginable. It was also because of that incident that she became much more decisive in handling matters. Her gaze, mentality, and temperament had all changed. The way she looked at Ming Jiaoshu had also changed. Ming Jiaoshu looked at the memorial that Ming Yan had brought to him. The memorial was written with the imperial order to kill without mercy. Ming Jiaoshu looked at Ming Yan and met her eyes. In the past, Ming Yan's gaze had been filled with gentleness, benevolence, and apprehension. But now, that apprehension had disappeared, and so had the benevolence. There was a hint of determination in her eyes, and also a hint of unfamiliarity. Ming Jiaoshu's heart ached, as he had single-handedly contributed to Ming Yan's change. Because of this, he had killed 20,000 people. These 20,000 people had become a barrier that would forever stand between the father and daughter pair. However, Ming Jiaoshu did not regret his actions. His life force was rapidly depleting, and it would not be long before he died. The war-torn Shenwu Empire needed an iron-blooded monarch, not a benevolent one. The universe was cruel, and the Ming Yan of the past was not suited for survival. Yan do you blame father? Ming Jiaoshu could not help but ask. Ming Yan's body trembled, and she slowly shook her head. I'm tired and want to rest. Ming Jiaoshu nodded. Go, don't think too much. Ming Yan left the study and looked up. The bright sunlight was dazzling, but she liked it. Ever since she had witnessed the massacre of 20,000 people, she had not dared to sleep at night. She always felt as if those 20,000 people were staring at her. Their resentment and hatred had transformed into an inner demon that seemed to want to drag her down into a bottomless abyss. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, Ming Yan muttered to herself. She curled up on her bed and faced the sunlight as tears streamed down her face. In the study, Ming Jiaoshu sighed. Yan father has let you down. Outer space was dark, but it was still illuminated by the stars. Lu Yin sat in his spacecraft and drank fruit juice that was a specialty of the Lars Weave. I just received news that the route has changed again, and we'll have to travel another day, Aiden said as he walked over. Lu Yin was helpless. Is it still because of the sudden increase in energy? Aiden nodded. The astral river has expanded, and it has separated the innerverse and outerverse. There are also many places in the outerverse where the energy has skyrocketed, and the eastern and western weaves have practically been cut off. Fortunately, Source Peak Weave is in the middle, or else we might not have been able to reach it. Have you been to Source Peak Planet before? Lu Yin asked. Aiden shook his head. Nope. I wonder what kind of place it is. Will there be many source boxes there? Lu Yin looked forward to it. He quite liked lockbreaking, as it was like exploring a mystery. Every source box could contain an ancient item, and it felt like crossing time to make a transaction with an ancient being. It was very interesting, but of course, it was also very dangerous. Aiden looked at Lu Yin. Actually, I really admire you. Not only are you strong at such a young age, but you can also lockbreak. You're an all-rounder. Lu Yin smiled. You flatter me. You're very similar to Undying Yushan, Aiden said as he looked at the sky with a nostalgic expression. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Aiden. What did you say? I'm very similar to Undying Yushan? Aiden nodded. Undying Yushan was just like you. He had an extremely high innate talent for both cultivation and lockbreaking. You're practically a carbon copy of him. Luin frowned. Undying Yushan can lockbreak? Who told you that? Aiden laughed. I don't need anyone to tell me. I can tell. Although he didn't intentionally reveal it, a lockbreaker's control of star energy is different. I can recognize that feeling right away. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Undying Yushan could lockbreak? No one had ever told him that before, but it didn't matter. He was already dead, so what else was there to say? Up ahead, a spacecraft was heading in their direction. Lu Yin's expression changed when he saw the spacecraft. Be careful. Aiden was on high alert. Enemies? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stared at the spacecraft in front of him. He could see 3 enormous rune lines within it, and the weakest one was comparable to Xianxia's Anna's. This meant that there were 3 hunters in those 3 spacecraft, and the strongest one had rune lines comparable to a peak hunter like Kongsher, which was not much weaker than Aiden's. That spacecraft brushed past Lu Yin's spacecraft, and suddenly, the 3 rune lines rushed over. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. Attack! Aiden subconsciously formed a thunder shield in front of the spacecraft, and the 3 attacks landed on the shield. Although they were unable to break through the shield's defenses, they were still able to push Lu Yin's spacecraft back by 10,000 meters. Lu Yin put on his universal armor and stepped out of the spacecraft. Aiden appeared in outer space at the same time and looked ahead solemnly. The 3 hunters did not say a word as they continued to attack. Their attacks were accompanied by strange innate gifts and powerful battle techniques that caused the void to shatter into pieces. A black hole then formed that tried to swallow the spacecraft. Fortunately, Lu Yin had already ordered the spacecraft to escape at maximum speed. Aiden growled, Thunder Mountain technique. The moment he spoke, his thunder shield flickered and thunder rumbled. There was a loud crack as a shockwave spread out, shocking the 3 hunters. This was the first time they had encountered such a terrifying hunter, and his power was not much weaker than an Enlighter's. Although Aiden's attacks were not at the level of an Enlighter's, his defenses were definitely top-notch, and he could withstand an Enlighter's attacks. The thunder shield expanded infinitely, and it enveloped the heavens as Aiden pushed it towards the 3 hunters. The 3 exchanged glances, and one of them said, "You guys hold him back." He then tore through the void and disappeared. In front of the thunder shield, the 2 hunters attacked at the same time, but they did not use any battle techniques. They had already tried, but they could not break through the shield no matter what they did. It was the same whether they used battle techniques or not. They raised their hands and blocked the thunder shield. Aiden was behind the thunder shield, and his face changed the moment he collided with the 2 hunters. He could feel the star energy in his thunder shield rapidly depleting, and it felt like his battle technique was being disintegrated. Or rather, they were lockbreaking. These 2 were lockbreakers. Oh no! There's another one! Aiden turned around. Be careful. Lu Yin looked to his right, as he had already seen a hunter tearing through the void towards him. It was the strongest peak hunter, and he had sent a palm towards Lu Yin from a distance. It was clearly a very ordinary attack, but for some reason, Lu Yin felt an extreme sense of danger. This sense of danger was due to the fact that he was not wearing his universal armor, but now that he was wearing it, he was not afraid at all. Lu Yin stepped forward and raised his hand at the peak hunter at the same time. The 2 palms collided, and Lu Yin immediately pulled his hand back. The star energy that he had condensed in his palm suddenly disappeared. This was disintegration. You're a lockbreaker. Lockbreakers had a unique way of fighting, as they could use their lockbreaking techniques to disintegrate other people's battle techniques. Any battle technique, or even innate gift needed star energy to activate, and once the star energy was disintegrated, their power would be greatly reduced. This was one of the reasons why lockbreakers had such a high status in the universe. All lockbreakers were powerhouses of the same level, and this was common knowledge. Lu Yin himself was a lockbreaker, and he had even reached the level of being able to unlock perceptive intermediate source boxes. However, this lockbreaker's speed at disintegrating star energy had caught him off guard. This lockbreaker was at least 3 stars or even 4 stars perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. Lu Yin's domain had also been seen through by this assassin, and it was completely useless. Luin retreated, as he was not in any danger with his universal armor. However, he was also helpless against this assassin. Against a lockbreaker of this level, even his dream finger would be weakened. Furthermore, his opponent had not used any battle techniques, so he could not use the secret art. The assassin pressed forward and grabbed at Luin. He had also sensed the defenses of the universal armor, and he did not intend to kill Luin. Instead, he wanted to capture him. Luin snorted. Since star energy was ineffective, then he would use pure physical strength. Hundredfold shockwave palm. There was a thump, and Luin did not use any star energy as he sent a palm strike towards the assassin. The assassin had not expected Lu Yin's physical strength to be so terrifying, and his arm was instantly broken. He looked at Luin in shock. Luin sneered, as this person's physical body was very weak. He didn't hesitate to strike out with another palm, but the assassin hurriedly dodged. Lu Yin's palm missed, and the tremendous force behind it distorted the void, causing the assassin's scalp to go numb. Palm after palm, shockwave palm, air-splitting palm, combat skills triggered by pure physical strength made the assassins not dare to approach. Even if the serious technique expanded its range and enveloped the assassin would still be able to sense and avoid it. Lockbreakers were too sensitive to star energy, and even Lu Yin's domain was unable to envelop the assassin. Are you going to kill me just like that? The assassin's gaze turned cold, and a circular patch appeared in his palm. He placed it on his forehead and stared at Luin, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. His heart skipped a beat. Was that a lock-breaking tool? The assassin suddenly disappeared and reappeared at Lu Yin's side, grabbing at him with a single palm. Luin turned around and punched out, still relying purely on his physical strength. The assassin stuck close to Lu Yin's arm and moved forward, his right palm aiming for Lu Yin's neck. Luin growled and dodged the attack by sticking close to the assassin's hand. The two had attacked and dodged at the same time within a single second, and they were both stuck close to each other. Luin had used secret sidestep, while the assassin had used a lock-breaking tool to display a speed similar to secret sidestep. This person was very difficult to deal with. You are definitely not a nobody. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Luin shouted as he looked at the hunter in front of him. This person had concealed his appearance because he was afraid of being recognized, so he should be a famous figure. With such incredible lock-breaking skills, he might even know this person. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the distance that was accompanied by a thunderous boom. The two hunters who had been delaying Aiden were sent flying while coughing up blood. Aiden's 9-lined battle force was wrapped around his body. Retreat, the peak hunter barked as he tore through the void and left. The other two fled without hesitation. Aiden wanted to chase after him, but after looking at Luin, he decided against it. Are you all right? Aiden asked. Luin shook his head and took off his universal armor. His face was gloomy. They're lockbreakers, and not just any lockbreaker. They were even able to break down my thunder shield, so they should be at the perceptive intermediate level. If it weren't for my 9-lined battle force, then it wouldn't have been easy to deal with those two, Aiden muttered. Luin looked into the distance. Who has the ability to mobilize 3 perceptive intermediate lockbreakers at once? There aren't many perceptive intermediate lockbreakers in the entire Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, so let's just say. Aiden patted him on the shoulder. Let's return to the spacecraft. First. We'll know when we reach Source Peak Planet. Luin nodded. Although there were only 3 hunters attacking this time, it was far more dangerous than the previous time when there had been 5 hunters. If not for Aiden, then this battle would have continued. Even Xianxia and the blind monk would not have been able to face a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker on their own, as they would have been completely suppressed. When he returned to the spacecraft, Luin fell into deep thought. Was there a connection between the Lockbreaker Society and the Lockbreaker competition? Or could it be that someone in the Eastern Weaves had asked these 3 lockbreakers to kill him? That shouldn't be the case, as lockbreakers weren't assassins. Unless it was the Day-Night Clan. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. If it was the Day-Night Clan, then it was possible that they had asked these 3 lockbreakers to take action. 3 perceptive intermediate lockbreakers, which was quite an extravagant move. Not a single stronghold had 3 perceptive intermediate lockbreakers during the war in Ironblood Weave. Humans were sometimes too shrewd, but they were also too selfish. The Outerverse was not as fragile as Luin had imagined. Not long after the 3 lockbreaker assassins left, another spacecraft approached. It was a personal spacecraft that did not have many rune lines, so Luin did not pay it much attention. The spacecraft sent a request to enter Lu Yin's command deck, and when Luin received the message, his heart skipped a beat. Let him in. Not long after, a familiar figure appeared in front of Luin. It was Tong Mi-er, who had appeared during the lockbreaker trial on Savage Ape Planet. He was known as an Outerverse lockbreaker genius, and he was an explorer who had reached the 4 stars discerning elementary lockbreaker level. Tong Mi-er greets Mr. Liu. Tong Mi-er appeared in front of Luin with a respectful expression. He was not as arrogant as he had been back on Savage Ape Planet. Luin looked at Tong Mi-er. Why are you looking for me? Mr. Liu, your trip must not have been smooth, Tong Mi-er said as he looked at Luin. Luin gestured for Tong Mi-er to sit down and had someone bring over 2 cups of fruit juice from Lars Weave. Have a taste. It's not bad. Tong Mi-er's eyes flashed. Mr. Liu, don't you want to know who attacked you? Luin placed the fruit juice on the table with a thump and glanced at Tong Mi-er coldly. The attack happened not too long ago, but with your speed, you definitely couldn't have seen it. How did you know that I was attacked? Tong Mi-er replied, Mr. Liu, please don't misunderstand. The person who attacked you has nothing to do with us. Us? Who? Luin asked. This person was here to tell him the answer to the matter of him being attacked by a lockbreaker. Me and the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's acting mentor, Lady Phelan, Tong Mi-er said solemnly. Luin raised an eyebrow. He had heard of Phelan. The Outerverse Lockbreaker Society had a total of 3 acting mentors. They were 4 stars Perceptive Intermediate Lockbreaker Yifeng, 3 stars Perceptive Intermediate Lockbreaker Mr. Jun, and 3 stars Perceptive Intermediate Lockbreaker Phelan. All of this information was available on the Lockbreaker network. The person who attacked you is from the Lockbreaker Society. The order came from Vice President Saul, Tong Mi-er said. Luin frowned. Vice President Saul? Didn't he go to the Innerverse? That's what the outside world said, but he didn't actually go to the Innerverse. He's always been in the Outerverse, but to avoid being called up for the war in Ironblood Weave, it was widely rumored that he brought several Perceptive Intermediate Lockbreakers to the Innerverse. We didn't know about this until the war in Ironblood Weave ended. Luin sneered. This Saul didn't see the big picture. If the war in Ironblood Weave had failed, and the Astral Beast domain had invaded, Saul would have died as well. No, it was also possible that he would have joined the Astral Beast domain. Saul has always wanted to take control of the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, but President Jeffrey has always suppressed him. Now that the Innerverse and Outerverse have been separated, Jeffrey has truly been isolated from the Innerverse. Saul began his plans, and in a short period of time, he recruited several Perceptive Intermediate Lockbreakers. He also wants to use this Lockbreaker competition to let his disciple, Deng Pu, obtain true insight. Your existence is a threat to him, which is why he sent someone to assassinate you, Tong Mi-er explained. Luin was puzzled. As the vice president, shouldn't he be able to obtain true insight whenever he wants? Why would he need to organize a Lockbreaker competition? Of course not. The Lockbreaker Society is too important, and President Jeffrey has always been on guard against Saul. He set up many rules, and as long as Saul doesn't want to provoke the public, he has to follow the rules. Furthermore, there's an honorary vice president of the Lockbreaker Society known as Fiendly, and he's the one who's keeping Saul in check. What's the strength of his disciple, Deng Pu? Luin was curious. 1-star Perceptive Intermediate Lockbreaker, Tong Mi-er answered solemnly. Luin frowned. Perceptive Intermediate? I'm just a discerning elementary lockbreaker. Is there a need to send 3 Perceptive Intermediate Lockbreakers to assassinate me? Tong Mi-er shook his head. You're different. You're the actual controller of the Great Eastern Alliance, and you have a record of killing Enlighters. Your existence itself is an accident, and even if you're just a 1-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, Saul still thinks that you should be eliminated. Luin felt honored when he heard this, as he was such a great threat to others. It seemed that Saul was the reason why he hadn't been notified of the lockbreaker competition. Why are you telling me this? What does Lady Phelan, who's behind you, want from me? Tong Mir answered seriously, Lady Phelan wants to join forces with you to deal with Saul. Luin laughed. You said that I have the strength to kill Enlighters. If it's confirmed that Saul sent people to assassinate me, then I'll deal with him directly. Why would Phelan interfere? Isn't it better to just sit back and wait for the fishermen to reap the benefits? Tong Mir smiled bitterly. You don't understand Saul's strength at all. He's a peak hunter, and he's also a boundless advanced lockbreaker. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Boundless advanced was a level that would instill fear in those who heard it. It was said that those who had reached the boundless advanced lockbreaker would possess unimaginable lockbreaking abilities, and their strength would also undergo a qualitative change. A boundless advanced lockbreaker was equivalent to an enlighter, and this person was also a peak hunter. Saul actually had the ability to break through to the enlighter realm a long time ago, but he's been waiting for true insight. Once he obtains it and studies it, then it's very likely that he'll be able to use it to become an extremely powerful enlighter who can rival President Jeffrey. He's not someone that the enlighters you've killed before can compare to, Tong Mir explained. He paused for a moment, and when he saw Lu Yin's calm expression, he continued, let's put it this way. President Jeffrey once killed 5 enlighters during the war with the technocracy without suffering any injuries. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and a chill ran down his spine. A single person had killed 5 enlighters without suffering any injuries. He was completely unscathed. This was truly abnormal. Even in the cruelest battlefield in Iron Blood Weave, no one had been able to kill 5 enlighters at the same time. Powerhouses would all be targeted, just like Elder Lohar. Even if he had the strength to kill multiple enlighters, it would still be useless as he would be held back by the enemy's experts. If Jeffrey had been able to kill 5 enlighters under such circumstances, then that would be terrifying. So you're saying that true insight can allow Saul to become as strong as President Jeffrey? Luin asked. Tong Mir nodded. That's what Lady Phelan said. The contents of true insight are useless against us, and it's even useless against perceptive intermediate lockbreakers. It's only useful against boundless advanced lockbreakers. Any boundless advanced lockbreaker who grasps the contents of true insight will have their strength doubled. President Jeffrey has grasped the contents of true insight, which is why his strength is so terrifying. Lady Phelan's. Even if Luin summoned the entire Great Eastern Alliance, he would not be able to deal with Saul. It seemed that the only way to deal with this person was to cooperate with Phelan. However, Tong Mir's words might not be entirely true, as there was still a need to distinguish who was a person and who was a ghost. What does Phelan want me to do? Luin asked. Tong Mir relaxed when he saw that Luin had been persuaded. Lady Phelan wants you to not attract Saul's attention before the lockbreaker competition. You should disguise yourself and enter Source Peak Planet. When the time comes, Lady Phelan will arrange for you to participate in the competition. If I go to Source Peak Planet, Saul won't be able to openly deal with me, right? Luin asked. Tong Mir smiled bitterly. Saul is one of the 3 core examiners, and most of the other lockbreakers are his people. He doesn't need to personally deal with you. He can just send someone to cause trouble for you, and you might not be able to participate in the competition. It's still the same question. What does Phelan want from me? Is it just to deal with Saul? Luin asked. Tong Mir replied, Lady Phelan needs to discuss this with you personally. Luin nodded. Alright, I'll do as you say. I'll disguise myself and go to Source Peak Planet. Source Peak Weave was located in the east of the central region of the Outerverse, and it was close to the Astral River. It was a very prosperous weave, and because the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters was located in Source Peak Weave, it became the weave with the most lockbreakers. Source Peak Planet was located in the south of Source Peak Weave, and it was a large green planet filled with vegetation. The environment was beautiful, and unlike other planets, Source Peak Planet's surface extended outwards. 3 continents protruded from the surface of Source Peak Planet, making it look like a piece of machinery from a distance. These 3 continents were where the Lockbreaker Society's examinations were conducted, and each continent was overseen by a core examiner. Every year, countless people would come to Source Peak Planet to undergo the examinations in hopes of becoming a lockbreaker, but very few succeeded. Because the innerverse and outerverse were separated, many lockbreakers were isolated from the innerverse. Even so, there were still many lockbreakers on Source Peak Planet. There were 630,000 registered lockbreakers in the entire Lockbreaker Society, and Source Peak Planet had nearly 10,000 lockbreakers throughout the year. Although most of these lockbreakers had never successfully unlocked a lockbreaker before, there were still a few who had reached the perceptive intermediate level. However, the outside world was not aware of this, and only the president and vice president were aware of the situation on Source Peak Planet. Source Peak Planet was very large, and there were many lockbreakers scattered all over the planet. The place that these lockbreakers yearned for the most was the Hall of Insight, which was the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's headquarters holy land. Only lockbreakers who had reached the perceptive intermediate lockbreaker level were allowed to enter. It was rumored that the Hall of Insight contained sourcebox arrays that had been set up by boundless advanced lockbreakers, and anyone who entered would be able to comprehend the arrays. Some perceptive intermediate lockbreakers stayed in the Hall of Insight all year round just to comprehend the arrays and become boundless advanced lockbreakers. The Hall of Insight was a shortcut that led to becoming a boundless advanced lockbreaker, and it was a path that had been opened for the lower-level lockbreakers by powerful lockbreakers. The back of the Hall of Insight was connected to many courtyards. These were the residences of the Guild Master, Vice Guild Master, and the others. Each courtyard was very large. Within one of the courtyards, Mr. June stood with his hands clasped behind his back as he stood beside a stone table. As a perceptive, a trace of envy flashed through Mr. June's eyes. Source Peak Planet's space was extremely stable, and the closer one got to the Hall of Insight, the more solid the space became. Even a hunter like Mr. June could not tear it apart. Only a few people had the ability to travel through the void, and the person in front of Mr. June was one of them, the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's Vice President, Saul. "Greetings, Vice President." Mr. June bowed respectfully. Saul looked in the direction of the Hall of Insight, which was raised into the air by 4 giant trees. These 4 trees were sourceboxes, and Mr. June had spent many years trying to comprehend the sourcebox arrays that his seniors had left behind, but he had not made any progress. No matter what, looking at the Hall of Insight had become a habit for him. "You failed?" Saul's tone was deep and dignified. Mr. June answered, "Yes, I failed." Saul looked at the Hall of Insight and calmly said, "You've been a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker for many years, but you haven't made any progress. Now, you can't even deal with a child. I'm very doubtful of your abilities." Mr. June's face was filled with fear. "I'm sorry, Vice President. This child has an external object that can block an enlighter's attacks, and he also has a subordinate who can defend against enlighters." Saul looked at Mr. June. "I don't need to explain. Just tell me if you can deal with him." Mr. June gritted his teeth. "Yes. Alright, I'll only look at the results. This is your one chance. Deal with this person, and I'll help you become a boundless advanced lockbreaker. I'll even let you take a look at True Insight. If you can't deal with him, then you can continue to be a trial instructor and live a mediocre life until you become a respected 3 stars perceptive intermediate lockbreaker." These words provoked Mr. June. Ever since he had become a 3 stars perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, he had not made any progress. It had been several hundred years, and he had had enough of it. He had not hesitated to rely on Saul and engage in shady business in order to improve himself. Now, the opportunity was right in front of him, and his gaze was resolute. No matter who stood in his way, he would trample over them. He had once admired Luin, and he had even wanted to take him in as a disciple. Now, however, he was just a stumbling block. After leaving the courtyard, Mr. June immediately searched for Lu Yin's route to Source Peak Planet. He had to deal with Luin before he reached Source Peak Planet. It seemed that he would have to use all of his previous connections. Elsewhere, Saul quietly looked at the Hall of Insight with a calm gaze. Not long after, a youth arrived. "Master," he greeted. This was Saul's disciple, Dang Pu. He was a genius who had become a 1-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker at such a young age, and his reputation in the Outerverse surpassed even that of Sharon and the others. In the entire Lockbreaker Society, he was only second to the Distinguished 5. Saul did not speak, and the atmosphere was rather silent. Master, is there a need to deal with Luin? He's just a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, and he just recently advanced. He shouldn't be a threat to me, Dangpu said respectfully. Saul frowned. I don't like words like shouldn't be. Dangpu hurriedly replied, this person definitely isn't a threat to me, so please rest assured, Master. Saul calmly replied, a person will encounter many opportunities in their life, and some will be able to grasp them while others will not. This Luin has turned misfortune into blessings, and he was able to survive a storm in Tempest Flow Zone. He was recognized by the Sea King, and he stole the Pyrolite mine. He was even able to survive the war in Iron Blood Weave, and now, he's someone that even the Hall of Honor wants to protect. His opportunities far surpass yours, and this kind of person will naturally have their own protection. Making an enemy out of such a person is equivalent to fighting against the heavens, and it's not worth it. Dangpu did not understand. Perhaps only a boundless advanced lockbreaker would be able to see the universe more clearly. If Mr. Jun manages to deal with that person, does Master really plan on helping him become a boundless advanced lockbreaker? Dangpu was puzzled. Saul's lips curled up. He's just a clown. At most, he'll be able to reach 4 stars. Without a lockbreaking tool, he won't even reach 4 stars, let alone boundless advanced. This kind of person only needs illusions, so what's the point of giving it to him? Then what about true insight? You're asking too many questions. Saul's tone was stern. Dangpu hurriedly lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Although there aren't many lockbreakers in the Outerverse who can threaten you, and I've already dealt with those from the older generation, there are still some people that you have to be careful of. For example, Shi-Chi. That fish of hers is very strange, so it's best if you don't let her appear, Saul sternly warned. Dangpu hurriedly agreed. The decennial lockbreaker competition would usually attract many lockbreakers to participate, and the weakest participating lockbreakers were 3 stars or discerning elementary lockbreakers. However, this competition was different, as even many 1-star discerning elementary lockbreakers were participating. The reason for this was that the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, and many lockbreakers felt that this was their opportunity. There were not that many powerful lockbreakers participating, so the competition was much smaller. At Source Peak Planet Space Station, spacecraft after spacecraft lined up to enter, extending into outer space. Lockbreakers were not the only ones participating in the lockbreaker competition, as this was an opportunity for lockbreakers to expand their influence. Thus, many important figures were invited to participate, such as the most famous Outerverse 4 great corporations or some Weave's leading powers. Inside a small spacecraft, a youth held his head high as several lackeys took turns to flatter him. Big Brother will definitely amaze the world this time and become the youngest champion in the history of the lockbreaker competition. That's right, Big Brother will definitely be able to suppress everyone and increase his level. He'll also gain the favor of the president and vice president, enter the Hall of Insight, marry a beautiful genius, and reach the pinnacle of life. Big Brother, when the time comes, don't forget about your lackeys who are working hard to serve you. Let us congratulate Big Brother on your victory and for your name to shake the heavens. Victory and for your name to shake the heavens. Ha 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 ha. The youth laughed heartily and patted his lackey's head. Don't be too proud. Pride will only make you fall behind. Your Big Brother is only a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, and that's not enough, not enough. Ha 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 ha. The surrounding lackey's flattery poured down like a waterfall, and the youth's heart was bursting with joy. Suddenly, the youth looked out into outer space with a stunned expression, and his expression gradually changed. The surrounding lackeys were puzzled. Big Brother, what are you looking at? I'll help you. The youth pointed at a man standing in outer space. Him. The lackey stepped forward and suddenly shouted, that brat, our Big Brother is calling for you. Come here. The youth was almost frightened to death, and he quickly pressed his lackey down and bowed apologetically towards outer space. The man in outer space only glanced at him and then ignored him. He then took a step forward and disappeared. The lackey was almost suffocated by the youth's pressure, and his face turned red. Big Brother, what's wrong? When the youth saw that the man had left, he relaxed and glared at his lackey. You almost got me killed. The surrounding lackeys blinked in confusion. Do you know who he is? He's metal straight, the youth shouted with an ugly expression. The surrounding lackey's eyes widened. That's his name? That's his title. Who knows his name? That person is a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker and a cruiser. Luckily, Big Brother reacted quickly, or else we wouldn't even know how we were killed, the youth said with some lingering fear. The surrounding lackeys were stunned. A 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker? Aren't the innerverse and outerverse separated? Why are there still such freaks participating? The youth roared, how would I know? These freaks could have gone to the innerverse, but why are they still in the outerverse? My true insight is gone, gone. The surrounding lackeys grimaced. There's no hope left. Shut up. Within Source Peak Planet Space Station, countless people were waiting and staring at the people who had arrived. Some of them were from the corporations, some were from the various great powers, and some had even been hired by certain people. They were all here to observe the competitors, as true insight was too valuable. Once someone felt that someone was a threat to them, they would use some methods, which was very normal. Outsiders were not allowed to act against lockbreakers, as otherwise, they would be hunted down by the Lockbreaker Society. However, no one cared about the Lockbreaker Society's internal competition, especially since President Jeffrey was not present. It seems like this year's Lockbreaker competition isn't worth watching. No perceptive intermediate lockbreaker has appeared. Forget about perceptive intermediate lockbreakers, there aren't even 5-star discerning elementary lockbreakers. Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, look up, it's Straight Metallic Man. Everyone looked up. It really is Straight Metallic Man. This is going to be interesting. The big shots are always the last to appear, and Straight Metallic Man is a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. If it weren't for the fact that he only unlocks source boxes from metals, he might have already reached the perceptive intermediate level. This person is going to be his opponent. It's rumored that Straight Metallic Man's aura can even turn the air into metal. I wonder if that's true. He was born on Ketun planet, which is rich in metallic life forms. It's not impossible that he's not a pure human anymore. Not long after, there was another exclamation as a beautiful woman attracted everyone's attention. No way. She's actually here. Wasn't she from the Innerverse? Bro, do you know that woman? The surrounding people were puzzled, and some of them were even recording something. You might not recognize her since she's always been in the Innerverse, but you've definitely heard of her name. She's Serpent Queen. Serpent Queen? The surrounding people were stunned, and countless people looked at the beautiful woman in the distance. Serpent Queen was a very famous 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. She had once unlocked an ancient multicolored snake, and it had shaken the universe. That snake was an extremely rare creature's strength. Once it matured, it would possess the strength of a hunter, and if it was nurtured properly, it could even become an enlighter. That snake was. The moment the ancient multicolored snake appeared, that woman was called the Serpent Queen. T. After some time, a spacecraft docked at Source Peak Planet Space Station. Within the spacecraft, a young man waved enthusiastically at the captain. Thank you, everyone. You're all really good people. Not only were you willing to send me to Source Peak Weave, but you even sent me directly to Source Peak Planet. I'll repay this kindness in my next life. Isn't that Brother Wei? Someone exclaimed. His face was pale, and the tuft of black hair on his nose twitched. It was a comical and disgusting sight. Someone else was confused. What Brother Wei? You don't even know Brother Wei? He's a very famous 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. His real name is Ku Wei, and he likes to be called Brother Wei. He has a nasty personality, so just take a detour if you run into him. If you get tangled up with him, you'll either lose your money or lose your life. He's that scary? He doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. Go and interact with him. I guarantee that you'll never forget him, the man with the tuft of black hair on his nose urged. Ku Wei suddenly turned around, and the faces of those who had been discussing him changed as they hurriedly retreated. Ku Wei smiled and raised his hand. Nose hair man, come here. A large portion of the crowd retreated, revealing the man with the tuft of black hair on his nose. The man pointed at himself and looked at Ku Wei in horror. You're calling me? Ku Wei. You're so handsome, so you definitely won't refuse, right? What if I refuse? The nose hair man carefully probed. Ku Wei smiled even more happily, and his back teeth were exposed. Refuse? You won't. He then raised his fist and clenched it, causing the space around him to distort. The nose hair man's pupils shrank, as this was Source Peak Planet, and space was extremely sturdy, but it had been so easily distorted. His small body would not be able to withstand a single punch from Ku Wei. Furthermore, Ku Wei's eyes were actually looking at his lower body. The nose hair man didn't even think about it before replying righteously, even if Brother Wei didn't ask, I would have arranged it for you. Being able to interact with Brother Wei at such a close distance is a blessing that I've accumulated in my previous life, and I'll definitely cherish it. Ha 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 ha, good brother, let's go. I'll treat you to a tour of Source Peak Planet. Oh, right, I don't have any money, ha 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 ha. The nose hair man really started crying. One lockbreaker after another appeared. Aside from the most famous 5-star discerning elementary lockbreakers, there were also a few 3-star and 2-star lockbreakers. There were even a few 1-star discerning elementary lockbreakers participating in the competition. Dangpu coldly looked at the space station screen. None of the newcomers were a threat to him, and even the Serpent Queen could not attract his attention. The ancient multicolored snake would grow up to be very powerful, but it was useless against lockbreaking and could not compare to Shi-Chi's despicable fish. But where was Shi-Chi? Why hadn't she appeared yet? At this moment, his gadget beeped, and he glanced at it. His expression changed, and it became very ugly. Shi-Chi had already arrived, but she had been taken away by Fiend Li's people. Fiend Li was an honorary vice president, and his status in the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society was the same as Saul's. So what if I let you participate? You only managed to reach the perceptive intermediate level with the help of that despicable fish, while I relied on my own abilities, Dangpu coldly muttered to himself before turning to leave. There were 3 connected continents on Source Peak Planet, and each continent was overseen by 3 examiners. Even though the lockbreaker competition was about to begin, there were still countless people who wanted to take the test to become a lockbreaker. Next. A middle-aged man coldly looked at the long line in front of him. There were so many people that he could not see the end of it. A youth walked out from the crowd and nervously held onto his number plate. He gulped and bowed to the middle-aged man. This student greets the mentor. The middle-aged man raised a hand. Has your star energy reached the level of infinite transformations? The youth nodded and raised his hand. The star energy in his palm transformed into wind, water, and fire. The test begins. This is a starburst orb in front of you. You have 10 seconds to calm the berserk star energy within it, and you will pass the test, the middle-aged man said. The youth's gaze was resolute, and he raised his hand to remove the metal membrane covering the starburst orb. Star energy poured out from his palm, and his eyes widened as he stared at the berserk star energy within the orb. 1 second, 2 seconds. 8 seconds passed, but the berserk star energy did not react at all. The youth's face went pale, and 10 seconds later, the berserk star energy still had not been calmed. The middle-aged man waved his hand. You fail. Next. The youth's face was drained of blood, and he suddenly knelt on the ground and begged the middle-aged man. Mentor, please let this student try again. Just once is enough, please. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with disgust. You do not have the qualifications to become a lockbreaker. Leave immediately, or you will be expelled. The youth collapsed to the ground and begged unwillingly, but it was useless. He could only crawl up and leave. Dozens. There were only 630,000 lockbreakers in the universe, so the probability of passing was extremely low. The middle-aged man was already used to this. Although there were many people taking the test in front of him, it would usually take several months for no one to pass, so he did not have much hope. Display your star energy, the middle-aged man ordered. In front of him was a beautiful girl with a pair of lively eyes. Her blinking eyes were very lovable. Yes, mentor. The girl raised her hand, and star energy whizzed out from her palm and transformed into a hurricane. It then quickly returned to normal and transformed into a curtain of rain. There were very few cultivators in the Outerverse who could control star energy so skillfully at such a young age, especially since the curtain of rain was a light green color. This meant that she could change the color of the star energy. She was at the realm of shapeshifting, and she was only one step away from comprehending a domain. The middle-aged man was astonished, and he looked at the girl in admiration. Not bad, not bad. Let's begin the test. This is the Starburst Orb, and you can pass if you wipe out the Berserk star energy in 10 seconds. Work hard, the girl answered in a crisp voice. She then removed the metal membrane and covered the Starburst Orb with her hand. The Berserk star energy trembled for a moment before gradually calming down at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it became very quiet. The entire process took no more than 5 seconds. The crowd was in an uproar. Someone had succeeded. The middle-aged man was pleasantly surprised. 5 seconds was an excellent result, and he had not expected that an excellent lockbreaker would appear today. Young lady, what's your name? The girl smiled happily. Xianxia. The middle-aged man nodded and gently said, next, we'll verify your identity. Are you all right with this? Xianxia stood there cutely with her hands clasped behind her back, allowing a ray of light to sweep over her. Her identity was immediately displayed on the middle-aged man's gadget. The middle-aged man took a look and looked up in surprise. You're from the Wei family. Xianxia greets mentor. The middle-aged man raised a hand to stop her and smiled. I'm not a mentor, I'm just an examiner. The real mentor is Lady Phelan. I'll take you to see her, and she'll make the necessary arrangements for you. Xianxia smiled sweetly. Thank you. The middle-aged man looked at the crowd. Everyone, wait here. He then left with Xianxia. Many people in the crowd were constantly sending messages to the outside world, as any lockbreaker was a talent that the various powers wanted to rope in. The Outerverse was huge, and there were countless powers. Even if 630,000 lockbreakers were evenly distributed among the various powers, it might not be enough. Furthermore, there were probably less than 20,000 lockbreakers in the Outerverse, so everyone wanted the help of a lockbreaker. The girl's appearance quickly spread to the various weaves and powers of the Outerverse. Sigh, different people have different lives. She's pretty, comes from a good family, and even has a talent for lockbreaking. She's not like us. We finally managed to cultivate from the Innerverse and raise our star energy to the realm of infinite change, but before we could even return, the Innerverse and Outerverse were separated. Now, we don't even have the confidence to become a lockbreaker. What bad luck, a man sighed. Behind him, an ordinary-looking man with a full beard asked, how do you know that she comes from a good family? The man replied, she's wearing branded clothes. There are 72 weaves in the Outerverse, and to be able to make a name for herself in the entire Outerverse shows how famous she is. Only the super-rich can afford such clothes, and even the richest person in a galaxy might not be able to afford them. What do you think about her family background? And that examiner's expression changed after her identity was verified. It's obvious that this girl's identity surprised him. To be able to surprise a lockbreaker, her family background must be even more impressive than we imagined. Bro, you're quite observant, the bearded man exclaimed. The man was pleased. Of course. If I didn't have such observational skills, I would have died in the Innerverse long ago. 7th bro, that girl is so cute. I like her, the monkey said. Why would a monkey like you like a human? The man was stunned and turned around. Bro, what monkey are you talking about? What monkey? I didn't say anything. The bearded man shook his head. The man was puzzled, but he scratched his head and did not ask any more questions. The bearded man was naturally Luin. According to Tong Mi-er, he had disguised himself to enter Source Peak Planet, but the entire planet was probably under Saul's surveillance. In order to not expose his identity and cause trouble, he had pretended to be a student who had come to take the exam. After all, he would be able to see Phelan as long as he passed the exam. The surroundings were very noisy, and everyone was discussing the girl. Not long after, the middle-aged man returned and continued the exam. One after another failed, the middle-aged man's expression was as calm as ever. He had long since gotten used to it, or rather, he was numb to it. Finally, it was the man's turn. His control of star energy had reached the realm of infinite change, but unfortunately, it took him 13 seconds to calm the berserk star energy. He begged again and again, but the middle-aged man didn't give him a chance. 10 seconds is the minimum passing threshold. Many lockbreakers who can reach 10 seconds are only considered one-star lockbreakers in name, and they can't actually become one-star lockbreakers. Only those who can reach 7 seconds have a chance of becoming a one-star lockbreaker. The extra 3 seconds is actually the hope that the Lockbreaker Society has given to many people. You haven't even reached 10 seconds, so even if you become a lockbreaker, you'll never succeed. You might even lose your life for nothing, the middle-aged man shouted. The crowd fell silent. It wasn't easy to become a lockbreaker. As long as one became a lockbreaker, they would be treated with special privileges in the entire universe, and they would be able to enjoy a noble status as well as the flattery of countless powers. This was equivalent to becoming a person who stood above the rest and would have no worries for the rest of their lives. Such a status was naturally not easy to obtain. The man left with a bitter expression. When it was Lu Yin's turn, he stepped forward and raised his hand. Star energy transformed into wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The crowd cried out in surprise. What a skilled control. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Not bad. Try smoothing out the violent star energy. Lu Yin nodded. He had told Miller that as long as his results were within 3 seconds, he would not need to verify his identity and would be able to meet Phelan directly. Lu Yin's appearance was a disguise, so it was naturally impossible to verify his identity. Thus, 3 seconds was fine. Back at Astral 10 space station, he had spent 4 seconds on his first attempt, and 3 seconds on his second attempt. 3 seconds was nothing to him, and he could instantly smoothen out the star energy. However, if he did so, it would not only alarm Phelan, but also the entire Lockbreaker Society. Lu Yin removed the metal membrane and pressed one hand against the top of the temple. 1, 2, 3. Done. The crowd fell silent, and everyone stared at Lu Yin in a daze. Done? The middle-aged man rubbed his eyes. 3 seconds. He had actually completed it in just 3 seconds. He stared at Lu Yin in ecstasy. Genius, he really was a genius. The crowd outside was in an uproar, and everyone stared at Lu Yin as they continuously took pictures and sent videos. There were even people who shouted something as if they were announcing the names of their organizations. Lu Yin smiled. Was 3 seconds very fast? The middle-aged man hurriedly walked over to Lu Yin and sized him up. Little brother, have you ever come into contact with lockbreaking before? Lu Yin thought for a moment and then shook his head. No. Then how did you neutralize the berserk star energy in 3 seconds? The middle-aged man asked, but he seemed to feel that the question was a little abrupt. He apologized, I'm sorry, but this question might have something to do with your battle technique. It's fine if you don't want to answer. Lu Yin shrugged. It's nothing. I just had a feeling that I could neutralize it, and then I did it. The middle-aged man sighed in admiration. Genius, you really are a genius. Even the elite geniuses from lockbreaker families in the Innerverse would have to train for years or even decades to neutralize the berserk star energy in 3 seconds. You actually did it on your own. What a genius. Come, let's go see Madame Phelan. Lu Yin nodded and followed beside the middle-aged man. The crowd was constantly sending out information about a genius who had passed the assessment in 3 seconds. This kind of lockbreaker would definitely be able to advance to the next level. This was someone with real potential. Many organizations received the news immediately and began to inquire about Lu Yin. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed, as Lu Yin's appearance was completely fake. In the back hall, Wei Xianxia looked around curiously as she waited for Madame Phelan. At that moment, the middle-aged man brought Lu Yin over. Wei Xianxia was shocked. Someone had actually passed the assessment? How rare. Sometimes, it was normal for no one to pass the assessment for an entire year. After all, this was the Outerverse. The middle-aged man's attitude towards Lu Yin was very enthusiastic. I'll go inform Madame Phelan. Little brother, please wait here for a while. He then nodded at Wei Xianxia and left. Wei Xian'er looked at Luin curiously. Hey, you passed? Luin nodded. His beard seemed rather coarse, and he subconsciously stroked it. Yeah, I passed. How many seconds? Wei Xian'er asked. Luin raised 3 fingers and smiled. 3 seconds. Wei Xian'er was shocked, and her eyes widened. 3 seconds? Are you serious? You passed in 3 seconds? Of course. I remember that you passed in 5 seconds, Luin said. Wei Xian'er nodded and looked at Luin in amazement. I couldn't tell that someone with that appearance could do something as delicate as lockbreaking. Luin pursed his lips. What appearance? Was his appearance that bad? 7th bro, I like this girl. The monkey was excited. Have you ever been in contact with lockbreaking before? Don't lie, I can tell if you're lying. Wei Xian'er stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Luin smiled at her. I don't want to answer. Wei Xian'er choked. Just as she was about to say something, a voice rang out, 2 of you passed the test. Not bad. The voice was gentle and comforting. Luin and Wei Xian'er turned around and saw a beautiful woman slowly walking over. She looked to be in her 30s and was dressed plainly. Her gaze was gentle, and she smiled at the 2. The 2 hurriedly greeted her. Greetings, Mentor Phelan. She was one of the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's 3 core mentors, Phelan. Luin had thought that she was a scheming old woman, but she was actually a gentle elder sister. If Phelan hadn't approached him, he wouldn't have believed that she coveted the president's position and wanted to work with him to deal with Saul. Phelan's gaze paused on Luin for a moment before she looked at Wei Xian'er. You must be the little princess of Armament Wei's Wei family. Wei Xian'er smiled sweetly. Greetings, Mentor Phelan. Phelan nodded. You've already passed the assessment, and you've come here to choose your mentors. The path of lockbreaking is broad and profound, and it will be difficult to walk it without a mentor's guidance. Xian'er, come with me. Let me see how talented you are in lockbreaking so that I can choose a mentor for you. Wei Xian'er grunted and glanced at Luin provocatively. She followed Phelan into a special lockbreaking room, which required a lot of resources to construct. Spiritual threads had been added to the walls to prevent the danger of sourceboxes from leaking out. There were less than 10 people on Source Peak Planet who had access to such rooms. Luin sat down casually, and after about half an hour, the 2 walked out. Wei Xian'er had a dejected expression as she unhappily sat down across from Luin. Luin looked at Phelan curiously. Phelan smiled bitterly. The mentor she wants isn't in the Outerverse. It's a pity. She then looked at Luin. Come with me. Luin followed. Behind Phelan. Wei Xian'er swung her legs in annoyance. The room was very large, and there was a giant source box in the center. Luin looked at it and raised his brows. There were a lot of rune lines on it, and although it couldn't compare to the source box that had been used to delay the mummy, it wasn't too far off. It was definitely a 4-star or even a perceptive intermediate sourcebox. The sourcebox's surroundings were empty, and there was nothing around it. It seemed so, but Luin could see that the rune lines from the sourcebox covered an area of 100 meters. There was a danger of the sourcebox there. Do you want to try? Phelan's voice rang out, and she followed Lu Yin's gaze to the sourcebox. Luin laughed. I don't want to die yet. Phelan's eyes lit up. Others might die, but you won't. Even enlighters can't do anything to you, so a mere sourcebox won't be able to hurt you. Luin looked at Phelan and returned to his normal appearance. You wanted to see me, so I'm here. Phelan looked at Luin and sighed. I've long heard that Frostwave Weave's Luin is an unparalleled limiter and that you've even killed multiple enlighters. Now that I've met you, you live up to your reputation. Live up to my reputation? Do you think that I can deal with an enlighter? You should know that my power vessel was destroyed in Ironblood Weave, Luin said calmly. Phelan smiled. I'm a lockbreaker, and lockbreakers see things differently from ordinary people. I can see fatal danger in you. Luin looked at her seriously. Are you really Phelan? Of course. Phelan smiled. Luin shook his head. You don't look like one. What does Mr. Liu think Phelan should look like? Phelan asked curiously. Luwin replied, how can someone who dares to scheme against a boundless advanced lockbreaker be so gentle? Have fun on National Day, and I'll be updating at 3 p.m. Thank you. Thank you. Zhou Tanyue, thank you for your support. Phelan laughed when she heard Lu Yin's words. She did not have Madame Nalin's seductive charm, instead, she had the warmth of a big sister next door. Thank you for your praise, Mr. Liu. It's been hard on you to enter Source Peak Planet in disguise. What do you want to do? Tell me. Phelan earnestly asked, does Mr. Liu know anything about the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society? Luwin shook his head. Actually, the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's power structure is very simple. President Jeffrey has the greatest authority, and he can veto all of the other Lockbreakers' suggestions. Second only to the president is Vice President Saul, but this difference is like the difference between heaven and earth. Any of Saul's suggestions have to be approved by the three of us, as well as the honorary vice president. Even if the president isn't present, Saul still can't monopolize power. It's because of this rule that I want to work with Mr. Liu to overthrow Saul, Phelan said solemnly. How exactly? Luwin asked. Phelan replied, Saul is determined to obtain true insight, and he's using all sorts of methods to prevent lockbreakers who threaten Dang Pu from participating in the competition. We already have substantial evidence, and as long as someone important steps forward to question Saul after the competition ends and before Dang Pu obtains true insight, I'll be able to produce the evidence. At that time, Saul's dirty deeds will be exposed to the public, and even Source Peak Planet will not tolerate him. Luwin nodded. It seems like you've made sufficient preparations. If nothing unexpected happens, it should succeed, but... He stared into Phelan's gentle eyes. What will I gain from this? If I step forward to accuse Saul, it'll be the same as exposing the Lockbreaker Society's vice president's dirty deeds. I'll offend the entire Lockbreaker Society, and all lockbreakers in the Outerverse will be humiliated. Phelan smiled. Mr. Liu, you're overthinking things. When the time comes, I'll step forward to clarify this matter, and Mr. Liu definitely won't bear any consequences. Luwin smiled. Won't bear any consequences? Saul is a boundless advanced lockbreaker, and if he escapes, then I'll have another terrifying enemy. Mentor Phelan, if a boundless advanced lockbreaker wants to take revenge on you, will you be able to sleep at night? Phelan's expression changed. A lockbreaking tool and a power vessel. That'll be your reward. Are you saying that a boundless advanced lockbreaker is only worth a lockbreaking tool and a power vessel? Lu Yin's tone sank. Phelan said, Mr. Liu, don't forget that Saul was the one behind your assassination attempt. Even if you don't join forces with me, Saul won't let you go. Saul tried to assassinate me because I might be a threat to Dang Pu. If I'm no longer a threat to Dang Pu, then he won't do anything to me. Diren was silent. Luwin wasn't in a hurry, as the deal had to be negotiated slowly. He didn't know what kind of price Phelan would be willing to pay for an enemy of a boundless advanced lockbreaker. There's something I'm curious about. Even if Saul is defeated by you, how are you going to stabilize your position as president? The honorary president, Fiendly, doesn't have the right to run for president. This was set by President Jeffrey back then. Master Yifeng isn't interested in the position of president, as he prefers to wander around and research source boxes. As for Mr. Jun, she looked at Luwin. He was one of the people who tried to assassinate you, so he can't stay. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Mr. Jun was one of the people who tried to assassinate me? Phelan nodded and raised her gadget. An image of Mr. Jun lockbreaking appeared on the screen. At first, he was very tired, and his speed was very slow. However, things changed when he took out his lockbreaking tool, and his speed increased. That lockbreaking tool was the same tool that the assassin who had fought against Luwin had possessed. There were no identical source boxes, and lockbreaking tools were similar as well. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It was actually him, Mr. Jun. This person had appeared on the Savage Ape planet, and Luwin had envied his lockbreaking ability. He had never thought that he would be assassinated by this person. Once Saul is defeated, no one will be able to stop me from becoming president, Phelan said. Luwin smiled. If that's the case, then you should increase the stakes even more. I'll be the one to offend others, and you'll be the one to reap the benefits. The stakes aren't equal. Phelan said, Mr. Liu, you've been trying to establish the Great Eastern Alliance, right? I can promise that once I become president, I'll have the entire Lockbreaker Society publicly support the Great Eastern Alliance. At the same time, I'll also transfer a group of lower-level Lockbreakers to the Great Eastern Alliance. How about that? I want true insight. Luine did not plan on beating around the bush. Phelan frowned. No, true insight must remain on Source Peak Planet. Luine stared at Phelan. I'll say it again, I want true insight. This isn't the first time we've worked together, and there will be many more opportunities for us to work together in the future. Your status is very high, but it's only limited to being a lockbreaker, and you don't have any authority. I, on the other hand, have authority, and I'll expand the Great Eastern Alliance in the future. We can work together. Mr. Liu, true insight is only useful to boundless advanced lockbreakers. It's useless for you to have it, and many people will even covet it. Why bother? Phelan asked helplessly. Luine smiled. It's not like I'll take it openly. Phelan was stunned. What do you mean? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Dang Pu became the champion of the lockbreaker competition, so true insight should belong to him. But if you succeed, then Sol and Dang Pu will both be finished. True insight should return to the Lockbreaker Society, and as the president, won't it be easy for you to secretly hand it to me? That's impossible. You want me to bear the greed of those who covet true insight for you? Impossible. Phelan exclaimed. Luine shrugged. I'll bear the wrath of a boundless advanced lockbreaker for you, and you'll bear the greed of true insight for me. It's very fair. We'll leave Sol on Source Peak Planet so that he won't be a threat to you, Phelan said solemnly. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. All right. If Sol isn't a threat to me, then I'll only take 1 page of true insight. But if he escapes Source Peak Planet, then I'll take 3 pages. That's fair, right? Phelan thought about it. All right, I'll agree. Phelan was very confident that she could keep Sol here, which made Luine feel apprehensive. Sol was a boundless advanced lockbreaker, which was equivalent to an enlighter. How difficult would it be to keep an enlighter here? Phelan's confidence meant that someone was helping her, and it was definitely an enlighter. This woman had other helpers. If everything was as Phelan had said, then Luine wouldn't have minded helping her. But since he was sure that she had other helpers, then things were different. He didn't want to be someone else's gunman, especially someone unknown. Over the next 10 minutes, Phelan explained the rules of the lockbreaker competition to Luine. She didn't go into too much detail, as the rules could change every year. Usually, only the president and vice president knew the rules. If President Jeffrey wasn't around, then Sol could change the rules for this year's competition. This was also one of his methods to ensure Dang Pu's victory. Dang Pu had to win. This wasn't just what Sol wanted, but also what Phelan wanted. Only with Dang Pu's victory would the evidence he had revealed be more effective, and Sol would be hated even more. It could be said that Dang Pu was the winner of this year's lockbreaker competition. Many people wanted the competition to be fair, but there was no such thing as absolute fairness in the universe. Everything would only develop in the direction of certain people's interests. After leaving the lockbreaker room, Wei Xianxia looked at Luine curiously. Hey, who did you find to be your mentor? Luine smiled at Wei Xianxia and then left after bidding farewell to Phelan. Hey, you still haven't answered me. Wei Xianxia shouted. Phelan stopped Wei Xianxia. Have you decided on a mentor? The innerverse and outerverse are separated, and the person you're looking for isn't here. Wei Xianxia looked conflicted. I don't know. Phelan was amused. If that's the case, then I'll be your mentor. Wei Xianxia was shocked and blinked. You? My mentor? Are you serious? For someone like her who had passed the assessment, it was impossible to find a 4-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker like Phelan to be their mentor unless they were extremely talented. The mentor she had been looking for was only a 1-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. Phelan smiled and nodded. I like you very much. How about I be your mentor? That's great. Thank you, Mentor Phelan. Wei Xianxia cheered, completely forgetting about Luin. Tongmei and Aiden were waiting for Luin outside. When Luin came out, Tongmei didn't ask anything. My mentor told me to take you to a place to stay. Luin looked around and pointed at a hill in the distance. Let's go there. You can only see further if you're high up. Tongmei nodded. Alright, please follow me. When the sky darkened and the artificial star gradually extinguished, Source Peak Planet became much quieter. The long line of people waiting for the assessment quietly sat in place, waiting for the next day to continue. Luin sat on the roof and looked at Phelan's residence. He was very curious about the person who had cooperated with Phelan to deal with Saul. If Phelan was so confident in dealing with Saul, then it had to be at least an enlighter. There were too few enlighters in the outerverse at the moment, and any one of them could be a threat to Luin. He had chosen this location to make it easier to monitor, but he wasn't sure if those people would contact Phelan, so he was just trying his luck. However, Luin found that his luck was very good. After sitting on the roof for a few hours, he saw a streak of rune lines sneak into Phelan's residence under the cover of darkness, and Phelan met up with that person. Luin's eyes widened, and he stared closely. 10 minutes later, the rune lines quietly left Phelan's residence and headed in a different direction. Luin immediately followed and stopped the person far away from Phelan's residence. Brother, what's the matter? The person stopped by Luin was a middle-aged man with a hoarse voice, and he stared at Luin warily. Luin looked at him. Who are you? Who do you represent? The middle-aged man sneered. Brother, I don't know what you're talking about. Luin walked closer. What did you say to Phelan? Who's the mastermind behind this? The middle-aged man's eyes flashed coldly, and he suddenly attacked. His 5 fingers curled and viciously pressed down on Luin. It wasn't a palm or a fist, but star energy condensed into a strange shape that struck towards Luin's head at an extremely fast speed. This person was a cruiser. Luin's eyes lit up, and he raised a hand to grab the middle-aged man's hand. He could feel the pressure on his palm, but fortunately, this person wasn't that strong, and his attack was instantly shattered. The middle-aged man was shocked when Luin grabbed his right hand. The bones in his fingers were breaking, and his face paled as he glared at Luin. I'm warning you, let me go. Don't look for trouble. There are some things that you shouldn't know. Luin frowned and increased his strength. The middle-aged man groaned as his hand was twisted out of shape. He gritted his teeth and glared at Luin. I'm from Armament Wee's Wei family. Our young mistress is participating in the exam today, and the young master asked me to contact Instructor Phelan to find a good instructor for her. Do you think I'm an idiot? Luin's tone was cold as he grabbed the man's arm. There was a crack as the man groaned as his arm was broken. Keep talking. Let's see what else you have to say. The middle-aged man panted as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. I'm really from the Wei family. You should know how powerful the Wei family is in Armament Weave. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, I can take you to the young master. Luin stared into the man's eyes. Phelan wants to destroy Saul, and your Wei family is one of the powers working with her. Then, who else is involved? I really want to know. The middle-aged man stared at Luin in disbelief, and then he suddenly reacted. You're Luin. Luin's lips curled up. So it's you guys. The man's eyes flickered, and his expression changed. Luin sneered. Speak. I'm on the same side as you guys, and we both want to destroy Saul. There's nothing wrong with telling me. The man lowered his head and fell silent. Luin exerted more strength, but the man did not respond. Luin's expression changed, and he lifted the man's head, only to find that he was already dead. He committed suicide, 7th bro. It seems like this matter isn't that simple, the monkey said gravely. Luin's expression turned solemn. This person had dared to resist without knowing who he was, and he had even wanted to take Luin to meet the young master. However, after guessing Luin's identity, the man had decisively committed suicide. He knew that Luin was involved in this matter and had even helped them, but he had still committed suicide. This could only mean one thing: this matter was not as simple as Phelan had made it out to be. Otherwise, there would have been no need for him to commit suicide. For him to commit suicide so decisively meant that this matter was serious. In the Wei family, Luin muttered to himself for a moment before sending the image of the middle-aged man to the bespectacled mist-child from Mafioso Planet and the six-fingered tribe's leader, Bok Shamus. He remembered that Armament Weave was located to the west of Lars Weave, and they were Lars Weave's archenemy. Bok Shamus might know something. The bespectacled mist-child quickly sent news back. She did not know much about this person, nor did she know much about the Wei family. Due to the great distance between them, Armament Weave was considered to be in the middle of the two weaves. Meanwhile, Bok Shamus sent a message to him. Luin accepted the call, and Bok Shamus appeared on the screen with a grave expression. Your Highness, why did you kill someone from the Wei family? You know this person? Luin asked. Bok Shamus nodded. This person is an attendant of the Wei clan's young master, Wei Rong. He is very loyal to Wei Rong. It really was the Wei family, and this person had not lied. Luin said, tell me about Armament Weave and the Wei family. Bok Shamus was very curious about what Luin was doing, but he did not ask. Armament Weave is located to the west of Lars Weave and has been our archenemy for generations. They produce a type of beast called the Astral Warhorse that can gallop through outer space and easily crush spacecraft. The Wei family is the ruling family of Armament Weave, and they are also the family that controls the Astral Warhorse. The Wei family has never interacted with the Eastern Weaves, but they have good relations with the Central Weaves. They are adept at forming alliances, especially this generation's young master, Wei Rong. He traveled throughout half of the Outerverse at a young age and has recruited many people for the Wei family. Originally, our six-fingered tribe and the Wei family were evenly matched, but because of this person, we have been at a disadvantage for the past few years. Luin was shocked. It seemed that this person was someone like Wang Wen, and such people were the most troublesome. This Wei Rong was currently on Source Peak Planet, and it seemed that this person had played a significant role in dealing with Saul. Your Highness, are you planning to pull Armament Weave into the Great Eastern Alliance? Bok Shamus probed. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. If that's the case, what do you think? Bok Shamus shook his head and laughed. That's impossible. Armament Weave is hostile to the Eastern Weaves, and the Wei family has never paid any attention to the Eastern Weaves. Wei Rong has traveled throughout half of the Outerverse, but he has never been to the Eastern Weaves. If you want them to join, you'll have to destroy the Wei family. Luin nodded. Alright, I understand. I'll have to trouble Patriarch Bok. Your Highness is being too polite. You seem to be on Source Peak Planet right now, Bok Shamus said as he recalled something. Luin nodded. That's right. I'm participating in the Lockbreaker competition. Bok Shamus frowned. The Wei family is very adept at scheming behind the scenes. Since they're here, Your Highness should be careful. There might be some changes to this year's Lockbreaker competition. After all, the Innerverse and Outerverse have been separated, and many things have changed. Luin grunted in acknowledgement and then turned off his screen. When Bok Shamus saw that someone from the Wei family was present, he was certain that something had changed on Source Peak Planet. It seemed that this Wei family was not simple, and they had probably beaten him into a pulp. Wei Rong was an intelligent person, and he was not very good at dealing with such people. Scheming against others was not his area of expertise, so he contacted Wang Wen. Chess piece bro, I didn't think that you would contact me at this time. What's wrong? Did you miss me? Wang Wen's annoying smile appeared on the screen. Luin was speechless. I told you not to call me chess piece bro, Wang Wen raised his head. Everyone in the universe is a chess piece in my eyes, and some people can't even reach the level of a chess piece. You should be honored. He then leaned closer and smiled. I heard that you've been very popular recently, and even the Hall of Honor is protecting you. Chess piece bro, you have some tricks up your sleeve. Not bad, you didn't waste all that time you spent with me. You finally gained some intelligence. Seventh bro, this guy is still so annoying. The monkey was furious. Luin pouted. Alright, I have something important to ask you. Wang Wen clicked his tongue and leaned back in his chair. Go ahead. This guy was showing off his superiority at every turn. Luin organized his thoughts and then explained the situation on Source Peak Planet. Wang Wen was very interested, and he finally asked, "What do you think I should do now?" Wang Wen laughed. "That's great. Source Peak Planet is about to undergo a huge change. I've been unhappy with those lockbreakers for a long time. They actually dared to disobey orders and not support Ironblood Weave. They even went into hiding. What a bunch of arrogant bastards. This time, I'll make sure that they're unable to recover from this setback." Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. "I'm a lockbreaker too." Wang Wen waved a hand. "Don't mind me. You're just an amateur." "I'm a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker," Lu Yin replied. Wang Wen blinked. "Why are you standing so high up when you're just an amateur? It's no wonder that Saul sent someone to assassinate you. If an amateur can become a 5-star lockbreaker, then no one will be able to survive if they get serious. In my opinion, you brought this upon yourself." "Alright, what should I do?" "Tell me," Lu Yin said impatiently. Wang Wen thought about it. "It's simple. Don't do anything." "Don't do anything?" Lu Yin was puzzled. Wang Wen nodded. "That's right. Don't do anything. You should know that everything in the world has its own rules. Many things will have the same result regardless of whether you do or not, and it won't affect you much. Also, according to what you said, Phelan and the Wei family aren't simple people, and they definitely can't rely on you to deal with Saul. In such a situation, you can gloriously be a coward and wait for the situation to develop. If I don't do anything, then Phelan won't give me true insight," Lu Yin said. Wang Wen rolled his eyes. "Brother, with these people's actions, the Lockbreaker Society will be half destroyed. Are you still afraid that you won't be able to obtain true insight? Don't forget that you've killed an Enlighter before. They're also afraid that you'll side with Saul, so they definitely won't dare to offend you. You're already in an invincible position, so all you have to do is watch the show unfold." Lu Yin thought about it and realized that Wang Wen was right. He had only thought about how he could contribute and then reap the benefits, but he hadn't considered that as long as he didn't do anything, both sides would give him benefits. No one would dare to offend him, and he wouldn't need to offend Saul either. "Are you so sure that they have a backup plan?" Lu Yin asked, as he suspected that Wang Wen was just here to watch the show unfold. Wang Wen's lips curled up. "Is the person from the Wei family Wei Rong? You know him?" Lu Yin was surprised. Wang Wen sneered. "I've met him once, so listen to me. Don't do anything. Wei Rong's methods are watertight, and if he really wanted you to take action, he would have personally met with you. He didn't meet you, and the fact that the Wei family members committed suicide after guessing your identity only proves one thing: you're not important to the Wei family. Phelan met you personally and even promised you true insight, which also proves that you're very important to her. Putting these two things together, it becomes clear that Phelan is not important to the Wei family. Do you understand? Do you understand? Are you saying that the Wei family has their own plans?" Lu Yin raised his brows. Wang Wen nodded. "You're smart. That Wei Rong is the best at selling people out and counting the money for them. Just watch the show quietly. The show on Source Peak Planet will definitely be very exciting, and you can contact me at any time. Haha, I'm really looking forward to what Wei Rong is going to do." Lu Yin turned off his screen. Wang Wen's analysis had allowed him to gradually understand the general situation, but he still had no idea what the Wei family was planning or who they were working with. However, since he had already seen the situation clearly, he had made his decision. There were still 2 days before the competition, and Lu Yin stopped monitoring Phelan's residence. Instead, he wandered around Source Peak Planet on his own. This planet was very famous, and everyone in the Innerverse knew about it. After all, it was the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's headquarters. Most of the planet was covered in greenery, and the cities were very beautiful. It wasn't filled with source boxes as Lu Yin had imagined. However, there was one industry that surprised him: treasure gambling. Most source boxes were discovered by chance, but that was only if they landed in an area with a source box. Some source boxes were buried deep underground, and it was impossible to discover them by chance. Lockbreakers naturally had their own ways of analyzing the traces and phenomena to determine whether or not a sourcebox was present, but the accuracy rate was very low. It was precisely because of this situation that the treasure gambling industry was born. This so-called treasure gambling industry completely isolated the areas where sourceboxes could be found. If one had the money, they could purchase the entire area. As for whether or not a sourcebox could be found, that would depend on one's luck and ability. Rather than calling it an industry, it was more like a form of entertainment. After all, sourceboxes were too rare, and there were very few areas where sourceboxes could be found. It was impossible to form a complete industry, and it could only be considered a leisure game for lockbreakers or rich people. Luying had never discovered a sourcebox in a certain area before, and he was very curious. Have fun on National Day, and don't get stuck in traffic. Thank you. Zhou Tanue, thank you for all your support. Thank you. I'll give you more updates. The sky was densely packed with people, and Luying took to the skies to join them. He watched as a young man charged into the mountain range. This mountain range was where the treasure gambling took place. There were more than 10 locations within the mountain range where sourceboxes could be found. There were mountains, lakes, giant beasts, and many other strange places. The young man could choose one after spending a certain amount of money, and the more he paid, the more he could choose. Of course, it wasn't cheap, and it was almost as expensive as a sourcebox. However, this was just a game, and the main purpose was to let people experience the fun of the game. Sourceboxes were secondary. Many lockbreakers who had never unlocked a sourcebox before would use this game to increase their knowledge of sourceboxes, but it wasn't very useful. Every treasure gambling location had to have a sourcebox, or else it would be a scam. The young man flew into the mountain range and landed on a tall mountain that had clearly been moved here. He looked left and right and even crouched down to listen to something, which made many people laugh. Luying was amused, as he couldn't even see the rune lines of a sourcebox. These sourceboxes had yet to be discovered, and they were just like ordinary items. After a while, the young man pointed at a huge, strange-looking stone. This one. The boss smiled and had someone carry the stone out to the young man. Brother, open it and see if there's a sourcebox. Yeah, open it. The stone's surface was covered with dense veins that looked like a picture, and the star energy fluctuations around it were quite strong. These were all signs that indicated a sourcebox. The young man glanced at a pretty girl in the crowd and gritted his teeth. He moved a little further away and flicked his finger, causing a strong gust of wind to shatter the stone. However, under everyone's expectant gazes, there was nothing left. Everyone laughed. The young man was ashamed, as he had failed. The boss smiled. This stone was struck by lightning, but dozens of lightning bolts didn't shatter it. I guessed that there might be a sourcebox inside, so I brought it back. Young man, you have good eyes, but unfortunately, your luck isn't that great. The young man glared at the boss and then left. The boss laughed and looked at the others. Anyone else wants to try? I'll do it. A young man with a happy smile stepped forward and pulled along a man with an ugly expression. The man had a tuft of black hair on his nose, which was quite unique. The boss stretched out his hand. Pay up first, then we'll gamble. The young man smiled at the nose-haired man, who replied numbly, I don't have money. The young man blinked. What did you say? Brother Wei didn't hear you. Say it again. The nose-hair man repeated, no more money. With a bang, the ground cracked, and the young man's smile became even more radiant. Say that again. I have no money, no money, no money, kill me. My savings have all been used up by you, you bastard. Just kill me, you shameless scum, you immoral thing. The nose-hair man suddenly exploded and cursed like a madman. His face was ferocious, and the surrounding people looked at him strangely. The young man rolled his eyes. If you don't have money, then you don't have money. Why are you scolding me? You have no class. The nose-hair man was panting heavily as he glared at the young man's back. He looked like he had nothing left to live for. The boss was stunned for a moment. Do you still want to gamble? I already said I don't have money, the nose-hair man shouted and left. After this episode, no one gambled for more than half an hour. Luin was bored and wanted to leave, but at that moment, a man with a metallic glow walked out and tossed a cosmic ring to the boss before flying into the mountain range. "It's Straight Metallic Man." "I didn't expect him to make a move," someone exclaimed. Luin looked up. "Straight Metallic Man? What a strange name." Straight Metallic Man is a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. If he makes a move, he'll definitely be able to find a source box. That's right. Unless this place doesn't have any source boxes. Don't worry, they definitely do. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to open one. The boss's expression turned ugly when he saw Straight Metallic Man enter. A 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker was considered a very high level in the Outerverse, but he had actually come to a small place like his. How disgusting. The only source box they had was likely to be taken away, which was a huge loss. Everyone stared at the mountain range. The boss was apprehensive. However, the scene of Straight Metallic Man searching for a source box did not appear. He directly charged into the lake, picked up a large piece of metal, and left without looking back. Everyone stared blankly at him as he. The boss only said that the source box isn't in that piece of metal, but he didn't say that there isn't a source box inside. Straight Metallic Man only unlocks source boxes that appear within metals. Since he's so confident, then he must be confident, an older lockbreaker analyzed. Everyone nodded, as that made sense. Luin looked in the direction that Straight Metallic Man had left, and after thinking about it, he followed him. Based on the rune lines, he could sense that a few people were following him, and they clearly didn't have good intentions. Straight Metallic Man carried the large piece of metal as he flew through the sky. He passed over several mountains and cities before finally stopping in a valley. He smashed the metal onto the ground and stood there quietly. In the sky, 3 figures descended and surrounded Straight Metallic Man. "Straight Metallic Man, hand over that piece of metal, and we'll let you leave safely," one of them said with a solemn expression. Straight Metallic Man's voice was unpleasant to the ears, and it sounded like metal grating against each other. "With just you 3? The 3 of us are cruisers, and we can combine our attacks. Even if you're a lockbreaker, you won't be able to defeat us at the same level. I advise you to leave, or else you won't be able to participate in the competition in 2 days," the man in the middle threatened. Straight Metallic Man patted the metal. "It's right here. Come and get it yourself." The 3 looked at each other and then attacked at the same time. The 3 waves of star energy did not attack Straight Metallic Man, but instead enveloped the space above him. They then combined to form a cage that smashed down on him. It was similar to Xianxia's inescapable net, as it was a battle technique that could trap someone. However, Xianxia had relied on battle techniques and his domain, while these 3 relied on teamwork. Straight Metallic Man's eyes trembled, and an invisible fluctuation spread out. The air suddenly froze, and even the cage that the 3 had created froze in midair. Then, the air suddenly changed as strands of metal filled the void, turning the entire space into metal. The 3 felt their scalps go numb. "Not good, it's a force field. Retreat." Anyone who could transform a domain into a force field was an absolute expert, and it was not something that could be suppressed by numbers. The 3 of them decisively retreated, but Straight Metallic Man did not let them go. The metal in the air quickly spread out, and the valley, the mountain, and even the area outside of the mountain was quickly metallized. The 3 people's bodies froze as the metal continued to spread. "Straight Metallic Man, let us go. We won't do it again." Straight Metallic Man's gaze turned cold. "Turn into metal." The moment he spoke, the metal quickly spread out from the 3 people's bodies, and they held in terror before finally turning into metal statues that fell into the mountain stream. In the distance, Luin raised his brows. What a powerful force field. As expected of a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker who had the strength of a cruiser. Straight Metallic Man was ruthless and decisive. He killed 3 cruisers as if nothing had happened, and he then picked up the metal block and left. Luin did not follow him, as there were not many cruisers in the Outerverse. Now that he had killed 3 cruisers in one go, there were not many people on Source Peak Planet who would dare to act against him. He just did not know if Saul would act, as that person's existence was also a threat to Dangpu. After wandering around Source Peak Planet for an entire day, Luin appeared at a restaurant in the city the next night. He ate some of Source Peak Planet's specialties while looking out the window. There were close to 10,000 lockbreakers on Source Peak Planet, and Luin occasionally saw other lockbreakers pass by. He listened to the discussions around him and learned about his competitors in 2 days. Before long, Luin was about to leave when a group of people appeared at the restaurant. Luin recognized the person in the lead, Angie, a student of Astral 7 and an area master. She had lost to Tubo during the Astral Combat tournament. He remembered her because he had visited the Umbral Butterfly Weave before the tournament, where he had met someone from the Umbral Butterfly tribe. He had not expected Angie to not be in the Innerverse. Angie led the group into the restaurant and into a private room. Amu, come with me. Everyone else, stay outside. Amu? Luin was stunned, and he looked at the man behind Angie with astonishment. It really was Amu. Back in the Umbral Butterfly Weave, Luin had relied on Amu to enter the giant planet and obtain the giant emperor's third eye. Why was Amu here? Lu Yin's impression of Amu was that he was weak and cowardly. He should have lived a mediocre life, and he should not have appeared on Source Peak Planet. Moreover, he was following behind Angie, who was the young matriarch of the Umbral Butterfly tribe. What surprised Luin even more was that Amu's rune lines were not much worse than Angie's. After so many years, Amu had changed so much. That night, Amu closed the wooden door in the City Forest Hotel. He stood wearily atop a tree and looked down at the passers-by below. He muttered to himself, in another day, these people will be in trouble. Thud, thud, thud. There was a knock on the door, and Amu opened it to see an unfamiliar man. His gaze was wary as he asked, "Who are you?" The man did not answer and simply walked in. Amu's gaze turned cold, and a dagger suddenly appeared in his hand as he stabbed towards the man's neck. The man raised a finger, and to Amu's surprise, the dagger was sent flying with a clang. The tremendous force behind the blow caused Amu to retreat several steps, and the dagger embedded itself in the wall. "Why are you in such a hurry to attack? Do you have a lot of enemies?" the man asked casually as he closed the door. Amu retreated to the window and stared at the man. He asked fearfully, "Who are you? Why are you looking for me?" The man smiled, and his expression changed. "Amu, long time no see." Amu was stunned at first, but then he was shocked and delighted. Seventh bro? The man was Luin. "You still remember me? Not bad." Amu was delighted. "Seventh bro, why are you here?" Luin casually answered, "Participating in a competition." "You're a lockbreaker?" Amu was surprised. "Didn't I tell you?" Luin was puzzled, as he had also forgotten. Amu replied, "I forgot." "Seventh bro, how did you find me?" "I saw it by accident." "You were with Angie," Luin said. Amu replied, "Angie is the young matriarch of our Umbral Butterfly tribe, and she's also a student of the Astral Combat Academy." "Do you know her, seventh bro?" "I know her, but I've never interacted with her before. I didn't expect her to suddenly become an explorer, and she's even in the Outerverse. However, I'm more surprised by you." Luin stared at Amu seriously. "Your strength isn't any weaker than Angie's." Amu's expression changed, and he forced a smile. "Seventh bro, don't joke around. I was just lucky to have just become an explorer. Young matriarch Angie can't only bring girls when she goes out, so I was able to tag along. I don't have any strength." Luin looked at Amu for a while. "Is that so? Then I must have misjudged you." Amu relaxed. The two chatted for a while. They had only known each other for a few days, and their relationship wasn't that good. However, they had still experienced life and death situations together. Luin had only come looking for Amu because he was curious about how Amu's strength had improved so quickly. Seeing that Amu wasn't willing to talk about it, Luin decided to leave. "Seventh bro, are you really going to participate in this lockbreaker competition?" Amu asked before Luin left. He looked hesitant, as if he was conflicted about something. Luin nodded. "Yes. I'm a lockbreaker, after all." "What's wrong?" Amu seriously replied, "If possible, it's best if you leave Source Peak Planet." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "What do you mean?" Amu frowned and muttered, "I can't explain it to you, but this competition isn't as simple as it seems, so it's best if you leave. Luin stared at Amu for a while. Amu, have you heard anything about me recently? Amu shook his head. The umbral butterfly weave is far from the east, so I haven't heard anything. Luin smiled and patted Amu's shoulder. Thank you for your advice. I'll remember it. He then left. Amu closed the door with a complicated expression. He hadn't expected to run into this person here. It was precisely because of this person's help that Amu had been able to obtain that item and transform his strength. That was how he had been able to change his status and reach his current height. Although they weren't close, Amu was very grateful to Luin, and he couldn't help but remind him. However, Lu Yin's attitude was very strange. Amu's thoughts. Very soon, Lu Yin's deeds. After looking at it for a while, Amu put down his gadget in a daze. It seemed that he had gotten himself into trouble. If Luin had been an ordinary lockbreaker, then he definitely wouldn't have been able to cause any trouble for them, and it would have been pointless no matter how much he knew. However, Luin was not an ordinary person. He was the master of Frostwave Weave, and he had established the Great Eastern Alliance. He had killed Enlighters, and the various great powers of the Innerverse did not dare to provoke him. All of these things indicated that Lu Yin's status was extraordinary, and he even surpassed Angie's. This person had the ability to change the entire situation. Amu smiled bitterly. No wonder he had such a strange expression after hearing his reminder. He was really in trouble. Lu Yin's expression was calm as he walked out of the forest inn, but his mind was racing. It seemed that the Umbral Butterfly tribe had also joined forces with the Wei family and Phelan to deal with Saul. There was Armament Weave and Umbral Butterfly Weave. Who else was there? He had guessed that if he wanted to deal with Saul, he would need an Enlighter to act. As he thought about it, he rose into the air and scanned his surroundings, searching for a boundless amount of rune lines. After searching for more than half an hour, he found nothing, but he was not disappointed. This was within his expectations. This was Source Peak Planet, and there were lockbreakers everywhere. These lockbreakers were all extremely sensitive to star energy, and even if an Enlighter appeared, they would definitely try their best to conceal themselves or even hide outside of Source Peak Planet. Otherwise, they would be easily detected by Saul and the others. Luin did not know exactly how many people had joined forces, and he did not need to know either. With his and Aiden's abilities, they could even survive an Ironblood Weave's battlefield, let alone this place. Wang Wen's suggestion was to wait and see, and this was also what Luin wanted to do. The next day, Luin strolled around Source Peak Planet as if nothing had happened. More and more people arrived on Source Peak Planet, and the characteristic forest inn was filled to the brim. Many places had long lines to eat, and anything related to lockbreaking or source boxes was packed with people. Conflicts often arose, but no one dared to escalate the situation. There were all sorts of transactions going on in the dark, and Lu Yin's domain covered everything. In the sky, spacecraft after spacecraft descended, all bearing the same symbol, Endless Borders, one of the Outerverse's 4 major corporations. It was a shipping company that originated from Endless Weave, and it was the undisputed overlord of the entire Outerverse transportation industry. When he saw Endless Borders, Luin thought of Madame Naylan. She should be here, as she was the one who had told him about the lockbreaker competition. Just as he thought of her, he received a call from her. Whatever he was thinking about, it had come. Luin accepted the call. Madam, have you arrived on Source Peak Planet? On the other end, Madame Naylan smiled. Your Highness must have arrived a long time ago. Was your journey safe? Lu Yin's brows rose. Why do you ask? Your Highness, the lockbreaker competition this time will not be peaceful. You must be careful. Luin was speechless. How did everyone know? How many people had Phelan cooperated with? How could Saul not know? How did you know? Luin was puzzled. It seems like your Highness knows something. I'm not too sure about the specifics, but I do know that there will be a huge change on Source Peak Planet. Endless Borders and Aegis are both participating. Our Nayland family is one of the 4 major corporations, so they can't hide any information from me. Luin looked up at the Endless Borders spacecraft with a heavy heart. He did not care about Armament Weave or Umbral Butterfly Weave, but the four major corporations were different. Their businesses spanned the entire Outerverse, and their influence was too wide. They also had great potential. The reason why Madame Nayland had protected the Great U Empire was because the Enlighter that the Nayland family supported had been trapped in tyrannical weave. If the Nayland family had an Enlighter, then these two families should have as well. This was especially true for Aegis, which dealt with weapons and had the most mercenaries and independent cultivators. With their participation, Source Peak Planet's situation was worse than expected. It was no wonder why Phelan was so confident. She had actually allied herself with two major corporations. She was not afraid of overdoing things. Thank you for the reminder, madam. I understand. You're welcome. I'm His Highness' subordinate, Madame Nayland said lazily. Lu Yin's heart warmed, and he coughed. Why isn't the Nayland family participating? Our Nayland family seniors are trapped in tyrannical weave, and they don't care about us anymore. Madame Nayland sighed. Lu Yin did not believe her, as the foundations of the four major corporations were unimaginably deep, and nobody dared to underestimate them. If they did not participate, then it could only mean that they did not want to, or that they had used some other method to participate. Madam, are you on Source Peak Planet right now? Lu Yin asked. Madame Nayland smiled. Does your highness want to see me? I just took a shower. Lu Yin pursed his lips. I'll see you after the competition. That's fine. Then, be careful, your highness. Lu Yin grunted an acknowledgement and then ended the call. Armament Weave, Umbral Butterfly Weave, Endless Borders, Aegis, and Phelan. He did not know if there were any others, but with so many powers working together, it was indeed enough to deal with Saul. It seemed that Saul did not know that he had been targeted, or else Source Peak Planet would not have been so peaceful. The old man stood too high, and his ambitions were too great. He had been blinded by the schemes of others, which was a great taboo. Once Saul was defeated, then the Lockbreaker Society would be half destroyed. That woman, Phelan, was truly ruthless. However, she alone would not have been able to link up with all these powers, so it should have been Wei Rong or someone else. Fortunately, Lu Yin had not planned on taking the lead, or else he might not have been able to fulfill the conditions that Phelan had agreed to. These powers all had Enlighters, so they would not be afraid of him. In the end, not only would he end up offending the Lockbreaker Society and Saul, but he might also end up with nothing. But would Phelan be able to get what she wanted? Were so many powers working together just to support her? Lu Yin did not believe that. What was their goal? Within a manor on Source Peak Planet, Wei Xianxia was trying to sneak away when a shadow blocked her path. She looked up with a bitter expression. Brother. The youth who had appeared in front of Wei Xianxia was handsome and elegant. His gaze was gentle, but it also carried a trace of dignity. It was Wei Rong. Xianxia, you're too naughty. Wei Xianxia bit her lip. Brother, I want to participate. No, Wei Rong immediately rejected. Wei Xianxia stubbornly asked, why? Wei Rong calmly replied, you're not even a one-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, so what's the point of participating? Do you want people to laugh at our Wei family? Of course not. People will only praise the Wei family for their bravery. You're not even a one-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, yet you dare to compete with a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. I'm bringing honor to the Wei family. You're embarrassing yourself. I'm bringing honor to you. Embarrassing. You're pissing me off. I'm going to tell Grandpa that you bullied me. Wei Xianxia glared at Wei Rong before turning around and leaving unwillingly. Wei Rong laughed, his eyes filled with doting love. Elsewhere, Phelan requested an audience with Fiendly, but she was not granted an audience. The only reply she received was, the competition is imminent, so don't cause gossip. Phelan helplessly left, but before she left, she bowed deeply. No matter what, please uphold the Lockbreaker Society's impartiality and fairness. Phelan thanks you. The next day, Lu Yin received a notice and walked out of his residence. He looked up and brought Aiden to the Hall of Insight, where the first round of the competition would take place. At this moment, there was a sea of people outside Source Peak Planet's Hall of Insight. Many screens illuminated the sky, allowing the competition to be broadcasted from countless places in the universe. Even those in outer space could watch the competition live. Lockbreakers were the most respected profession, and their every move was closely watched. Countless powers were keeping an eye on the lockbreaker competition, hoping to rope in talented lockbreakers. Luin was shocked when he reached the outskirts of the Hall of Insight. There were too many people, and there were people from all over the sky and on the ground. There were rune lines everywhere, and there were at least 500 rune lines. This was just the spectators, and it did not include the lockbreakers. That's the Hall of Insight. I've heard many rumors about it over the past 2 days, and it really is spectacular, Aiden sighed. Luin looked over and saw that there were 4 towering trees that surrounded and protected a large hall in front of him. The 4 trees were truly towering, and they were even taller than the clouds. The Hall of Insight was right in the center of the 4 trees, and below them was a continuous mountain range. The north was connected to the Lockbreaker Society's residence, while the other 3 directions were connected to the mountain ranges that extended into the distance. This was what most people would see, but what Luin saw was different. He saw 4 large trees as the boundary, and a square of rune lines soared into the sky. With the trees as the boundary, there were no rune lines outside the trees, but there were within the trees, and the rune lines enveloped the Hall of Insight. Rumor had it that the amount of star energy within the Hall of Insight was fixed, and if one wanted to use it, they would have to use various methods to fight over it. The 4 trees were actually sourcebox arrays that had been constructed by ancient lockbreakers. Many lockbreakers would observe the Hall of Insight in hopes of comprehending something. Once they did, they would be able to advance from a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker to a boundless advanced lockbreaker. This was a shortcut. The Hall of Insight was the core of Source Peak Planet. The location of the first round of the competition was in the mountain range below the Hall of Insight. There were currently more than 300 lockbreakers participating in the competition, and they all entered the mountain range below the Hall of Insight one after another. Someone who hasn't even successfully unlocked a sourcebox dares to participate? This year's lockbreaker competition has really declined, someone in the crowd shouted with laughter. Everyone around him laughed as well. The lockbreaker competition doesn't have a limit on the number of participants. I think I should participate as well. Although I haven't unlocked a sourcebox before, it'll be good to experience it. In the future, I can say that I participated in the lockbreaker competition, someone shouted as he leapt into the mountain range. This person's words moved many people, and a few more lockbreakers immediately entered the mountain range. Inside the Hall of Insight, Sol, Fiendly, Phelan, Yifeng, Mr. June, and several other perceptive intermediate lockbreakers sat down with ugly expressions. Vice President, should we throw out those who haven't unlocked a sourcebox before? A perceptive intermediate lockbreaker asked. Sol waved his hand. Forget it. The lockbreaker competition doesn't have a precedent of kicking people out. Let them participate since they won't be able to pass the first round anyway. Phelan smiled. Less than 100 people passed the first round, so it's useless for them to join. The number of participants has already exceeded the initial limit, and it's still increasing. I believe that the final number will exceed 1,000. There are less than 20,000 lockbreakers in the entire Outerverse, and there aren't even 1,000 lockbreakers with star ratings. Excluding those who aren't participating, there are at most 300 star lockbreakers in this competition, and most of them are fledglings who haven't unlocked a sourcebox before. How embarrassing. Everyone fell silent. In the past, the lockbreaker competition had been organized by both the Innerverse and Outerverse, and there had been over 1,000 lockbreakers participating in the competition. However, almost all of them had been 3 stars discerning elementary lockbreakers or above. At that time, any random lockbreaker would have been able to rank among the top in this competition, and this competition had caused the Lockbreaker Society to lose face. Haha, Senior, there's no need to be angry. It's not like there aren't any outstanding ones. Look. Mr. June smiled and pointed below. Straight Metallic Man had entered the mountain range and appeared on the screen. Straight Metallic Man was a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, and his appearance attracted quite a bit of attention. Soon after, the Serpent Queen appeared, as well as Tong Mi-er and Chi-Chi. Waves of cries of surprise made Fiend Li's expression look much better. At least it wasn't too embarrassing, as there were still people supporting him. This was especially true for Xianxia, who had already reached the perceptive intermediate level. She was definitely the strongest contender for first place in this competition. When he saw Xianxia appear, Saul's expression changed, but it soon returned to normal. Aside from Phelan, no one else noticed. Phelan stared at the mountain range, searching for Luin. Luin said something to Aiden and then charged into the mountain range. The moment he passed the towering tree, the star energy in his body seemed to be sealed, and he couldn't move it at all. It was as if his entire body had been split into two, one was inside his body, and the other was outside his body. Perhaps this was what the space-exploring powerhouses who had worn star essence skins during the competition on planet Pyrolite had experienced. He casually waved his hand, and there was very little star energy floating in the air. Although he couldn't absorb it, he could still use it. This was the so-called stealing of star energy. Anyone who entered the range of the Hall of Insight would have their star energy taken away to ensure the safety of the hall. Luin didn't stop and headed deeper into the mountain range. Although there were many lockbreakers participating in the competition, they were all scattered throughout the mountain range. Along the way, Luin occasionally saw lockbreakers appear, but most of them had hidden themselves. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, it was Dang Pu. He had seen this person's image before, and if Luin wasn't mistaken, this person should be the final champion of the competition. Suddenly, Luin turned to look behind him, and his expression changed. How could a hunter appear here? 10,000 meters away from Luin, there was a young-looking man with eyes that seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life walking through the mountain range. He would occasionally look up at the Hall of Insight with a complicated expression. Luin stood at a high vantage point and quietly looked over, and he saw the young man. The young man also saw Luin, but he ignored him and continued walking in another direction. Luin was astonished. This person was a hunter, and perhaps not an ordinary one at that. He actually felt slightly threatened by Luin, which was a feeling that only Mr. Jun's lockbreaking tool had made him feel. This person was very strong. Outside the Hall of Insight, images of lockbreakers appeared on a screen in the sky. When the young hunter appeared, someone exclaimed, "Kai Jianqiang." The surrounding people were confused. "Bro, what are you shouting about?" The person looked at the screen in shock and pointed. "Kai Jianqiang. That's right, it's definitely him." "What Kai Jianqiang?" A woman with a gadget approached with curiosity in her eyes. She was from the media, and she was here to capture the highlights of this competition to increase the viewership ratings. The person stared at the screen and solemnly explained, "There's a pair of brothers in the Innerverse. The elder brother is called Kai Jiangwen, and the younger brother is called Kai Jianqiang. These two brothers are very famous because they are complete opposites. The elder brother has an extremely high lockbreaking talent, and he became a 5-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker before the age of 100. He also became a researcher of. However, his cultivation talent was too poor, and even though he became a 5-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, he was only an explorer, and it was difficult for him to progress any further. The younger brother, Kai Jianqiang, is the exact opposite. He has an extremely high cultivation talent, and he became a hunter in just a few short decades. He can challenge those who are a realmbreaker with ease, and he once suppressed a youth council member of that generation. He's an absolute expert of his generation, but his lockbreaking talent is extremely poor. He's only just reached the perceptive intermediate level, and he's been evaluated as being unable to progress any further. The two brothers are complete opposites, and they're a hot topic in the Innerverse lockbreaker circle." The woman beside him was surprised. "There's such a thing? That can't be right. We know a lot about the powerful lockbreakers in the Innerverse, and if he's the president's successor and the most talented lockbreaker of his generation, then why haven't we heard of Kai Jiangwen's name?" "Because that person changed his name. You must have heard of his name before, Wuxing," the person solemnly explained. "Wuxing," the people around him exclaimed, clearly not unfamiliar with this name. The woman was shocked. "Are you talking about the Master Wuxing who can casually decide whether or not someone can join the Lockbreaker Society? The one who can assess people at any time and place?" "That's right. Wuxing is Kai Jiangwen, and that person is Wuxing's younger brother, Kai Jianqiang," the person said. As soon as he said this, the crowd's gazes towards the young man on the screen were no longer calm. This was an important figure. In the Hall of Insight, Saul saw Xianxia and his eyes trembled. He's actually in the Outerverse as well. Fiendly and the others looked over as well. It's him. What a pity. If only he had half of his brother's lockbreaking talent, then he wouldn't be in such a state. Mr. June said, actually, if he didn't walk the path of lockbreaking, his future would have been very bright. There are very few people who can compare to him in terms of cultivation, and he could be considered the strongest of his generation. It's a pity that he chose to walk the path of lockbreaking. Although Xianxia had surprised everyone, Saul did not care. This person's lockbreaking talent was too poor, and he posed no threat to Dang Pu. After looking around, Saul did not find Luin, and he nodded in satisfaction. There were only a few people who could pose a threat to him in this year's lockbreaker competition, and those who had caught his eye had all been eliminated. Luin had been one of them, but his operation had failed, which worried Saul. Although this person was only a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, his progress was too fast, and he also had a lockbreaking tool. He would be a worthy opponent. Fortunately, Luin had not appeared. Saul looked at Mr. June with a satisfied expression. Mr. June was at a loss. He had searched for Luin for 2 days on the road from Frostwave Weave to Source Peak Planet, but he had not found Luin. He had thought that he had missed Luin, but Luin had not appeared at all. Within the mountain range, Luin watched Xianxia leave with a solemn expression. This person was not simple, and he might very well be Lu Yin's greatest enemy in this year's lockbreaker competition. As a bell rang in the sky, the lockbreaker competition officially began. The mountain range trembled, and soon, a voice rang out in the sky. Hidden in the mountain range are source boxes sealed with spiritual thread. You have 3 days. The more source boxes you find and unlock, the higher your results will be. Luin was shocked. The Lockbreaker Society was truly worthy of its reputation, and they were truly generous. According to Phelan, 100 people could pass the first round, which meant that at least 100 people would be able to successfully unlock the source boxes. That meant that there. Luin stood at a high vantage point and looked down, but he could not see the number of rune lines that represented the source boxes. He could only sense them with his star energy, but this was similar to treasure gambling. It all depended on one's eyesight. There was a thump, and there was a loud explosion not too far away. Someone had attacked the ground from high up in the sky, not intending to search for the source boxes. Luin looked over and saw that the ground did not move at all. That attack had contained the power level of a Lammeter, but it had not been able to shatter the ground. The ground of this mountain range was terrifyingly tough, which meant that it was impossible to bombard the mountain range. Even if a cruiser attacked, there would not be enough star energy in the air for him to bombard the mountain range. Furthermore, there were so many people in the mountain range competing for star energy. Luin crouched down and exerted a bit of strength until he displayed a strength comparable to a cruiser's. Only then did the ground crack open. It would take some time for this kind of strength to completely shatter the ground. It seemed that he would have to rely on the traces of star energy to search for source boxes, but he did not know how to do so. No one had ever taught him how to search for source boxes. As he thought about it, Sirius activated his Sirius technique and expanded its range. Gradually, the entire mountain was enveloped, and Luin could see much more clearly within the range of his Sirius technique. The giant emperor's third eye appeared in Lu Yin's hand, and he focused his gaze downwards. He could clearly see the spatial fluctuations as well as the trajectory of star energy. He could also clearly see the abnormal spatial fluctuations at a corner of the mountain. There was a source box there. Lu Yin's body disappeared, and he landed at the bottom of the mountain. He punched out, causing the ground to shatter. This punch contained a strength that surpassed a cruiser's, and the ground beneath the mountain cracked open to reveal a box made of spiritual thread. Luin was delighted, as it seemed that having a lock-breaking tool would give him an advantage when searching for source boxes. He could use his lock-breaking tool and other methods to detect unusual fluctuations in the air, and the others had their own methods, domains, innate gifts, and even battle techniques. This first round of testing was a lockbreaker's ability to search for source boxes. It made sense when he thought about it, as the Lockbreaker Society couldn't possibly rely on others to accidentally discover sourceboxes. They must have organized groups of lockbreakers specifically to search for sourceboxes. Otherwise, how could there be so many sourceboxes? Luin took out the box, but before he could open it, he turned around and saw two figures rushing towards him. They attacked him without saying a single word. Lu Yin's gaze trembled, and the star energy in the air suddenly froze. The two had been using their star energy to execute battle techniques, but halfway through, their star energy went out of control. Not good, it's a domain. Retreat. Luin did not have the habit of taking a beating without retaliating. His domain directly crushed the two lockbreakers, and it was like a warning bell that slammed them into the ground. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and fainted. In this sort of environment where one had to fight for star energy, the stronger one would be, and the weaker one would have no star energy at all. This was only the first round of the competition, and it would only last for 3 days. The source boxes that the Lockbreaker Society had placed would not be too high grade. Luin slowly opened the box containing spiritual thread, and the first thing he saw was a green stone that emitted the sound of tides. He slowly reached out to grab it, but the moment he got close to the green stone, his palm was bombarded by a continuous force. He pulled his hand back. It was a sourcebox's killing intent. Luin placed the stone back into the box and stored it in his cosmic ring. He then looked up at the Hall of Insight. These old fellows would definitely be monitoring him, and it would be impossible for him to steal this source box. However, he was not in a rush to unlock it, so he could just snatch it first. Just as Luin obtained his first source box, a brightly colored python swam out from the bottom of a lake in another mountain range in the distance. It was wrapped around a box made from 1,000 spiritual threads. The Serpent Queen was half naked by the lakeside, and she occasionally soaked her body in lake water. She was extremely alluring, and she didn't care about the countless people who were watching her from the outside. The giant python coiled around the box and placed it beside the lake. With a hiss, it sank back into the lake. Not far away, a pair of greedy eyes glanced at the Serpent Queen. He resisted the temptation and rushed towards the box, wanting to snatch it away. Suddenly, the serpent's tail pierced out from the ground and wrapped around the man. Then, as the man held in pain, the serpent's tail tore his body in half. Blood splattered on the lakeside, and the smell of blood instantly filled the air. Everyone who saw this scene felt their scalps go numb, as someone had actually killed someone. Very few people were killed in the lockbreaker competition. After all, they were all lockbreakers with high statuses. In the Hall of Insight, Mr. June suddenly stood up with a gloomy expression. Saul looked at him with dissatisfaction. "What are you doing?" Mr. June replied, "Vice President, the lockbreaker competition is about lockbreaking ability. This woman used her astral beast to kill a lockbreaker, which is a violation of the rules." Saul calmly replied, "Lockbreakers experience far more life and death situations than normal cultivators. Every year, many lockbreakers die in the process of lockbreaking or even in the process of searching for source boxes. Are you going to show up for all of them?" "But this is a competition," Mr. June said. Fiendly spoke up. "Although the competition doesn't encourage killing, it doesn't prohibit it either. If you interfere, the participating lockbreakers will think that they're being protected, and they'll act even more recklessly. This will be unfair to the lockbreakers who obtain source boxes. Are we just going to let this woman use her astral beast to kill people?" Phelan couldn't help but ask. Saul calmly replied, "Lockbreakers aren't that easy to kill. If they die because of greed, then their deaths won't be regretted. This competition wasn't viewed favorably in the first place, so it's good to increase the number of deaths so that it can be different from the previous competitions." These few people and a few words set the tone for this year's lockbreaker competition. By the lakeside, the Serpent Queen looked up and raised an eyebrow. Since no one was interfering, it seemed that she could be more ruthless. Hiss. The python slithered over and rubbed its large head against the Serpent Queen. The Serpent Queen's lips curled up, and she stroked the python. "Be good. Let's go." The python's upper body rose up, and the Serpent Queen put away the box. She then sat on the python's back and headed in another direction. On the other side, Chi had also found a source box. Fortunately, the source box had appeared right beneath her feet, and she had almost tripped over it. Hee hee, now you've experienced Lord Fish's power, two-legged beast. The fish on Xianxia's head continuously slapped its tail as it spoke. Xianxia was confused. What does that have to do with you? Stupid. If it weren't for Lord Fish's great fortune, do you think it would have been so easy for you to obtain a source box? That's why I say that you two-legged beasts sometimes don't have good judgment. The fish slapped its tail even harder. Xianxia pursed her lips and rolled her eyes, but she did not retort. Her past experience told her that retorting was useless, as the fish had already sunk into its own fantasy and was unable to extricate itself. Suddenly, the fish growled, "Don't move. There's someone here." Xianxia's eyes widened as she looked into the distance. For the fish to specifically warn her meant that this person was not simple. Very quickly, Xianxia saw the newcomer. It was Ku Wei. Ku Wei and Xianxia had coincidentally bumped into each other, and then he stared blankly at the fish on Xianxia's head. He slowly raised his hand. How much for this fish? Xianxia blinked. I'll give it to you. Ku Wei was delighted. Really? Little girl, you're quite tactful. Since you're so obedient, I'll allow you to call me Brother Wei. In the future, when you're outside, just say that you have Brother Wei's protection, and no one will dare to bully you. Come, be good and give the fish to Brother Wei. Brother Wei thinks that braising or steaming is both delicious. Xianxia covered her mouth in shock, and her eyes rolled back. Atop Xianxia's head, the fish stared at Ku Wei with wide eyes and only reacted after a long time. Braising? Steaming? The fish could sense that the fellow in front of it was filled with malice, and it was furious. It felt as if its dignity had been challenged. Brat, you're in big trouble. Lord Fish will clearly tell you that you're in big trouble. Lord Fish will fight you to the death. Ku Wei was stunned. It can talk? There's such a fish? Little girl, where did you buy it? Xianxia pursed her lips. Brat, Lord Fish is talking to you. You're in big trouble. Hurry up and dig your ancestors out of their graves and kowtow to Lord Fish as an apology. Then, become Lord Fish's mount, the fish shouted. Ku Wei was amazed, and he rubbed his chin as he fell into deep thought. If it can talk, then it can't be eaten. Its mouth is pretty cheap, so it'll probably be troublesome to bring it along. Forget it, I don't want it. The fish became even angrier, and its tail continuously slapped Xianxia's head. Two-legged beast, go. Beat him to death. Beat him to death for Lord Fish. Xianxia thought about it. I'm not good at fighting. Lord Fish will teach you. Hurry up and beat him up. This brat wants to run away. The fish grew anxious. Ku Wei looked at the fish, and his eyes lit up. Fish? Right, fishing? Haha, Brother Wei is really a genius to be able to think of such a method. That's great. Fishing. He then took out an empty box and raised it high into the air. He then flew away, just like that. The screen in the outside world just happened to capture this scene. Xianxia was one of the lockbreakers who received the most attention, and her every move was being observed. She had also observed Ku Wei, and then this scene. What's he doing? If I'm not mistaken, that's an empty box, someone commented. That guy was shouting like a madman just now. Could he have been blinded by the fish? I heard that Xianxia's fish has a very cheap mouth. No, he's trying to entice someone else to attack. He's trying to entice someone else. In the Hall of Insight, Saul was disappointed. He had thought that Ku Wei would attack Xianxia, but he had not expected him to leave just like that. Interesting. If he wants to use such a method to entice others, then he's either crazy or extremely confident in himself. Phelan smiled. Fiendly said, but this also proves that he's not confident in finding a sourcebox. The person who attacked him might not have a sourcebox. This method isn't very efficient. The crowd nodded. Below the Hall of Insight, in the mountain range, Lu Ying saw Ku Wei and was slightly stunned. What was this guy doing? Seventh bro, that guy's crazy, the monkey said. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and then he laughed. He wants to use such a method to entice others to snatch his sourcebox and then snatch it back. Interesting. He had done such a thing before, so he had quickly figured it out. However, just as Fiendly had guessed, this person was no longer a threat. Kuwei had no way of finding a source box, which meant that his lock-breaking ability was not strong enough. Although this method was useful, it was not very efficient. Although the success rate of this method was low, it was still very successful in attracting people. In just a few minutes, someone had tried to snatch Kuwei's box, but Kuwei had snatched it back. The person's underwear had almost been ripped off, but unfortunately, he had not found a source box. Trash. You can't even find a source box, but you still dare to snatch Brother Wei's box? Go find a source box, and then come and snatch. Thus, he would only snatch his source box back with a clear conscience if others tried to snatch it from him. For example, that spacecraft's captain and the nosehair man had both volunteered to help him. Shichi was scolded by the fish for a long time, scolding her for being cowardly and useless. Shichi felt wronged. I'm not good at fighting. The fish looked up at Kuwei and muttered to itself, strange, there's a familiar smell on this kid. Who is he? Lord Fish must have met him before. Even further away, Kai Jianxiang glanced at the sky and ignored the fish. He continued to search for source boxes by himself. He was very diligent and did not like to use cheap tricks. He forcefully plundered star energy so that he could use his own abilities to search for source boxes. He wanted to tell those old fellows in the Lockbreaker Society that hard work could make up for one's lack of talent, and that he would definitely be able to reach his elder brother's heights. In a valley filled with swamps, Dang Pu casually waved his hand, and a strong gale tore through the swamp and killed a giant astral beast. He peeled off its flesh, and a box fell out of its abdomen. It was the box that contained the source box, and it had inadvertently been devoured by the astral beast. Dang Pu put away the box and looked up at Kuwei. His gaze turned cold. Clown. He then leaped out of the swamp and quickly headed in a certain direction as if he was very confident. Everyone had their own methods of searching for source boxes. Although Kuwei's method was a little strange, it was still effective. Half a day later, he managed to rob a lockbreaker and really obtained a source box. He excitedly swapped the fake one out and raised the real one above his head. He even opened the box for others to see, as he was afraid that no one would know that there really was a source box here. This guy was just short of raising a loudspeaker and shouting, "Come and rob me." Luin was eager to try and rob the source box. If he didn't, then he would be letting down Kuwei's annoying face. Just as Luin was about to make a move, a giant python soared up from below and bit at Kuwei. The Serpent Queen was standing on the python's back, and they both moved to plunder star energy. Kuwei was excited. Seeing the giant python open its mouth to bite him, he slowly raised his index finger. One finger tap. There was a whoosh, and the python paused in midair. Fresh blood flowed down its back and dyed the sky red. The Serpent Queen was shocked, and she hurriedly dragged the python away. Kuwei grinned. Don't run, little sister. Hand over the source box to Brother Wei. No one knew what Kuwei had done, including Saul and the others in the Hall of Insight. They could not tell what battle technique Kuwei had used, but it had been able to instantly injure the ancient, multicolored snake. Luin looked at Kuwei solemnly. In that instant, this person had condensed a terrifying amount of rune lines at his fingertips, and they had not dissipated at all. His strength was comparable to a hunter's, and the snake and woman were only cruisers, so they had been defeated upon contact. This was the result of Lu Yin's rune lines. Luin knew that this person's finger attack was not as simple as it seemed. It had the same unfathomable strength as his dream finger. This person was very powerful. The Serpent Queen's face paled as she dragged the python away in Lu Yin's direction. She looked back and met Kuwei's gaze, and she saw the ridicule in his eyes. The Serpent Queen's scalp went numb. What kind of freak was this? He was just an explorer, but he had been able to render her powerless. How could an explorer have such strength? Could this person be the Luin that had been rumored to be Luin? If it was really him, then things would be troublesome. Big sister, Brother Wei wants you to stay. Kuwei shouted. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and the star energy in the sky and on the ground. This was a force field. The Serpent Queen was astonished, as Luin had actually comprehended a force field. Without the support of any star energy, she could only drag the python along as she plummeted straight down, landing right above Luin. Luin watched as a huge shadow loomed over him, and he dodged to the side. An explosion sounded out as the giant python and serpent queen crashed to the ground. The giant python held as it looked at Kuwei with its massive eyes filled with fear. Kuwei stood in midair and looked down at serpent queen. "Hand it over, and Brother Wei won't hit you anymore." Kuwei smiled, as his method had worked. He now had 2 source boxes. He flew towards the box and stored it away. He no longer looked at the serpent queen, but instead at a nearby man. "Bro, since we've met, it must be fate. Show Brother Wei your cosmic ring." Luin raised a brow and looked at Kuwei. "I have a source box." Kuwei's eyes lit up. "Ha ha ha, you're so lucky. Brother Wei won't hit you. Hand over the source box." The serpent queen looked at Luin sympathetically. In the outside world, countless people looked at Luin sympathetically, as this guy was really unlucky. Within the Hall of Insight, Mr. June shook his head. A good lockbreaker competition has turned into a battle. Lockbreakers have astonishing power levels among their peers. Without enough power, how can they obtain status? "You're too narrow-minded," Fiendly lectured. Mr. June hurriedly agreed. Saul nonchalantly looked down below. Regardless of whether it was Serpent Queen or Kuwei, both of them were strong, but they were no threat to Dang Pu. These people were not good at lockbreaking, and the lockbreaker competition ultimately tested one's lockbreaking ability. The more one tried to steal, the more unlucky one would be if they were unable to lockbreak. Phelan looked down with a strange expression. Luin was being snatched away. Was Kuwei lucky? He could be considered lucky. Under countless gazes, Luin spun his cosmic ring and smiled at Kuwei. "If you want it, come and get it yourself." The Serpent Queen was astonished. Was this guy planning to resist? He was just an explorer, and he seemed unfamiliar to her. Kuwei's lips curled up. "Looks like you're quite confident. All right, Brother Wei will take it himself. Don't blame Brother Wei for not holding back." He then tapped his foot and disappeared. In that instant, all of the star energy in the void condensed into an enormous pressure that pressed down on Luin. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, and his force field erupted. The void trembled with a boom, and the Serpent Queen felt a gust of wind blow past her. The star energy in the air was scattered, and Kuwei's force field collapsed. Kuwei reappeared and looked at Luin in shock. He had misjudged Luin, as this person was an expert. However, the result would be the same. Kuwei did not care about the collapse of his force field and tapped out with a finger. Finger tap. Lu Yin's expression instantly changed. The appearance of finger tap made him feel as if everything around him was rapidly being consumed, including his own physical body. It felt as if all of his energy was being devoured, and his entire being became weak and powerless. The sky and earth were no longer their original colors, they were now gray. The entire world had been frozen by this finger. What was even more terrifying was that Lu Yin's mind was calm and peaceful, and he did not have any thoughts of resisting. This was a battle technique that could change everything, and it could even change an opponent's mentality. Luin had experienced countless battles since he started cultivating, and he had seen many battle techniques. He had even experienced the Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse King transformation, but this was the first time he had encountered such a strange and terrifying battle technique. It could actually change an opponent's mentality, which was beyond the scope of a normal battle technique. At this moment, any thoughts of resisting quickly disappeared. He watched as the finger approached. If he had been an ordinary cultivator, he would have been heavily injured by this attack, just like the Serpent Queen had been. However, Lu Yin's spiritual force far surpassed that of an ordinary person, and the effects of his recitation of the Stonewall scriptures were revealed. He used the last bit of consciousness he had to use his Fatesand to protect himself. There was a whoosh, and the void distorted as a gale swept out in all directions. Kuwei's finger struck. The Fatesand on Lu Yin's chest, and the shockwaves from the collision spread out in all directions with the two at the center, causing the ground to rapidly crack. Kuwei was shocked. Fatesand? Lu Yin's eyes sobered up, and he grabbed Kuwei's arm. His strength exploded as he lifted Kuwei into the air and slammed him into the ground. Suddenly, a phantom finger appeared in the sky. It was still the finger Zen, but this was a force field phantom that pressed down on Luin from above. Luin had no choice but to throw Ku Wei aside and leap up to avoid the attack. The mountain range that Ku Wei had been standing on was pierced through by the finger, and a huge crack spread out along the mountain's surface. Ku Wei finally regained control of his body in midair, and he stared at Luin in disbelief. Where had this freak come from? He had actually been able to break free from the finger Zen's control. Not only did he have Fate Zan, but he also had such a terrifying strength. Ku Wei looked at his right arm and saw that 5 finger marks were clearly visible. His bones had almost been crushed. He was a beast in human form. Luin stood still and looked at Ku Wei. They were both explorers, and this person's strength was definitely comparable to the top 12 of the top 100 rankings. However, Luin had seen images of the top 15 of the top 100 rankings, and this person was not one of them. Could this person be a disguise as well? It was normal for someone to be able to comprehend a force field and not be discovered while disguising themselves. Who could this person be? The two had only fought for an instant, and countless people had thought that the two of them had simply separated after one had attacked and the other had defended. It did not seem like anything special, but only those who understood the hardness of the mountain range knew how terrifying the power of that exchange had been. The entire mountain had cracked, which was something that even a cruiser would find difficult to accomplish. The Serpent Queen looked at Luin in astonishment. She had not expected him to be yet another freak, and he was also an explorer. Were explorers this terrifying? The universe's great changes had indeed given birth to some terrifying geniuses, but those geniuses had long since become famous throughout the universe. Where had these two people come from? The Hall of Insight fell silent. An explorer with such power level was definitely not an ordinary person. Phelan was astonished, as that person was actually able to fight evenly with Luin. Could he be one of the top experts of the top 100 rankings who had been left behind in the Outerverse? Ku Wei rubbed his arm and grimaced. Bro, not bad. Luin smiled. You're not bad yourself. There aren't many people who can withstand one of Brother Wei's attacks, and you're even in the same realm as him. What's your name? I'm Ku Wei, Ku Wei replied. Ku Wei? Ku? 7th bro, one of the surnames in the 7 quarts is Ku, the monkey exclaimed. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. You can just call me 7th bro, Ku Wei's lips curled up. What? You don't dare to reveal your name? Lu Yin replied meaningfully, you actually dare to reveal your name. Ku Wei raised his brows and then laughed. It's just a name. There are many strange names in the universe. Alright, since I can't steal you, I'll take my leave. I wish you an enjoyable competition. He then left. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. Are you sure that the 7 quarts has a Ku surname? The monkey solemnly replied, I'm sure. The 7 quarts has 7 surnames, and one of them is Ku. I've seen it in a powerhouse's autobiography and told you about it before. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Was this person from the 7 quarts? If he was, then why had he dared to walk out so openly and even announce his name? But if he wasn't, then it was quite impossible. Aside from the 3 dark hands, Lu Yin could not think of anyone else who could have nurtured such a terrifying explorer. The top 100 rankings did not include the 3 dark hands, so it was highly likely that this person was from the Ku family. This guy is really ambitious. From the Hall of Honor's perspective, even if he isn't from the 7 quarts Ku family, anyone with the surname Ku should be exterminated. If you hadn't self-detonated your futon, then Shenwu continent would have been gone. This is how the Hall of Honor does things. This guy is really... The python angrily glared at Lu Yin, but when Lu Yin glanced at it, it immediately lowered its head. Nothing else, the Serpent Queen snapped. I don't believe you, Lu Yin said. The Serpent Queen angrily poured out the contents of her cosmic ring. Many of them were women's underwear, which made Lu Yin a little embarrassed. You're too straightforward. Fine, I believe you. Let's go. The Serpent Queen was furious, and she glared at Lu Yin. She felt that this guy was even more despicable than that bastard from before. Monkey, do you think we should go fishing? Lu Yin asked. The monkey snickered. Up to you. No one's your match anyway. Once I put on my universal armor, the world will be mine. Luin thought about it and decided against fishing. He recalled that person he had met before, who had the strength of a hunter, and not just any ordinary one at that. That person was definitely terrifying, and it would be troublesome if Luin managed to fish him up. Luin hoped that Kuwei would be able to fish him up. Fights frequently broke out in the mountain range below the Hall of Insight. Whenever someone found a source box, a battle would ensue. As for Kuwei, no one dared to cause trouble for him anymore. He had dealt with several groups of people and seized 3 source boxes in passing, placing them on top of his head. This made people jealous, but no one dared to make a move. The first day was spent in a chaotic mess of fights. When the sky turned completely dark, most people found a place to hide and began to attempt lockbreaking. Someone like Dang Pu, who was fast at lockbreaking, had already finished unlocking his first source box. Within the Hall of Insight, Saul was very satisfied. Dang Pu was the first participant to complete his lockbreaking, while the others had either not yet or were in the process of doing so. Later in the night, there was a soft sound as the source box dissipated. There was nothing inside. Luin was disappointed, but it did not matter. Even if he had obtained something from his lockbreaking, it would belong to the society and not him. He continued searching for source boxes. Within a depression in a mountain wall, Xianxia wiped the sweat off her forehead and said disappointedly, "There's nothing." "That's good. Otherwise, it would belong to someone else." The fish was very happy and continuously slapped its tail. At that moment, a figure walked past and glanced at Xianxia before looking at the ground. There were traces of a source box placed there. "What are you looking at?" "If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out and kick them around like balls, ugly," the fish spoke up. The person's eyes narrowed. "Xianxia?" Xianxia looked at him. "You're Straight Metal Man?" Straight Metallic Man grunted, glanced at the fish, and turned to leave. "You run fast. You're so ugly, but you still came out at night to scare people," the fish said unhappily. Xianxia was helpless. "Stop scolding me. I don't even have any friends left." The fish clicked its tongue. "What friends? They're just weak creatures that live in groups. With Lord Fish here, I can guarantee that you'll stand at the peak of the universe in the future. Trash like that wouldn't even dare to look at you." Xianxia sighed. Xianxiang sat alone on the plains. He had been searching for a whole day, but he had not been able to find a single source box. Although he was already used to being weaker than others when it came to lockbreaking, this feeling was still quite uncomfortable. If his elder brother was here, then he would definitely be able to easily find a source box. It was really difficult to make up for the difference in talent between people. Dang Pu appeared in the sky and landed not far from Xianxiang. He said in a low voice, "Please make way." Xianxiang raised his eyes and recognized the person in front of him as Dang Pu, Saul's disciple. However, this person probably didn't recognize him. "I'll say it again. Make way." Dang Pu's tone was unpleasant. In the Hall of Insight, Saul straightened his back, but his expression was ugly. This idiot had actually provoked Xianxiang. Phelan's expression also changed. Not good, this idiot had provoked Xianxiang of all people. This was going to be troublesome. Everyone else was watching the scene unfold. Xianxiang did not attack Dang Pu, as he was very curious as to why Dang Pu had come here. Was there a source box here? Xianxiang had clearly used his star energy to sweep the area over and over again, but he hadn't been able to find a source box. Dang Pu saw Xianxiang move aside, but he didn't seem to mind. He walked over to where Xianxiang had been sitting and pressed a hand against the ground. There was a boom, and the ground shattered. This was followed by a series of explosions until the crater was more than 10 meters wide. Only then was a box revealed. Xianxiang was shocked. There really was a source box here, and it had been right under his butt, but he hadn't even noticed it. How had this person discovered it? Xianxiang asked himself. Although he hadn't comprehended a domain and didn't have any battle techniques that could help him unlock a source box, he still had a lockbreaking tool, and his control of star energy was decent. He hadn't noticed it at such a close distance, but this person had. Wasn't the difference a little too great? Within the Hall of Insight, Phelan glanced at Sol. This source box was definitely not something that Dang Pu could discover, as it had been buried too deep. Even Kai Jianqiang hadn't been able to discover it at such a close distance, but Dang Pu had been able to find it so quickly. This was cheating. Sol was unscrupulous in order to obtain true insight. Sol's expression was calm, as if he didn't know anything. Dang Pu picked up the source box and prepared to leave, but he was blocked by Kai Jianqiang. You want to steal it? Dang Pu asked coldly as he looked at Kai Jianqiang. Only then did he see this person clearly. He had been too focused on locating the source box. Eh? Why does this person look so familiar? How did you find it? Kai Jianqiang asked, as he was truly curious. Someone had taken something right under his butt, so no matter how good his temper was, he couldn't take it. Dang Pu's tone was cold. It's none of your business. Move aside. Kai Jianqiang did not move. Dang Pu's eyes were sharp, and it seemed like he was about to attack. Within the Hall of Insight, Sol leaned forward, and his lips moved imperceptibly. Dang Pu's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Kai Jianqiang fearfully. I remember now. You're Master Wu Xing's little brother. How did you discover this source box? Kai Jianqiang asked again. Dang Pu's eyes flickered. It's my ability. Kai Jianqiang frowned and continued to stare at Dang Pu until the former felt a chill run down his spine. Then, Dang Pu put down the box. You want it? Here. He then left without looking back. Kai Jianqiang was stunned, as he hadn't expected Dang Pu to leave so easily. Within the Hall of Insight, Sol sighed. Phelan glanced at Sol and then looked down. This Dang Pu was quite smart. If he had clashed with Kai Jianqiang, then he would have been finished. Now that he had given up on the source box, if Kai Jianqiang still wanted to attack him, then Sol would have an excuse to interfere. In the end, Kai Jianqiang did not attack Dang Pu. Instead, he opened the box and looked at the rectangular source box. His face lit up with joy, and he began to unlock the source box. His eyes were filled with anticipation, as he loved lockbreaking. This process gave him the thrill of exploring the universe. The reason why Kai Jianqiang had been able to become a 1-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker was not because he had unlocked perceptive intermediate source boxes, but rather because he had relied on sheer numbers. Kai Jianqiang had unlocked many discerning elementary source boxes before finally reaching the perceptive intermediate level by unlocking a 1-star perceptive intermediate source box. That perceptive intermediate source box had taken Kai Jianqiang dozens of hours to unlock, and most people would not have been able to withstand it. Lu Yin's talent in lockbreaking was very poor. Even this discerning elementary source box in front of him, which was only a 2-star source box, had taken him a full 8 hours to unlock it. Even though he hadn't obtained anything, he was still very satisfied. He looked up and saw that Ku Wei was still wandering around, fishing with a box on his head. The other 2 source boxes had probably already been unlocked. Kai Jianqiang leapt up and reached out to grab Ku Wei. Berserk star energy swept out in all directions, and even the Hall of Insight trembled slightly, shocking everyone present. Lu Yin looked up and saw boundless rune lines crushing towards Ku Wei. His eyes lit up. You've really managed to lure that person out. Ku Wei was startled, and he felt a sense of crisis. He saw Kai Jianqiang's hand coming towards him, and he tapped out with a finger. His force field appeared at the same time, transforming into a giant finger's end that fiercely pressed down. The 2 sides collided in the air, causing the void to distort as a gale swept out in all directions. The 4 towering trees swayed, and countless people felt their scalps go numb. Ku Wei was forced back by Kai Jianqiang's attack, and he was shocked. Where did this lunatic come from? Kai Jianqiang's gaze was cold. Hand over the source boxes. Fine, here you go. Ku Wei tossed the box to Kai Jianqiang without hesitation and then turned to flee. He was even more decisive than Dang Pu. That previous attack had allowed Ku Wei to experience just how terrifying this person was. His finger Zen had been completely useless against this person, and that berserk aura caused a chill to run down Ku Wei's spine. Kai Jianqiang took the box and nodded in satisfaction when he saw that there were source boxes inside. He looked around once more and decided to grab a few more. The people in the Hall of Insight looked at each other, not knowing whether or not they should interfere. Xianxia's strength was something that no one on Source Peak Planet could suppress aside from Saul and Fiendly. He was a freak with an abnormal cultivation talent, and he was able to suppress those of the same generation, including that generation's youth council member. He had only kept a low profile because he wanted to unlock source boxes. Once someone like this erupted, the consequences would be terrifying. In less than half an hour, Xianxia had already grabbed 7 source boxes. He completely suppressed everyone with his berserk star energy, and even if someone tried to hide, it was useless. His efficiency was much higher than Ku Wei's, and the last source box was coincidentally taken from Dang Pu as well. Saul could not take this any longer, and his voice rang out in the air above the mountain range. Anyone who obtains a source box but fails to unlock it will receive double the punishment. This rule caused many people to look at Xianxia on the screen. He seemed to have obtained the most source boxes so far, with a total of 7. But could he unlock them? Xianxia was stunned, as this rule seemed to be directed at him. He looked up with an ugly expression on his face. Within the mountain range, Luin could not help but laugh. Saul was becoming more and more shameless in order to help Dang Pu win. There had never been such a rule in the previous lockbreaker competitions. Stealing source boxes was also a skill, and if a lockbreaker could not even protect his own source box, how could he unlock it? But now, no matter who it was, even if they stole all the source boxes in the mountain range, it would be useless. 2 source boxes had been unlocked, and 1 had not been unlocked. In the end, his result would be the same as a participant who had not unlocked a source box at all. This rule was very shameless. In the Hall of Insight, Fiendly frowned, but he did not stop Xianxia. Xianxia's strength was a bit excessive compared to the others, so it was reasonable to restrict him. As for the final result, the lockbreaker competition only cared about the champion. The results of the others were not important. Phelan's lips curled up. The more Saul helped Dang Pu, the more miserable he would be in the end. Outside the mountain range, the crowd was discussing. I think he might even get a higher ranking if he doesn't do anything. There. Forget 7, he might not even be able to unlock 3 or 4, and that was under the premise that no one was interfering. Xianxia's gaze swept past Dang Pu and landed on the Serpent Queen who was passing by. He casually tossed a box in front of her. The Serpent Queen was stunned. For me? Xianxia turned around and tossed 3 boxes in all directions of the mountain range. Clearly, he would rather throw them away than give them to Dang Pu. He was not stupid, and this rule had come from Saul. Dang Pu was Saul's disciple, and this rule was meant to help him. Although Xianxia could not attack Dang Pu for no reason, he could still disgust him. Dang Pu was indeed disgusted, and he glared at Xianxia before deciding on a direction to go. Somewhere in the mountain range, Luin looked at the boxes that had fallen from the sky. Who had thrown them? They had almost hit him. At this moment, Dang Pu rushed over and unceremoniously slapped Luin. Get lost. Luin frowned and kicked out. There was a thump, and Dang Pu was sent flying. He had not been on guard against Luin since he was just an explorer, and he had not expected disaster to strike so suddenly. He felt a sharp pain in his chest as the scenery around him rapidly receded, and he crashed into the swamp in a sorry state. Everyone in the Hall of Insight was stunned, as Dang Pu's luck was truly unparalleled. They had all seen this person's battle with Ku Wei, and he had the strength to escape from Xianxia. Dang Pu could not compare to him, but he had chosen to provoke this person. Phelan felt strange. First, it was Xianxia, and now it was Luin. This Dang Pu could not be so unlucky, right? She hoped that he would successfully become the champion, or else her plan would not be perfect. Many people were cheering for Dang Pu, but he himself was stunned. He had been sent flying before he could even react. That kick had been both ruthless and accurate, and he did not even have the courage to look for trouble. Wasn't the Interverse? How could there be so many ruthless people? 7th bro, that seemed to be Dang Pu, the monkey reminded him. Are you sure? Luin put away the box and was taken aback by her words. Are you sure? You didn't even look after beating someone up? I forgot. He's just a passerby with the strength of a cruiser. His body is quite sturdy, so that kick shouldn't be too much of a problem. Since it's Dang Pu, let's hope that it doesn't hinder him from becoming the champion. 7th bro, now that he's crippled, you can take his place, hee. Luin was helpless. Have you forgotten about that ruthless hunter? Even Kuwei was scared away. That's right. Hunters are generally at the perceptive intermediate level, so this person has the highest chance of becoming the champion, the monkey muttered. It's impossible for Saul to allow true insight to fall into someone else's hands. Let's just have that hunter block this disaster for us, Luin said. 7th bro, I think that you should still fight for first place. After all, you don't plan on standing up for Phelan. Once Saul is defeated by Phelan and the others, you'll have to fight for the source box, the monkey said. He wasn't afraid of fighting, but Phelan represented the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society. Although there weren't many members in this organization, their influence was great. If he offended the entire Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, then it wouldn't be good for him in the future. Now that a hunter had become a thorn in Saul's side, he would definitely be targeted. Luin wasn't a threat to Dang Pu at all, so he still had a chance to fight for the champion's position. Outside the mountain range, screens were floating all over Source Peak Planet, allowing everyone to watch the Lockbreaker competition. Within a manor that was surrounded by mountains and rivers, Xianxia was eating something with an unhappy expression. Her eyes were glued to a screen, and she occasionally crunched the food in her mouth. Not far away, Wei Rong laughed. Xianxia. Come over to me. No, you're angry. Xianxia snorted. Wei Rong was helpless. You haven't even tried lockbreaking, so it's too early for you to participate in the competition. I promise you that I'll let you participate in the next lockbreaker competition. It'll only be 10 years. Xianxia glared at Wei Rong. 10 years? Do you know what 10 years means to a woman? You're a girl, and you're still young. Don't call me young. But you're not even 20 yet. I'm an adult, and I can make decisions for my own life. Fine. Even if I agree to let you participate, you won't be able to enter. The competition has already started a day ago. Wei Rong smiled. Xianxia gritted her teeth and snorted again before running away. She didn't want to be with this bad guy. Wei Rong's expression calmed down as he watched Xianxia leave. He then looked at Dang Pu's image on the screen. Keep a close eye on him. He'll definitely be the champion this year, and true insight cannot fall into anyone else's hands. Behind him, a cultivator softly acknowledged the order. How are their preparations going? Wei Rong asked. Everything is ready. We're just waiting for him to make a move at the last moment. That person is also troublesome. He can rely on external items to remain undefeated in a battle between enlighters. Phelan, that stupid woman, actually wanted to use him, and she only told us about him in the end. She's extremely foolish. Pass down the order to avoid him as much as possible. What if he gets in our way? Let Phelan negotiate with him. If it really doesn't work. Wei Rong's gaze turned cold. It's settled. Understood. Within the forest hotel, Angie stood at the top of a tall tree and watched the screen. Amu was behind her. This planet is too advantageous for our battle. Warn the people below to not expose our identities as long as we achieve our goal. Yes, young master, Amu softly acknowledged. He looked up and coincidentally saw Lu Yin's image appear on the screen. Amu had seen Lu Yin's disguise and recognized him. He looked worried, as Lu Yin's existence was a variable. On Source Peak Planet Space Station, inside an Endless Borders spacecraft, many cultivators were dressed in battle uniforms without any insignias. They were all mercenaries from Aegis, which meant that they were independent cultivators. Although they were independent cultivators, their discipline was strict, as they had been trained by Aegis. The spectators on Source Peak Planet did not know that a disaster was about to befall them. Another day passed, and Luin had unlocked 5 source boxes in the mountain range. Each one took him an average of 3 hours, and most of his time was spent searching for the source boxes. Although there were thousands of lockbreakers scattered throughout the mountain range, very few were actually able to find any source boxes. Furthermore, Ku Wei and the others had fought over them, so most of the source boxes were concentrated in the hands of the top few. Most people did not even have a single source box, let alone unlock one. Lu Yin himself had 2 source boxes, but he had also fought over them. Lu Yin did not know if unlocking 5 source boxes was considered good or bad. There was still one last day, and Dang Pu, Xianxia, and the others should have hidden themselves and focused on lock-breaking. With their perceptive intermediate abilities, their lock-breaking speed should not be any slower than Lu Yin's, and their results should be quite good. However, with Lu Yin's results, he would definitely be able to pass the first round. He just did not know what his ranking would be. Xianxia tiredly walked out from underground. He had just finished unlocking his second source box, and it had taken him 9 hours to unlock it. It had only been a discerning elementary source box, and his lock-breaking ability was too weak. He was confident that he could unlock many source boxes, but that would take time, and right now, he lacked time. There should not be many people slower than him, and Xianxia frowned as he looked around. It should not be a problem for him to pass the first round, but if he wanted to become the champion, his results would be too poor. After muttering to himself for a long time, he suddenly looked up with a resolute gaze. He was sorry, everyone. Although it went against his conscience, he had to do this for true insight. Everyone would have to rely on their own abilities. Within the Hall of Insight, Saul looked down in satisfaction. Dang Pu had already unlocked 7 source boxes, and his efforts in pointing out the locations of the source boxes had not been in vain. If not for Xianxia causing trouble midway, Dang Pu would have unlocked even more source boxes. Not bad, not bad. That kid's lock-breaking speed isn't slow. His average lock-breaking speed is 3 hours. Saul, he's even faster than your disciple, fiendly praised as he looked at Lu Yin in the mountain range. Saul's face sank, but he did not say anything. Phelan was astonished, as she had not expected Lu Yin's lock-breaking speed to be so fast. This person had not been a lockbreaker for long, but he was already a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. However, his lock-breaking speed was not any slower than that of a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. This kid's talent was indeed as extraordinary as the rumors said. Xianxia isn't bad either. She's already unlocked 4 source boxes, and her average lock-breaking speed is 3.5 hours, Yifeng said coldly. There's also that Serpent Queen. Her lock-breaking speed is 4 hours, and she's also unlocked 4 source boxes. That Kuwei has unlocked 5 source boxes, and his average lock-breaking speed is 5 hours. However, this kid took less than 2 hours to unlock 1 source box. He's the fastest out of everyone, Mr. Jun said. If he has such lock-breaking ability, then why doesn't he find his own source boxes? His source boxes are all stolen from others, a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker said unhappily, as his disciple had been stolen by Kuwei. The others did not say anything, as stealing was also a skill. Dang Pu had already been robbed twice by Xianxia, and Saul had no choice but to change the rules. There was only 1 day left, and if nothing unexpected happened, Dang Pu would be the final winner. He still had 3 source boxes in his possession, so he did not need to go out and search for them. The others still needed to search for the source boxes, and if they did, it would be a waste of time. As for Xianxia, no one mentioned him. Although he was a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, his lock-breaking speed was too slow. If he had not successfully unlocked a perceptive intermediate source box, then the society would not have allowed him to become a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. This person was a disgrace to many lockbreakers. At this moment, the Hall of Insight suddenly shook. Saul and the others' expressions changed, and they looked down. Not good. What is Xianxia trying to do? Everyone had thought that the day would be very peaceful, and many of them had hidden themselves to lockbreak. However, suddenly, surging star energy erupted, causing the mountain range below the Hall of Insight to tremble. Everyone was shocked. What was going on? Xianxia stood high in the sky and forcefully plundered all of the star energy before recklessly bombarding the mountain range below the Hall of Insight. With his ridiculously powerful strength, he was able to crush everyone indiscriminately. Many lockbreakers were in the middle of lockbreaking when they were forcefully interrupted. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Windborne has been out on a business trip and has not even rested during National Day. Once he's done with his work, he will release more chapters. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Everyone could see that this fellow could no longer unlock the source box, so he was not allowing anyone else to do so. Dang Pu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face paled. That bastard. The Serpent Queen stopped her lockbreaking and looked up at the sky. Fear flashed through her eyes, as this person was terrifyingly strong. Ku Wei's lockbreaking had been interrupted, and he had also been viciously stabbed by the sourcebox's killing intent. He grimaced in pain and glared at the sky. Everyone's attention was drawn to Kai Jianqiang, whether it was the lockbreakers within the mountain range or those outside. Even the Hall of Insight's viewers and the Outerverse livestream were all looking at him. This was getting interesting, as no one would be able to do anything after this. He had originally planned to find 2 source boxes to unlock, but it seemed like there was no need for that. 7th bro, this guy is a real man. He's going against all the other competitors by himself, the monkey praised. Luin smiled. He has the... Dang Pu roared, Kai Jianqiang, this is the lockbreaker competition. We're competing to unlock source boxes, not battle prowess. Kai Jianqiang completely ignored him, and the entire mountain range seemed to boil over. Outside, countless people were excited, as this was something worth watching. It would be even more exciting if all the other competitors banded together to fight against him. Countless people were waiting for that moment. Shichi helplessly walked out of the cave, as she could no longer unlock the source box. The fish continuously slapped its tail. That's how it should be. Lord Fish admires him. Two-legged beast, go greet him. Shichi rolled her eyes. She did not want to, as that person was not someone to be trifled with. Lockbreakers had a much clearer perception of star energy than ordinary cultivators, and they were naturally more accurate in determining strength. Kai Jianqiang's strength made the other lockbreakers unable to resist him. Within the Hall of Insight, Saul was trembling with anger, and he suddenly stood up to intervene. However, he was stopped by Fiendly. This person has not harmed anyone, so you have no right to interfere. Saul growled, are we just going to let him ruin the competition? Are we going to make this competition a joke? Fiendly replied, so what? As long as it's within the rules, it's fine. You can only blame the other lockbreakers for being too weak. No one can stand up to him. In the previous lockbreaker competitions, more than a single hunter would appear, and they would be able to keep each other in check. But this time, even if all of the other lockbreakers worked together, they still wouldn't be his match. There's nothing you can do about it, Yifeng said coldly. Phelan smiled bitterly. Given Kai Jianqiang's strength, it would be very difficult to fight against him in any of the previous competitions. He's the synonym of invincibility in the hearts of his generation, and he hasn't shown his true strength yet. Once he gets serious, even the 2 of us combined might not be able to fight against him. Yifeng didn't retort. This was the truth. A serious Kai Jianqiang was very scary. Saul suppressed his anger and sat down. Phelan glanced at him. Who's to blame? Actually, there were still a few lockbreakers in the Outerverse who had the strength of a hunter, but they had all been eliminated by Saul through improper means in order to pave the way for Dang Pu. Saul had brought this upon himself. Phelan looked at Kai Jianqiang. This person was also a variable, but fortunately, he was on opposing sides with Saul. In the Wei family's manner, Wei Rong looked down at Kai Jianqiang's information on his gadget and frowned. There was actually such a troublesome person. The inverse evaluation of Kai Jianqiang was that he could challenge those above his realms. He was a hunter, and it seemed like he was at the peak of the hunter realm. Challenging those above his realms meant that he had the strength of an enlighter. This person actually had such terrifying strength. This was going to be troublesome. In outer space, an old man looked at Source Peak Planet with a solemn expression. To Kai Jianqiang, let alone a mountain range, he could even crush the entire Source Peak Planet or even this region of space. There was no one who could resist him. If he wanted no one to be able to lockbreak, then no one would be able to lockbreak. This was his self-confidence. He was not a match for anyone when it came to lockbreaking, but when it came to cultivation, it was still the same. No one was a match for him. The final day of the lockbreaker competition completely changed, and it became Kai Jianqiang's one-man show. Dang Pu, Ku Wei, and a few others who had stocked up on source boxes in preparation for the final day were rather unlucky. The others were fine, as their results had been fixed, and they treated it as if the competition had ended a day earlier. The day passed very quickly, and just as the competition was about to end, Dang Pu helplessly threw away all 3 of his source boxes, as keeping them would only increase his punishment. Ku Wei and Shiqi did the same. Lu Yin, on the other hand, did not have any extra source boxes. After the competition ended, Phelan announced that less than 50 lockbreakers had passed the first round. Many lockbreakers protested, as they had spent 2 days searching for source boxes in preparation for lockbreaking on the final day, but in the end, they had accomplished nothing. Unfortunately, their protests were futile. Xianxia passed, as he had lockbroken 2 source boxes. His results were not bad. Out of everyone, the one with the best results was Dang Pu, who had unlocked a total of 7 source boxes. Next were Lu Yin and Ku Wei, who had both unlocked 5 source boxes. Below them were Shiqi, Serpent Queen, and 2 other discerning elementary lockbreakers, who had each unlocked 4 source boxes. Xianxia had used his tyrannical strength to push his results to the upper middle tier, and he was already satisfied, even though he had attracted quite a bit of hatred. The second round of the lockbreaker competition was still held in the same mountain range. The eliminated lockbreakers all left, and the mountain range trembled as a depression appeared in the center. The people who had passed stood around and looked on curiously. Within the Hall of Insight, Saul looked around. The second round will be a comparison of how well one can evade and defend against danger. Everyone should know that lockbreakers face far more dangers than cultivators, as any single source box can bring about fatal danger. The ability to evade and defend against danger is especially important to lockbreakers. Now then, who is willing to participate in the second round? Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke. Mr. Jun spoke up. I think that it's better to ask the vice president to personally participate. Saul waved his hand and smiled. In the last lockbreaker competition held in the Innerverse, I was the one who participated in the second round. This time, it's everyone's turn. He then looked at Fiendly. Brotherly, do you want to try? Fiendly replied, no need. Saul then looked at Mr. Jun. What about Mr. Jun? Do you want to give it a try? Mr. Jun was thinking about it when Yifeng suddenly spoke up. This year's lockbreaker competition has seen a lot of bloodshed, and the atmosphere is a bit tense. I think that it's more appropriate to ask Phelan to participate. The others agreed. Phelan was the only woman present, and she was as gentle as water. Everyone had a good impression of her. Saul's expression changed, and he looked at Phelan with a smile. Mentor Phelan, do you want to give it a try? Phelan smiled. Since Mentor Yifeng has said so, there's no harm in trying. Saul forced a smile. Then please. Phelan stood up and took a step forward. Her body disappeared, and she quickly reappeared in the sky above the mountain range. She scanned the remaining participants and gently said, the second round will be a competition of evasion and defense against danger. Participants, please enter the crater, and I will attack you. If you can't withstand the attacks, you may leave the crater, but you will be eliminated. Many of the remaining participants relaxed when they saw that it was Mentor Phelan, as she had a good reputation within the Lockbreaker Society. Tong Mier was the first to jump in, followed by Dang Pu, Xianxia, and the rest. Lu Yin and Phelan looked at each other before entering as well. The crater was very large, but it still seemed rather small when dozens of people entered at the same time. Phelan stood high in the sky. Are you all ready? I'm about to begin. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at Phelan in the sky. Suddenly, there was a howl as a lockbreaker's face was torn apart. He covered his face as he squatted on the ground, fresh blood flowing through the gaps between his fingers. Soon after, there was an endless stream of screams. Phelan's domain had already enveloped the area, and it swept out like a formless wave of killing intent that attacked all of the participants. Not only was she a 3-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, but she was also a hunter. Unlike Xianxia, who could cause the mountain range to boil with star energy, Phelan's control of star. If he ignored the rune lines and relied solely on his domain, he would only be able to detect her attacks the moment they were about to hit him. Only with the serious art and his domain fully activated would he be able to detect the killing intent a step earlier. Phelan's attacks were random, and they covered the entire crater. Although they were not very powerful, they were formless and frequent. Many people had already been forced to retreat, their flesh lacerated. You should all be aware of the dangers that lockbreakers face. If I go easy on you, then you might misjudge the danger of the source boxes and die. That's why I won't hold back this round. Everyone, take care of yourselves, Phelan's gentle voice rang out in everyone's ears. Within the crater, Luin was very relaxed. He could see the rune lines, and none of the killing intent could reach him. He could easily avoid them. Shi-Chi was also able to avoid it easily. Shi, Ku-Wei, and most of the other lockbreakers relied on their perception of star energy to detect the killing intent in advance. Of course, they also had lockbreaking tools. Kai Jianxiang stood in place without moving, as Phelan's attacks posed no threat to him. As for Dang Pu, very few attacks were directed at him, and he was like an outsider. This scene was noticed by many, and they all began to talk about how Phelan was being biased. Saul frowned. He had hoped that Dang Pu would become the champion, but he had not allowed Phelan to be so blatantly biased. When had Phelan become so tactful? Dang Pu himself was at a loss. Had his luck changed for the better? Everyone, be careful. I'm about to get serious, Phelan said. The next moment, an invisible pressure enveloped the area. This was a domain, and many of the competitors were instantly crushed. The void distorted as faint cracks extended outwards. Everyone in the crater was under Phelan's control. Luin could feel the pressure that Phelan was under, as he could only rely on his universal armor to fight against hunters. If he had to rely on his own abilities to fight against a hunter, he would be able to do so, but it would not be easy. This was especially true against a powerful lockbreaker like Phelan, who was just like Mr. June. His star energy attacks would be directly unlocked. One competitor after another collapsed or left. There were still a dozen or so people left in the crater, and even the weakest of them was a 4 stars discerning elementary lockbreaker. It had only taken 2 rounds of the competition to reduce the number of participants from over 1,000 to a dozen. This was the lockbreaker competition. Even if the innerverse and outerverse were separated, it was still very difficult to win the competition. Any lockbreaker with a single star level was an honored guest of the various great powers, and so many had been eliminated. Not long after, Phelan's rune lines disappeared from Lu Yin's vision, and the second round ended. It had been quick, but it had been cruel. Many people had been eliminated, and only 16 participants remained. Of these people, the one who had the easiest time was not Kai Jianxiang, but Dang Pu. He had not been attacked at all, which made many people unhappy. Many people even started to spread rumors that this year's champion had already been decided. Even the Hall of Insight had heard the rumors, and Saul's expression turned ugly. It was obvious that someone had intentionally spread the news, or else it would not have reached the Hall of Insight in such a short time. When Phelan returned to the Hall of Insight, Saul wanted to say something, but he could not bring himself to do so. After all, Phelan had appeared to be helping him, and he could not afford to offend too many people if he wanted to become the Lockbreaker Society's president. Mr. June was puzzled. Was Phelan also one of Saul's people? If so, then she was too brainless. The third round's location was changed to an altar that was thousands of kilometers away from the Hall of Insight. Whenever there was a major event, countless people from Source Peak Planet would gather at the altar. Source Peak Planet had been the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's headquarters since ancient times, and major events were usually related to the Lockbreaker Society. Over time, this place had become a place for lockbreakers to offer sacrifices. No one knew when it had started, but many lockbreakers who wanted to unlock source boxes would first come to the altar to pray. At this moment, there were 16 source boxes of various sizes placed on the altar. Countless people had gathered around the altar and were waiting excitedly. This was the location of the third round, and it was a true test of lockbreaking. The 16 participants would draw lots to correspond to the source boxes on the altar. The source boxes were not of the same grade, and there could be perceptive intermediate source boxes, discerning elementary source boxes, or even boundless advanced source boxes. Luck was something that lockbreakers could not lack, and the upper echelons of the Lockbreaker Society valued luck more than their own strength. The third round tested both one's lockbreaking ability and their luck. Saul and the others all arrived at the altar while Luin and the others waited below. Not long after, Yifeng descended and raised his hand. Everyone, pick one. Everyone chose randomly, as they had no idea what the source boxes were like, and they had no way of competing for them. Luin had received lot number 5 was the box source box was neither too big nor too small was it too big. Everyone else looked at the altar. One person's face immediately darkened. He had drawn lot number 12, and the source box corresponding to lot 12 was dozens of meters tall, which was rather eye-catching. Although a source box's rank wasn't determined by its size, the larger the source box, the greater the amount of energy it contained. This was a given. If two source boxes of the same rank were to compare their sizes, then the one with the bigger source box would definitely be at a disadvantage. Many people looked at him with schadenfreude. Even Ku Wei laughed out loud, and the man glared at Ku Wei. His eyes were filled with apprehension, and he could only hope that the source box inside the box was only a discerning elementary source box. Ha, an unlucky bastard! The fish shouted loudly and slapped its tail. Xianxia hurriedly apologized to that person. The fish was displeased. Why are you apologizing to him? He's just an unlucky bastard. He'll die on the path of lockbreaking sooner or later. The man was furious. Shut up. The fish stood up and arrogantly raised its fins. What? You want to fight one-on-one? Come on, those words were taught to me by that guy. Fight him one-on-one if you have the ability. As it spoke, it pointed its fins at Ku Wei. Ku Wei blinked. What did it have to do with him? This fish was too vengeful. The man snorted, but he did not say anything. Luin pursed his lips. This fish was still as despicable as ever. Seventh bro, this monkey wants to drink fish soup, the monkey said in a sinister tone. If the monkey could act, Luin did not doubt that the monkey would have stewed the fish. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen such a handsome fish before? A bunch of ugly two-legged beasts. The fish jumped around on Xianxia's head, as if it was giving out pointers. Xianxia was helpless, but she was already used to it. Oh, there's another familiar face. Hey, two-legged beast, why aren't you greeting Lord Fish when you see him? The fish stared at Luin and continuously slapped its tail. Lu Yin's mouth twitched, as he had been recognized. Seventh bro, let this monkey stew him. I want to drink fish soup. The monkey was furious, as he could not control his temper whenever he faced a fish. Atop the altar, Felin's eyes flashed, and she immediately stood up. All right, stop arguing. Those who have drawn lots, please take your places. I'll allow you to rest until tomorrow morning and recharge your energy. Lockbreaking is limited to 24 hours. Of course, you can also lockbreak right now, but in any case, the 24 hours will start tomorrow morning. Luin hurriedly rushed up the altar and arrived next to sourcebox number 5. The others followed suit one after another. Xianxia was rather far away from him, and as more and more people opened their boxes, the fish no longer had the time to pay attention to him. Luin relaxed. He had used his domain to change his appearance, and even Saul had not been able to see through his disguise. That fish had actually been able to see through his disguise, which was quite peculiar. It was no wonder why Xianxia had been able to become a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker with its help. Before Luin could even open the box, a lockbreaker to his right screamed as the box shattered into pieces. The sound of an astral beast galloping about shook the altar, and a somber aura followed. Everyone looked over and saw a strange astral beast phantom condense in the air. Its body had more than 10 heads, and it raised its head and roared. Yifeng immediately appeared on the altar and reached out with a single palm. The astral beast phantom let out an even more intense roar before dissipating with a bang. Yifeng took out another box and sealed the source box before announcing that the lockbreaker had been eliminated. He then left. Luin retracted his gaze. The danger from the source box had not been very strong, and it only had the power level of a cruiser. Unfortunately, that lockbreaker was only an explorer with very little battle experience, which was why he had been so easily eliminated. If it had been Luin himself, he would have been able to easily disperse the danger. Unfortunately, that source box was only a 4 stars discerning elementary source box, so it was not difficult to unlock. He looked at the others and saw that quite a few had already opened their boxes. Aside from the unlucky person to his right, the others were doing fine. Only one person was a discerning elementary lockbreaker, but he had encountered a 1-star perceptive intermediate sourcebox. Fortunately, there was no danger from the sourcebox, so that person could try to unlock it. In the distance, the man who had drawn the largest sourcebox was apprehensive for a moment, but then he resigned himself to his fate and opened his box. Countless people were attracted to him, as his box was simply too large, to the point that it made them panic. Xianxia was also staring at him. When the box was opened, the sourcebox was revealed. Countless people looked over nervously, but what they saw was not the enormous sourcebox that they had imagined. Instead, it was a strange stone sourcebox that was only the size of a palm. Everyone was stunned. That person was stunned as well. What was this? The disparity was too great, and if one did not look carefully, they would not even be able to see the sourcebox. It was too small. Who would place such a small sourcebox in such a large box? In the distance, a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker calmly said, "Because there was a shortage of spiritual thread boxes, we could only store it this way." Everyone who heard him had the urge to beat him up. Why didn't you just change to a smaller box? The other boxes were barely able to hold the sourcebox, yet you had placed such a small sourcebox in such a large box? You could have stuffed a few hundred sourceboxes in there. The contestant almost went limp, as he had actually wanted to give up. Fortunately, he had not. Such a small sourcebox would be easy to unlock, and his mood had dropped so much that he had not carefully observed the sourcebox. In his ecstasy, he had jumped into the box and tried to take the sourcebox out, but he had been sent flying. A hurricane had appeared from within the box and swept him away. Although the hurricane's range was small, it had caused the void to crack, and it had surpassed a hunter's strength. Yifeng covered the box once again. Eliminated. Everyone was stunned. What had just happened? Many people could not react in time. That guy had probably been tricked. That sourcebox was small, but it was definitely troublesome. Any sourcebox that contained the strength of a predecessor was not simple. The fish on Xianxia's head happily slapped its tail. Idiot, idiot, ha 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 ha. Dang Pu watched coldly from the side. That guy was just a piece of trash who could not even recognize a 5-star perceptive intermediate sourcebox. That guy had definitely been tricked, and many people looked at him sympathetically. Unfortunately, he had already fainted, and his injuries were not light. At the side of the altar, Tong Mi'er waved his hand and opened the box. Everyone looked over as a vast fluctuation swept out, causing the void to distort and even create illusions. When he saw this, Tong Mi'er did not hesitate to jump off the altar and give up. This was a boundless advanced sourcebox. Fiendly nodded in satisfaction. To be able to discover the level of a sourcebox immediately and make the correct judgment, Phelan, your disciple is not bad. Phelan smiled. Thank you for your praise, senior. Luin looked at the box in front of him, but he was not in a hurry to open it. There were still half of the people on the altar who had not opened their boxes. It was not that they did not dare to, but rather that there was no need for them to do so. To them, it would only take them less than 20 hours to successfully unlock a sourcebox, and if they took more than 20 hours, they would not be able to unlock it. Thus, there was no need for them to do so now. These people had a clear understanding of their own abilities. Of course, there were also those who were more anxious, and Tong Mi'er was one of them. However, Luin felt that Tong Mi'er had long since decided to give up on the competition. Everyone was facing the sourcebox on the altar. 4 people had already been eliminated, and there were only 12 left. 5 of them had already begun to unlock the sourcebox, while the remaining 7 had yet to open their boxes. They were all rather calm, but that did not include the fish. Xianxia did not open her box, and the fish on her head kept urging her to do so. There's no rush. 20 hours is enough. I'm tired, and I need to rest, Xianxia said. Hurry up and open it for Lord Fish. Lord Fish is very curious. No, I need to rest. Just rest. Isn't it the same whether you open it or not? No, my heart is itching. Two-legged beast, have you not tasted Lord Fish's power in a long time? I'm really tired. Xianxia was helpless. On the other side of Xianxia, Ku Wei smiled and waved. Hey, fish, come to Brother Wei. Brother Wei will open it for you. The fish glared at Ku Wei. Two-legged beast, just you wait. Lord Fish is not done with you. I'll follow you for the rest of my life. Ku Wei smiled happily. That's good. Right, I have a question for you. Do you like chili powder? The fish was curious, and it slapped its tail even harder. Xianxia was in pain, and she looked pitifully at Ku Wei. Stop talking. Ku Wei laughed. In the distance, Dang Pu frowned. What a bunch of idiots. Kai Jianxiang stared seriously at the source box and then at Dang Pu and the others. He took a deep breath, as he was different from these people. He needed a lot of time to unlock, and he could not afford to wait. He waved his hand, and the box opened. Everyone looked over with expectant gazes, and many cursed, hoping that Kai Jianxiang would draw a boundless advanced source box. When the box opened, Kai Jianxiang looked over and relaxed. 1-star perceptive intermediate source box. Great, his luck was not bad. Many felt that it was a pity, as Kai Jianxiang was a 1-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, and he had drawn a source box that corresponded to his level. Saul and the others did not care. With Kai Jianxiang's lockbreaking ability, even a discerning elementary source box would take him more than 24 hours to unlock, let alone a perceptive intermediate source box. This person was not a threat at all. Dang Pu did not even look at Kai Jianxiang, as he had never taken Kai Jianxiang seriously. Kai Jianxiang began to unlock the source box. His lock-breaking method was simple and crude, as if he was fighting. He seemed to be forcefully breaking down solid energy, and his actions were crude. Many people were stunned. Could this even be considered lock-breaking? Even Luin was stunned. Kai Jianxiang's actions were like a boorish man holding a pen. This person's lock-breaking ability was very unique. Was this his style, or was it just an act? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Had Kai Jianxiang's lock-breaking method already returned to its original state? As he listened to the discussions around him, Lu Yin's expression became more and more interesting. So this was the case. A lock-breaking trash and a cultivation genius. There was actually such a person? He turned away and did not look, as this person was not a threat. At this point, there were only 6 people who had yet to open their boxes. The night quickly passed, and the next day, the sky gradually brightened. 2 of the participating lockbreakers opened their boxes at the same time, but both were unlucky enough to find source boxes that far exceeded their abilities. One of them was the Serpent Queen, who had unluckily found a boundless advanced source box. Xianxia finally opened the box under the fish's constant urging. It was a 2-star perceptive intermediate source box. Xianxia grimaced, as she had never unlocked a 2-star perceptive intermediate source box before. Come on, lockbreaking. Lord Fish will teach you. Hurry up, two-legged beast. The fish was very impatient. Xianxia acknowledged and then began to attempt to unlock the seal. She instantly unleashed her domain, causing star energy to flow out like water. This was the Cloudwalk realm, which made Luin envious since he was only in the subtle realm. With that in mind, Luin did not wait any longer and opened his case as well. What he saw was a 1-star perceptive intermediate source box. Many people rejoiced in Lu Yin's misfortune, as a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker who had encountered a 1-star perceptive intermediate source box would definitely be eliminated. However, Lu Yin himself heaved a sigh of relief. A 1-star perceptive intermediate source box? It wasn't as if he hadn't done any lockbreaking before. Brother, just give up. You're just doing free work for the society, Ku Wei's voice sounded out, and he looked at Lu Yin with a smug expression. He had always paid attention to Lu Yin, as there were very few people who could block his attacks within the same realm as him. Lu Yin smiled at him. Take care of yourself first. Open the box and take a look. Who knows, it might be a boundless advanced source box. Ku Wei curled his lips and casually opened the box. Everyone was stunned. It was actually a 1-star perceptive intermediate. Lu Yin smiled. You seem to be the same as me. Ku Wei's lips curled up. Then let's compete and see who can successfully unlock the source box and become the champion. At the same time, we can also become a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. Alright, Luin agreed. In the distance, Dang Pu disdainfully opened his case. He had already known what sourcebox was inside, and as expected, it was a 1-star perceptive intermediate sourcebox. Dang Pu himself was a 1-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, so it would not be too difficult. He would definitely win this competition in 8 hours at most. Straight Metallic Man walked off the altar and opened his case as well. It was a weapon-shaped sourcebox, and he had only unlocked sourceboxes that were found within metals. This sourcebox did not have the aura of metal, so he gave up. Thus, there were only 9 competitors left on the altar. The 9 began to unlock their lockbreakers, and each of them had their own methods. Shiqi and Dang Pu both took out their lockbreaking tools, and Xianxia did the same. It was a pair of glasses that looked similar to Casanova's sunglasses. Luin also took out his lockbreaking tool, and his subtle realm control of star energy continuously broke down solid energy. The last time he had unlocked a perceptive intermediate sourcebox, it had taken him 32 hours, and he had immediately fainted after unlocking it. That experience was painful to even think about, but it had greatly improved his lockbreaking ability. Now that he was unlocking another perceptive intermediate sourcebox, although there was more danger, it was not much of a threat. Luin estimated that he would be able to unlock it in 15 hours at most. Everyone on Source Peak Planet stared at the altar. The Wei family, Angie, Aegis, Endless Borders, and the others were all very quiet as they waited for the final moment. That moment was not far away. 5 hours passed, and the 9 competitors were still unlocking their sourceboxes. However, some of them were calm while others were in pain. Xianxia was undoubtedly in the most pain. He had started earlier than the others, but his speed was clearly slower. Thus, he took out his second lockbreaking tool, which was something that looked like an antenna that was attached to his head. Many people were stunned when they saw this. Luin inadvertently glanced at it and was also speechless. However, this person was indeed Master Wu Xing's younger brother. He actually had 2 lockbreaking tools, while Luin had only obtained 1 so far. However, Lu Yin's thinking was too simple. Xianxia slowly took out his third lockbreaking tool under everyone's astonished gazes. At this moment, even Saul, Fiendly, and the others were stunned. 3 lockbreaking tools? That was too much. How crazy is this guy when it comes to lockbreaking? He actually has 3 lockbreaking tools, the crowd below the altar discussed. Could Master Wu Xing have given them to him? That's impossible. I heard that Master Wu Xing only has 1. He's crazy. Isn't he afraid of being robbed? He's thinking too much. Who would dare to rob him unless an enlighter intervened? Don't forget that he's also a lockbreaker. Touching him is equivalent to touching the entire lockbreaker society. With the support of the 3 lockbreaking tools, Xianxia's speed increased slightly, but only slightly. Luin felt that the 3 lockbreaking tools were not worth it. Another 2 hours quickly passed. Luin glanced at Dang Pu and saw that he was delighted. The number of rune lines on the sourcebox was already very low, which meant that Dang Pu was about to succeed. This would not do. The original plan had indeed been for Dang Pu to win, but since Luin did not want to be the first to do so, it would be better for him to take first place. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to compete for true insight. This was the final round, and Luin was not worried that Saul would target him. As he thought about this, Luin suddenly released his domain to suppress Dang Pu. It swept out like a gale, and the unprepared Dang Pu was almost sent flying. Dang Pu was furious, and he glared at Luin. Despicable. In the distance, Saul stood up. Despicable. Immediately disqualify him. Phelan's brows rose, as she had not expected Luin to do such a thing. Hadn't they agreed to let Dang Pu win? Saul, don't be anxious. The third round's rules did not mention that we cannot affect the other participants. Are you saying that the entire universe cannot affect you when you're lockbreaking? This is a hurdle that lockbreakers must overcome, Fiendly said. Saul's expression turned ugly, as he obviously knew that in previous lockbreaking competitions, situations had often occurred in the third round where participants affected their opponents while they were lockbreaking. However, this year was different, as Dang Pu was his disciple. That person was courting death by doing such a thing. Dang Pu glared at Luin. Don't make a mistake, or else you won't be able to leave Source Peak Planet. Lu Ying sneered. You're about to succeed. If you don't act now, it'll be too late. What? He's about to succeed? That won't do. Ku Wei's voice rang out, and he then used his domain to crush Deng Pu. Deng Pu almost spat out blood. These two bastards. At that moment, a storm surged around them, and the star energy suddenly went berserk. Everyone looked at Kai Jianqiang and saw that he was looking at Deng Pu with an unfriendly gaze. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Was Kai Jianqiang trying to eliminate Deng Pu? That wouldn't do either. If Deng Pu was eliminated, then who would have a reason to cause trouble for Saul? Lu Yin's lips twitched as he thought about it. In the distance, Ku Wei's expression changed, and he looked at Lu Yin. The two of them smiled and then simultaneously released their force fields. A towering tree and a finger tap simultaneously blasted towards Kai Jianqiang. Kai Jianqiang was stunned, as he had not expected the two of them to attack him at the same time. He would not have cared if they had been ordinary explorers, but Lu Yin and Ku Wei both had the strength to contend with hunters. No matter how powerful Kai Jianqiang was, he had not been able to defend himself against the force fields while lockbreaking. Not only had his lockbreaking been interrupted, but he had also been knocked off the altar by the two force fields. The change had happened too quickly, and no one had expected the two of them to work together to eliminate Kai Jianqiang. Deng Pu had not expected this, as he had thought that he was done for. Saul relaxed, as Kai Jianqiang was not a threat when it came to lockbreaking, but if he had shamelessly affected the other lockbreakers, then the final outcome would have been difficult to predict. Kai Jianqiang stood below the altar and looked up at Lu Yin. He then looked at Ku Wei, but he did not cause any trouble. Instead, he silently put away his 3 lockbreaking tools, leaped up, and tore through the void to leave Source Peak Planet. Lu Yin and Ku Wei relaxed, as Kai Jianqiang had been their greatest threat. Now that he was gone, the others would be much easier to deal with. The two of them simultaneously attacked the people around them, using their force fields to bombard them. Soon, one contestant after another fell off the altar. Even Chi had given up and been eliminated. What surprised Lu Yin was that Deng Pu had actually managed to block their force fields. Deng Pu's face was gloomy. Although he did not have a force field, his domain was very solid, and his star energy had also reached the Cloudwalker realm. Under the precondition that he had been prepared, he had used the strength of a cruiser's combined domain to forcefully block Lu Yin and Ku Wei's force field attacks while he continued lockbreaking. Which one of you has the confidence to eliminate me? Deng Pu asked with difficulty, as he could not hold on any longer. Lu Yin and Ku Wei paused at the same time. That's right, if Deng Pu was eliminated, then the two of them would have to face each other directly. Lu Yin looked at Ku Wei's sourcebox and then at his own. Their lockbreaking speeds were about the same, but he found it strange. Not only did he have his own domain and lockbreaking tools, but he also had the serious art and his modified eyes. Even so, he still could not suppress Ku Wei. Was this guy really someone from the 7 courts? If that was the case, then he would not be easy to deal with. Lu Yin was afraid of Ku Wei, and Ku Wei was similarly afraid of Lu Yin. Neither of them had any intentions of directly facing each other, so they had not chased Deng Pu away for the time being. Phelan continuously transmitted her voice to Lu Yin, telling him not to deal with Deng Pu and to let Deng Pu win. Lu Yin did not plan on attacking Deng Pu unless he was confident that he could defeat Ku Wei. Otherwise, even if he defeated Deng Pu, he would not be able to win, and it would be a waste of effort. Deng Pu sighed in relief. These two freaks were just explorers, but they were much stronger than him. Their auras made him feel suffocated. Although Deng Pu had not been kicked away, he could not peacefully unlock the sourcebox either. The three of them kept each other in check, and whoever was faster would be dealt with by the other two. In any case, no one would be able to succeed first. In the end, all three successfully unlocked their sourceboxes after 19 hours. Lu Yin had obtained a piece of metal from his sourcebox that he did not recognize, and neither did the monkey. Deng Pu's sourcebox contained nothing. Ku Wei's sourcebox contained a broken weapon, but unfortunately, it turned to dust the moment it came into contact with the air. Out of the 16 participants, only 3 of them had successfully unlocked their sourceboxes. More than half of them had been chased away by Lu Yin and Ku Wei. Lu Yin wanted to win as well, but he was not confident that he could defeat Ku Wei. Based on the current results, Deng Pu could only be the champion since he had unlocked 7 source boxes in the first round. Lu Yin did not mind, as he could accept this result. Deng Pu sighed in relief. Fortunately, this was still alright. Ku Wei was not in a good mood. If not for Lu Yin, he would have definitely won. Saul finally relaxed. Although there had been many twists and turns in the lockbreaker competition, the results were still good. He beamed as he soared into the sky. I am Saul, and as the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's vice president, I hereby announce that out of the 3 rounds of the competition, Deng Pu is the champion of this year's lockbreaker competition. Many people on Source Peak Planet cheered. Deng Pu had stayed on Source Peak Planet for many years, so he could be considered a native. Deng Pu was excited, and he proudly glanced at Lu Yin and Ku Wei before looking expectantly at Saul. Fiendly and the rest did not object. In the Wei family's manner, Wei Rong stood up with a cold expression. Prepare to begin. Within the Forest Hotel, Angie ordered, prepare to begin. Source Peak Planet space station was suddenly taken over, and it lost contact with the Lockbreaker Society. At the same time, all of Source Peak Planet's screens lost their effectiveness, and all signals were blocked. Saul didn't know what was going on. He stood at the center of the altar excitedly, and no one knew what he was doing. A stone protruded from the ground, and there was a box within the protruding stone. Saul's eyes were filled with excitement as he slowly opened the box. He raised the box. Here are the 3 pages of true insight. They are the reward for the champion of this year's. You've never seen anything like this before, the fish said in a disdainful voice. Lu Yin was surprised and looked at the fish. You've seen it before? Yuling arrogantly replied, of course, 2-legged beast. If you're willing to become Lord Yu's mount, Lord Yu can teach you. Shichi hurriedly apologized to Lu Yin. Brother Lu, don't listen to it. It's just lying to you. The fish was enraged. When has Lord Yu ever lied? Don't spout nonsense and prevent Lord Yu from taking an amount. Shichi pouted. You're just lying to me. You even said that you knew the complete true insight, but you can't even memorize it. Of course I can't. The words in true insight can only be understood. They can't be memorized, written, or passed down. Otherwise, the older generation of lockbreakers would have already imprinted true insight throughout the entire universe. A 2-legged beast like you doesn't know anything. Shichi whispered, what words can't be memorized? You're just lying. Lu Yin looked at the fish. You really know true insight? Of course. How about it, 2-legged beast? Become Lord Yu's mount, and Lord Yu won't treat you badly. The monkey shouted in Lu Yin's mind, 7th bro, don't believe it. It's definitely lying. It's a liar. Let me stew it. Lu Yin was getting a headache from the monkey's shouting, and just as he was about to block it, Phelan's voice rang out. Lu Yin, it's your turn. Act according to the plan. 2-legged beast, how about it? Become Lord Yu's mount. 7th bro, I want to stew it. Lu Yin, it's your turn. I'm sorry, brother Lu. This fish lied to you. Suddenly, Lu Yin heard all sorts of voices, and he couldn't help but frown. Lu Yin, hurry up and act according to the plan. Otherwise, you won't be able to obtain true insight, Phelan said anxiously as she stared at Lu Yin from afar. On the altar, Deng Pu extended his hand, and Saul smiled as he slowly placed true insight in Deng Pu's hand and nodded in satisfaction. Phelan frowned and continuously transmitted her voice to Lu Yin. Lu Yin remained indifferent. Phelan's gaze turned cold, and she retreated several steps before sending a message to her gadget. In the distance, Wei Rong glanced at his gadget. It really isn't reliable. Begin the operation. Deng Pu, receiving true insight means that you will be able to enter the Neoverse Society's headquarters in the future. The Innerverse and Outerverse will be restored one day, so I hope that you won't disappoint your seniors, Saul said gently as he stared fervently at the box in Deng Pu's hand. Deng Pu hurriedly nodded. Suddenly, the screen in the sky changed, and images of different lockbreakers appeared. Similarly, images of Mr. Jun, Deng Pu, and even Saul appeared on it. Saul looked up in shock, and the screen was actually showing them getting rid of the lockbreakers who were a threat to Dang Pu. Phelan was delighted. Although Luin had not cooperated with them, the plan had still begun, so there wasn't much of a difference. Everyone looked at the screen. No wonder Sir Tan didn't come. He's a 2-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. So he's been chased into the astral wilderness. Granny Lon didn't come either. So she's already dead. This was all part of Vice President Saul's scheme. He got people to get rid of the lockbreakers who were a threat to him so that his disciple, Dang Pu, could win and obtain true insight. No wonder Mentor Phelan was so biased towards Dang Pu during the second trial. So there was an inside story. Saul is too despicable. Saul is despicable. On the altar, Saul was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He waved his hand and distorted the void, causing the sky to crack and dispel all of the screens. Who dares to slander me? Saul, as the Lockbreaker Society's vice president, not only did you fail to be impartial and give all lockbreakers a fair competition, but you also secretly used despicable methods to suppress other lockbreakers and even threatened us. Your crimes have already been exposed, so there's no need to quibble. Phelan suddenly shouted, her voice echoing throughout Source Peak Planet. Everyone stared at the screen with wide eyes. If the contents of the screen could be faked, then Phelan's testimony could not be faked. She was one of the Lockbreaker Society's 3 great examiners, and she was a 3-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. She was one of the top 10 lockbreakers in the entire Outerverse. Saul's eyes widened. Phelan, it's actually you. Phelan righteously said, Saul, with your many years of contributions to the society, it's not too late to admit your crimes. Phelan, shut up. What are you trying to do by colluding with outsiders to frame the vice president? Mr. June shouted. Fiendly suddenly spoke up. Let her speak. Saul's eyes narrowed, and he stared at Phelan with an overflowing killing intent. Phelan's expression was one of grief. Vice President Saul's actions have already tarnished the society's reputation. Rather than having an outsider prove his crimes, it's better for us to expose him. This is also for the society. Ha 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 ha, what a righteous mentor, Phelan. I've misjudged you. It turns out that you're the greatest threat. Saul laughed and suddenly attacked Phelan. A boundless advanced lockbreaker's attack caused everyone's scalps to go numb. All of Source Peak Planet's energy was drawn in, forming a visible hurricane that condensed into a terrifying attack that enveloped Phelan. The void completely shattered, and the heavens and earth collided. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, Saul's rune line skyrocketed, and the range of his attack had already covered the surrounding region. Even more terrifying was that the star energy within their bodies was being stripped away. This level of control over star energy had already surpassed Lu Yin's understanding, and it surpassed that of any powerhouse he had ever encountered, including Elder Lohar. This was the ability of a boundless advanced lockbreaker. Although Saul was only a peak hunter, his true strength was unfathomable. Lockbreakers were known as the strongest of their peers, and it was not an exaggeration. Often, a genius lockbreaker could challenge someone who was a realmbreaker. For Saul to become the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's vice president, he must have been at the same level as Casanova when he was younger. Phelan's pupils shrank as she felt an indescribable pressure. Her face went pale, as she could neither block nor evade this attack. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of her. It was Fiendly. Saul, speak clearly before you attack. Fiendly, there's no point in saying anything more. Since Phelan dares to step forward at this time, she must have made her preparations. Haven't you noticed? There are quite a few uninvited guests on Source Peak Planet. Saul barked as he mercilessly attacked. Fiendly raised an eyebrow and raised a hand. The powerful star energy was actually restrained. They had the same level of star energy control, and only he was a match for Saul. Fiendly, are you really going to oppose me? Saul barked. Fiendly raised his head. You've already committed a grave mistake, but based on your many years of contributions, you'll at most be stripped of your position as vice president. However, if you kill Mentor, there will be no turning back. Saul, think carefully. Saul arrogantly replied, Jeffrey isn't here, and no one in the Outerverse is my opponent. Wherever I am, the Lockbreaker Society will be. Aside from me, no one else has the qualifications to be president. At worst, I'll just deal with you traitors and reorganize the society." He then vanished. Fiend Li's face sank, and he disappeared as well. The next moment, the star energy in the area was forcefully plundered by the two. Lockbreakers did not need any battle techniques in a battle, what they relied on was their control of star energy. Any battle technique required the support of star energy, and they were engaging in the most fundamental of battles. Any cultivator would be at a disadvantage when facing a lockbreaker. Luin had experienced this firsthand. No matter how strong a battle technique was, once its star energy was stolen, it would be at the mercy of a lockbreaker. The battle between lockbreakers had opened a new window for Luin. If he could raise his star energy control to the level of these two, then no hunter would be his opponent. Even Aiden, who had an unparalleled defense, would be. The surrounding perceptive intermediate lockbreakers also made their moves, and the chaotic battle between lockbreakers on Source Peak Planet began. Saul was not stupid. Although he did not know what Phelan and the Wei family were planning, since he had the ability to deal with the lockbreakers who were threatening Dang Pu, and he also wanted to become the society's president, he had naturally made preparations. He had already controlled a considerable number of lockbreakers and cultivators, so it would not be easy to defeat him. In the distance, Wei Rong watched a Source Peak planet trembled, and he sighed in admiration. As expected of a battle between top-notch lockbreakers, even an enlighter might be at a disadvantage against them. At this moment, Angie arrived and looked at Wei Rong. "Let's begin." Wei Rong nodded and then ordered on his gadget, "Begin immediately." In the sky, the cultivators and Endless Borders spacecraft all walked out of the space station and flew towards the Hall of Insight. At the same time, a group of cultivators of unknown origins appeared on Source Peak Planet, and they all rushed towards the Hall of Insight. Below the altar, Luin could see that there were chaotic battles everywhere. However, Saul had fewer people, and he quickly fell into a disadvantage. Still, Saul was too strong, and in Lu Yin's eyes, Fiend Li's rune lines were much weaker than Saul's. Fiend Li might be able to hold on for a short period of time, but he would not be able to last for long. Aiden came to Lu Yin's side. "Let's go. It's too dangerous here, and this planet could collapse easily." Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he suddenly thought of something. He looked around for Dang Pu, as true insight was still in Dang Pu's hands. Suddenly, Lu Yin's scalp went numb as a bone-chilling sensation enveloped him. He subconsciously used the secret sidestep to move his body, but a thin ray of light streaked past him and tore through the void. It pierced through several cultivators and lockbreakers in the distance before disappearing from the world. Lu Yin suddenly turned to look to his right, where a lockbreaker was staring at him coldly. Lu Yin recognized this person as one of the 16 lockbreakers who had participated in the third round of the competition. This person had been eliminated early on, but he had still dared to attack Lu Yin. Furthermore, his attack was so fierce that it caused Lu Yin to shiver. The rune lines of that thin ray of light were not any weaker than an ordinary enlighter's attack, and it had come from this lockbreaker's left eye. Before Aiden could even react, the lockbreaker's right eye changed. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Not good. A second attack is coming. Just as he thought this, a thin ray of light tore through the void and shot towards him. Lu Yin waved his hand and activated the Yu secret art. The thin ray of light changed direction and shot towards the sky, leaving a black spatial tear in the sky. Aiden was shocked, and he immediately pulled out his thunder shield to block in front of Lu Yin. "Who ambushed me?" Lu Yin pushed him aside and walked over to the lockbreaker. This person was already dead, and his rune lines had completely dissipated. Lu Yin looked at the lockbreaker's pitch-black eye sockets and thought for a moment. He raised a hand and pressed down on the lockbreaker's head. His expression changed, and he exerted a bit of force. Crack. The head shattered, but no blood flowed out. Only a shattered chip remained, and a few seconds later, the chip crumbled to the ground. Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn, and he looked at the scene in confusion. "What happened?" Aiden asked. Lu Yin shook his head, as he did not know either. This person had inexplicably tried to kill him, and he had even used an attack that could rival an enlighter's. This was an enlighter's attack, not a hunter's. There were only a few enlighters in the outerverse, but this person had been able to unleash such a murderous attack. Lu Yin observed the lockbreaker who had tried to assassinate him. In the distance, Ku Wei stared at him with shining eyes. The Yu secret art, the Yu secret art. I found it. So those old fellows weren't wrong. The Yu bloodline really is hiding in the outerverse. It's a pity that the innerverse and outerverse are separated. This guy won't be easy to deal with. There was a rumble, and Source Peak Planet trembled as the ground cracked open. Countless people turned to look in the direction of the Hall of Insight. In the sky, Saul and Fiendly also turned to look. The Hall of Insight is under attack. Someone is trying to take advantage of the chaos to attack it. Saul's expression turned ugly. Fiendly, the Hall of Insight contains the Society's treasures from countless years ago. Nothing must happen to it. Fiendly looked down. Yifeng, go guard the Hall of Insight. Yifeng flew over without hesitation. Phelan looked in the direction of the Hall of Insight, and her expression changed several times. She knew that she had been tricked. The Wei family's goal was not as simple as making her the president. They had their eyes on the society's countless years of accumulated treasures and wanted to seize them to create another society. But so what if she knew? She could not give up on the current situation. Saul had to die, and only by becoming president could she slowly settle the score with the Wei family in the future. Fiendly, why don't we deal with the outsiders first? Nothing must happen to the Hall of Insight. Saul was anxious. Fiendly snorted. With the protection of the Sourcebox array and Yifeng's support, nothing will happen to the Hall of Insight. Saul, the greatest threat right now is you. Admit your crimes and resign from your position as vice president, and you can still stay on Source Peak Planet. Don't be stubborn. Arrogant. You think you can do that? Saul angrily attacked. Below, Shichi hid in a corner and looked around nervously. What should we do? Find that familiar two-legged beast and have him protect you. The fish flapped its tail and pointed at Lu Yin with its fin. Shichi was confused. Familiar? Who is it? How could Lord Fish remember your two-legged beast's codename? Find him, the fish shouted. Shichi grunted and then ran over to Lu Yin. Around them, Straight Metallic Man, Serpent Queen, and Tong Mir were all attacking a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. Dang Pu had long since disappeared, and Kai Jianxiang had left the moment he had been eliminated in the third round. In the distance, a group of cultivators appeared in the Hall of Insight, causing a massacre to break out everywhere. The Hall of Insight was protected by a sourcebox array and had a fixed amount of star energy. Any cultivator who entered the Hall of Insight would be at a disadvantage, as they definitely could not compete with lockbreakers in terms of star energy. However, this group of cultivators did not rely on battle techniques, but rather on technological weapons and physical strength. They attacked like madmen, as they were all from Aegis. For a mercenary organization like Aegis, there were too many places in the universe where star energy could not be used. They had long since made preparations, and they did not lack madmen who could temper their bodies or technological weapons. Calling for more lockbreakers to join the Hall of Insight's defense. The person guarding the Hall of Insight was a 2-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, and he was President Jeffrey's trusted aide. His job was to guard the Hall of Insight and not leave. At this point, his hands were stained with the blood of dozens of people, and even more Aegis mercenaries were rushing over. Of course, these lockbreakers did not know that these people were from Aegis. Aside from Aegis, there were also cultivators from the Wei family, the Umbral Butterfly tribe, and the Suna Weave's Ghost Shadow Sword sect. The Ghost Shadow Sword sect was a sword sect that was equally famous as the Moke Sword sect in the Suna Weave. Their sword techniques were strange and unpredictable, and their figures moved like ghosts. They were very difficult to deal with, especially since many of their sword techniques did not require star energy, and they were famous in the surrounding weaves. This time, the Ghost Shadow Sword sect had cooperated with the Wei family and the Umbral Butterfly tribe to obtain the Lockbreaker Society's countless treasures. The perceptive intermediate lockbreaker clenched his fist, and his star energy transformed into a gale that tore through the air, tearing apart dozens of mercenaries in front of him. Fresh blood splattered across the ground. Overhead, a cultivator descended and sent out palm shadows, but he was repelled by the perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. His star energy was weakened, and all his battle techniques were useless against a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. Who are you people? How dare you attack the Lockbreaker Society? Are you not afraid of death? No one replied to him. Now that the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, both the Lockbreaker Society and the Youth Council had lost their support. Roughly 2 years had passed, and the fear they once had disappeared. On the contrary, these once enormous organizations had gradually become fat sheep in the eyes of the Outerverse's countless powers. Not too far away from the Hall of Insight, Wei Rong smiled. Once enormous organizations have been wiped away by time. What a magnificent scene. Miss Angie, did you ever think that you would one day be able to witness the collapse of Source Peak Planet? Angie's expression was solemn. This was the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters, and they had not dared to offend even a single lockbreaker in the past for fear of retaliation. Now, however, they were crazily attacking the Society's headquarters. 2 years ago, this would have been unthinkable, but now, they had done it. Who would have thought that the dignified Lockbreaker Society would be on the verge of collapse? Angie asked. Wei Rong smiled. This is just the beginning. Angie was confused. The beginning? Wei Rong's lips curled up. Have you ever thought about it? There are many enormous organizations in the Outerverse that rely on their connections with the Innerverse and even the Neoverse to abuse their power. They have accumulated too many resources and have too many secrets. These organizations have been behemoths that the 72 Wees of the Outerverse have not dared to offend for countless years. But now, we've destroyed the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters. Angie's expression changed. So that's your goal? Wei Rong laughed. Shamrock Enterprises, the Mavis Bank, the Youth Council, and the Aurora Corporation. Which one of these giants hasn't exploited the Outerverse for countless years? Their tentacles extend to every corner of the Outerverse, and even newborn children know about these organizations. What we need to do is to destroy them and obtain their resources to strengthen ourselves. In the future, the Innerverse and Outerverse will definitely recover. At that time, the Outerverse will no longer fear the Innerverse, and we will be on equal footing with them. Angie looked at Wei Rong in shock. The greater a person's ambition, the greater their future would be. At this moment, Angie deeply felt Wei Rong's boundless ambition that was like the starry sky. Her heart rippled, and the way she looked at Wei Rong gradually changed. Wei Rong smiled and looked at Angie. He reached out and lifted her chin. Tell me, if we can destroy all of these organizations, how strong can we become? Can we unify the Outerverse? Angie's gaze became blurry as she was attracted to Wei Rong. This man had an indescribable charm, and the two gradually drew closer to each other. Behind Angie, Amu shouted, "Let go." He was about to attack. Wei Rong's men immediately stopped him. Angie sobered up, and her face turned red. She glared at Wei Rong. You're going too far. Wei Rong laughed. Miss Angie, has anyone ever pursued you? Angie pursed her lips and nodded. Of course. What's the most romantic thing those people have done for you? Wei Rong asked loudly, and his voice was loud enough for many to hear. Angie's face turned red, and she stared at Wei Rong. What are you trying to say? Wei Rong pointed at the Hall of Insight. The most romantic thing I can think of is to help you topple the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society that has been suppressing us for countless years. Aside from me, Wei Rong, who else can do such a thing? Angie's eyes turned red, and her gaze towards Wei Rong was filled with adoration and admiration. This was the best of times, but it was also the worst of times. Only villains could be ahead of the times, and Wei Rong was such a villain. During the battle on Source Peak Planet, seizing the Lockbreaker Society's resources that had been accumulated over countless years was not his main goal. Instead, he wanted to start the worst of times, the beginning of the Outerverse's backlash against the Innerverse. Within the Hall of Insight, the 2-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker had slaughtered many people, and blood had formed a river beneath his feet. Even so, the other areas of the Hall of Insight were still filled with battles, and corpses of lockbreakers could be seen on the ground from time to time. This day was a day of sorrow for the lockbreakers. I don't care who you are. Wherever you came from, you must pay the price for your evil deeds today, the perceptive intermediate lockbreaker bellowed. His voice was already hoarse, and because of the intense battle, his muscles were twitching, and his reactions were gradually slowing down. In front of him an intense light flickered, and even a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker with the strength of a hunter could not avoid it. Suddenly, the perceptive intermediate lockbreaker felt a chill run down his spine. Someone had attacked him, and he had subconsciously stolen star energy to disintegrate his opponent's battle technique. The process had gone smoothly, but the coldness in his abdomen had made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He slowly lowered his head, and two swords emerged from his body. Behind him were two black shadows that were linked together. The attack was soundless, and it was unknown where it had come from. This attack had evaded a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker's star energy perception, and even a lockbreaking tool would not be able to detect it. This was a perfect sneak attack. The perceptive intermediate lockbreaker looked behind him in disbelief as he felt the sword chi invade his body. His meridians had been severed, and his heart had been torn apart. His eyes flickered. "I remember now. You're Gemini Ghost." With a whoosh, the perceptive intermediate lockbreaker was sliced apart by the sword chi, and fresh blood splattered across the ground. The Ghost Shadow Sword sect's Gemini ghosts had been conjoined since birth, and they had cultivated the dual heart ghost sword, which no one in the Ghost Shadow Sword sect had ever successfully cultivated. They were able to multitask, and regardless of whether or not they had star energy, it did not affect their ability to use the dual heart ghost sword. Just like the perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, Gemini Ghost was also a hunter, and all of their previous sacrifices had been used to create an opportunity for this attack. If it had been a normal hunter or even a peak hunter, Gemini Ghost would not have needed to expend so much effort, but lockbreakers were different. A perceptive intermediate lockbreaker was more than enough to discover the traces of the dual heart ghost sword. The only perceptive intermediate lockbreaker had died, and Gemini Ghost had gone on a killing spree, staining the Hall of Insight with blood. In the distance, near the altar, Xianxia found Luin, and the two stared at each other. "Do you need something?" Luin asked. Xianxia looked at Luin. "Who are you?" Luin was speechless. "If you don't know who I am, then why are you looking for me?" Xianxia apologetically replied, "The fish said that you're an acquaintance." "Hey, familiar two-legged beast. Do you want to be Lord Fish's mount?" "There are benefits for you," the fish spoke. "Bro, is it dangerous? Let's go together?" Kuwei seemed to have lost his mind as he approached Luin. When he saw Kuwei, the fish became angry. "You insolent two-legged beast, make your ancestors crawl out of their graves and pay respects to Lord Fish." Kuwei rolled his eyes. "Go by yourself. I can send you there, and I'll add some cumin while I'm at it." "Impudent, two-legged beast. You're just a mount. I'll ride you, fish. You're infuriating Lord Fish. Familiar two-legged beast, beat him up, and Lord Fish will teach you true insight." Luin pursed his lips and gave Aiden a look. He then walked to the side and turned on his gadget, only to discover that the signal had been blocked. He immediately used his honor points to contact Wang Wen, as no one could block the Hall of Honor signal. In an important place like Source Peak Planet, the Hall of Honor would definitely have a secret signal. Sure enough, the call connected, and Wang Wen's voice sounded. "How is it?" Luin explained the situation, including how Fiendly had stalled Saul, the battle between Mr. June and Phelan, and the huge battle that was taking place in the distant Hall of Insight. Hall of Insight? Could that be Wei Rong's goal? Wang Wen was puzzled, as even with his intelligence, he could not immediately see through Wei Rong's plans. Luin frowned. "The Lockbreaker Society has collected treasures over countless years, so that's a plausible goal." "Impossible. You mortals can't understand the thoughts of smart people like us." "If Wei Rong was so shallow, then he wouldn't be worthy of my attention," Wang Wen said. Luin realized that many of the people around him were speaking rather infuriatingly, but there was nothing he could do about it. "What does a smart person like you think I should do now?" Luin grumbled. Wang Wen pondered for a moment. "Have you heard of the law of timely advantage?" "No." The so-called law of timely advantage refers to taking into account the current situation and your status to do what is most beneficial to you. You only need to do one thing right now, and that is to expose your identity and use your status as the future leader of the Great Eastern Alliance, a member of the Hall of Honor, and a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker to lead the other lockbreakers to defend the Hall of Insight. It's for nothing else but your reputation. Will it work? Luin asked. Wang Wen replied, whether or not it works, you must do it. Or you can hide your identity and go to the Hall of Insight to seize resources. Your choice. Luin did not hesitate. Resources could be obtained at any time, but reputation was different. His vision could not be limited to the eastern weaves, and if he wanted to advance further, the support of the lockbreakers would be unavoidable. The reason why he did not want to stand out like Phelan was because he did not want to offend the Lockbreaker Society. On the other hand, if the Lockbreaker Society supported him, then the benefits he would receive would be immense. He would not give up his reputation for the sake of resources. I'll keep you updated, so don't hang up, Luin said. Then, under Ku Wei and Shi-Chi's gazes, he changed his appearance and leapt up. His loud voice echoed throughout Source Peak Planet. My name is Luin. All lockbreakers, listen up. The Hall of Insight is in danger. Everyone, please protect the Hall of Insight with me and protect the Lockbreaker Society's foundation. My name is Luin. All lockbreakers, listen up. The Hall of Insight is in danger. Everyone, please protect the Hall of Insight with me and protect the Lockbreaker Society's foundation. My name is Luin. All lockbreakers, listen up. The Hall of Insight is in danger. Everyone, please protect the Hall of Insight with me and protect the Lockbreaker Society's foundation. Lu Yin's voice echoed throughout Source Peak Planet, causing countless people to be shocked. Phelan's face turned ugly, as Luin had only made a move now, and against one of her own. This Luin was truly hateful. Mr. Jin's expression changed. Luin had actually come? When had he come? In the distance, Wei Rong's brows rose. Luin? This was troublesome, as this person was still standing on the opposing side. Fortunately, the moment that Luin had appeared on Source Peak Planet, they had already made preparations. Wei Rong was not as brainless as Phelan, and this Luin was not an ordinary person. Angie frowned, as she had some understanding of Luin. Back in the Astral Combat Academy, this person had been audacious enough to ban the Day-Night clan, but nothing had happened in the end. He was a lawless yet intelligent person, and the fact that he had made a move at this time proved that he had a certain level of confidence. She subconsciously looked at Wei Rong, and when she saw his confident expression, her heart calmed down. As long as Wei Rong was here, Luin would not be a problem. Behind Angie, Amu had a complicated expression. Seventh Bro had still made a move. So it's Brother Lu. That's great. Shi-Chi was delighted. The fish looked at her with disdain. You only know how to count on others. This mount of yours is too unreliable. Ku Wei looked at Luin in astonishment. This person was the royal regent of Frostwave Weave's Great Yu Empire. Ku Wei had been ordered to infiltrate Frostwave Weave in order to verify whether or not the Yushan bloodline was part of the Yu family. He had met this person before, but before the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, the clan's elders had said that the Yushan. It was unknown whether Luin was lucky or not, but as soon as he spoke, Fiend Li's voice rang out in the sky, ordering many lockbreakers to guard the Hall of Insight. Originally, with Lu Yin's reputation, he would only be able to summon a few lockbreakers. He had not expected to be able to summon many and had only wanted to increase his reputation. However, Fiend Li's words had caused many lockbreakers to subconsciously treat Luin as the representative of the society's upper echelons. Immediately, a group of lockbreakers gathered at the Hall of Insight. Even lockbreakers at the level of Straight Metallic Man and Serpent Queen's levels headed to the Hall of Insight after dealing with their opponents. Luin flew towards the Hall of Insight with Ku Wei and Shi-Chi following behind him. Although there was a great distance between the altar and the Hall of Insight, it was only a matter of the blink of an eye for Luin and the others. The battle within the Hall of Insight was extremely bitter, and there were severed limbs everywhere. When Luin led many lockbreakers to the Hall of Insight, they were greeted by a powerful light and the bombardment of countless technological weapons. In the skies above Source Peak Planet, Fiendly and Saul's battle had reached its final juncture. Fiendly was gradually unable to hold on any longer, especially when he had been distracted by sending lockbreakers to reinforce the Hall of Insight. Saul had seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Fiendly, and there was blood at the corner of Fiend Li's mouth. His movements had involuntarily slowed down by half a beat. Saul was already stronger than Fiend Li to begin with, and as a result, Fiend Li was finally struck down by Saul. Saul pressed down with one hand, and the entire Source Peak planet's star energy could be seen gathering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It formed a storm that swept across the entire planet and swept across the altar. Saul's control over star energy was fully displayed, and the lockbreakers on his side were completely unharmed. On the contrary, the other lockbreakers were swept away by the star energy and were all heavily injured. Phelan was the most heavily injured, and she had almost been crushed by the star energy. Who else dares to oppose me? I'm the Society's vice president. Are you all trying to rebel? Saul shouted, his voice echoing throughout Source Peak Planet. In the distance, Wei Rong sighed in amazement. As expected of the Society's vice president. His strength is comparable to an Enlighter's. In fact, he might even surpass ordinary Enlighters, Angel said. Lockbreakers already possess strength that surpasses cultivators of the same generation. These people are all gifted, Wei Rong smiled. So what? Brainless people will always be brainless. Outside the Hall of Insight, Aiden raised his thunder shield in front of him and blocked all the attacks from the technological weapons. Straight Metallic Man and the other lockbreakers took advantage of this opportunity to charge in. Fiend Li had been defeated so quickly, and Saul's rune lines had increased once again. This meant that Wei Rong's true trump card was about to be revealed. Above the planet, an old man tore through the void and descended above Source Peak Planet. He took a step forward and tore through the void. His body appeared directly above Source Peak Planet's altar, less than a kilometer away from Saul. Saul gloomily stared at the old man in front of him. He knew that things would not be so simple, as everyone knew that Fiend Li was not his opponent. Saul had also guessed that another expert would appear later, but he had not expected it to be this person. Lord Egret was an Enlighter with a power level of over 250,000. Even among Enlighters, he was considered an elite. Vice President Saul, long time no see, Lord Egret said with emotion as he looked at Saul. Saul's gaze turned cold. Lord Egret, you dare to make an enemy out of the Lockbreaker Society, Lord Egret smiled. If the Innerverse and Outerverse had not been separated, then I wouldn't dare. But now, what's the harm in trying? What price did those people pay for you to take action? I can pay double that price, Saul said coldly. Lord Egret shook his head. At our level, ordinary prices will not move us. You don't need to waste your efforts. Since that's the case, then the Outerverse will lose an Enlighter, Saul said as he raised a hand and pressed down on Lord Egret. Lord Egret's eyes flashed, as he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He had wanted to battle with Saul for a long time to prove that lockbreakers who could challenge above their realms were nothing more than a joke. Lord Egret made a move, and the might of an Enlighter was not something that a normal cultivator could compare to. If he moved, the entire world would be turned upside down. With just one strike, Saul had sensed how terrifying Lord Egret was, and Lord Egret had also sensed the threat from Saul. More importantly, Source Peak Planet was cracking all over. Although Saul had schemed against many lockbreakers, that was only because he wanted to become the president of the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, not because he wanted Source Peak Planet to be destroyed. He still had a lot of sentiments towards this planet, and Source Peak Planet could not be destroyed. Once it was destroyed, the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's prestige would be completely destroyed. Thinking about this, Saul flew into the starry sky without saying a word. Lord Egret smiled faintly. It did not matter. He only wanted to fight. The battle between Saul and Lord Egret had escalated the situation, and any Enlighter who joined the battle would no longer be involved in an ordinary battle. Most people would never see an Enlighter in their entire lives. Only Luin and a small group of people had already gotten used to this. After all, there were quite a few Enlighters in Ironblood Weave. No matter how earth-shattering the battle between Saul and Lord Egret was, it would not affect the current Source Peak star. They were getting further and further away from the planet. There was a loud boom, and a huge hole appeared in the ground of the Hall of Insight. Shichi's face changed. Brother Lu, those people are destroying the Hall of Insight. Luin suddenly charged out, and his force field condensed into a towering tree. Countless branches extended out and wrapped around the mercenaries, and many cultivators appeared from all directions to attack them. Luin was most familiar with the umbral butterfly tribe cultivators, as they were absorbing the energy from the surrounding plants. There was also a group of cultivators who were very strange. Their figures were almost ghostly, and they were difficult to see with the naked eye. I never thought that the Ghost Shadow Sword sect would send people here as well. Kuwei leaped out of his original position and pointed at a place where no one was around. Although he was clearly pointing at the air, blood seeped out of his fingertip. It was not his own blood, but that of a swordsman cultivator. Shichi was confused. The Ghost Shadow Sword sect, Kuwei smiled at her. It's a very famous sword sect from the Sancta Weave. It's as famous as the Moke Sword sect. Lu Yin's heart sank when he heard this. Another power had appeared. Just how much power had Wei Rong gathered? Suddenly, Lu Yin's pupils shrank as a terrifying number of rune lines appeared in the air. This number was no less than Aiden's, which meant that this was a peak hunter. Luin wanted to call out to Aiden, but Aiden was still at the forefront, and the owner of these rune lines was already closing in on him. Luin did not dare to be careless, and he was about to put on his universal armor. However, after some thought, he decided against it. If he ran into danger, then he would run. He could not wear his universal armor for the rest of his life. Brother Lu, let's go in, Shichi said. Before Luin could say anything, the fish above her head continuously slapped its tail. Mount, quick, go in. Quick, don't worry about him, Why? Shichi was confused. She looked at Kuwei again, but he was already gone. This fellow's perception of danger was no less than Lu Yin's. Perhaps he could not see the rune lines, but he had his own methods. Before he left, he even glanced at Luin sympathetically. Lu Yin's face turned solemn, and a bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. Shichi, you go first. Leave quickly. Shichi acknowledged, and then she headed towards the interior of the Hall of Insight. However, before she could take more than a few steps, the rune lines suddenly rushed towards her. The fish shouted, "Run! There's danger!" Shichi's face paled, and she instantly felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Her entire body went cold, and she could not move at all. It was as if an invisible killing intent had wrapped around her, and she had fallen into a death trap that she could not escape from. A sword emerged from the void and appeared right in front of Shichi's eyes, thrusting towards her forehead. The fish's entire body stood upright, and no one knew what it was trying to do. At that moment, Luin grabbed Shichi and flung her away. His face brushed past the sword, and he used secret sidestep to avoid the blade. He then raised a finger, and his eyes went slack as he used the dream finger. The void froze as the dream finger traversed through space and descended into nothingness. There, a shadow appeared. Luin thought that it was just one shadow, but strangely, a second shadow appeared at the same time. The two shadows overlapped, and a second sword appeared at the same time, pointing straight at Luin. The fish's true target was Luin. The twin ghosts were Wei Rong's backup plan, and they were worthy of being called the top experts of the Ghost Shadow Sword sect. They could do things that even enlighters could not. The twin ghosts could use their swords in 4 directions, and the dream finger could hit one of them while the other sword could take Lu Yin's life. Ever since he had found out that Luin was coming to Source Peak Planet, Wei Rong had done some research on him. From his point of view, the twin ghosts had a very low chance of killing Luin. After all, Luin had external items that could allow him to participate in the battle between enlighters. However, Wei Rong had not expected Luin to not rely on external items. The twin ghosts' goal had changed, and now, they wanted to kill this person. However, both the twin ghosts and Wei Rong had underestimated Luin. They knew that Luin had a secret technique that could redirect attacks, and they also knew that Luin had external items that could block attacks. However, they had not known about the Dream Finger's existence. Lu Yin's lack of external items had made the twin ghosts careless, and the finger had been mistaken for a secret technique. After all, the twin ghosts could not avoid this finger, and they had been prepared to endure it. The price was that the second sword had a 100% chance of killing Luin. However, when Luin activated the secret art, the twin ghost's second sword was redirected just as the dream finger was about to strike him. P. The dream finger forced the twin ghosts back, and half of their bodies went numb. Some parts of their bodies even split apart, dyeing their clothes red. P. The twin ghost spat out a mouthful of blood and disappeared into the void. He had been injured, and this finger was even more terrifying than he had imagined. It possessed an incomprehensible destructive power and an indescribable pressure. P. Not too far away, Xianxia was stunned. P. In the distance, Ku Wei's brows rose. What a terrifying attack. This guy's strength is terrifying, and it will be very difficult to seize the secret art. P. The dream finger was his trump card, and he did not want to reveal it. Otherwise, he would be targeted just like the gun he had used before, and it would be very difficult for him to obtain it against another powerhouse. However, he was speechless when he discovered that there were still quite a few people who had seen the dream finger, including Xianxia and Ku Wei. He could not just kill all of them, so he felt a little helpless. Although the twin ghosts had been heavily injured by the dream finger, his rune lines had not decreased by much, and they were still around. The twin ghosts thought that their bodies were ghostly and that no one could see them, but Luin knew where they were. He just could not hit them. It was just like back in Iron Blood Weave, when those in lighter realm astral beasts had fled into the void. Even if Luin had a gun that could kill them, it would be useless if he could not hit them. At this moment, a lockbreaker ran out from within the Hall of Insight and shouted in a daze, "The treasury has been robbed. The Society's treasures from countless years are gone. They're gone, be careful." Xianxia shouted. The lockbreaker stood in place without moving as a powerful light pierced through his body. Behind him, dozens of mercenaries rushed out. Lu Yin's heart sank, as he had come too late. These people had been prepared, and they definitely had a plan to take away the Society's treasures. The only way to do so was to seal off the entire Hall of Insight, but that was not realistic. Not only was there a troublesome enemy in front of them, but there was also the enemies in lighter and outer space. No matter what, the enemy would be able to retreat safely. With a crack, a corner of the Hall of Insight collapsed. In the distance, Wei Rong watched as the Hall of Insight trembled and even collapsed. He wrapped his right hand around Angie's waist and asked, "Isn't it beautiful?" Angie could feel Wei Rong's manly aura, and she felt a sweetness in her heart. She nodded. "Beautiful," Wei Rong smiled. "There will be even more beautiful sights like this in the future. You won't be lonely for the rest of your life." Angie's eyes lit up, and she glanced at Wei Rong before replying softly. Wei Rong's lips curled up. Angie was the young matriarch of the Umbral Butterfly tribe, and the Umbral Butterfly tribe was very important in his plans. After all, he wanted to rule over the entire Umbral Butterfly weave. Behind them, Amu had a complicated look in his eyes. Seventh Bro had already entered the Hall of Insight to provide support, but the outcome was still the same. Everything was in the hands of this man in front of him, and everyone's fates were under his control. What terrifying intelligence! The Hall of Insight's collapse accelerated, and even though many lockbreakers fought fiercely to protect the Hall of Insight, it still completely collapsed under the sorrowful gazes of countless people. The Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, which had been supported by 4 towering trees for countless years, completely collapsed. End of chapter 697. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.